Every time I kill a monster, I can increase my spell power by 1 point, but I am a tank without mana. The global hyper-realistic online game is officially launched, and as a super lucky person, I accidentally obtained a super godly talent. Every time I kill a monster, I can increase my spell power by 1 point. According to common sense, I should choose a mage profession to maximize the use of this super godly talent. However, after carefully studying the 6 professions of this game, I chose the tank profession without hesitation. Because choosing a mage with high spell power can instantly kill enemies, but the mage's weakness is also obvious: low health and defense, easily getting killed. Therefore, I decided to choose the tank profession with the highest health and defense, just because the tank skills in this game can bring reflective damage, and the value of reflective damage is determined by spell power. If my spell power is high enough, it means that I can instantly kill everyone with just 1 reflection. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but praise myself as a genius. At this time, my college roommate came over and asked me what profession I planned to choose. I said straightforwardly, tank. As soon as these words were spoken, 3 people immediately looked at him in confusion. Tank? Are you kidding me? By choosing such a useless profession, how are you going to face that Lin Sia? As my brothers, they naturally knew how despicable my ex-girlfriend Lin Sia was. They also hoped to see the day when Lin Sia regretted it. Whenever Lin Sia was mentioned, my eyes became sharp. I coldly replied, there are no useless professions. Tank, isn't it more painful to face? At this moment, everyone's wristbands lit up again. This was a reminder to players that they could now enter the game and choose their profession. Everyone activated their wristbands, and their figures gradually faded. I appeared again in that grand hall. Unlike last time, 6 light pillars appeared around me. Each pillar had a game character representing a corresponding profession: the lightly armored warrior with a long sword, the heavily armored tank with a shield, the leather-clad archer with a bow, the leather-clad assassin with a dagger, the cloth mage with a staff, and the cloth physician with a wand. I looked around and my eyes couldn't help but stop at the soft and beautiful mage with half-exposed thighs. I reached out to touch. I wanted to feel whether this game was as realistic as advertised. Not bad, very smooth. Doesn't feel like silicone. Are you sure you want to choose the mage profession? No. Reluctantly, I withdrew my hand. Then I patted the tank in armor. It's him. You have chosen the tank profession, with the following professional characteristics: doubled benefits for health, physical defense, and magical defense attributes. This means that allocating attribute points to these 3 attributes will yield double benefits. I casually moved my body. It's not bad. It's like wearing a down jacket. Not as bulky and clumsy as imagined. Next, please select a skill as your initial skill. After the system prompt, 3 skill options appeared in front of me. Indomitable provides additional effects to the shield, can offset a large amount of damage blocked by the shield. Bloodfire shield gathers a shield around the body to absorb damage and deal reflective damage to the target. Enhanced shield bash enhances the next shield attack effect, causing a stun effect on the target. After reading them, I decisively chose the second one, Bloodfire shield. Since talent needs to be improved by killing, naturally, I have to choose a skill with some damage. After choosing, the attribute page appeared in front of me. Nickname, mortal level, 1 skill, Bloodfire shield, not upgraded, proficiency 0/1000. Gathers a shield, HP *0. 1 plus spell power *1 equals 15, around the body, lasting 5s or until broken. While the shield is active, it reflects, shield value *0. 4 is equal to 6, magical damage to the attacker. Cooldown, 10s. Equipment, initial set, initial shield, no bonuses. I finished checking the attributes. Although both health points and resistance are doubled benefits, only health points have an amplifying effect on skills. I decisively allocated all 5 free attribute points to health points. Health points became 200 to 200. The skill shield value also became 25 points. Looking at the magic power gains in the skills, I couldn't help but feel emotional. Once the magic power increases in the future, just the shield alone will have tens of thousands or even higher values. Moreover, if someone attacks me, they will be directly hit by reflected damage and I wonder how they will feel. After choosing the skills, a countdown for the opening of the Tianshu world appeared on the blue barrier at the entrance of the main hall. There are still over 6 minutes left, but I don't plan to go out again. At this moment, I wonder how many players are waiting at the same time. If one steps out a bit late, they might be stuck in the newbie village for several minutes. I walked to the edge of the barrier and waited quietly for the countdown to end. Almost the moment the barrier disappeared, I rushed out. Newbie village no. 100861, with a flash of white light, I appeared on a square in a village. Players kept appearing next to me. Without much thought, I directly rushed out of the village. At this time, it's crucial to run out of the village. As for the tasks, it's not too late to go back when there are fewer people in the village. By the time I reached the village entrance, there were already many players crowded there. I was considered fast to come out. There weren't many people in front, but they were quickly pushed out by the crowd behind. Once out of the newbie village, it was much more spacious. In front of the village was a large flat grassland. There were some wild chickens with huge beaks scattered on the grass. Giant beak chicken, normal, level, 1 health points, 150 attack, 30. These monsters in the newbie area have no defensive attributes. With my current attack power, I can take down a wild chicken with 15 health points in one hit. When a wild chicken attacks, I lose 25 health points. If I stand and fight with a shield, I can barely manage to kill one. However, I am a tank class. If it were another class, standing and fighting might not be able to defeat a wild chicken. Sure enough, before I could even start, I heard cursing from nearby. What a rubbish game, even level 1 monsters are so hard to beat, how can anyone level up? I chuckled lightly and walked to a wild chicken a bit away from the village entrance. I picked up my shield and smashed it on its head. -15. The wild chicken winced in pain, turned around, and prepared to strike back. Seeing its neck movement, I immediately dodged to the side. Indeed, at the moment when the wild chicken's beak was about to peck, I easily dodged it. In the training mode, it was mentioned about the attack patterns of many monsters in the newbie area. By making a slight move before their attack animation, it's easy to dodge. For me, it's as simple as breathing. Next, I hit the wild chicken with the shield again. This time, when the wild chicken attacked, it didn't choose to dodge. Instead, at the moment when the beak was about to touch itself, it activated Bloodfire Shield. After allocating attribute points to health points, the shield value was exactly 25 points, enough to withstand one attack from the wild chicken and reflect 10 points of damage back to it. I attacked the wild chicken again with the shield. The wild chicken's health bar dropped by 1/3. The following steps involved dodging attacks and outputting damage during its attack intervals. Soon, the first wild chicken was easily killed. You have killed the monster Giant Beak Chicken and gained +4 experience. The talent Soul Steal has taken effect, magic power +1. I could defeat this kind of monster without taking any damage. This formed a sharp contrast with most players around me who were in chaos and struggling. My fighting process happened to be noticed by a small team. Wow, look at that guy named Mortal, he fights so effortlessly and smoothly. How about it, our team is missing a tank, should we pull him over? He's also from Manhwa University. After finishing the fight, I started to ponder. Compared to solo grinding, teaming up is more profitable. Because after teaming up, the experience will be evenly distributed. To level up the same, more monsters need to be killed. As long as you can make the final kill, you can use your talent to increase your magic power. Thinking of this, I opened my friends list. After registering my account information, I added the 3 brothers in the dormitory. Unfortunately, their 3 avatars were all dim and indicated that the friend was not in the same newbie village, so teaming up was temporarily unavailable. Just then, the player Jidao Huowu came over. Hey, are you also from Lanhua University? Our team is missing a tank, do you want to join? I turned my head to look. The 3 girls were all pretty. Even though you can adjust your appearance by 10% in the game, it won't be too bad in reality. I noticed that all 3 of them had a small Lanhua University emblem on their heads. In Tiansu, there are some symbols that represent your identity. Although I am a bit resistant to girls now, I do have the need to team up. Since someone took the initiative to approach me, I had no reason to refuse. I simply nodded in response. Just then, an announcement rang out in the world of Tiansu. Ding! All Blue Star players please note. To welcome your arrival in Tiansu, a limited time challenge is now open. Timing starts from the end of the announcement, lasting 4 hours. After 4 hours, all players' monster kill quantity and quality will be counted. According to the final statistics, corresponding rewards will be issued. The newbie kill challenge is now underway. Unleash your strength to the fullest. Announcement over. The empty sky of Tianshu displayed a huge countdown, 3 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Ding Chen was pulled into the team by knowledge of fire dance. Hurry up. Make good use of the time. Team composition, Evening Starfire, Archer. Knowledge of fire dance, Mage. Not drinking milk tea, Medic. Mortal, Tank. As soon as knowledge of fire dance finished speaking, she cast a fireball, attracting the hatred of the nearest wild chicken. -27 mages do not have attack attributes. Their skill cooldowns are like walking sticks, but it is undeniable that when they use their skills, their output is unmatched by any profession. Immediately after, an arrow shot out from behind Ding Chen, hitting the wild chicken accurately in the chest. -15 ideally. the archer's attribute points should be focused on attack, but perhaps due to different initial attributes, the damage dealt was not much different from Ding Chen's. Ding Chen deliberately paid attention to the damage values of the two, already calculating how to deliver the final blow. As the only frontliner in the team, Ding Chen had to take the initiative and face the giant beaked chicken. A shield strike dealt 15 points of damage as well. With just one encounter, a third of the giant beaked chicken's health was depleted. Teaming up to fight monsters of this level was quite simple. When the giant beaked chicken retaliated, Ding Chen chose to dodge instead of using a shield to block the attacks. Following that, Ding Chen did not strike again but pretended to focus all attention on evading attacks. He effortlessly dodged all of the giant beaked chicken's attacks. At that moment, the medic in the team seemed to lose their value. In Tianxiu, only the maximum health value of monsters could be seen. During battles, only a health bar was displayed for players to estimate. Real-time health could not be viewed. Ding Chen continuously calculated the remaining health of the giant beaked chicken based on the damage values it displayed. After the mage attacked twice and the archer attacked 4 times, along with Ding Chen's output, a total of 129 points of damage were dealt to the giant beaked chicken. With only 21 health points left, the giant beaked chicken entered Ding Chen's kill range. This time, when the giant beaked chicken attacked, he did not choose to dodge. Instead, he activated his shield and struck out with it. -10, -15 two damage numbers floated out almost simultaneously. Ding Chen's precise calculations led to the giant beaked chicken falling without any surprises. Ding! You have killed the monster giant beaked chicken, gaining +1 experience. The talent Soul Steel has been activated, increasing magic power by +1. At the same time, a challenge statistics appeared on the left side of the screen. Kills, normal level 1 monsters, 0. 25 each when team statistics were calculated. The loot was evenly distributed among all team members. This prevented some guilds from maliciously boosting the main player's scores. Experience and challenge statistics were evenly distributed, so Ding Chen did not feel any psychological burden. During the monster farming process, Ding Chen carefully calculated the damage, deliberately aiming for the final blow for the talent. Except for one instance where the archer and mage accidentally dealt an attack together, instantly killing a giant beaked chicken with a quarter of its health left. Ding Chen took down over a dozen kills. Although it did not affect the other members of the team, Ding Chen's deliberate actions of securing kills clearly displeased Fire Dance. Oi, have you played too many MOBA games? Why are you only focused on securing kills? Ding Chen glanced back at her, ignoring her disdain. Everyone should just focus on their own roles. As for securing kills or not, it didn't affect her, so why bother complaining? The current Ding Chen was no longer the kind and naive boy he used to be. If it weren't to maximize his talent enhancement, he wouldn't even bother forming this team. Seeing Ding Chen ignoring her, Fire Dance, in a huff, started to compete with Ding Chen to see who could secure more kills. With the addition of the 10 or so monsters they had just defeated, Ding Chen's current spell power has reached 23 points. The reflected damage of the shield has increased to 18, plus her own basic attack damage of 15. The instant burst can reach 33, which has already exceeded her 27 points. In the absence of the marksman, she has no chance to steal a monster under Ding Chen's control. Several monsters in a row, without exception, were all killed by Ding Chen. Ding Chen also noticed that she was competing with herself. Thinking of the sarcasm towards herself just now, Ding Chen now responded, "What? A mage can't beat a tank? Idiot." Fire Dance, who was already annoyed, couldn't hold back her foul language upon hearing Ding Chen's sarcasm. Immediately, she kicked Ding Chen out of the team and walked away with 2 other people in another direction. Ding Chen saw her leaving angrily and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, getting impatient already?" Shortly after, Evening Starfire sent a friend request. Evening Starfire is considered the most attractive among the 3. After accepting the friend request, the other party immediately sent a message. "Evening Starfire, I'm really sorry. She just has this kind of unsurrendered temper. She has no ill will towards you. Don't take it to heart." This person left a good impression on Ding Chen. Ding Chen politely replied and began to focus on killing monsters. For hours, every second counts. With Ding Chen's current shield value, she can withstand 2 attacks from the giant beaked chicken. Coupled with basic attacks, she can take down one in about 10 seconds. After killing 18 giant beaked chickens again, a golden light fell. Leveled up. Ding, you have also reached level 2. Each attribute point +1. Free attribute points plus 5. The initial few points of attributes have a huge impact. Ding Chen did not rush to use the free attribute points, in order to allocate them reasonably according to the monsters she will face later. Ding Chen began to head to a higher level monster camp to find monsters suitable for improving her talents. Ding Chen did not stay in the level 2 stone monster area. Among monsters of the same level, they have high health and are too difficult to deal with. They are not suitable for improving talents or facing challenges. There are very few players in the level 3 wild monster area, only a few sporadic teams coming over. But Ding Chen didn't want to attack the mud monsters in front of her. After nearly 10 minutes of delay, she finally found a suitable monster area for leveling up. Wolf Ant, weak, level, 3 HP, 100 attack, 20. It is much larger than ordinary ants, about 40 to 50 centimeters, looking quite intimidating. However, its attributes are not even comparable to the mutant chicken. How can it be a level 3 monster? Before Ding Chen could make a move, she saw a player walking over with a dejected face, advising as he passed by, "Buddy, I advise you not to mess with this thing. Several people in my team were sent back to the resurrection point by them." It sounded quite ominous, but for a monster with such low health, it is perfect for improving talents. Seeing Ding Chen still not giving up, the person added before leaving, "And they give very little experience, so you're on your own." He wouldn't have said that if it wasn't for the poor experience gain. Ding Chen was even more determined. Ding Chen's talents only work on monsters that are not lower than her level. In other words, the slower the level increase, the more advantageous for her talents. Isn't this like tailor-made monsters for herself? Ding Chen also responded gratefully to such a helpful person. After the person left, Ding Chen rushed towards a wolf ant. She immediately took away 16 points of its health. When it retaliated, she timed it perfectly. At the moment it attacked her, she activated the shield. -28. Upon contact, this wolf ant lost almost half of its health. Isn't it simple? Where's the complexity he mentioned? Ding Chen was wondering. When he heard the rustling sound around him, Ding Chen turned his head and looked around. Only then did he understand why he said that. Dozens of wolf ants appeared around him at some point, running towards him at an extremely fast speed. After reaching level 2, each attribute point +1, Ding Chen's current physical defense is 7 points. According to their attacks, each time they would cause 13 points of damage to him. Judging by their size, at least 6 of them could attack him simultaneously. That would be 78 damage. His shield now only has 70 points, and it broke instantly. No, can't hold on. Ding Chen had trained for so long, these calculations were just a blink of an eye for him. After figuring it out, Ding Chen moved away from the other wolf ants before they arrived. When he escaped their hatred range, his health was only a little over 100 points left. It really made sense why so many people were sent back by them. Their movement speed was very fast. A slight hesitation and you couldn't run away. Now, the 5 free attribute points left from leveling up just came in handy. After leaving the battle state, Ding Chen allocated them all to physical defense. Due to the double gain of physical defense for tank class, Ding Chen's physical defense reached 17 points. Now, those wolf ants could only cause 3 points of damage with each attack. Not only was there no life-threatening danger, but with the shield, the output efficiency was great. Ding Chen returned to the wolf ant's camp. He raised his shield and smashed the nearest wolf ant. Soon, just like before, another group surrounded him. Watching the continuous -3 floating out, Ding Chen felt relieved. Activating Blood Shield, the wolf ants around him began to float with -28. It was so comfortable. As for the little damage from normal attacks, Ding Chen didn't care anymore. The shield could withstand their attacks for 3 rounds and still have spare. The wolf ant that received the 4th reflected damage died on the spot. Ding! You have killed the monster wolf ant. Talent Soul Steal has taken effect. Magic power +1. And in the upper left corner of the challenge statistics, there was an additional line, killed, normal level 1 monsters, 25 weak level 3 monsters, 1. Although it was a level 3 monster, the term weak should significantly reduce its weight in the statistics. It wouldn't have too much impact on the balance of the challenge. Ding! You have killed the monster wolf ant. Gained experience +1. Talent Soul Steal has taken effect. Magic power +1. Ding Chen only received a prompt to gain 1 point of experience after killing the 5th one. Great! Very good. Ordinary players wouldn't consider them as their leveling monsters. But for Ding Chen, they were like a dream come true. He was killing them with great joy. During the shield cooldown, He tried to run around to reduce health consumption. As the wolf ants fell in batches, Ding Chen's magic power soared rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 100 wolf ants had died under his feet. But it wasn't as fast afterwards. Their respawn rate had significantly slowed down. It greatly reduced Ding Chen's killing speed. After about an hour, Ding Chen's magic power reached 400. Now, after activating the shield, the wolf ants would be killed instantly by reflected damage with just one attack. Although Ding Chen was very happy, he also had some doubts in his mind. This couldn't be a bug, right? He might get his account banned later. After another satisfying 2 hours of grinding, a golden light fell, and Ding Chen reached level 3. But immediately, another system reminder came. Ding. This sudden sound startled Ding Chen. Damn, can't really get banned, right? Ding Chen trembled as he opened the system message. You have killed 1,000 wolf ants and obtained the achievement. Patient player. Unconsciously, Ding Chen had already killed a total of 1,000 wolf ants. This made him marvel at the drop rate in Heaven's Illusion. So far, apart from copper coins, nothing else had dropped. Ding Chen opened the attribute panel to see what patient player meant. Patient player, every 1,000 kills of the same type of monster will randomly grant you that monster's special attribute reward. Each monster can only be rewarded once. Killed 1,000 wolf ants. Obtained wolf ant power, maximum movement speed increased by 1%. Damn, not only no ban, but also such a reward. Is this a hidden Easter egg in the newbie village? This reward could be considered terrifying. Just a level 3 weak monster, and he gained a permanent 1% movement speed buff. What special abilities could he obtain from higher level monsters in the future? It was unimaginable. Then, another system prompt sounded. Ding. Triggered event, Ant Queen's counterattack. There's more to come? The system prompt ended, and all the wolf ants on the ground suddenly disappeared. Then the ground began to shake, and a huge crack opened up. Soon, an ant even bigger than Ding Chen crawled out of the crack. Its huge tail indicated its identity as the Ant Queen. Wolf Ant Queen, pretending to be a boss, level 4 health, 8,000 attack, 200 skill, flying ant attack. Damn, a boss is coming? But if it's just pretending to be a boss, does it really count as one? Ding Chen quickly allocated the 5 attribute points he had just gained from leveling up to his health to increase his survivability. Just as he finished, the Ant Queen launched an attack towards him. Its 2 huge pincers came at Ding Chen. Compared to the small wolf ants, the Ant Queen's movements were much slower. Ding Chen could easily dodge attacks at this speed. However, he glanced at his 1049 magic power. Maybe there was no need to dodge. Ding Chen activated his shield and endured the Ant Queen's attacks. With each hit, the Ant Queen lost over 400 health points. Within 5 seconds, the Ant Queen only managed to hit him 4 times, not even breaking through his shield. It lost 1/5 of its health. When the shield disappeared, Ding Chen used his positioning to evade the Ant Queen's attacks. He easily dodged the attacks twice in a row. Just as Ding Chen thought he could easily defeat the boss, the Ant Queen suddenly stopped attacking and began to gather power in place. Its huge tail kept expanding. Ding Chen sensed danger and immediately ran away. The next moment, a small wolf ant shot out like a bullet from the Ant Queen's tail. It seemed to be its skill, flying ant attack. Relying on his skilled dodging techniques, Ding Chen easily avoided the flying ant as it approached him. Want to hit me? Keep practicing. Ding Chen was disdainful of such attacks. However, suddenly, there was a loud bang from his side. Some miscellaneous ant debris splattered all over Ding Chen. The flying ant from earlier had exploded. Ding Chen did manage to dodge the flying ant's impact, but the explosion still caused damage to him. Minus 251 damn. Ding Chen was startled by the damage number that popped up. My goodness, monsters with skills were indeed different. Their damage couldn't be estimated based on their attack power. A boss pretending to be a boss, and its skill damage was so outrageous. If he hadn't allocated his attribute points to health in advance, this one hit would have taken Ding Chen out. Moreover, the range of this explosion splash is very large, and it is almost impossible to avoid. Ding Chen apologized for his ignorance just now. I'm sorry. I won't show off anymore. If an ordinary player comes over, it would be very difficult to deal with without a dozen deaths. Originally, Ding Chen planned that it would almost be possible to kill it with just 5 cooldowns of the blood shield. But now Ding Chen dare not easily use the blood shield. He had to wait for the queen ant to launch the flying ants and then activate the shield to resist. In this way, the efficiency of the fight was greatly reduced. Although not many players are willing to fight the wolf ant, there are players everywhere near the newbie village. Several players not far away have already noticed something unusual here. Quick! There's a boss. Who can resist their curiosity when they see a boss? Ding Chen also noticed that some players were running over here. The queen ant's health is not that much. 2 minutes are enough to deal with it. But before the queen ant's health reaches the bottom, 2 players have arrived. Damn! Dude! Are you soloing the boss with a tank? Do you want us to help you? If there are suitable equipment drops, just give us one. Ding Chen decisively rejected them and coldly reminded them, I advise you not to intervene. Otherwise the outcome will be very miserable. Although Ding Chen's attitude was very firm, based on Ding Chen's understanding of normal players, no player would resist taking action at the last moment when the boss fell. At this time, one must not be hasty. Ding Chen's attention was instead focused on these 2 players. When the queen ant's health reached the bottom, sure enough, the 2 people seized the opportunity and threw their pickaxes at Ding Chen. Really? Even 2 minors want to snatch the boss? Ding Chen sneered at the scene. Then he activated the blood shield and rushed towards the skills of these 2 people. The 2 wanted to say something, but as soon as their skills touched Ding Chen's shield, a huge damage number jumped out on themselves, turning into white light and returning to the spawn point. Ding! Talent has taken effect. Magic power +1. Ding! Talent has taken effect. Magic power +1. This also adds magic power? Newbie village no. 100861 spawn point. The 2 players who had just respawned looked at each other in confusion. What? What happened? It's just my speculation. Is it possible that we were one-shot by that tank? A tank? Only level 3. One-shotting people? Is that possible? Unless he's cheating. Right. A level 3 tank. Soloing a boss. What do you think? With that said, the 2 reached a certain consensus in their eyes. I still remember that person's name. Called Mortal. We must report him. Wait, where's my flint? Damn. Mine's gone too. Did they all explode? Ding Chen couldn't help but smile as he watched the 2 people disappear in an instant. He could already guess what these 2 people would say. Ding Chen shook his head and said with a smile, playing well means cheating? And seeing the pile of stone-like things on the ground where they had just stood, a voice suddenly rang in Ding Chen's mind. Your package. Please sign for it. This was the first time Ding Chen had seen items other than copper coins. Unexpectedly, they were dropped from players. Other players were quite far away. With no external interference, Ding Chen confidently took down the queen ant. Ding! You have successfully killed the boss wolf ant queen, gaining +200 experience. Extra reward, a black iron grade equipment gift pack that can be worn by a tank profession. Talent has taken effect. Magic power +1. You are the first player in the village to kill a boss. Extra reward of 5 free attribute points. Whether to make a village-wide announcement. Choosing yes will grant an additional 10 reputation points. Ding Chen glanced at the attribute page, where reputation points were listed under a special column. It seemed like this thing was quite valuable. Thinking about it, it was just a newbie village. There was no need to be low-key. Ding Chen chose yes. Ding! Village-wide announcement. Player ordinary person is the first player in the village to defeat the boss. Rewarded with 10 reputation points and 5 free attribute points. Announcement hereby made. The repeated announcements made Ding Chen feel a bit inflated. Then he walked over to pick up the dozens of copper coins and a piece of cloth armor dropped by the ant queen. There was also that pile of stones. All of them were collected into the backpack. Flint *40, the village blacksmith may need them. There was also a gift box in the backpack, along with over 100 copper coins dropped by the small monsters. Upon opening the gift box, there was a shield inside. Shield of the Brave, heavy armor, grade, black iron attack, +20 health, +100 physical defense, +15 magical defense, +15 shield damage reduction, 10. Special attribute of the shield. Damage reduced by 10 when blocked by the shield. Then he looked at the cloth armor in his hand, feeling a bit regretful. In the world of Tianshu, there were relatively more professions that used cloth and leather armor. The drop rate of such equipment was slightly higher. Wolf and shoulder pads, cloth armor, grade, black iron health, +100 physical defense, +15 not wearable, restricted professions, mage, physician. Up to now, only this boss had dropped a black iron grade equipment. This indicated that the drop rate of equipment in Tianshu was indeed very low. Consequently, the equipment was more valuable. Since he couldn't wear it, he decided to sell it. Ding Chen checked the time and realized there was about half an hour left until the end of the challenge. Ding Chen was now only 100 experience points away from reaching level 4. After reaching level 4, these small wolf ants in front of him would no longer trigger talents. Such monsters suitable for talent grinding were not always encountered. Ding Chen didn't go to fight higher level monsters for the challenge, but continued to focus on grinding the small wolf ants. Their experience rewards did not decrease as Ding Chen's level increased. They still provided 1 point of experience for every 5 defeated. After a while, a loud notification sounded. Done. Time's up for the time challenge. Please wait for data statistics. Tonight at 8 o'clock. All players will receive corresponding rewards based on the statistics. The data in the upper left corner of Ding Chen's screen froze at killed 25 level 1 common monsters, 1500 level 3 weak monsters, 1 level 4 pseudo boss. Ding Chen looked at his data and thought to himself, can anyone be more outrageous than this? Ding Chen then calmly finished off 500 wolf ants and waited until a golden light descended. Only then did he stop his sinful actions. Ding Chen allocated all his free attribute points to health. Finally, he admired his attributes and prepared to log off to have dinner. He didn't want to level up too quickly. Ding Chen thought that it would be better to come back to the newbie village after dinner and team up to grind monsters. Nickname, Ordinary Person Level, 4, 0/400, Profession, Tank Health, 660/660 Attack, 38. Magic Power, 1553. Physical Defense, 36. Magical Defense, 26. Reputation Points, 10. Free Attribute Points, 0. Talents, Unleash Freely, B grade, Soul Steel, Super God grade, Skills, Blood Blaze Shield, not upgraded. Condenses a shield, HP *0. 1 plus Magic Power *1 equals 1619, around the body. Lasting for 5 seconds or until broken. While the shield is active, it reflects magical damage, shield value *0. For is equal to 648, to the target attacking the user. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Equipment, Hero's Shield. After Ding Chen went offline, he happened to see Wang Gaoshui also coming out of the game. Damn! A challenge right off the bat. I didn't sleep well last night, didn't have breakfast, these 4 hours have exhausted me. Wang Gaoshui's words made Ding Chen feel slightly sore. Does this kind of virtual online game also affect the body? Ding Chen didn't think much more. Called Wang Gaoshui, and the two headed towards the cafeteria. Their dormitory was the farthest from the cafeteria. Perhaps after the challenge ended, many students logged off to eat. By the time the two arrived at the cafeteria, there were already many students there. As soon as Wang Gaoshui entered, he noticed something unusual. Countless male students' eyes occasionally glanced at a table. Damn! Look! Yi Wanqing! Following the male student's gaze, Wang Gaoshui excitedly patted Ding Chen's arm and shouted. Ding Chen didn't think much of it at first, just gave a casual glance, but that glance caught his attention. Why do these 3 girls look so familiar? But now he wasn't very interested in women. At most, he would look at their legs. It was September. Dressed coolly, 6 long legs on a table, white legs, black stockings, white stockings, all there. This is why male students can order takeout in the dormitory but still choose to eat in the cafeteria. One of the girls was looking at her phone, suddenly exclaimed, Damn! Mortal? Isn't this the tank we first recruited? Her movement caught the attention of another girl. She turned her head and asked what happened. She brought the phone to the center of the table. There was an announcement message, Player News from Newbie Village No. 108828, smiley face, village-wide announcement. Player Mortal is the first player in the village to kill the boss, rewarded with 10 reputation points and 5 free attribute points. This is to inform everyone. Did we miss a great player? Another girl, after reading, also expressed regret. At that moment, Ding Chen and Wang Gaoshui happened to pass by them and head towards the food counter. The one in black stockings looked plump. The one in white stockings was slender. The one with bare legs had fair, smooth, delicate skin, symmetrical lines. Each had their own beauty. Ding Chen was still immersed in the admiration of the beautiful legs. Damn! Mortal! A shout broke Ding Chen's reverie. Startling him, Ding Chen quickly averted his gaze. Then he pulled Wang Gaoshui and pretended nothing had happened as they lined up at the food counter. It's fine to look at legs, but being recognized is too embarrassing. Hearing the commotion, Wang Gaoshui looked at Ding Chen. Mortal, were they calling you? Ding Chen awkwardly smiled and replied. What? How is that possible? Besides Lin Xia, I don't know any other girls. No, it's not me. Ding Chen was still explaining. The girl came to Ding Chen's side and coquettishly asked, "Mortal, am I pretty? Mortal, am I pretty?" Ding Chen looked up at the ceiling upon hearing this, hand covering his mouth, pretending she wasn't talking to him. Wang Gaoshui glanced back, quickly nudged Ding Chen with his arm, and reminded, "Mortal, she's asking you." "Huh? What? I didn't see." After saying this, Ding Chen couldn't help but laugh. He turned his head to look at the girl. No wonder she looked so familiar. "Isn't this Huo Wu who kicked him out of the team in the morning?" Ding Chen's face immediately darkened and asked irritably, "What? Oh, mortal, are you still angry? Come sit with us. I'll apologize to you." He didn't really want to go over, but Huo Wu kept pulling and dragging him. In such a public place, Ding Chen was afraid of a bad influence. He could only reluctantly go with her. Ding Chen sat down and instantly felt like he was under the spotlight, with countless hot gazes directed at him. "Speak up if you have something to say." Ding Chen glanced at the three people at the table. Who should be the three from the morning team formation? And the most beautiful one, Evening Star Fire, should be the Yi Wanqing mentioned by Wang Gaoshui. Ding Chen really didn't expect that she deliberately lowered her appearance in the game. She only wore very light makeup, but her appearance and temperament were much higher than Lin Xia's. She truly deserved to be the campus belle of Manhwa University. The one called Fire Dance first apologized to Ding Chen, "Brother Mortal, I'm really sorry about this morning." Ding Chen didn't want to listen to her rambling. If apologies worked, what would the police do? Just get to the point. Seeing this, Fire Dance could only be straightforward. "We want to invite you to join our team again, to help us level up. Can you?" She was afraid that Ding Chen would refuse. So when she spoke, she grabbed Ding Chen's arm and rubbed it against her chest. You could tell just from the way she dressed. This black silk Fire Dance was seductive. The white silk milk tea was pure and cute, and the bare-legged Yi Wanqing looked fresh and elegant. Ding Chen tried hard to restrain himself, not letting the soft feeling from her arm distract him. "No way. You say kick, and I kick. Say come back, and I come back?" Does she really think Ding Chen is the same as a month ago? Able to spend money on marriage and act like a big fool to make a girl happy? Seeing Ding Chen's firm attitude, Fire Dance had to seek help from Yi Wanqing with her eyes. Yi Wanqing had been silent all along. Seeing her signal, she spoke up, "I'm really sorry about this morning. If you're willing, we can pay you." Money? This hit Ding Chen's sore spot. Ding Chen's money had already been spent on Lin Xia. There was no way he could ask his family for more. Now, without any source of income, he might not even have money to eat instant noodles. Seeing Ding Chen wavering, Yi Wanqing continued, "Excluding the normal players' leveling speed, for each additional level, we will pay you 100 yuan each. What do you think?" Ding Chen had a need for a team. He could also earn extra income now. Ding Chen nodded. He had no reason to refuse again. But then he shook his head, pointing at Fire Dance. "You each get 100, but she gets 200. You." Fire Dance's face twisted in anger. "What about me? You were so happy to scold me earlier?" Ding Chen used to think that it wasn't worth making a fuss over small things. But now, it felt so satisfying to do so. Fire Dance didn't feel so good, saying, "Humph, do you really think highly of yourself? I don't need you anymore. You take them, compare with me. If I don't level up faster, don't even think about getting a penny from me." Back to Wang Gaoshui's side. Wang Gaoshui was dumbfounded. "Fan, do you know who you're sitting in front of? Yi Wanqing, the campus belle. Didn't he tell himself that when he entered the door just now? Is she good looking?" Without waiting for Ding Chen's answer, he continued, "Not only that, she's also super rich. Not only that, she's also the president of our school's student union. She has politely rejected countless guys. And today, she actually took the initiative to talk to you. Fan, what did you do?" This village-wide announcement was only received by players in that village. Wang Gaoshui didn't know what had happened to make the girls value him so much. Ding Chen was okay looking, but not to this extent, right? Just defeated a boss. Besides, she didn't exactly take the initiative to talk to me, did she? After listening, Wang Gaoshui stared at Ding Chen as if he were looking at a monster. This game's monster attributes are so strong. He's a tank, fighting a boss? Thinking about Ding Chen's efforts for a whole month, Wang Gaoshui finally reluctantly convinced himself. After eating, returning to the dormitory, and going online again. Ding, player knows Fire Dance requests to add you as a friend. After accepting, a location message was sent. They were in the newbie village at this time. Ding Chen happened to go back to tidy up his backpack, so he asked them to wait at the village entrance for a while. As soon as Ding Chen returned to the village, he headed towards the blacksmith's shop. Besides equipment and copper coins, there were only 2 flint stones dropped by the 2 players in his backpack. Ding Chen arrived at the entrance of the blacksmith's shop. 2 people came out from inside and met Ding Chen. Damn! Hanging! The person who came towards them opened his mouth. Ding Chen saw that it was the 2 players he had defeated in the morning. What? Want to try again? Ding Chen said, taking 2 steps forward to scare them. Although players cannot be harmed in the newbie village, the 2 subconsciously took a few steps back. At this time, the blacksmith came out and, upon seeing Ding Chen, warmly welcomed him. Oh, the adult is here. Please come in. Please come in. Look around if you need anything. Adult? This title was quite strange. The 2 players were even more puzzled. They didn't call themselves that just now. Ding Chen followed the blacksmith inside. Then he brought the flint stones in front of the blacksmith. Take a look at these things. Do you want them? The blacksmith took a quick look and said somewhat regretfully, if you want, but these things can only be exchanged for some copper coins. Not of much use. Then, he leaned in close to Ding Chen's ear and said meaningfully, Sir, it's not that I don't want to give you good things. It's just that I have to follow the rules. So you need to help me with something as a gesture, right? He. Then I can give you the good stuff. What does he mean? This blacksmith is really strange, leaving Ding Chen puzzled. But soon, Ding Chen figured out what he meant. Could it be related to his reputation points? Is he trying to bribe himself? Thinking of this, Ding Chen tentatively asked, What do you want me to do? The blacksmith seemed to search his task list and said, Just this one. Ding. Do you accept the blacksmith's task? Collect poison sacks? Task content, kill arrow poison frogs in poison frog swamp. Obtain 10 poison sacks, and hand them over to the blacksmith. Yes. From his tone, this task shouldn't be too difficult. After the blacksmith respectfully sent Ding Chen out, the 2 players were still waiting at the door. Why are you still here? Waiting for me to return your broken stones? The 2 people changed their attitude and said respectfully, We are just waiting. Wanting to add you as a friend. Afraid that Ding Chen would refuse, they immediately added, We are miners. In the future, if you need any stone materials, you can find us. It was still somewhat valuable. Miners and other auxiliary professions are considered hidden professions and are quite precious in the early stages. After adding them as friends, Ding Chen met the 3 of them at the agreed location. This time, seeing Night Starfire again, it was clear that she had lowered her appearance quite a bit. But she still couldn't escape the ranks of beauties. When Nose Fire Dance saw Ding Chen approaching, she said impatiently, You're really something, making our school flower wait for you for so long. Ding Chen ignored her and just asked her to invite him to the team. Mortal has been added to the team. Mortal. Level 4. Profession, Tank. Seeing Ding Chen's information, Nose Fire Dance couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha, level 4? Dude, are you sure you killed the boss? Ding Chen looked at their levels. All of them were level 6. I really don't look like a god who can kill the boss first at this level. If you don't believe it, let's just play separately, Ding Chen said, adopting an indifferent attitude. Previously, Fire Dance was willing to please Ding Chen because she thought he was a god. She didn't tolerate rookies at all. At that moment, she was about to kick Ding Chen out of the team again. Miss Milk Tea hurriedly reminded her in a soft voice. Fire Dance, we've made a mistake once. Can we endure it again? Fire Dance then forced a smile and said, Mortal brother, where should we go to grind monsters? Hearing this voice now, Ding Chen felt a chill all over his body. He shuddered and said, Can you speak normally? I can't stand it. The 2 young ladies covered their mouths and giggled at his words. Fire Dance rolled her eyes at Ding Chen. Ding Chen shared the task he had just received in the team chat. Task content, kill arrow poison frogs in poison frog swamp. Collect 10 poison sacks, and hand them to the blacksmith. Fire Dance, who had just calmed down a bit, exploded again. Damn, poison frog swamp? That's a level 5 monster area. Are we going to grind this for you? Fire Dance now truly believed that Ding Chen was a fraud. He must be exploiting bugs or stealing a boss from someone else. This level, this profession, this task, has nothing to do with being a god. I'll say it again. If you don't believe me, let's play separately, Ding Chen said confidently. Let's wait and see. I think he's quite interesting. Yi Wanqing was quite optimistic. Miss Milk Tea also advised Fire Dance beside her. Endure a little longer. Endure a little longer. We can kick him out anytime. Although they had agreed earlier that they didn't need him to lead, but as good girlfriends of the two victims, she stood up and threatened, "If I find out later that you're a fraud, it won't be as simple as kicking you out of the team." Ding Chen was amused. It turned out that his skills couldn't attack actively. Otherwise, he would have sent her back to the spawn point by now. Fire Dance then left the team. Ding Chen adjusted the team's experience distribution to 2, 4, 4. The team members' experience distribution ranged from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 4. The team of 3 was not very friendly to Ding Chen, so the experience couldn't be set to the lowest. Yi Wanqing noticed the experience adjustment and said, "Mortal, there's no need for this, just distribute the experience evenly." Fire Dance, with an annoyed tone, said, "Humph, this method is useless. As long as I find out you're not capable, I'll deal with you." Ding Chen remained silent. He just hoped that when they saw his strength later, Fire Dance could still be so tough. Along the way, the three beauties attracted the attention of many male players. Ding Chen also occasionally felt the hot gazes. He even faintly heard someone discussing, "This big brother is really powerful. It must cost a lot to hire 3 companions like this, right?" In a short while, the 4 arrived at the mission location, Poison Frog Swamp. Most players had lost interest in monsters at this level. There were not many people here. Only large green frogs scattered in the green mud pond. Arrow Poison Frog, normal, level, 5 health, 800 attack, 70 special, attacks come with poison damage. It's really unlucky to come back to grind such weak monsters. Fire Dance couldn't stop complaining even at this point. Ding Chen ignored her and walked straight to a poison frog. With a shield strike, he attracted its hatred. Fire Dance disdainfully turned her head away. She couldn't be bothered with such things. The Arrow Poison Frog, in pain, turned around and opened its mouth, spraying out a dart-like venom. Ding Chen saw the situation, activated the shield, and raised the shield to block. -24-7 The shield blocked 10 points of damage. The following -7 is the poison damage from the attack. At the same time, 2 damage numbers floated above the head of the Arrow Poison Frog. -648-648 to Ding Chen's surprise. The poison damage also triggered a shield reflection. The Arrow Poison Frog instantly dropped 2 copper coins and fell. Ding! You have killed Arrow Poison Frog and gained +2 experience points. Talent activated. Magic power +1. The other members of the team naturally received the notification of the kill. Yi Wanqing and Milk Tea Sister were shocked and didn't know what to say. Huo Wu thought about watching Ding Chen make a fool of himself and turned back. Looking at the dead poison frog on the ground, she looked at Yi Wanqing in amazement. What? Did you deal such high damage? Yi Wanqing and Milk Tea Sister looked slightly dazed and shrugged together, indicating that they had not made a move yet. Seeing this, Huo Wu couldn't believe it and asked incredulously, He alone, killed that thing instantly?" The two nodded. It was indeed like that. 800 health points. Killed instantly? Well, how should I put it? That frog still owed him 500 health points. After Milk Tea finished speaking, Huo Wu became even more incredulous. "Hey, you, can you kill another one instantly for me to see? You, a level 4 tank, dealt over 1,000 damage in an instant? Why do I find it hard to believe?" Huo Wu hadn't had a chance to see how Ding Chen killed it, so she had to see it for herself. Ding Chen smirked. While the shield was still active, Ding Chen casually attracted the hatred of another Arrow Poison Frog nearby. -648-648 thud. Another copper coin dropped. Ding Chen turned around and teasingly asked, "How about it? Miss, did you see clearly?" Huo Wu's eyes widened. It took her a while to react. "Damn, are you cheating?" Ding Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. The game technology of Tianxu was at a historical level of discontinuation. The government schools have been encouraging everyone to play this game, but until now, no one has even explained which company made this game. Cheating? Can anyone do it? Huo Wu knew it herself. Of course. Coming to her senses, she immediately walked towards Ding Chen with a smile. While polishing Ding Chen's armor with her huge weapon, she coquettishly said, "Ha ha, brother, I was just kidding with you earlier. You're not mad at me, right? Stop. I'm not your brother. I just remember someone saying they were going to get me. I wouldn't dare. Invite me to the team. Brother, 200 is 200. Not a penny more." Huo Wu's change in attitude made Milk Tea giggle on the side. Ding Chen waved his hand and slowly extended 5 fingers. 200 was the price earlier. Now it's at least this much. Huo Wu looked at that slap, feeling really angry, but she dared not confront Ding Chen again and could only find ways to please him. Brother, don't be like this. From now on, you are my real brother. After logging off, I'll add a green bubble, and sister will send you some photos to cool you down. How about that? If you don't mind, sister will also give you the stockings she wore today. Ahem. Hearing about the offer of the original stockings, Ding Chen couldn't help but cough. Well, about that, whether stockings or not is not important. I just want an attitude of apology from you. I'll personally deliver it to the downstairs of my dorm later. Huo Wu immediately smirked and replied, Brother, I understand. Just watch sister's performance. Player knows Huo Wu has joined the team. Mortal has adjusted the team experience distribution to 1, 3, 3, 3. At this moment, a village-wide announcement appeared. Ding! Village announcement. Player Lonely Sword God is the first player in the village to reach level 10. Special reward of 5 free attribute points. The village level ranking has been opened. At the same time, a new section appeared on everyone's panel. The level ranking. Currently, there was only one person. First place, Lonely Sword God level 10 2% Lonely. Manhwa Institute? Is that our neighboring school? Yi Wanqing sensitively noticed this. Huo Wu added, it should be. The deputy city is divided by IP address, so the players in the newbie village below should also be close by. But, isn't his leveling speed a bit too fast? They all expressed surprise at this. Ding Chen thought it was normal. If one had an SSS level talent, their leveling speed shouldn't be much different. Ding Chen intentionally didn't rush to level up. Otherwise, it might be even more outrageous. We can't let the neighboring school steal the limelight. Hurry up and pull monsters. Today, try to get all of you into the level ranking. After Ding Chen urged them, Huo Wu obediently replied, okay, and then happily went to pull monsters. The other two also followed suit. They had seen Ding Chen's damage just now, and they didn't need to do anything. Yi Wanqing attracted the monster's aggro from afar with her bow and arrow. She said to Ding Chen, Mortal, you should gain more experience. We don't need to put in much effort. It's not good. Before Ding Chen could respond, Huo Wu interjected, hey, Big Brother is willing. What else do we need to say? Right, mortal brother? Ding Chen declared, compliments won't work. Money and silk stockings are equally indispensable. The three of them pulled the monsters to Ding Chen and quickly moved out of aggro range. Ding Chen only needed to activate his shield, waiting for the poison arrow frog to attack. It fell down directly. Ding! You have killed poison arrow frog. Gained +1 experience. Talent has taken effect. Magic power +1. Although the monsters were not high level, with such a fast monster spawning rate, the experience gained was quite rapid. In less than an hour, all three of them had leveled up. Although Ding Chen received very little experience, due to his low level, his leveling speed was not slow. Soon, Ding Chen also emitted a golden light. Ding Chen's task had long been completed. Huo Wu had long wanted Ding Chen to take them to hunt higher level monsters. Now that she saw he had also leveled up, she couldn't help but speak up. Mortal brother, now that you've leveled up, these monsters won't give much experience. Why not take us to hunt higher level monsters? Maybe we can even get some equipment drops. Mentioning equipment drops was hinting at Ding Chen to go hunt monsters above level 10, because even before the server opened, there were rumors. The drop rate for equipment from monsters below level 10 was almost zero. Ding Chen had already killed 398 poison arrow frogs. After he obtained the patient player reward, he planned to switch monsters. The main reason was that Ding Chen was now level 5. If he leveled up again and then returned to hunt poison arrow frogs, he wouldn't be able to improve his talent. Ding Chen thought for a moment and said, accompany me to kill 1,000. Then you can choose the monster camp. Although the monster levels were low, this monster spawning speed was much faster than their normal hunting speed. Since Ding Chen had said so, they had to patiently accompany him to kill 1,000 monsters. The speed at which Ding Chen killed monsters depended on the speed at which the monsters respawned. Although it was a task that could be completed quickly, it took a full 3 hours to complete. Ding! You have killed 1,000 poison arrow frogs, triggering patient player. Obtained poison frog power, reduces poison damage taken by 10%. The value of this patient player was truly immeasurable. The power of this poisonous frog seems weak now. but it will definitely benefit greatly in the later stages. Alright, now it's up to you. Choose any monsters below level 12. Ding Chen would prefer to fight lower level monsters, but after all, he only gets 10% of the monster's experience, so it shouldn't make much of a difference. But considering the equipment, Ding Chen added, but there is one thing, all equipment drops will be handled by me, okay? Without Ding Chen, they wouldn't dare to touch level 10 monsters. Since Ding Chen said the equipment belongs to him, naturally no one objected. No problem, no problem, we only need experience. Anything that drops belongs to you. Wu finally finished dealing with these 1,000 poisonous frogs, and when she heard they were going to switch to higher level monsters, she happily agreed. Then, they left the grassland area and entered an area of yellow soil with a lot of scattered boulders. Among the boulders, many large scorpions could be seen. Giant stone scorpion, normal, level, 11 health, 2400 attack, 140 special. The giant stone scorpion's attacks come with poison damage and have a chance to hallucinate the target. This attribute has not just slightly increased. After Wu finished reading, she looked at Ding Chen with uncertainty. Brother mortal, can we handle this? Ding Chen nodded. As long as they rely on the cooldown of the shield to fight, the monsters in the novice area should be manageable. Moreover, dealing with these poisonous monsters should be easier. Just to be safe, let's take one down first. Wu cast a fireball spell to attract the nearest scorpion. Then she moved out of the aggro range, redirecting the scorpion's target to Ding Chen. Ding Chen activated the shield and instinctively raised his shield. He took the scorpion's attack head-on. -92, -14 at the same time. Two huge numbers floated above the giant stone scorpion's head. -1053, -1053. The giant stone scorpion's health instantly plummeted. My bro, what kind of skill is this? Why does the damage keep increasing? Looking at these two outrageous damage numbers, they couldn't understand. Both using the same initial skill. Why does Ding Chen seem like a divine skill? Activating the shield not only prevents damage but also reflects over 1,000 damage each time. How can this be fair? With a clear understanding, they let loose. They began attracting the monster's aggro in large numbers, allowing Ding Chen's shield to maximize its effectiveness. In no time, a bunch of giant stone scorpions surrounded Ding Chen, each one the size of a basin, with pincers and raised stingers. They looked quite intimidating. Ding Chen activated the shield. The giant stone scorpions attacked Ding Chen twice, and they fell to the ground directly. Their output in front of Ding Chen could be completely ignored, as long as they focused on pulling the monsters. However, after Ding Chen's shield disappeared, an awkward situation occurred. They had attracted too many monsters, surrounding Ding Chen so he couldn't move. Without the shield, Ding Chen was still very vulnerable, and their output efficiency was very low, posing almost no threat to these scorpions. From 4 directions, 4 giant stone scorpions could attack Ding Chen. After one round of attacks, Ding Chen lost over 400 health points. He's stuck in place. Milk Tea carefully noticed this and quickly cast a healing spell on Ding Chen. Although it restored some health, it didn't solve the fundamental problem. If he had to endure 2 more rounds of damage, Ding Chen would probably be done for. Before, when he didn't have the shield, Ding Chen would move around, using near-perfect positioning to avoid most attacks. There was basically no danger, so before the fight, he didn't consider much. Unexpectedly, now that he was stuck in place, he couldn't move at all. Just at that moment, a giant stone scorpion behind Ding Chen, the tail that was still raised, was stabbed into Ding Chen's buttocks. Ding Chen immediately felt dizzy and lost control of his body. It's over. He's been hallucinated. Wu saw Ding Chen's condition change and immediately shouted. This time, Ding Chen was really in trouble. In Tianxiu, when a player dies, not only will they lose levels, but all attributes will also be reset back to the level they were at when they just reached level 4. In other words, if Ding Chen dies, his attributes will be reset to what they were when he just reached level 4. These 1,000 poison arrow frogs would have been in vain. Just then, Yi Wanqing shouted and ran to Ding Chen's side. Quick, draw the aggro of the monsters around him. With that, an arrow hit a giant scorpion next to Ding Chen. Previously, only Ding Chen was within the aggro range of the monsters, and since he had the highest output efficiency, the aggro was on him. Now that he had lost his attack ability, Yi Wanqing was also within the aggro range of the giant scorpion. With one arrow, the aggro of the 2 giant scorpions next to Ding Chen was immediately attracted by Yi Wanqing. The other two also quickly followed suit. This way, Ding Chen was given space to move. The hallucination only lasted for 1 second. Ding Chen's health could barely hold up. When Ding Chen came to his senses, he immediately ran towards the gap they had created to help him. Their bodies were fragile. They could only withstand 2 attacks at most. As soon as they drew aggro, they were attacked by the peripheral giant scorpions. In just over a second, they were hit twice. They immediately had to create distance. Half a second later, if they were hit by the subsequent attacks of the giant scorpions, they would respawn. Fortunately, they were very good at controlling the aggro distance. By moving slightly away, they escaped the aggro range. The giant scorpions couldn't catch up and immediately turned back towards Ding Chen. But the space they created for Ding Chen to escape, even at the cost of their lives, allowed Ding Chen to successfully break free from the encirclement. The shield had a 5-second interval, but those 5 seconds felt so long to them. If they didn't coordinate well, all 4 of them could end up respawning. Ding Chen managed to break free and the situation became much easier. Before his health reached critical levels, he managed to hold on until the shield was ready. He safely dealt with the remaining dozen or so giant scorpions. Finally, they could breathe a sigh of relief. Wow, there's no need for such excitement. The 4 of them looked at each other with their health bars almost empty and smiled at each other. Perhaps it was the contrast with Lin Xia's indifference that made them so moved by the great risk they took to save themselves. Well, thank you for risking your lives to save me, whether you say it or not. Your gaming skills are pretty good. Whether it was controlling the distance or calculating the health, even a slight mistake would have cost them their lives. They hadn't had a chance to see them in action before, but their gaming skills turned out to be pretty good. Hua Wu was not modest at all. After Ding Chen finished speaking, she proudly said, "That's right," without asking around. The 813 duo is not just a name. In other games, at least the archer and mage are considered top-notch. 813 was their dorm number. But Ding Chen was puzzled. Duo? What about Milk Tea Sister? Her? Do you think she looks like the one hanging on someone? After Hua Wu finished speaking, Milk Tea Sister awkwardly touched her finger. With the experience they had just gained, they dared not pull so many monsters when pulling again. The fight was not as thrilling. Ding! You have killed the monster giant scorpion and gained experience, +4. After killing a few, the 4 of them leveled up again. When they had killed nearly 100 of them, snap! A shiny thing appeared on top of the pile of giant scorpion corpses. Look! It seems like equipment dropped. Really exploded with equipment. Fire Dance was so excited. She quickly ran over to pick it up. Wow! It's a bow. Wanqing, you're so lucky. Fire Dance shared the equipment's attributes with the team: giant scorpion longbow, class restriction, archer quality, black iron attack, +30 attack frequency limit, +10% special 1, attacks come with 10 points of fixed poison damage. Special 2, attacks have a 1% chance to trigger a hallucinogenic effect, causing the target to hallucinate for 1 second. It's a weapon with special attributes. Among the black iron level equipment, it can definitely be considered top-notch. The usually quiet Milk Tea Sister couldn't help but praise after seeing the attributes. Wow, such strong attributes. Fire Dance casually handed the bow to Yi Wanqing. Although it was agreed that good equipment would be shared, their actions just now made Ding Chen feel warm-hearted. They were willing to sacrifice themselves, so it seemed narrow-minded to dwell on such trivial matters. But when Yi Wanqing saw this, she decisively handed the longbow to Ding Chen. As agreed, the equipment belongs to you. Ding Chen was someone who couldn't be swayed by force. Since Yi Wanqing was so trustworthy, Ding Chen couldn't lose his grace. I can't use this weapon. You take it, consider it as a repayment for saving me today. However, Yi Wanqing was firm. The monsters were attracted by us. Saving you was the right thing to do. I can keep this bow, but I have to pay for it. You take this money. With that, she directly initiated a transfer of 2,000 yuan to Ding Chen in the game. The game wristband was linked to personal bank accounts, allowing direct transfers in the game. Ding Chen was startled by this number. 2,000. If it weren't for spending money on Lin Xiya, his monthly living expenses of 1,000 would be enough. Just a piece of the worst equipment in the game, and she transferred 2,000 yuan directly. How could he accept that? No, this is too much. If you're sincere, take 200 yuan. Even 200 made Ding Chen feel like he was being scammed. Although he had read online game novels, equipment often cost tens of thousands or even millions. But that was just fiction. A black iron equipment would lose its value in less than a week. 200 yuan was already enough, right? Fire Dance was stunned after hearing this, and approached to say, "Hey, are you pricing it so low because Wanqing is good looking? We agreed that if there's suitable equipment for me in the future, you have to sell it to me at this low price." After much reluctance, Yi Wanqing still didn't take the money back. She considered the remaining amount as part of the reward for helping them level up. This way, Ding Chen felt more at ease. Next, Ding Chen handed the shoulder pads from her backpack to Fire Dance. Cloth armor, only wearable by mages and healers. Here, dropped by the boss. 1,000. Fire Dance was very excited when she received it, but her expression changed when she heard Ding Chen's price. "Hey, hers is a weapon. 200. Mine is just a shoulder pad. 1,000? Ding Chen helplessly spread her hands. It was originally 200, but she offered more. 200 might not be appropriate. Fire Dance couldn't argue for a moment. She tossed it to Milk Tea. "You take it. I can't afford it." Milk Tea's sister awkwardly took it. Without saying a word, she just stared with her big watery eyes, blinking at Ding Chen. Ding Chen immediately changed her tune. "If Milk Tea's sister wants it, give me 200. After Ding Chen finished speaking, Milk Tea's sister happily transferred 200 yuan to Ding Chen. She kept thanking him. Ding Chen also responded with a smile. As soon as he turned his head, he found Huowu staring at him with wide eyes as if she wanted to eat him. All right, you're selling like this. Ha, 2 rich girls for 200, and 1,000 for this poor kid. 2 rich girls? Ding Chen looked at Milk Tea's sister in confusion. She pursed her lips innocently, as if saying, "You didn't even ask if I had money." Ding Chen awkwardly turned back to Huowu and explained with a smile. "I'm really sorry. I always thought you had some side business outside. Thought you didn't lack money." Not explaining would have been better, but saying this made Huowu even angrier. Huowu picked up her staff and slammed it on Ding Chen's heavy armor, demanding, "What did you say? Speak clearly. What side business? You don't want the stockings anymore, right?" Hearing this, Ding Chen quickly reassured her. Just kidding. 200 for the next one for you." Seeing that she was still not relieved, Ding Chen changed his tune. "I'll give you one for free. That's more like it." This finally calmed down Huowu's emotions. The other 2 people also looked at them with smiles. In just half a day, Ding Chen had integrated well into this team. Encouraged by Huowu, they continued their monster hunting career. But it seemed like the system was targeting Huowu. They played until almost 8 o'clock in the evening, but no more equipment dropped. However, all 3 of them leveled up quickly and had reached level 11. They appeared on the level leaderboard. 71st, Don't Drink Milk Tea, level 11 23%. 72nd, Evening Starfire, level 11 23%. 73rd, No Suowu, level 11 23% after playing the game for several hours. They were a bit tired. It was just in time for the announcement of the challenge rewards, so they decided to log off and rest. They all said they were exhausted. They said this game not only tested skills but also challenged stamina. Ding Chen only felt a bit tired. Not as exaggerated. Could it be because of his more adequate training? As Huowu was leaving, she reminded Ding Chen, "Message me when you log off. I'll come and give you something. Also, remember, you still owe me an equipment." She took the initiative to mention this, and Ding Chen thought she was a nice person. Ding Chen wasn't in a hurry to log off. He was almost level 8 now. More importantly, he only needed a few dozen more giant scorpions to reach 1,000. After receiving the patient player reward for the giant scorpions, he planned to rest. Just then, an announcement sounded, "Dong." Now announcing the top 3 rankings of the village challenge, and releasing rewards. The rewards for other players will be distributed to their backpacks after the announcement. Please check on your own. Ding! In village 100861, the player Liu Dream has won the 3rd place in the limited time challenge. Reward, 1 profession exclusive skill book. Damn! Even the 3rd place gets a skill book? The value of a skill book far exceeds that of a black iron level equipment. Considering Ding Chen's experience with equipment drops that day, he couldn't imagine how low the drop rate of this skill book would be. The game was rewarding a skill book right from the start. This was a huge boost to early game power. Based on Ding Chen's challenge data, he should probably be in 1st place. In case of any accidents, he might be in 2nd place. After all, killing over 1,000 monsters, including a boss, was something other players couldn't match. Ding Chen nervously waited for the announcement of the other players. Ding! In village 100861, The player Desha Chunair has won the second place in the limited time challenge. When the announcement revealed this player's name, Ding Chen couldn't hold back. Ha ha ha, can Desha Chunair really get second place? This was somewhat ironic for the other players besides the first place. Reward evolution point *1 evolution points. This common sense item in training mode. Each evolution point can evolve an equipment or a skill, increasing its quality. The rarity of this thing goes without saying, but because it can only evolve equipment and skills, its effect is not significant in the early stages. However, in the later stages, if you encounter good skills or high-quality equipment, directly upgrading them by one quality level greatly increases their value. Finally, the first place. Ding Chen was so nervous that he was trembling. It couldn't be anyone else but himself, right? But soon Ding Chen dismissed this idea. Impossible. Now the second and third places have already been announced. There are 10,000 players in a newbie village. If someone can kill more than oneself, he can understand. But if there are 3 people ahead of him, he finds it unbelievable. Ding! In village 100861, the player who won the first place in the limited time challenge is. Now all players have definitely stopped what they were doing, eagerly anticipating who the first place winner will be and what the reward will be. Ding Chen couldn't imagine what reward could be more outrageous than an evolution point. Ding! In village 100861, the player who won the first place in the limited time challenge is the player Lonely Sword God. Ha! Ha! Ding Chen confirmed again from the third place. It's really not himself? How is that possible? Over 1,000 monsters, and a boss, can't even make it to the top 3? And this is just a newbie village for himself. Ding Chen was dumbfounded. What kind of monsters are those people in front of him? Reward, the player's talent is upgraded by 1 level. Seeing this reward, Ding Chen felt somewhat relieved. Being super god level should be the highest level. Anyway, this reward is of no use to him at all. Soon, another system message came. Ding Chen's ranking information arrived. Ding, player mortal. Hello, in this newbie killing challenge, you rank 6074th in this village. Special reward of 50 copper coins, 6074. Ding Chen didn't want to say much. Due to discrepancies in the statistical distribution of various types of monsters, they will all be converted to experience for statistical purposes. Please be informed. You are the official. Whatever you say goes. Ding Chen looked at the giant scorpion next to him. Why didn't it look so pleasing just now? He picked up his shield and fiercely smashed it on its head. Converted. 2. Experience. I killed over 1,000 monsters. You convert them to experience. Ding Chen was too lazy to use his normal attacks before, but now he wanted to have a little fun. When Ding Chen activated the shield again, another system message came. Ding, the skill Bloodfire Shield proficiency is full and has been upgraded. When Ding Chen checked the Bloodfire Shield skill again, it had an additional description. Bloodfire Shield, upgraded, condense a shield around the body, lasting 5s or until broken. While the shield is active, it reflects spell damage back to the attacker. New, during the shield's duration, it can be detonated at any time, dealing spell damage to surrounding enemies equal to the remaining shield value. Damn! Ding Chen couldn't help but exclaim. After the skill upgrade, there was not a numerical change, but a direct addition of an active effect. Now, there is no need to worry about wasting the remaining shield value, and it can detonate at any time. It has become a skill that can be used actively. Ding Chen's shield value is now over 3,000. If detonated instantly, it deals over 3,000 damage to enemies in the area. What a concept! Start a group, and the opponents will be wiped out instantly. Ding Chen immediately used the active effect of the shield, rushing towards the giant scorpion in front of him, directly chose to detonate. Boom! The originally condensed blood-red shield around the body exploded directly. The blood-red shockwave spread out in all directions. Unfortunately, the distance was not very far. Only about 1 meter around the body. The 2 giant stone scorpions that were originally next to Ding Chen were directly blown away without a trace. Cool. Next, Ding Chen first used the reflected damage of the shield for output. When the shield was about to disappear, he would detonate the remaining shield value. This way, the output could be maximized. Dealing with monsters would be faster. Soon, dozens of giant stone scorpions were all taken care of. Ding! 1,000 giant stone scorpions have been killed, triggering the patient player effect. Obtained power of the giant scorpion reduces poison damage received by 10%. The effect of the giant stone scorpion is the same as that of the poison arrow frog, both reducing poison damage by 10%, and these two effects can stack. In the future, Ding Chen will have an absolute advantage against players who play with poison. Ding Chen just reached level 8. All attribute points were still added to health, and his attributes were now completely refreshed. Nickname, Mortal Level 8, 12/800, Class, Tank Health, 1140/1140 Attack, 42. Spell Power, 3557. Physical Defense, 44. Magical Defense, 34. Reputation Points, 10. Patient Player, Power of the Wolf Ant, Power of the Poison Frog, Power of the Giant Scorpion. Free Attribute Points, 0. Talents, Unleash Freely, B rank, Soul Stealing, Super God rank. Skills, Blood Blaze Shield, upgraded. Equipment, Shield of the Brave. Just as Ding Chen was about to go find Huo Wu for something, he suddenly felt that the giant stone in front of him was a bit different. Ding Chen was killing monsters and unconsciously arrived deep in this chaotic pile of rocks. The stones here were even larger, and some of the light was blocked. Many places didn't look very clear. In front of Ding Chen, this giant stone connected with the mountain. There was a large gap in between. Both sides were gray-white stones, but it looked dark here. It felt awkward. The angle to see this gap was very small. Ding Chen approached and saw clearly. A round dark hole was hidden here. Ding discovered the entrance to the dungeon Poison Scorpion Cave. Do you want to initiate a challenge? Sure enough, there was a catch. There was no reason not to challenge a dungeon when encountered. And if it weren't for the rush to get something, Ding Chen wouldn't have logged off now. Normally, Ding Chen would log off and rest at 10 o'clock. Yes, please select the challenge difficulty, easy, normal, hard, hell. If the challenge fails, 10%, 20%, 30%, 50% of attributes will be deducted as punishment. Please choose carefully. Damn, this punishment, it's too harsh. Directly deducting attributes. If the challenge at hell difficulty fails, half of the attributes will be deducted. This would cause more damage to Ding Chen compared to ordinary players. To be safe, let's start with easy difficulty. Ding, do you choose easy difficulty? This dungeon only has one challenge opportunity. Only one chance. The higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards. Ding Chen looked at his spell power and gritted his teeth. Damn it, let's do it. Ding Chen directly chose hell difficulty. Ding, this difficulty recommends level 20, and suggests a team of 10. Are you sure? Judging solely by Ding Chen's spell power attribute, he probably exceeds the level of 10 level 20 players, right? Yes. Ding Chen's vision turned into a vast expanse of white. As the white light faded, Ding Chen appeared in a cave lit by candles. The cave was quite dim. With the candlelight, one could only vaguely see where the cave extended. Ding Chen followed the cave and slowly walked forward. Just stepped out of the safe zone. Ding Chen saw a dark mass moving ahead. He checked the attributes of the nearest one. Burrowing Scorpion, Elite, Level, 15 Health, 6000 Attack, 200 Special. Burrowing Scorpion's attack inflicts poison damage. Skill, Hallucinogenic Poison Sting. The attributes of this little monster are comparable to the Ant Queen boss. Compared to the giant rock scorpion outside, not only have the attributes increased significantly, but the hallucinogenic effect has also been added to the skill. The trigger frequency will definitely be much higher. Ding Chen glanced at his spell power of 3557. With a bit more confidence, he dared to move forward. Swish! Thud! The visibility was too dim, and Ding Chen didn't see anything flying towards him at all. He just felt a slight pain in his chest. -158 -22 damage numbers floated in front of Ding Chen. He immediately stepped back. What's going on? Although Ding Chen couldn't see clearly, he could roughly estimate the distance. The position he was standing in just now was at least 10 meters away from the nearest dark shadow. Normally, this distance wouldn't attract the monster's aggression. Perplexed, Ding Chen cautiously moved forward again, back to the previous position. Swish clang. This time, Ding Chen was prepared. Upon hearing the sound of breaking air, he immediately activated his shield and raised his shield to block. Sure enough, just like last time, something hit the shield. -1468 -1468 at the same time. Two large numbers floated above the head of the distant dark shadow. Although he couldn't see the monster clearly, the damage numbers were very clear. It was certain that it was the one attacking him. However, he was puzzled. A scorpion with ranged attacks? And it actively attacks players? Just then, something hit the shield again. -1468 -1468. Two more damage numbers floated above the burrowing scorpion's head. It really is a ranged attack, and it actively attacks players. While the shield was still up, Ding Chen took another step forward, hoping to attract more monsters to attack him. This way, he could output more damage. Swish 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 swish, clang 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 clang. But with this bold step, Ding Chen's scalp tingled. It was like raindrops hitting a window, making a clanging sound. As soon as he was attacked, Ding Chen instinctively stepped back. However, the remaining dozens of attacks continued to hit Ding Chen's shield. In the blink of an eye, the over 3,000 shield was broken. And there were also some popping sounds in between. Ding Chen felt a dizzying sensation of losing control of his body. Damn! What's going on? It was like he was the Iron Net zombie from Plants vs. Zombies just now. It felt like facing several machine gunners ahead. His health instantly dropped to 0. Fortunately, the monsters here don't chase after people to attack. Otherwise, during that moment of dizziness just now, he would have died several times over. Isn't this outrageous? The monster density is too exaggerated. This is just the beginning, and he almost lost half of his attributes here. Can I stop fighting? Is it too late to quit now? Exit the instance? Exiting will be treated as a failure. Ding Chen waited for the shield to recover. He had to once again step onto the road of bullets and rain. Now, he only dared to move forward little by little. When 2 or 3 monsters attacked him, he immediately stopped. He didn't dare to move forward even a centimeter. He felt it was unsafe to move even a centimeter more. Besides the damage numbers, Ding Chen couldn't see anything else. He just stood there, waiting for them to kill themselves. Puff! Amidst the clanging sounds, there was a different sound that left Ding Chen in a dazed state. Damn! This skill, except for the sound hitting the shield, is different. Others can't be distinguished at all. Dodging? Don't even think about it. Just as Ding Chen woke up, poof! Got stunned again. Fortunately, only 3 of them were attacking him. It's not enough to be in danger. Ding! You have killed the instance monster, Cave Scorpion. Instance monster. No experience gained. Talent has taken effect. Spell power +1. A shield hasn't disappeared yet, and he received a reminder of the kill. Relying on the outrageous spell power, as long as Ding Chen controls the distance of advancement well, the fight is relatively easy. Moreover, this kind of monster that doesn't give experience but has the talent effect. It's just wonderful. Ding Chen slowly moved forward relying on the cooldown of the shield. It's because of his spell power that reaches several thousand in a day. If it were anyone else, even a group of level 20 players, facing such monster density and long-range attacks, it would probably be difficult to move forward. Ding Chen mastered the winning secret and moved forward step by step. It's relatively easy. It's just that the front line is advancing a bit slowly. Ding Chen lingered for more than half an hour. Only then did he see a slightly brighter exit not far away. Finally, he saw hope. After the sound of the bell no longer appeared, Ding Chen walked into the more spacious cave with peace of mind. There were no candles here, but it was much brighter due to a strange light. It felt like being enveloped in moonlight. Ding Chen was observing when the cave suddenly darkened. Cautious Ding Chen immediately retreated back into the tunnel he came from and hid. After a while, when the cave lit up again, Ding Chen found nothing unusual and walked in again. The only thing that felt wrong was this light source. He walked closer and looked carefully. Just at that moment, he saw the light source in front of him being slowly blocked by something. The cave plunged into darkness again. However, Ding Chen saw it clearly this time. It was dark because the light source in front of him was blocked. And this light source, if he didn't see it wrong, was a huge eye. Oh my god, I don't want to play anymore. An eye even bigger than Ding Chen's. Not to mention fighting, just imagining its appearance made Ding Chen a little scared. When the big eyes lit up again, Ding Chen used the probing function on the eyes in front of him. Sure enough, the attributes of a boss appeared in front of him. Giant Eye Poison Scorpion, Black Iron level boss. Hell Edition, level, 1 health, 100 attack, 20 special. Its attacks come with poison damage and have a high chance of triggering hallucinogenic effects. Skills, Giant Eye Illusion. Deadly Poison Sting. Ding Chen was dumbfounded after seeing the attributes. Ding Chen looked at the boss's attributes. They were not even as good as the little chickens at the village entrance. And he didn't know what to do. There's a trick here. But even if he knew there was a trick, he could only grit his teeth and fight. After all, besides it, there were only rocks in this place. Ding Chen hesitated for a long time. He still swung the shield in his hand and smashed it on the boss's eye. -42. Seeing the damage dealt, Ding Chen quickly activated the shield to counter the imminent counterattack. However, the entire cave was unusually calm. Counterattack? None. Ding Chen watched as the boss lost nearly half of its health bar, falling into deep self-doubt. Can't be? So weak? Or did it bug out? With doubts, Ding Chen struck with 2 more shields. Ding! You have killed the boss giant eye poison scorpion. Instance monster. No experience reward provided. It's over. Level 1. Lower than himself. Unable to trigger the talent. But, isn't this too simple? Ding Chen was pondering. Suddenly, the cave began to shake, and the mountain started to collapse. Ding Chen hurried back upon seeing this. The road that could be taken has been blocked by rocks. With nowhere to hide, Ding Chen activated his shield. Squatting in a corner, he held the shield above himself. Life or death. It was up to fate. After a while, the movement and sound disappeared. Ding Chen moved his body slightly, feeling no abnormalities. The original cave had disappeared. Ding Chen found himself back at the entrance of the instance. Cleared? Ding Chen looked at the familiar giant rock in front of him, questioning in his mind. Where are the promised rewards? Swish! Thud! Just as Ding Chen was puzzled, the familiar voice came again. Miss. The difference was that a miss appeared above Ding Chen's head. Wasn't this monster only found in instances? Ding Chen quickly turned around. He saw a scorpion with a huge tail standing behind him, without pincers. Rustling, another one crawled over. Giant tail poison scorpion, special, level, 2 health, 200 attack, 40. What kind of monster is this special one? But since the monster was weak, Ding Chen didn't think much about it. With a casual move, a shield burst instantly. The 2 giant tail poison scorpions were crushed to pieces. Rustling, Ding Chen turned around. 3 more crawled over. Swish, swish, clang, clang. 3 poison tails hit the shield Ding Chen held up. -6, -6, -6. How did they break through the defense again? Ding Chen checked the attributes again. Giant tail poison scorpion, special, level, 3 health, 300 attack, 60 damn. What's going on? Ding Chen was now in a panic. He felt that the situation was more challenging than he had imagined. When the shield was ready, Ding Chen used reflected damage to kill them. As he expected, for level 4 giant tail poison scorpions respawned nearby, and their attributes had increased slightly. Since Ding Chen's previous shield had not disappeared yet, when these level 4 monsters appeared, they shot poison stingers at Ding Chen. They were killed by the reflection and disappeared. Next came 5 level 5 ones, 6 level 6 ones, up to 10 level 10 ones appearing. One round of attacks almost broke Ding Chen's shield. Ding Chen realized that the situation might be more challenging than he had imagined. This couldn't go on forever, right? With another round of attacks coming, Ding Chen needed to run and find cover. Their projectiles were much slower compared to the final test in training mode, but with so many attacks, it was impossible to dodge them all just by moving. Ding Chen waited for the second shield to cool down so he could kill this group of monsters. Rustling, the sound came again, making Ding Chen's scalp tingle. Without counting, there should be 11 level 11 scorpions. Run! Ding Chen could defeat these 11, but behind them were 12 more. He didn't know how many more were behind them. This feeling of endless waves was tormenting. Ding Chen ran towards the direction of the newbie village. After running for a while, Ding Chen realized something was wrong. Although it was late, there should still be people in the game, right? And most gamers should be more energetic at night, shouldn't they? Suddenly, a giant rock in Ding Chen's field of vision caught his attention. Ding Chen ran over and looked behind the rock. His heart tightened instantly. 11 giant tail poison scorpions were neatly arranged here. Ding Chen had run around for so long, only to end up back here. Oh my god, was this game designed by insiders? Why was there a maze? With no other choice, Ding Chen had to continue dealing with these poison scorpions. He kept praying in his heart, hoping that the next round would be the last. But even after fighting hard to cope with them, there was no sign of stopping. Ding Chen was now very tired. This is different from grinding monsters during the day, as you need to keep moving to avoid attacks. He finally understood what they meant by feeling physically exhausted from playing games. He began to wonder where the problem lay. Could it be the weak giant eye scorpion boss? What happened to it? Ding Chen recalled. And suddenly, everything became clear. Giant eye illusion. He remembered one of the boss's skills, called Giant Eye Illusion. Yes, illusion, Ding Chen suddenly realized. It must be this skill causing trouble. Starting from the collapse of the cave, there were no system reminders even when killing monsters. Even when killing monsters higher than his level, his talent did not take effect. All of this indicated that everything he was experiencing was abnormal. All of this was an illusion created by the boss. After Ding Chen realized this, he dodged attacks while observing his surroundings. He looked for any special places. How could he break this illusion? Ding Chen fought through 20 waves, and the entire area was searched several times, but he couldn't figure out where to break the illusion. Now he could only think of one way. It was also the method he was most afraid to try, death. The moment Ding Chen realized the illusion, he thought that death might break it, but he didn't dare to take the risk. If he was wrong, if he really died once, it wouldn't be as simple as losing a level. It would mean failing the instance and losing half of his attributes. Ding Chen hesitated for a while, until he was too tired to run anymore. He collapsed on the ground. Forget it. Whatever. Gritting his teeth, Ding Chen closed his eyes, letting dozens of poisonous thorns hit him. A series of damage numbers floated up. Although Ding Chen gave up struggling, his heart was racing. He felt more nervous than when the college entrance exam scores were released. -256 as the last bit of health was depleted. Ding Chen turned into white light and dissipated. Ding Chen breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes again. He didn't want to see the newbie village square in front of the spawn point. The first thing that caught his eye was many flickering candles. Good. He hadn't been wrong. Ding Chen appeared in a spacious cave. However, the dark blue giant eye was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there were many candles around the cave, providing some light. In the center of the cave lay a giant tail scorpion several times larger than before. Giant tail scorpion, black iron level boss. Hell edition, level, 18 health, 220, 000 attack, 360 special, attacks inflict poison damage and have a high chance of causing dizziness. Skill, deadly poison sting. Ding Chen looked at the boss's attributes and let out a long breath. Although it was much stronger, it felt very real to him. As Ding Chen appeared, the scorpion, several meters tall, also began to move slowly. The huge scorpion tail shot out a steel-like poisonous sting. The projectile speed was much faster than those small scorpions in the illusion. Ding Chen thought it would be relatively easy to dodge, but with a slight movement, he felt exhausted and couldn't muster any strength. He now understood the purpose of the illusion. It was to exploit players' fear of dying easily and deplete their stamina. At this point, facing the boss would be more challenging. Ding Chen's body couldn't dodge, so at the last moment when the poison sting hit him, he raised his shield and activated a shield to block. -306 -50. The boss's poison damage was as high as 50. -1588 -1588. When Ding Chen first faced the cave-dwelling scorpion in the instance, he had stacked 300 spell power. Now his shield value was close to 4000, and the reflected damage was nearly 1600. With this boss's attack frequency, within 5 seconds, it means 4 poison stings. A total of 1400 shield value can be removed from Ding Chen. The remaining shield value of Ding Chen cannot be wasted. In advance, walk to the boss's side. When the last moment comes, choose to explode directly. It's over 2000 output again. One shield can deal over 15,000 damage in total. With a dozen shields, the boss can be dealt with. However, it's a bit difficult to endure the time without shields. Ding Chen rested for a few seconds, and his body could barely move a little. When the boss shoots poison stings, Ding Chen starts to move slightly to dodge, because just now, in order to explode the shield, Ding Chen was almost sticking to the boss. It was this that made Ding Chen discover a trick. In the training mode, evasion was always emphasized. To make more use of the terrain to avoid attacks, the cave is spacious, with no terrain to use, but Ding Chen suddenly realized that the boss's body, in a sense, is a terrain. Ding Chen is now running along the boss's body. It's very easy to dodge attacks. Moreover, in order to determine Ding Chen's position, the boss needs to turn its body. This also delays the boss's output time. When the shield is ready, Ding Chen finds a position where the boss can be easily hit for output. By using this trick, the boss's health is quickly reduced. But when the boss's health drops to half, its body changes, emitting a layer of blue light. At the same time, its attack frequency suddenly increases, and as the health decreases, the attack frequency keeps rising. Ding Chen's shield can't hold up for 5 seconds and is broken. When the boss has a quarter of its health left, Its attack frequency is almost like a continuous line. It can instantly break Ding Chen's shield. A little carelessness will result in multiple attacks. Ding Chen is too scared to use the shield to reflect damage again. He can only keep running around the boss, waiting for the shield to be ready, and using explosive damage for output. After circling around who knows how many times, the boss's health is finally down to a sliver. At this moment, it stops moving. The tail that was originally used to launch poison sting suddenly breaks. Then it flies towards Ding Chen. Unlike before, it can actually track. No matter if Ding Chen twists and dodges, moves in an S shape, or circles around the boss, it will adjust its direction on its own and continue to chase Ding Chen. Ding Chen's shield has a 3-second cooldown. He tries to delay the time the scorpion tail hits him as much as possible. The boss is now throwing out its trump card. It doesn't even have an attack method anymore. Ding Chen thinks that as long as he waits for his shield to cool down and withstand this final blow, the boss will be a lamb to be slaughtered. 3, 2, 1, 0. Blood shield activated. The moment the cooldown is ready, Ding Chen immediately activates it. Then he stops and catches his breath. With a shield close to 4,000, he shouldn't be killed instantly, right? Chirp. Ding Chen only felt a numbness in his buttocks, as the scorpion tail, larger than a thick needle, pierced his buttocks. -500 -1,588 -500 -1,588. Ding Chen and the boss alternately flicker with damage numbers. It's not over yet. -500 -1,588. Damn. The lethal poison sting isn't really lethal, is it? Ding Chen quickly runs to the boss's side. He hits the boss's body with a shield. Among the big numbers, -42 appears. Ding Chen does this because he believes this lethal poison sting, it has no end until the target is killed. It's now a race to see who dies first. Don't underestimate the damage of 42 compared to 1588. But it may be this 42 damage that determines the fate of the two. -500. Ding Chen's shield was broken, but the boss still didn't fall. Ding Chen forcefully smashed the shield on the boss. The boss was left with a little invisible skin, but every time he smashed down, there was no killing prompt. Ding Chen was about to cry in a hurry. I have never begged anyone in my life, but today, I'll make an exception. Please, just die first. -500. Ding Chen was left with less than 200 health points. He couldn't hold on for the next second of damage. Please. Ding Chen forcefully smashed down the last shield. This was his last output. Whether to get a generous reward or lose nearly 2,000 attributes, it all depends on this moment. -41. Life and death are up to fate. The next second, Ding Chen's vision became dim. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the dungeon's Scorpion Cave Hell difficulty and received a reward, Hell-level Scorpion Dungeon treasure chest. Ding Chen's hands were numb. He was ready to delete his account. Fortunately, with the final output of 42 points, he narrowly defeated the big boss. Ding. Do you want to announce the entrance of this dungeon to the whole village and receive a reputation point reward of +30? Ding Chen hadn't had a chance to see what good things were in the chest when he heard another reminder. 30 reputation points. Although Ding Chen didn't know what reputation points were for, just 10 reputation points could make the NPC blacksmith look highly upon him, so he was rewarded with 30 points. Ding Chen had no reason not to announce it. Moreover, each person could only clear the dungeon once, so it was no longer valuable to Ding Chen. Yes. Village announcement. A player has found the entrance to the Scorpion Cave dungeon in the village. Now it is announced. Location, 336. 128. Rewarding the player with 30 reputation points. Then he received another system message. Ding. Player mortal. Your reputation points have reached 40. Upon reaching 50, you can qualify for the title of Sunset City. Please continue to work hard. Sunset City was the superior subcity of the novice village where Ding Chen was located. After reaching level 20, players could participate in the qualification assessment to enter the subcity. After completing the corresponding tasks, players in the novice village where Ding Chen was located would enter Sunset City. As for the title, in Tianxiu, the title was probably equivalent to entering politics, gaining a title, and obtaining a corresponding position like an NPC. Ding Chen pondered. After obtaining the title, did it mean that his status would be above some NPCs? This could also explain why the blacksmith bribed him after gaining reputation points. Here, it was necessary to admire that Tianxiu was designed very humanely. At this point, Ding Chen opened the hard-earned treasure chest. Soloing at the hell level was already the highest difficulty. The corresponding rewards should also be the highest rewards that the dungeon could offer. He wanted to see what reward he would get for taking such a big risk. Just as Ding Chen opened it, before all the items inside were fully displayed, a system message blocked his view. Ding. The equipment ranking has been opened. Please check. Equipment ranking, first place, Deadly Arm Guard, Light Armor. Bronze grade, damn. Wasn't it said that equipment above the bronze grade wouldn't drop in the novice area? Who is it? Who owns this bronze grade equipment? Damn beast. While everyone was bowing and saluting for a piece of black iron equipment, he actually got a bronze equipment. The ranking doesn't even reveal the name. Who should I ambush? Beast. After cursing, Ding Chen shifted his focus back to his own treasure chest. The treasure chest has disappeared, replaced by a pair of dark green arm guards. Deadly arm guards, hee. Sour away. Just pretend I didn't say anything earlier. Ding Chen quickly examined the properties of this equipment. Deadly arm guards, light armor, quality, bronze equipment level, 15 attack power, plus 30 health points, plus 200 physical defense, plus 10 magical defense, plus 10 attached skill, deadly strike, can throw one's own weapon, pursue and stab into the target's body, deals 50 points of true damage per second to the target until the target dies or oneself dies. During the duration, cannot attack and cannot move more than 50 yards away from the target. Cooldown, 24 hours. After Ding Chen finished reading the properties of this equipment, he sighed at the huge difference in quality. Not only did the attributes improve a lot, but it also came with a skill. Although compared to the boss's skills, the damage is much lower. But in certain special circumstances, this skill can have unexpected effects. It's a pity that this is a light armor equipment. Only warriors can wear it. Since he can't wear this level of equipment himself, he'll just put it up for auction. Just as Ding Chen submitted the auction request, he received a system prompt. Ding. The item you want to auction is on the leaderboard and will be arranged at the 100,861st Newbie Village Square for on-site auction. And a village-wide announcement will be made, with at least 6 hours advance notice. So troublesome. Ding Chen glanced at the time. It was only a little past 10 now. He felt that the time spent in the illusion did not pass in real time. Then let's schedule it for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. In addition to that piece of equipment, Ding Chen's backpack also had a piece of parchment and 10 scorpion tails. Ding Chen checked the detailed properties of the parchment. Scorpion tail staff blueprint, non-manufacturing equipment profession. Temporarily unavailable, materials required. Blackwood staff *1. Scorpion tail *1. Level 1 magic stone *5. Damn! An equipment manufacturing blueprint. If given to a profession that can manufacture equipment, as long as the corresponding materials are collected, wouldn't it be possible to produce this equipment indefinitely? This is a huge fortune. Ding Chen hurried back to the newbie village. The only one he could think of who could manufacture equipment was the blacksmith in the newbie village. But unexpectedly, the blacksmith shop was already closed. It turns out that NPCs in Tianshu also need to sleep. There was no other way. Ding Chen had to log out and rest first. Coming out of the game, Ding Chen felt like he had been in the gym for half a day. His whole body was sore. The other people in the dormitory were still in the game. Based on Ding Chen's understanding of them, they should be sleeping in the afternoon. Ding Chen did some simple exercises and casually opened his phone. There were 3 message reminders on the screen. One was the instance entrance message published by Ding Chen, and the other was an official auction notice specially released for him. In Newbie Village 108828, the Scorpion Tail Arm Guards ranked first in the equipment leaderboard will be auctioned on-site in the square tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. If interested, please arrange your time in advance. The last one was a friend request with a green bubble. The note from the other party was He Wu. It should be the real name of Huo Wu. Ding Chen quickly accepted the friend request. It was already so late. He didn't know if she was asleep. He Wu, it's so late. You're not deliberately waiting until this late for me to come over and give you something. Are you planning something against me? Ding Chen didn't expect that as soon as he accepted the request, the other party sent a message. Listening to her speak so smoothly, it seemed like she had already imagined it countless times in her mind. Ding Chen didn't beat around the bush and replied directly, "Stop talking nonsense. Maple Lake Building 1, I'll wait for you downstairs." Maple Lake Building 1 is Ding Chen's dormitory building. After sending the message, Ding Chen went downstairs. On the first day of the game, Ding Chen received 2,200 yuan. Immediately, he felt hopeful about life again. Ding Chen went directly to the nearby supermarket and bought 4 buckets of instant noodles, 4 sausages, and 4 bottles of happy water. When he returned to the dormitory, he could hear someone shouting from afar, "Mortal! Mortal! Damn! It's the middle of the night!" And she can be heard shouting there. All the passing male students, even the male students in the dormitory building, opened their windows to look down. If it weren't so late at night, Ding Chen wouldn't have dared to go over. "Hey! Stop shouting!" Should Ding Chen quietly approached and whispered behind her. He would turned around and saw Ding Chen sneaking up, immediately unhappy. "What? Am I embarrassing you with my conditions?" After speaking, she started to walk away with long strides. Seeing this, Ding Chen hurriedly stopped her. "How could that be? I'm just afraid the doorman will think I'm doing something to you." This explanation was too far-fetched and couldn't stop He Wu's steps. "Equipment. I've brought it for you. Do you still want it?" He Wu was originally just pretending, but when she heard Ding Chen brought her the equipment, she naturally turned back. Seeing He Wu return with a smile, Ding Chen also spoke frankly. "What about the things I asked for? Did you bring them?" After Ding Chen finished speaking, He Wu raised her long legs and teased, saying, "Isn't this it?" The lights downstairs in the dormitory were a bit dim, but you could still vaguely see. Below the long white legs was the black stocking she was wearing today. "Ha? Live strip show?" He Wu nodded, afraid you'd doubt the authenticity of the items. Unlike at lunch, when He Wu came at night, she deliberately sprayed a bit of seductive perfume. With such a teasing gesture, Ding Chen was starting to feel a bit afraid he couldn't control himself. Ding Chen really didn't believe she would strip for him here. "I really don't believe it. Show me one." After saying that, He Wu took off her high heels, then put her hand at the end of her thigh socks and started to pull them down. In the dim light, Ding Chen watched as the white skin slowly revealed itself, unable to help but swallow his saliva. The stockings were gradually pulled down to her ankles. "Come over and let me help you." Okay. I just wanted to see if you would admit your mistake." Cough. "What do I need your socks for?" Ding Chen quickly stopped her. This woman was too powerful, and Ding Chen, this innocent little boy, couldn't play with her at all. In the end, she left with a smile, teasing Ding Chen before leaving. "Don't regret not taking the socks when you want to throw up yogurt tonight." Ding Chen returned to the dormitory and shared the late-night snacks he bought with the boys in the dormitory. After eating and washing up, he went to sleep. Early the next morning, his phone was filled with messages from the boys thanking him for feeding them late-night snacks. Ding Chen felt warm in his heart. Hundreds of breakfasts couldn't compare to a woman's thank you, but a bucket of instant noodles could make the boys in the dormitory extremely grateful. According to their schedule, they wouldn't wake up before noon. Ding Chen decided to get up and have breakfast by himself. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria, he ran into milk tea and fire dance. They said Yi Wanqing had been called by the school leaders, saying there were some new arrangements for Tianqiu at the school. Just then, Lin Xiyu and Lu Xiao came out of the cafeteria. The 5 of them bumped into each other. As soon as Lu Xiao saw Ding Chen, he unabashedly said to Lin Xiyu, "Oh, isn't this your big lapdog? It seems you're not that attractive after all. He's already licking someone else." Ding Chen really wanted to go up and punch them, but he couldn't do that. He couldn't cause trouble for himself at the most critical moment of Tianqiu. He held back. He would make them look good in the end. Ding Chen ignored him and walked towards the cafeteria. But Lu Xiao, looking at the 2 beauties beside him, also felt uncomfortable. He said to He Wu and Milk Tea's sister unwillingly, "Let me advise you, he is just a poor guy. The money his family gave him for the wedding has already been spent on someone else. It's a pity for your looks. Otherwise, why not be with me? It's much better than being next to him." These words must have been told to him by Lin Xia. Ding Chen turned around angrily, about to speak. He Wu had already come over and hooked Ding Chen's arm, saying sarcastically, "Brother Fan is so handsome, we haven't even spent money on him yet. How can we let him spend money? If you have a lot of money, consider getting plastic surgery?" Huo Wu roughly understood the relationship between the few people, and her words hit Lu Xiao's sore spot. Lu Xiao, who had carefully dressed up, was also trembling with anger at Huo Wu's words. Inside the cafeteria, Huo Wu teased Ding Chen, "I didn't expect Fan Dashui to be so unreliable." Ding Chen didn't want to bring up this matter. Seeing Ding Chen's mood was not very good, Huo Wu didn't ask further. After breakfast, the few of them almost went online together. At this time, they were still in the Scorpio area. So many people. Looking at the large number of players in front of them, Those who didn't know would think this was a newbie village. Huo Wu said, "There is a dungeon entrance announced here, and everyone is queuing up to run the dungeon, right? Really? I don't know who found it. We've been here for half a day without encountering anyone, and now there are so many people, we can't even get in line." The three of them saw that there was no hope of getting in line today, so they suggested going back to check out the auction. After all, it was the first bronze-level equipment, and they also wanted to have a look. At the same time, Huo Wu also sent a message to Ding Chen, "Where are you? We are going back to the newbie village now. Meet under the willow tree at the village entrance later." Ding Chen logged in front of the blacksmith's shop. As soon as his figure appeared, he felt an uncontrollable force in his nose. "Achoo! Who's cursing at me?" Then he glanced at Huo Wu's message and walked into the blacksmith's shop. Sir, I knew I didn't read you wrong. It's only been a day, and you're about to level up. Sit down quickly, this is just poured wine." The blacksmith's words were accompanied by a strong smell of alcohol, and Ding Chen couldn't help but fan it away. Seeing this, the blacksmith also tactfully covered his mouth. Ding Chen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly in the room. Then he took out the task item and threw it on the table. "Here's the poison sack you wanted. I brought it back for you." The blacksmith didn't even look at it. "Oh, what poison sack? If it weren't for someone supervising, I would have given you the reward directly." Ding Chen didn't care if someone was supervising. What he cared about was what kind of reward the blacksmith could offer. The blacksmith then walked to the door, observed for a moment, and then, in broad daylight, closed the shop. Seeing the muscular blacksmith approaching him, Ding Chen was a little flustered. "No, don't come over. What do you want?" Seeing Ding Chen's misunderstanding, the blacksmith hurriedly reached out to reassure him. "Don't think too much. Sir, I'm just afraid other players will see." Could it be that serious? Could you even take out a divine artifact in this newbie village? While pondering, the blacksmith sneakily took out a book from his pocket. A skill book. Ding Chen was surprised. "Isn't this more precious than equipment? There are no such rewards in the newbie village at all. I went to the sub-city to deliver things, and exchanged several pieces of equipment for you. For this, I even spent a few bottles of good wine." When it came to wine, the blacksmith seemed slightly regretful. Ding Chen didn't expect the blacksmith to be so attentive. He just hoped that what he exchanged back was not some old books and papers. Ding completed the blacksmith's task, received a reward, a skill book. Experience, plus 1000. Ding Chen unexpectedly leveled up. With a flash, he directly reached level 9. "Damn it! You give a skill book, but why give me so much experience?" Ding Chen was a bit annoyed by the 1000 experience. He had been trying to slow down his leveling speed, but without a word, he was given 1000 experience. The blacksmith looked puzzled at Ding Chen, who seemed unhappy, becoming even more confused. "Ha? Did I give the wrong experience?" Ding Chen, seeing the blacksmith's good intentions, didn't pursue it further. Instead, he focused on the skill book. Brutal charge, B rank, not learned, restricted to classes, tank, warrior skill description, dash 10 yards in a direction, during which the body is uncontrollable. If a target is hit along the way, it will be knocked back and receive, attack *10 plus health *0, 1 plus spell power *10, magic damage. Damage cap, 1000 cooldown, 10s. Besides the initial skill, other skills are divided into ranks. Similar to talents, they range from low to high, C, B, A, S. Initially seeing a 10x spell power bonus in the skill description, Ding Chen almost shouted in excitement. But upon seeing the skill's damage cap of 1000, he understood why it was only a B rank skill. In this light, with proper use, even initial skills could rival SSS rank skills. Ding Chen was already satisfied with a 1000 damage displacement skill, something many players wouldn't dare to dream of. Ding Chen happily thanked the blacksmith. "Thank you. If there's a chance in the future to help you, just say it. I'll remember your kindness." The blacksmith was also very pleased to hear Ding Chen's words. A B-rank skill book. I wonder how much good wine it took. Ding Chen then took out the equipment blueprint from his backpack. "Can you make this for me?" After a quick look, the blacksmith disdainfully replied, "Humph, a black iron level equipment. Of course, I can make it." But, just when he seemed confident, why did he suddenly hesitate? "But, I don't have the materials for this." Ding Chen immediately handed over 10 scorpion tails from his backpack. He said the blackwood staff could be bought at the general store at the door, a common staff without a tier. but he didn't have a level 1 magic stone, and there was no place to buy it in the newbie village. Ding Chen felt it was hopeless. He had promised to equip Huo Wu yesterday, but at this rate, it seemed impossible to craft it. Seeing Ding Chen concerned about this, the blacksmith thought of something else. However, you can ask players with the mining profession. They might have these items. Mining players? Ding Chen immediately thought of the two guys he met yesterday. Opening the friend list, Resigned Gold Farmer 1 and Resigned Gold Farmer 2 were both online. Ding Chen quickly sent a message. Do you have a level 1 magic stone? They replied promptly, asking Ding Chen's location. They were also in the newbie village, so Ding Chen asked them to come to the blacksmith shop. They only had 4 level 1 magic stones for now. Ding Chen asked about the price, but they refused. Boss, this is for you. It's not worth anything. Just help us out if we run into trouble in the future. Despite their words, Ding Chen still gave them 800 copper coins. This was far above the market price. In Tianxiu, players were not allowed to recharge. However, the in-game currency could be exchanged for cash. At the current exchange rate, 4 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 yuan. This level 1 magic stone is sold for 50 yuan, making a huge profit. The two kept declining until Ding Chen said, "Don't worry, take it. I can only find you for the ore, and naturally I will help you when things happen." Only then did they accept and leave, saying they would immediately go back to dig some more for Ding Chen. Ding Chen handed all the materials to the blacksmith. Soon, a dark magic staff was crafted. Ding Chen had the blacksmith sell the other 3 items. Scorpion Tail Magic Staff, Class Restriction, Mage Grade, Black Iron Mana, plus 100 Spell Power, plus 25 Special. When releasing a skill, it deals poison damage equal to 0.1 times the spell power. The attributes are already very good. The additional poison damage will increase with the spell power, yielding slightly higher returns than fixed damage. Giving Huo Wu for free, she really got a good deal. At this time, a system reminder appeared. Ding. Your deadly arm guard placed in the auction house was bid by player Liu Dream 420. 500 renminbi. After deducting 20% service fee, the remaining amount has been sent to your personal account. Please check. At the same time, Ding Chen also received a reminder of 16,400 yuan credited to his bank card. Damn! Having a super god tier talent is really different. In just one day, he made almost 20,000 yuan. Huo Wu also sent a message at this time. Ding Chen went to the agreed place to meet them. As soon as they met, he handed over the Scorpion Tail Magic Staff, saying, "Here, the promised equipment. For you." Huo Wu took it and looked at the attributes, her eyes shining. She couldn't help but use her own sharp weapon to give Ding Chen a spa treatment on his arm. "Fan Ge, you are too good. Whatever you ask of me, I will never say no." Ding Chen looked and smirked. "You don't need to do anything. Just being yourself is enough." Huo Wu also smirked back, not arguing. Ding Chen immediately changed his tone. "Just kidding. Today you stood up to Lu Xiao for me. This is my way of thanking you." Huo Wu said, "What are you talking about? What kind of person is he to dare to show off in front of me?" Fan Ge. The next moment, she became serious. "By the way, there is something I need to tell you." Seeing her seriousness, Ding Chen stopped joking around. Yi Wanqing also spoke up. "Yes, about the current number 1 on the leaderboard, Manhwa Sword God. Do you remember him?" Ding Chen nodded and glanced at the leaderboard. First place, Lanli Sword God level 15 61%. One couldn't help but marvel at his leveling speed. But what does he have to do with Ding Chen? Yi Wanqing continued. "Do you know why he is leveling up so fast? Why is he leveling up so fast? It must be because he has a talent suitable for grinding monsters." Yi Wanqing shook his head. "This morning, the director called me. He said it's not just our newbie village. Several newbie villages around us with players ranked first are all from the neighboring Lanhua Institute." Several first-ranked players from different newbie villages? All from Lanhua Institute? This caught Ding Chen's attention. It's understandable if their newbie village's first place is Lanli Sword God. After all, luck can be good, awakening an SSS level talent. But having several first-ranked players from different newbie villages, all coincidentally from the same school, is no longer a coincidence. Ding Chen wondered. Their school doesn't have more students than our school, so it's unlikely that all the first-ranked players are from their school, right? And, in our several newbie villages, there isn't a single game studio or guild, right? Just like the second-ranked player named Liu Dream. He is obviously from a guild. Even organized and disciplined players like them can't compare to the students of Lonely. How is that possible? Yi Wanqing continued. What if each school is a guild? A guild of tens of thousands of people. Can ordinary studios compare? A school is a guild? This statement is profound. Are you saying that the neighboring Manhwa Institute has all students form a guild? After Ding Chen finished speaking, Yi Wanqing nodded. More or less. They collected information on the starting villages and talents of each student, and then had other students from the same starting village help those with higher talents level up. Why would they do that? In the future, Tiansu will set up various competitions. Our city and even the Dragon Kingdom will hold university leagues. They are preparing in advance. Before the game and the Dragon Kingdom started, they vigorously promoted policies. Among them, it was mentioned that players who achieve outstanding results in the league will be recruited as public officials. The benefits are even better than civil servants. What does the principle mean? Ding Chen still didn't understand. What does this have to do with him? Yi Wanqing replied. The school means that we also need to find some leaders among the students like them. When most students enter the secondary city, we must consider forming a real guild as a school unit. Otherwise, in future competitions, compared to the neighboring school, we will always be at a disadvantage. So, you don't need to worry about leading us now. Focus on leveling up. I believe with your abilities, catching up with them is not a problem. Ding Chen didn't think much after hearing this. There's no need to worry. Having levels alone is not useful. It mainly depends on combat power. Yi Wanqing continued to persuade. After most students enter the secondary city, the school will also organize a competition to select strong talents for the school's guild. Ding Chen is undoubtedly a strong competitor for the guild leader position. Ding Chen waved his hand. He didn't want to waste time on miscellaneous matters. Improving his strength is the key. Enough said. I will level you up the same way. After that, Ding Chen allocated them into a team based on previous experience. Then he headed to some dangerous areas in the starting village. Ding Chen had a very thorough understanding of the basic knowledge in Tiansu. What he urgently needed now was 10 reputation points. And the simplest and most direct way to increase reputation points was to liberate some dangerous areas in the starting village. Each dangerous area was inhabited by stronger monsters. They were organized and disciplined, occupying the area of the starting village. If they could defeat them, they would receive corresponding rewards. Ordinary players did not have this strength, and now a large number of players are queuing up to challenge the dungeon discovered by Ding Chen. Ding Chen headed towards another direction in the starting village, where there was a dangerous area marked by players. The closer to the marked location, the fewer players there were. Are we going to the Thorn King's territory? Huo Wu looked at the direction Ding Chen was leading, then glanced at the map. They were heading straight to the marked dangerous area, the Thorn King's territory. Ding Chen nodded. Aren't the monsters here providing more experience? Hearing that Ding Chen really wanted to go there, Huo Wu was surprised. Are you sure? It is said that the monsters in dangerous areas are much stronger than those in the starting area. Ding Chen had even cleared regional level dungeons. What monsters could he fear? Soon, the four of them arrived at the Thorn King's territory. There was a barrier separating the dangerous area from the normal area. From outside the barrier, you couldn't see what was inside. Ding! Ahead is a dangerous area, the Thorn King's territory, where the monsters inside are exceptionally powerful. They have been entrenched here for years. Even the guards from the novice village couldn't eradicate them. Will your team proceed? Ding Chen glanced at the three of them, except for Yi Wanqing, who remained calm. The other two were shaking their heads in panic. Don't worry. Even if I die, I will die in front of you. Ding Chen encouraged them in this way, barely mustering up their courage. Just as the four stepped into the barrier, a gust of yellow wind blew towards them, inside and outside. It was like two different worlds. The ground was all sand, with no green in sight. The wind was blowing fiercely. Unlike the ordinary areas, there were no monsters in sight where it connected to the outside. After walking a distance inside, they heard something moving in the sand. Following the direction of the sound, a half-sized thorn bush was rapidly moving towards them. Bold! Thorn King's territory! How dare you trespass! Damn! In the middle of the thorn bush, a relatively thick thorn branch actually had a mouth, with a round hole-shaped eye at the top. The monsters here could actually converse with humans. Ding Chen quickly checked the monster's attributes. Thorn monster, elite, level, 15 health, 4000 attack, 220 physical defense, magical defense, skill, exploding thorns. Damn, it's so strong. let's get out of here quickly. After reading the attributes, Huo Wu started to retreat. The monster's attributes here were definitely stronger compared to outside, making it difficult for ordinary players to fight. However, they were still a bit inferior to the monsters Ding Chen encountered in the Hell Dungeon. Ding Chen wasn't surprised. It's just that, unlike the monsters outside, they had additional defensive attributes. Since the defensive attributes were not visible, they could only estimate based on the damage dealt. Ding Chen didn't retreat. He had faced stronger monsters before, like the cave scorpion, so he was confident. With 4,000 health points, it wouldn't withstand Ding Chen's 2 consecutive reflex damages, making it easy to kill. Seeing that Ding Chen and the others showed no intention of leaving, the thorn monster slid forward. A branch shook, and a thorn fell from above towards Ding Chen and the others. Its target was not Ding Chen but the milk tea behind him. Ding Chen was shocked and quickly shouted for milk tea to dodge while moving forward to block. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. A thorn pierced milk tea's arm. Milk tea had the lowest skills among them, and although the distance was enough, she couldn't avoid the attack. Her physical defense was very low. This attack directly dealt 201 damage. Damn! Ding Chen was starting to panic now. The monsters here were not strong in attributes but in their intelligence. They knew to attack the more vulnerable backline first. This way, if they didn't target Ding Chen, his reflex damage wouldn't work. The physician profession had a 1.5x increase in health points, 2x in mana, 2x in magical power, and 1.5x in magical defense. Milk tea, like most physicians, allocated points to health points, mana, and magical power 1, 2, 2, so her health points were not low, around 5 to 600, but this attack directly took away 1/3 of her health. Ding Chen wasn't concerned about a single monster, but thinking about dealing with several monsters later, he felt a bit overwhelmed. The thorn monster immediately shook its branch again and launched a thorn towards milk tea behind him. Ding Chen didn't think too much and decided to deal with it first. The distance between him and the thorn monster was less than 10 yards, about 1 meter. He directly used the skill he had just learned, Barbaric Charge, and rushed towards the thorn monster. Ding Chen, like a wild bull, placed his shield in front of him and charged towards the thorn monster in the predetermined direction. The speed of this sprint is almost twice as fast as running, not the kind that passes by in a flash. As long as you react in advance, it's actually quite easy to dodge. A B-level skill. You shouldn't think of it as too perfect. When Ding Chen started sprinting, the thorn monster slid to the side, avoiding his sprinting path. While Huo Wu's focus was on, "Wow, when did you learn another skill?" Huo Wu and the others were shocked, while the thorn monster was disdainful, watching Ding Chen sprint uncontrollably forward. It couldn't help but taunt, "Ha, clumsy humans, one day we will occupy all your homes. Damn, how is this any different from being weak by minions in LOL?" Ding Chen couldn't stand it. He activated the blazing blood shield, and when he sprinted past it, it exploded directly. Minus 3,921. Its defense is around 50, but this one hit directly left it with just a trace of blood skin. Obviously, it didn't expect Ding Chen's damage to be so high. It stopped moving. Perhaps looking at its own health, it also fell into doubt. Ding Chen's sprint skill is really a bit stupid. It forcibly sprints to a distance of 10 yards before stopping, sometimes not only useless, but even delaying things. Quick, deal some damage and kill it. Ding Chen was responsible for taking the lead before, and only when Ding Chen shouted did Huo Wu and Wanqing dare to take action. A dark blue arrow and a fireball flew towards the thorn monster at the same time. The thorn monster also recovered from its daze at this time, watching the skills about to hit itself. Knowing that its end was near, it didn't dodge. Instead, it began to shake violently all over, and before dying, it arrogantly said, "Don't think you can challenge the majesty of the Thorn King." At the same time, all the spikes on its body began to fall off and fly in all directions. When the skills of Huo Wu and Wanqing arrived, they successfully killed it. Ding! Player knows Huo Wu has successfully killed the elite monster Thorn Monster. You gain +6 experience points. It is indeed a monster in a dangerous area. Ding Chen only received 10% of the team's experience, which is 6 points. Due to different levels, each of them gained an additional 13 points of experience. It was quite exaggerated. It only takes 100 to level up. However, its exploding first skill before dying shot all the spikes on its body. Ding Chen and the others also suffered. Ding Chen was the closest and was directly hit by 4 spikes. Half of her health was gone. The 3 of them were far away, but there were spikes everywhere, with no place to hide. They also suffered damage twice. Their health was basically at its lowest. Wow, this guy is too strong. One skill almost wiped us out. Huo Wu was shocked again and again. Ding Chen now had to seriously consider whether to continue going in. This was just a small monster, but it made the 4 of them so miserable. No wonder even the NPCs in the village couldn't deal with them. Tell me, should we go in or not? To be honest, I'm a bit nervous now too. They have their own thoughts. They can choose their own targets to attack. Ding Chen also couldn't guarantee their safety, so she handed the decision-making power over to them. Go in. If we encounter one, we'll fight it. If we encounter more than 2, run. Huo Wu was tempted by the experience provided by the monsters. It's better to fight one more if you can. Everyone thought this was a good suggestion, so they walked in again. When we encounter monsters later, try to stay close to me. As long as I absorb the damage, we basically won't be in danger. Ding Chen was also instructing them. Actually, with better coordination, Ding Chen can block attacks and use reflected damage for output, which would greatly improve the situation. Soon, the sound of shuttle in the sand reappeared. A thorn monster stood in front of the 4 people. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The 3 of them quickly huddled behind Ding Chen, but the thorn monster in front did not rush to attack. Suddenly, from the back, Nai Cha screamed again, ah! The 3 turned their heads at the sound. They didn't know when 3 thorn monsters had appeared in their 3 directions. Damn! These things understand tactics too. We're surrounded by them. Ding Chen looked at the thorn monsters in 4 directions and panicked. It seemed like they had discovered the traces of the 4 people early on, set up an ambush here in advance, and were just waiting for Ding Chen and the others to arrive. At this moment, Ding Chen could only block the damage from one side. The damage from the other 3 directions would soon kill them. The thorn monsters did not give Ding Chen much time to think, and directly attacked the 4 from 4 directions. When the spikes in front of Ding Chen reached her, she activated the shield to meet them. A huge damage number floated above the thorn monster's head in front of her. It seemed stunned and dared not attack easily again, but the 3 beauties behind her were not so lucky. They were pierced from 3 directions and screamed in pain. Damage numbers of around 200 kept appearing. Hearing the screams behind her, Ding Chen felt anxious. Try to dodge some attacks. I'll take care of the one in front. After shouting, Ding Chen immediately activated the wild charge and rushed towards the thorn monster in front. Just like last time, she detonated the shield when she got close to it. With the damage reflected earlier, she directly killed it. The 3 of them tried their best to dodge. Nai Cha, who was less skilled, was now left with a sliver of health. Ding Chen didn't have time to rest. After reaching the landing point, she hurried back. Nai Cha threw the last heal onto Wan Xing, and after taking another hit, she turned into white light and dissipated. Wan Xing and Hiwu saw Nai Cha's situation and shouted at the same time, Nai Cha. Their own situations were not optimistic either. Even if they focused all their attention on positioning, they couldn't avoid all attacks. There was always damage coming from one direction that hit them. Both of them had less than 300 health points left. Ding Chen rushed to their side. She blocked all attacks from one side, reducing the pressure on them to dodge. This stabilized their health. But the thorns hitting Ding Chen's shield one after another caused her health to drop rapidly. -164, -164. When they came out, they remembered to go to the pharmacy to buy a few health potions just in case. By using the potions, they could slowly restore their health. Ding Chen, without the pressure of mana consumption, couldn't be bothered to go to the pharmacy. Now without Nai Cha, she had no means of healing. She could only watch her health slowly decrease. The attacks came at a rate of 1 per second. Ding Chen barely held on until the shield was ready again. Just like before, she reflected damage with the shield once, and the attacks stopped. Ding Chen waited for the wild charge to be ready, and as before, she killed another monster with the same tactic. Dealing with the attacks of the 2 thorn monsters became much easier for the 2 of them. With the health potions, their health could be maintained. They no longer had to worry about being unprotected. Killing the thorn monsters only required waiting for Ding Chen's skills to be ready. After using 2 more skill combinations, they dealt with the remaining 2 thorn monsters. The 3 of them finally caught their breath. I didn't expect these things to be so cunning, making Nai Cha suffer. Although the milk tea's skills were not very good, She was willing to use her last healing technique on Yi Wanqing before dying. This touched everyone. Ding Chen also encouraged, "Don't be so sad. Even if it's just a level, I'll bring her back up." Moreover, Milk Tea did not come back empty-handed. "Look at this." Ding Chen took out a ring he had just picked up around the thorn monster's body and shared its attributes with the team. Tier of the desert, accessory, grade, black iron equipment class, no requirements HP, plus 50 skill cooldown, minus 2% special. When releasing support skills, the target recovers an additional 20 HP. Although it was extremely dangerous here, the rewards were very tempting. Not only did they gain a lot of experience, but the drop rate for equipment also made it worth the risk. Wow! Accessories are dropping too. Once I improve my strength a bit, I must come back here to challenge again. The three did not venture further inside. They called Milk Tea over and Ding Chen handed her the ring directly, saying, "Hey, we agreed that if anyone were to die, it would be me first. Consider this as compensation for you." Milk Tea looked at the earthy yellow ring with a blue teardrop and liked it very much. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "Thank you." Sniff. "I promise you." "Oi! Wake up! What are you doing? This isn't a proposal." Huo Wu quickly reminded her upon seeing this scene. Ding Chen couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Milk Tea seemed like a child, but no one knew what she was always thinking about. Milk Tea wiped away her tears with a smile and shyly hid behind Wanqing, saying, How much is this ring? I really like it." Although they knew she was from a wealthy family, Ding Chen couldn't accept money from her anymore. Besides, Ding Chen's financial situation was not as dire as it was yesterday. A black iron grade equipment was nothing to him now. So, what now? Is there a suitable leveling area? After Huo Wu asked, Ding Chen expressed his desire. "Any leveling area will do. I just want to find a place where I can earn reputation points." Upon hearing about reputation points, Huo Wu exclaimed excitedly, "Reputation points? Why didn't you say so earlier? Let us accompany you to take this big risk. Do you know how to earn reputation points? Don't you read the Tianshu Forum? To the west of our village, there is a sealed stone tower divided into 9 levels. You receive reputation rewards after clearing each level, but you can only receive the reward once per level. Players have already cleared up to the 5th level. If you want reputation points, let's go now. It is said that the 6th level has monsters above level 15, which is perfect for us to level up." Ding Chen couldn't help but complain. "Why didn't you mention this great place earlier?" Huo Wu defended herself. "You didn't ask earlier." And so, the group set off for the sealed stone tower. There were many players gathered here, most of them with the nickname Lanli at the beginning. What's going on? Is this the gathering point for Manhwa Institute of Technology? Seeing hundreds of Lanli players gathered here, the 4 of them felt a bit uneasy. "Hey, are you all queuing up to enter the tower?" Ding Chen didn't care and approached a brother to ask. The guy shook his head. "We're at the 7th level. Who has that kind of strength? We're waiting for Lanli Sword God to come out." "Lanli Sword God, do you understand?" He emphasized confidently when mentioning Lanli Sword God, as if he had a lot of face. Soon, the 4 players walked out of the tower. Their lineup was perfect, and one of the warriors was fully equipped. On his head, the words Lanli Sword God were prominently displayed. Then all the players of Lanli gathered around, but the Lanli Sword God remained silent, shaking his head with a look of disappointment. It seems that the 7th floor should not have been challenged. They hurriedly comforted him. "It's okay. It's normal not to defeat the level 18 boss. We'll come back after grinding for a while. Anyway, this record will be yours sooner or later." Ding Chen was not happy to hear this. Why should something that anyone can challenge be said to be his sooner or later? Ding Chen called 3 beautiful women and squeezed through the crowd. "Make way! Make way! If no one challenges, it's our turn." While shouting, they arrived in front of the sealed stone tower. The 4 of them also attracted ridicule from the crowd. "Ha, buddy, you forget yourself when you bring a few girls." "Yeah, it's fine if you die alone, but it's embarrassing with the girls. Level 9 tank. Ha ha ha, the mobs inside can solo you." As they were all students of Lanli, when one person spoke, the others followed suit. Hundreds of people were pointing and laughing at Ding Chen and his group, making Ding Chen feel very uncomfortable. "Are you all from Dunhuan? So many murals?" Ding Chen retorted unhappily. What does it have to do with them whether he can defeat them or not? The person didn't expect Ding Chen to dare to talk back with so many people, and directly threatened Ding Chen. "Say it again. If you don't let you in today, do you believe it?" Damn! Does he think Ding Chen is easily scared? Ding Chen directly activated the blood shield and walked towards the crowd. I don't believe it. I want to see if you dare to touch me. He wanted to see if they could withstand over 1,000 damage reflexes. Would they mind if he challenged the sealed stone tower next to them? Ding Chen couldn't bear not teaching them a lesson. Yi Wanqing hurriedly intervened. After fighting so many monsters together, she also had some understanding of Ding Chen's skills. Once the shield was used up, there would be no damage skills left. With so many people, he couldn't possibly kill them all. And because of this trivial matter, there was no need to make things so unpleasant with the people from Manhwa Ligong. Hey, what's the meaning of this? You still don't accept it? The boy saw Ding Chen angrily activate the shield and asked arrogantly. If Ding Chen were alone today, he would have to make them remember. But looking at the three girls beside him, he decided not to fight to protect them. At this time, the lonely sword god also walked over and patted the man's shoulder, signaling him not to cause trouble. But the man was obviously still not satisfied. Stupid thing. You're still pretending. Finding a few prostitutes to accompany you. Don't you know your place? Our sword brother has spoken. Let's forget about it today. But remember, next time when we speak, you listen. If you show your teeth again, you won't be so lucky. Damn. Ding Chen didn't want to argue. He was getting excited, right? Forget it? Not possible. Facing hundreds of lonely students, Ding Chen said, "Don't leave. Turn on the screen recording function for me. You like to talk trash, right? Let's make a bet. If we fail to challenge the 7th floor, all the equipment on us will be yours." Ding Chen didn't even ask for the opinions of the three girls. He directly made the decision for them. Each of the four of them had an equipment piece on them, which was all their savings for the past 2 days. The stakes of the 4 equipment pieces were quite high. If the challenge is successful, from now on, when you meet us, you have to call me brother obediently. After Ding Chen finished speaking, they laughed even louder. Ha ha ha, what nonsense is this kid talking? Look at who this is. Did you drink fake alcohol? This is the lonely sword god. Can't you check the leaderboard and see? You dare to call him brother. Are you worthy? Some people also questioned Ding Chen's bet. No, who cares about the rubbish stuff on you guys? The boy who just spoke directly said, "No, we don't care about the equipment. If we fail, let the 3 beauties on the spot take off all the equipment for us to see at a glance. What do you think, brothers?" With that, many people echoed, "Ha ha ha, I think it's good." Ding Chen is now excited, not even looking back at Huo Wu and the others, and directly agreed, "Okay, no one leave. Just wait here." Not. Huo Wu wanted to say something, but Ding Chen didn't give her the chance. He directly took the 3 of them to the sealed stone tower. The crowd outside the sealed stone tower, seeing them really entering, was also excited. He is really fearless, and doesn't even think about it. Our entire team, including the top-ranked sword god, couldn't even challenge him. Why does he think he can? Hey, think from a different perspective. What if he just likes to see his own girl stripped naked for others to see? Ha, your thoughts are a bit bold. Ding Chen and the others walked into a circle of light in the tower. Ding, you have entered the sealed stone tower. Here are many ancient battlefield remnants, which have been contaminated by the aura emitted on the battlefield. The sealed stone tower has a total of 9 floors, and with each floor, the strength of the stones will increase. This tower awaits warriors to come and clear it. It has already been cleared up to the 7th floor. Are you ready to start the challenge? The team must not exceed 4 people. If the challenge is successful, in addition to the items dropped by the monsters, there will be additional reputation rewards. If the challenge fails, there will be no level drop. Only the experience and items obtained in the sealed stone tower will be cleared. Ding Chen did not hesitate and chose to start. Then the 4 of them were pulled by a stone tower to the position of the 7th floor. The stone door on the 7th floor slowly opened. They could only see scattered stones everywhere inside. Upon noticing Ding Chen and the others' arrival, the stones on the ground suddenly began to assemble. In no time, 6 huge stone men were assembled. Stone Giant, level 16 HP, 15,000 physical defense, magical defense, special. Their bodies made of original stones can greatly reduce damage. Ding Chen looked at the attributes and was a bit confused. How come this stone giant only has defensive attributes and lacks the most important offensive means? They saw the same thing. Mortal, what's going on? Does it have no attack attributes or are we unable to see them? Ding Chen was here for the first time in the sealed stone tower. How would he know? But soon, A basketball-sized round stone was thrown from the top of the stone giant's head. In order to find out if it had any attack power, Ding Chen directly raised his shield and met it head-on. Just to be safe, Ding Chen shouted to Milk Tea, "Milk Tea, make sure to heal me." Thud! The round stone hit the shield. -194. Be careful. Don't be fooled. Its attack is 250 points. Based on his own attributes, Ding Chen quickly calculated the attack of this stone giant. A healing spell from Milk Tea immediately filled Ding Chen's health. After equipping the ring, Milk Tea's healing spell increased by 200 points. Soon, the other two stone giants beside them also started throwing round stones at Ding Chen and the others. Seeing 3 round stones flying towards them, Ding Chen quickly activated the shield to block. -194, -194, -194. 3 consecutive damage numbers floated on the shield. Strangely, there were no damage numbers on the 3 stone giants, and their health bars didn't even appear. It seems like the reflected damage from the shield has no effect on them. Yi Wanqing keenly noticed this point. Then he drew his bow and shot a frost arrow at the stone giant. -21. Only a very small damage number appeared. At the same time, the stone giant's health bar also appeared above its head. Seeing this, Ding Chen's reflex damage indeed had no effect on them, but their damage reduction was too much. Wanqing's attack power of about 150, combined with the skill bonus of the frost arrow, only caused 21 points of damage when it hit the stone giant. Huowu also tried, -32, a bit higher, but almost the same. Seeing her own damage floating out, Huowu sighed. When will this end? Now the only hope lies in Ding Chen's active damage. The 3 of them looked at Ding Chen at the same time. Ding Chen also hesitated. Choosing a good angle, he launched a savage charge at the stone giant in front of him. -133 as the damage number floated out. Ding Chen also pushed the stone giant towards several other stone giants nearby. Then he blew up the shield on the stone giant. The 3 stone giants next to it simultaneously displayed -531, although most of the damage was reduced. Fortunately, this output was still acceptable. At that moment, a yellow dark cloud suddenly appeared above the heads of Huowu and the others. Then dust filled the air, accompanied by a large number of boulders falling down. -136, -136. The damage numbers kept popping out. The 3 of them quickly ran out of the range of the dark cloud but still lost half of their health. How come this thing has area of effect damage skills? This time they were really in trouble. They had never encountered such a situation before. The monster's attributes displayed were so different from the actual encounter. Ding Chen was also confused about the situation and could only remind them. You 3, don't stand together. Spread out a bit. Don't let this skill hit you all at once. Indeed, after the 3 separated, only one person would take damage. With Milk Tea's healing technique combined with the supply of blood bottles, the 3 of them were not in much danger. Meanwhile, Ding Chen was under attack by 3 stone giants' round stone attacks. Occasionally, a round stone could hit Ding Chen, but it wasn't a big problem. When Ding Chen's second set of skills was ready, just like last time, he adjusted the angle to maximize his output. As a result, the health of several stone giants had dropped by over 1,000 points. Although it wasn't easy to kill them, there was still hope. But the next second, a green light suddenly flashed on the stone giant with the least health. This green light once again shattered Ding Chen and the others' already uneasy hearts. The stone giant with the least health, with almost no health left, suddenly regained full health. What does this mean? Seeing the stone giant almost fully healed, Ding Chen was a bit panicked. Ding Chen had made a bet in public with 3 beautiful women, and if he really couldn't win, it wouldn't be as simple as losing face. Just as Ding Chen was puzzled, the ground suddenly sank beneath his feet. The sudden situation caught Ding Chen off guard, and he fell in. The pit then shrank, trapping Ding Chen's legs inside, leaving only half of his body outside. Ding Chen was temporarily unable to move. Moreover, his shield had just been used up, and now he had no other means to deal with it. What he was facing now was one round stone after another falling on his shield. Milk Tea, quickly use a healing technique on the mortal. Wanqing, who was attentive, noticed the changes on Ding Chen's side and shouted. Milk Tea, regardless of her own safety, waited for the cooldown to finish and directly threw it on Ding Chen. At this point, Ding Chen could not move and focused his mind on the stone giant. He looked at where the round stones were thrown from, not the stone giant's arms, but the position of the head. Ding Chen noticed for a while, suddenly realized that there seemed to be another stone man standing on the head of the giant stone man. Ding Chen quickly sent a probe over. Sure enough, a new monster attribute appeared in front of Ding Chen: Stone Thrower, Elite, Level 16 Health, 1000 Attack, 250 Skill. Giant Stone Strike just finished reading, and felt a dark cloud over his head. Damn! Didn't pay attention to his health. Can't die now. Mortal. At the same time, they also heard the shouts of the few women. Ding Chen was frightened. If he really died, he would be in big trouble. Then, Ding Chen felt a very heavy object pressing on his head. Ding Chen checked his health. Still over 300. Soon this force disappeared. Ding Chen's control time was up. Ding Chen regained his freedom, only to learn from them that a super huge stone had smashed on him. Ding Chen quickly told them about his discovery. Without surprise, the skill just now should be the giant stone strike. Huo Wu suddenly realized, oh, the real output is on their heads. Where did the other skills come from? Wan Xing replied, maybe each small thing riding on the heads of the giant stone men is different. With that said, the few people each investigated the heads of the giant stone men. 2 were the same as the stone thrower just now. The other 3 giant stone men had stone spirits on their heads. Stone Spirit, level 16 health, 1000 magic power. Skills, Restoration. Stone Prison. Stone Shard Array. Now everything makes sense. Based on the situation just now, Ding Chen's shield reflection couldn't reach these guys above. His attacks and skills were even more out of reach. Focus all your attention on the small stone men above. They have no defense attributes. It will be much easier to deal with the big guys after getting rid of them, in order to allow them to output better. After Ding Chen finished speaking, he ran over and attracted all the hatred of the giant stone men to himself. Milk tea. All healing spells on me. Ding Chen was now facing attacks from Round Stone, Giant Stone Strike, Stone Shard Array, and Stone Prison. Various skills were directed at Ding Chen. Without controlling the Stone Prison, Ding Chen ran around to avoid most of the attacks. When the Stone Prison appeared, Ding Chen opened his shield to block. Faced with 6 powerful firepower outputs, Ding Chen dealt with them effortlessly. Milk Tea, who was relatively leisurely, was also fascinated watching from the side, forward, backward. Used the sprint skill to run out of the Stone Shard Array range. When controlled, opened the shield to block. Beautiful. If there was a profession similar to Cat, Yao, in Tiansu, it would be so enjoyable to hang on a mortal like you. As soon as this was said, Huo Wu nearby immediately agreed, yes, indeed, you can play even without going down. With Ding Chen's almost perfect frontline operation, Huo Wu and Wan Xing also successfully killed a small stone man. Immediately, the giant stone man he controlled stopped in place, losing its life. With each one less, their handling would be simpler. In the end, all 6 small stone men fell. Ding! Your team has killed the elite monster Stone Spirit. Experience and dropped items have been stored, and will be distributed to players after the end of the 7th floor challenge. In the challenge of the Sealed Stone Tower, the monster's experience and dropped items will be given after the challenge ends. If the challenge fails, this experience and items will be void. After all 6 stone men were killed, all the stones on this floor began to shake violently. Then they began to piece together. This time, they all piled up together, like a small mountain. With a loud cracking sound, a crack appeared in the small mountain. Immediately, a larger stone giant emerged. It was relatively more refined in appearance, with a complete human form including a head, facial features, arms, and legs. Following that, it drew out a huge stone sword from the mountain crevice. We are imbued with the aura of an ancient battlefield. Trying to eliminate us is not so easy. With a roar, its attributes also appeared before everyone. Guardian of the 7th layer, Stone Sword, Black Iron level boss, level 18 health points, 180, 000 attack, 300 special. Its stone body can withstand most damage. Skill, Mountain Cleaving Sword. After reading the attributes, it was the special note that made people a bit headache. They had all seen the giant stone man just now, and how absurd the damage absorption was. Dealing with a 15,000 health point giant stone man was already so troublesome. Now this boss had health points several times that of the giant stone man. If there was damage reduction as well, it was really unknown how long it would take to defeat it. Ding Chen asked Fire Dance to throw a fireball to test how much damage the boss could absorb. -32. Seeing this number, everyone sighed. Just like the giant stone man, it was really unknown when they could finish off this boss with 180, 000 health points. Although they hadn't even scratched its skin, the boss still retaliated. A sword swept towards everyone. The stone sword in the boss's hand was 5 meters long, and with one sweep, everyone would suffer damage. Damn! They exclaimed and hurriedly fled to a distance. Milk Tea, who was a bit slower, lost over 200 health points. Watching the clumsy Milk Tea, the others were also embarrassed. Ding Chen, as the only frontliner in the team, did not retreat a step. He directly activated his shield to face the boss's attack. Minus 244 as damage numbers floated around Ding Chen. A damage number also appeared on the boss. Minus 212. Oh. Unlike before, Ding Chen's shield now reflected damage back to the boss. This lifted everyone's spirits again. With the shield's damage reflection, they could slowly wear down the boss. The boss had a huge body and moved clumsily. It could swing its sword a maximum of 3 times in 5 seconds. Coupled with the damage from Fire Dance and Evening Star from a distance, one skill cycle from Ding Chen could deal around 1,500 points of damage to the boss. In a minute, that was 9,000 points. It would take about 20 minutes to defeat the boss. Everything was going according to Ding Chen's expectations. As for the boss's skill mountain-cleaving sword, they had yet to see it. But if the boss only had this level of strength, they believed that even with the equipment of Lonely Sword God and the others, there should be no problem dealing with it. It was just a matter of time. However, since they had not challenged it yet, it meant that the boss's skill was definitely a killer move. Just as Ding Chen was thinking about it and hadn't had time to remind them to be more vigilant, they saw the stones on the boss's body starting to fall off. Even the stones on the stone sword were falling off. The boss is about to use a skill. Move further away. Ding Chen ordered them all to retreat to the mountain gate where they came from. The body of the boss, originally made of stacked stones, began to fall off, revealing a light blue, smooth crystal inside. A giant with a light blue glow gradually appeared before everyone. The huge sword in its hand also became crystal clear and shiny. Now it looked extremely sharp. It swung the giant's sword again, this time much faster than before. Ding Chen had been able to dodge the previous sword strikes with jumps and rolls, but this time, it was so fast that Ding Chen couldn't dodge in time and was directly struck at the waist. Minus 444. Ding Chen quickly glanced at the boss's attributes. Sure enough, his attack had increased to 500. Correspondingly, he was only missing the special note. He no longer had the damage reduction attribute. Ding Chen and the others had just taken down half of the boss's health, and now there were only about 90,000 left. Fortunately, Ding Chen had just reminded them to stay away, so this sword didn't hit them. Otherwise, with over 400 damage, they would have had a hard time dealing with it. Outside the sealed stone tower, the people from Manhwa Polytechnic were also a bit surprised. Hiss, they still haven't come out after so long? Could they really have that kind of strength? Just as this was said, a person who had just come out with Lonely Sword God retorted, "Ha, don't worry, they won't. They probably haven't even dealt with the 6 little monsters outside yet." Another person chimed in, "Exactly. If they hadn't discovered the secrets of those stone people, they probably wouldn't have been able to kill those few little monsters in a day. Alright, don't just stand around here. It's a waste of time. Leave 2 people here to wait. The rest follow Lonely Sword God to continue clearing monsters nearby. We can't let this little thing delay our leveling speed." After saying this, most of the people outside dispersed. Only 4 or 5 people remained here, afraid that Ding Chen and the others might sneak away. Ding Chen and the others inside were fighting vigorously. Without the damage reduction, their output had increased a lot, especially Ding Chen. The reflected damage from each attack had reached 1600. The boss's health was rapidly decreasing. When it lost half of its health again, it let out a loud roar. "Roar! No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to eliminate me from the 7th floor. You should be proud that I used this sword on you. One sword to open the mountain." With that, the giant's sword in its hand glowed with a cold light. "Be careful," Ding Chen shouted, feeling that this skill was extremely domineering. Before he could finish speaking, the boss's giant sword came slashing horizontally. A faint blue sword aura spread out in all directions. Ding Chen was the first to be hit by this sword. Minus 944. Ding Chen wasn't at full health to begin with, and this sword directly brought him down to low health. Wan Xing also saw the damage numbers floating above Ding Chen and hurriedly shouted, "Milk Tea, use the healing art on mortal." Milk Tea, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate to use the healing art on Ding Chen. Ding Chen looked at the 3 of them in despair, feeling extremely unwilling. Everyone knew that they wouldn't be able to withstand this blow. Sure enough, as the sword aura approached the three of them, each of them took over 900 damage and turned into white light, dissipating. Ding Chen's hands clenched tightly. Although he had anticipated this result in advance, watching the three girls disappear in front of him still made his heart ache. Ding Chen turned around and saw that the boss had less than a quarter of its health left, and he fought with renewed vigor. He now bore too many responsibilities. Ding Chen walked directly in front of the boss. Without Milk Tea's support, he needed to dodge all of the boss's attacks when he didn't have a shield. A slight mistake would cost him the reputation of three beautiful women. Wu and the other two appeared outside the sealed stone tower. Although there were no level penalties, they all felt uneasy. When the Lonely students waiting outside saw this, they excitedly approached, teasingly saying, "He, the girls are out? How about it? Shall we help you undress? Or will you do it yourselves? Quick, inform everyone to come over. The live strip show with three beauties is about to begin." Even though it was in the game, stripping off their equipment in front of so many people was still very embarrassing. The character models in Tiansu were basically replicated one-to-one according to real-life players. As for clothing, the positions with equipment directly display the equipment, and the positions without equipment are replaced by the initial equipment model. If all the equipment is removed, only very close-fitting underwear remains to cover the private parts. It's like showing your own figure in front of so many people. Three people stood helplessly in place, praying that Ding Chen must defeat the boss. Wu stepped forward and said loudly, "What's the rush? We still have one person who hasn't come out yet. Success or failure is still unknown." Naturally, they were not in a hurry for a while. Ding Chen alone couldn't stir up much trouble. Ding Chen is currently engaged in a close combat with the boss. Although Ding Chen's body is less than 1/10 the size of the boss, in terms of attack evasion and agility, he is not at a disadvantage at all. Due to the close distance between the two, the boss can only attack through slashing, and Ding Chen accurately anticipates the landing point of each of the boss's slashes, easily dodging by turning around. When the shield is ready, he goes head-to-head with the boss. If they keep fighting like this, Ding Chen will definitely be the last one standing. However, Ding Chen is not sure if the boss can release another skill. Health points in battle will not naturally recover. Ding Chen also has no means of replenishment. With just over 500 health points now, he definitely won't be able to withstand the boss's next skill. As the boss's health decreases, Ding Chen's heart is also on edge. Suddenly, the giant sword in the boss's hand flashed with a cold light again. It happened when Ding Chen's shield was not yet ready. The outcome hangs in the balance. Ding Chen had already anticipated this situation in advance. He used brutal charge on the boss. He had never dared to use it lightly against the boss, even in critical moments. He didn't know if it would have any effect on the boss. The small Ding Chen only moved the boss's body less than a yard before stopping, but it was this yard that interrupted the boss's charging process. He was stunned for a moment. Then he started charging again, and the cold light shone on the giant sword once more. But the few seconds Ding Chen delayed bought him a chance. Ding Chen's shield was ready. In the end, the boss's skills were no match for Ding Chen, and he could only fall under Ding Chen's shield. Before dying, he said unwillingly, "The shield in your hand makes me feel ashamed." Ding Chen patted his collapsed head and confidently said, "Standing before you is the future god of the human race, so rest assured. Ding, you have successfully defeated Guardian of the 7th floor, Stone Sword. Now exit, and you can receive all the rewards of the 7th floor." Players who clear each level of the sealed stone tower are contributing to the elimination of ancient pollution for the human race, with an additional reputation point +5. Only 5 reputation points? That's too stingy. For a challenge of this difficulty, only rewarding 5 reputation points in the end. Ding Chen is still far from the 50 reputation points needed for promotion. Do you choose to continue clearing the next level? Failure to clear the next level will not affect the rewards and results of the previous level. Ding Chen considered for a moment. Let's give it a try. Anyway, failing the challenge on the 8th floor will have no impact on the bet. Ding Chen chose yes. Then he walked to the teleportation array where he came from, continued to move up, and arrived at the door of the 8th floor. The stone door opened slowly, revealing a wilderness inside. Ding Chen walked in and saw only a round boulder on the open grassland. He looked around and didn't see any monsters. Just as Ding Chen was puzzled, the round boulder moved. With this movement, Ding Chen realized that there were 4 small feet under its body, but they were very short. However, Compared to its mountain-like body, they were not very noticeable. In front of it, there were constantly gray streaks flashing, outlining a rough outline of facial features. Ding Chen used probing towards it. Gray Rock Vanguard, Black Iron level boss, level 19 health, 200, 000 special. It will not suffer any damage during its closed shell period. Skills, Vanguard Impact. There are no small monsters on this floor, only one boss. And this boss is even more outrageous than the large stone man on the previous floor. The large stone man can offset a large amount of damage, while this Gray Rock Vanguard simply does not suffer any damage. As for the closed shell period mentioned in the explanation, Ding Chen temporarily does not know what it means. The key is, it doesn't even have an attack attribute. So, Ding Chen's most relied upon output method, shield damage reflection, is now worthless. Ding Chen took a deep breath. It's going to be tough to defeat it. The Gray Rock Vanguard slowly approached Ding Chen. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ding Chen confidently examined various parts of its body to see if there are any mysteries like on the previous floor, and if there are any monsters responsible for output hidden on its body. Ding Chen ran around it in a circle, but found no abnormalities, and the Gray Rock Vanguard just followed him slowly, without any aggressive moves. This is strange. The scene is even somewhat harmonious. Although Ding Chen is not in any danger, it's not a solution to keep dragging on like this. He can't just live here with it. Ding Chen had no choice but to take the initiative and strike its stone shell with his shield. Just as described in its special note, a damage number of 0 floated out. Although the Vanguard did not suffer any damage, Ding Chen's actions angered it. The Vanguard suddenly became agitated and then rushed towards Ding Chen. Ding Chen was already close to it. Then his body was uncontrollably pushed out by the boss for tens of meters. -1000. A huge damage number floated above Ding Chen. Could this brutal charge of the blacksmith have been learned from it? Fortunately, Ding Chen noticed something unusual in advance and blocked this impact with his shield. Otherwise, that 1000 damage would have been quite deadly. Ding Chen steadied himself, then quickly fled in the direction away from the boss. But at this moment, the noisy sound of stones colliding came from the boss's direction. When Ding Chen turned back, he saw dozens of miniature versions of the Vanguard charging towards him. They were less than half the size of a person. Ding Chen probed their attributes. Gray Rock Beast, Special, Level, 17 Health, 6000 Attack, 250 Skills, Gray Rock Impact. It's good that they have attack attributes. Ding Chen ran around until his shield refreshed. Then he waited for this group of small Gray Rock Beasts to come. Compared to the boss, the small Gray Rock Beasts had a sharp antenna on their heads. Their way of attacking was to use this antenna to strike. -1596. Seeing this damage number float out from the head of the small Gray Rock Beast, Ding Chen finally relaxed. Ding Chen smashed a shield against each small Gray Rock Beast that approached him. In this way, reflecting damage 3 times was enough to kill them. This maximized the damage reflected by the shield. Ding! You have killed the monster Gray Rock Beast. Experience and item rewards have been stored and will be distributed after clearing the 8th floor of monsters. Ding! Talent has taken effect. Magic power +1. By the time the first shield ended, Ding Chen had already easily killed half of the small Gray Rock Beasts. Then Ding Chen used brutal charge on one of them. Ding Chen pushed it away from the group of monsters, distancing himself from most of the monsters. This way, he wouldn't easily suffer damage again. After 5 seconds, when the shield was ready again, he killed the remaining few small Gray Rock Beasts. Ding Chen looked back at the boss, still at full health, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. This small Gray Rock Beast is easy to kill and poses no threat to Ding Chen. Unlike other rewards, Ding Chen's talent can be triggered inside this sealed stone tower. In other words, even if the challenge fails, one's talent will not be reset. Brushing talent monsters, isn't this happening again? Thinking about it, Ding Chen began to repeatedly provoke the Vanguard. Then, when its stone shell opened, releasing a dozen small Gray Rock Beasts, Ding Chen happily accepted them. Ding Chen was having a great time here, outside the sealed stone tower. When Huo Wu and the others were killed and appeared outside the tower, the people at the door had already notified other players from Lanli to come over. Considering that Ding Chen had not come out yet, the outcome of success or failure was still uncertain. They could only obediently accompany Huo Wu and the others to guard outside the tower. But nearly half an hour had passed. There was still no sign of Ding Chen. Some impatient people from Lanli came out and said, "Hey, is that kid unable to beat it and hiding inside? Blaming the time if the challenge fails, right?" We have over 100 people here. How do we count for wasting so much time? Exactly. The player ranked first on the level leaderboard is here wasting time with you. If he doesn't come out soon, consider it a failure. Give him another 10 minutes. If he doesn't come out, we'll have to take action. Huo Wu and the others were also anxious. When they died, the boss only had a little health left. No matter who died, it shouldn't take this long, right? They also murmured in their hearts. Naicha whispered softly to the two. If he could beat it, wouldn't he have come out long ago? It's been so long, could he really be hiding? Selling us out here. Wan Xing immediately gave her a look. Believe me, he's not that kind of person. Huo Wu also nodded firmly, then stepped forward and threatened. He can't fail. Before he comes out, if you dare to come at us, I'll report you for harassment. In the world of Tiansu, for some players' malicious behavior, after being reported, relevant NPCs would be responsible for disciplinary actions. However, the other side, without any panic, said, "Humph, we have a video recording of the entire process of making the bet just now. No matter how you report, it's useless." In Tiansu, unlike the real world, even with a bet, the criminal facts would be acknowledged. In Tiansu, some bets and challenges between players would be respected. Lanli's sword god, who had been silent all along, was getting a little impatient with Ding Chen's delay. He politely stepped forward and said, "According to our estimation, if he really has that strength, he can finish this level in at most 10 minutes. He has indeed wasted a lot of our time. Let's give him the final 10 minutes. If he doesn't come out by then, consider it a failure for you all." Ding Chen couldn't receive messages from his teammates inside the sealed stone tower and didn't know how tense the situation was outside. He thought that the 7th floor challenge was successful, and Huo Wu and the others would receive the system message as well. Ding Chen also thought that the group of people from Lanli had already started calling Huo Wu and the others big sister. Patient player, Grey Rock Beast, not achieved. 765/1000. Ding Chen was only a few waves away from completing the last Grey Rock Beast, and he would achieve the patient player achievement for this monster. This time, when Ding Chen approached the vanguard again, he was not just considering the issue of brushing small monsters, he was also afraid that the people from Lanli would not acknowledge it, and there might be unforeseen changes outside. He had already spent enough time inside the sealed stone tower, and as long as he defeated the patient player, he could almost leave. He was now thinking about how to kill this boss. When the vanguard opened its stone shell again, a crack opened from the tail, revealing a gray eye formation inside. The small gray rock beast came out from here. Ding Chen took advantage of the moment when it opened the stone shell, using his shield to explode at the crack in the tail, causing damage to it. -10,000. A huge white number popped up, then instantly closed the stone shell. This damage number has far exceeded the damage of Ding Chen's shield. Could it be? No matter how high the attack is, as long as it hits this eye formation, it will cause 10,000 points of damage to it? Without thinking much, Ding Chen quickly turned his body around. Just like when Ding Chen first entered, he rushed a dozen yards while facing Ding Chen, because Ding Chen blew up the shield. This impact instantly caused 1,000 damage to Ding Chen. This skill is also real damage, and Ding Chen's health instantly bottomed out. Those small gray rock beasts have been following behind the vanguard, waiting for Ding Chen's figure to stabilize. The surroundings were already filled with small gray rock beasts. Ding Chen hurriedly used barbaric charge to pull himself away from the monster group, but he also received an attack from a gray rock beast in front of him. Ding Chen now has less than 100 health points left. Whether it's the vanguard or the small gray rock beasts, as long as they hit Ding Chen again, he's done. Ding Chen looked at the boss with 190,000 health points left and didn't have much hope. But he hoped to exert his last bit of effort to fill up his patient player. Ding Chen dodged a head-on attack from the gray rock beast in front of him, then backed away and waited for his shield. As long as he returns to the state of talent he just brushed, Ding Chen can still do it without injury. After dealing with this wave of small monsters, Ding Chen once again provoked the vanguard. Ding Chen originally wanted to calmly finish brushing the patient player, but seeing the vanguard's stone shell open, he was unwilling to let go of the experience and item rewards of the 8th floor. Ding Chen activated his shield, walked over and hit the eye formation with his shield. Bang! -10,000. It really was just as Ding Chen had expected. No matter what kind of attack, as long as it hits this eye formation, it can cause 10,000 points of real damage to it. Just like last time, as long as it hits this eye formation, the Vanguard will immediately close the stone shell and release the charge skill. This time, Ding Chen is protected by the shield and is not in danger. Now it's easy. Hitting the I formation will not consume the shield, and Ding Chen can achieve a no-damage kill. After 20 repetitions, the Vanguard finally shattered into a pile of rocks after Ding Chen's last hit on the I formation. Ding! You have successfully killed the Guardian of the 8th floor Grey Rock Vanguard. Now exit. You can receive all the rewards of the 7th and 8th floors. Players who clear each floor of the sealed stone tower are contributing to the removal of ancient pollution for the human race. Extra reputation points plus 5. 50 reputation points. In hand. As for the patient player, Ding Chen had already completed it. In total, he killed 1065 Grey Rock Beasts. Along with the Vanguard, Ding Chen gained a total of 1066 spell power on the 8th floor. Another significant increase. The effect provided by the patient player of the Grey Rock Beast is Grey Rock Power, all sprint-type skills. Sprint speed increased by 20%. Fortunately, Ding Chen has a barbaric charge. Otherwise, this effect would be a bit of a waste. Ding Chen chose to exit. Outside the sealed stone tower, Lan Li's players were about to reach the 10-minute time limit. Milk Tea glanced at the time, already scared to the point of almost crying. Huowu's sister. Sob. Sob. What if mortals really ran away? What should we do now? Clearly, it was his bet. Are we really going to let them strip us here? Huowu turned around and comforted, don't worry, even if he really ran away, we won't let them humiliate us like this. Even if it means death, we won't let them strip us. 10 minutes are up. The players of Lanli couldn't wait any longer. Alright, time's up. Ladies, don't blame us for being rude. After all, it was agreed upon in our bet. If you want to blame someone, blame that kid, the one who had been leading the conversation said, and most of the male players of Lanli started moving forward. As for those girls, they were standing behind, watching the show with smiles on their faces. How dare you? You better kill us. Yi Wanqing, as the school flower of Manhwa, had been pursued by countless boys over the years. She had never accepted any dating requests, and now she was being asked to undress in front of so many people. Even in the game, she couldn't accept it. After Yi Wanqing shouted, she drew her bow and arrow to attack the players of Lanli. But the next moment, she was immobilized by a crowd control skill. Logging out is a process. There were Lanli players standing by, not even giving them a chance to log out. As for the sword god of Lanli, he did not participate, and even turned to leave. What he cared about was whether Ding Chen could successfully challenge, whether he was truly stronger. He was not interested in the boring bet of these Lanli students. Ah, don't touch me, mortal, grass mud horse, Huowu shouted hysterically in the crowd. Just then, 4 golden lights fell on the 3 of them in succession. Swish 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 swish, 4 levels up in a row. What's going on? Not only were Huowu and the others a bit confused, even the Lanli players who were trying to undress them were a bit at a loss. They stopped their actions and had an incredible guess. At the same time, a reminder from the system came to Huowu and the others' minds. Ding! Congratulations to your team for successfully clearing the 7th and 8th floors of the sealed stone tower. The stored experience will be distributed according to the team's experience and given to you. As for item rewards, they have all been placed in the backpack of the team leader Mortal. Please distribute them yourselves. Ding Chen had killed over 1,000 level 17 monsters for them, so they gained quite a bit of experience. Huowu was also shocked to hear this system reminder. Ah, Mortal, Dad Mortal, you're amazing, you're my god. Yi Wanqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Her innocence of many years almost fell into Ding Chen's hands. The Lanli players also realized that something was amiss. The sword god of Lanli sensed the commotion here and turned back. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With full equipment, could a level 9 tank with just one piece of equipment beat a level 17 warrior like himself? Could a tank of level 9 compete with the powerful boss Stone Sword and his incredible skill of splitting mountains with one sword? The sword god of Lanli looked back at Huowu and the others' reactions. Although he guessed that things might have turned around, but he tried to convince himself in his heart, this is simply impossible. At this moment, the voice he didn't want to hear came over. Huh? I just heard someone cursing at me. Ding Chen had just returned to the first floor via the teleportation array in the tower when he heard someone shouting outside, Mortal, grass mud horse. Ding Chen was about to rush out to find out what was going on, but then he heard someone calling him Dad Mortal. Hearing Ding Chen's movement, Huowu immediately turned around to greet him. Nai Cha ran into Ding Chen's arms ahead of time. She was crying. She was really scared just now. Whoa, brother, why did you come out so late? Ah, if you were any later, they would have undressed us. Whoa, Nai Cha cried very sadly. This time it was definitely not fake. Ding Chen could tell. Looking at the three girls with red eyes and some of their initial equipment already discarded on the side, and then looking at the lonely people surrounding them, Ding Chen immediately realized what had happened. He patted Nai Cha's back and remained silent. He walked towards Lan Li and a group of players, stopping in front of the player who talked the most. Without thinking, it was definitely him leading the charge. What are you going to do? This tough-talking guy was actually a coward at heart. Seeing the golden light flashing on Huo Wu and the others, Ding Chen emerged from the tower, probably guessing the outcome. Now, he no longer had the arrogance he started with, trembling as he spoke under Ding Chen's intimidation. Without a word, Ding Chen grabbed him by the collar. Brutal collision. Ding Chen no longer cared about the consequences this time, charging straight at him. -963. He was an assassin, with low defense and health. Ding Chen's skill damage of 1,000 was enough to kill him instantly. Before he could even call for help, Ding Chen sent him back to the spawn point. Seeing this, other players picked up their weapons to fight back. Various skills were directed at Ding Chen. Come on, bring it on, Ding Chen shouted, activating the blazing blood shield. -1996, -1984, -2003. A large number of damage figures around 2,000 floated out. Even tanks, once they hit Ding Chen, were instantly killed by the counterattack. In almost an instant, nearly 20 Lan Li players were sent back to the spawn point. At this moment, a peripheral player exclaimed in a thick local accent, "Oh my goodness, what are you doing? You're a tank and you're killing people left and right? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding around here?" This voiced the thoughts of those who had already been killed. Others were also frightened and dared not attack again. Even the Lan Li sword god was stunned. So many people couldn't break Ding Chen's shield. Instead, they were reflecting damage of around 2,000 on themselves. After weighing his options, even if he went up, he would be killed instantly. To avoid unnecessary deaths, he quickly stepped forward to stop the Lan Li group. Alright, I'll go check the ceiling stone tower. As long as the challenge is successful, we'll admit defeat. This statement from the Lan Li sword god gave everyone a way out. Ding Chen glanced at him upon hearing this. He was far away from Huo Wu and the others. He probably had nothing to do with the incident involving them. Ding Chen's shield was also about to expire, so he let it go for now. Seeing the situation stabilize, the Lan Li sword god nervously walked into the ceiling stone tower. He walked over and stood on the teleportation array of the ceiling stone tower. A system message reached his ears. Ding! The ceiling stone tower has been cleared to the 9th floor. Do you want to start the challenge? He walked down from the teleportation array and stepped on it again. Ding! The ceiling stone tower has been cleared to the 9th floor. Do you want to start the challenge? Is this real? The 9th floor? He couldn't help but doubt his life after seeing this. Brother! All Lan Li players were waiting for the Lan Li sword god's decision. They watched as he walked shakily from the tower to Ding Chen. He clasped his hands together, politely and respectfully calling out, "Brother!" He didn't care about saving face now. Clearing one level was enough to prove that Ding Chen was stronger than him, and he even cleared 2 levels in a row. The current Lan Li sword god was full of admiration and respect for Ding Chen. The Lan Li sword god sincerely said, "Being able to call you brother Fan is my honor, no matter what others think. In the future, in front of me, Lan Li sword. No, Lan Li little sword. You are my brother." This scene shocked all Lan Li players. The Lan Li sword god, who was always aloof and arrogant, was now bowing down to Ding Chen. When Tianshu opens, he awakened the SS-level talent and was designated by the principal as one of the most worthy top players to be trained. He was extremely arrogant. However, at this moment, he willingly called Ding Chen brother. They curiously ran to the sealed stone tower to see what was happening. "Brother! Fan brother!" As soon as they looked, the voices calling brother were heard one after another. They finally understood what Lan Li Jianshan meant when he said, "It is my honor to call you brother." Being able to call Ding Chen, a god of this level, brother, made them very happy. Lan Li Jianshan then apologized to Ding Chen and the 3 girls. "It's my fault. I could have stopped them. I was too impatient. I'm really sorry." Ding Chen could accept his apology for his attitude of admitting his mistake, considering that they did not commit any indecency. Killing 20 or 30 players of Lan Li was almost enough. today's matter can be considered closed for now. A lesson was given, and if they continued, he would be at a disadvantage. Lanli Jianshan asked for Ding Chen's contact information. He could be reached anytime if there was anything. He, Lanli Jianshan, was Ding Chen's most loyal little brother. When Ding Chen left with the three beautiful women, Lanli Jianshan and dozens of Lanli players all shouted in unison, "Farewell, fan brother." At this moment, Ding Chen was like the big brother in a gangster movie. This scene also made Ding Chen's previous anger dissipate by half, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected to gain some reputation points, but ended up recruiting a group of followers here. On the way, Huo Wu also exclaimed, "Looking at them like this, it's really satisfying. Fan brother, just like them, I am also your most faithful believer." Naicha was feeling much better now and said, "Fortunately, you arrived in time, otherwise, we would have been sobbing." Ding Chen always felt that he had not protected them well and made them suffer. "It's all my fault. I thought you would receive a system reminder outside, so I didn't pay attention to the time. I'm really sorry." Then he took out the equipment from his backpack and shared it with the team. These things were all given by this tower. Pick the equipment that suits you. The tower gave a total of 6 pieces of equipment, along with a pile of copper coins. Ding Chen had already saved over 20,000 copper coins. As for the equipment, except for a bound equipment stone sword, he couldn't use the others himself. Each of them picked 2 pieces of equipment. After Huo Wu finished picking, she said, "I'll take these 2, or should we call it a friendship price? 400, okay?" Naicha also took 2 pieces, staring with watery eyes, waiting for Ding Chen's response. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by 200? But Ding Chen shook his head. They sighed regretfully, thinking that Ding Chen realized that 200 was too low. "These are yours, not a penny charged." Otherwise, Ding Chen would feel guilty for letting them suffer so much. Although Wan Xing insisted on paying, Ding Chen wouldn't accept it this time. Ding Chen made such a big bet on his own, and they didn't say much. Since they believed in him so much, he couldn't let them down. Ding Chen distributed 10% of the team's experience, along with the remaining experience from before. It was just enough for him to level up twice. The exclusive equipment given in the sealed stone tower was the stone sword from the 7th floor. Ding Chen hadn't had a chance to see its effect yet. Opening his backpack, he found a wide sword made of stone lying inside. Stone sword, special, description. This is a gift from a specific person. Only for self-equipment. Cannot be dropped. Form 1, stone in this state. Self receives a 10% damage reduction. Form 2, sword in this state. Gain the skill, 1 sword opens the mountain, 1 sword opens the mountain. Swing out a sword chi, dealing 1000 points of physical damage to targets within a 10-yard range. Cooldown, 1 hour. Damn it. Tanks look so cool with a sword. Although this sword does not have any attribute bonuses, but the damage reduction provided by Form 1 can match the attributes of a black iron shield. Not to mention Form 2, a fan-shaped sword chi, a distance of 10 yards, with such a large range, causing 1000 points of physical damage to all targets. It can only be described as terrifying. Ding Chen allocated the attribute points from leveling up to health, swapped the shield for a stone sword, and checked her transformed attributes again. Nickname, mortal level, 11, 70/1100, class, tank health, 1400/1400 attack, 25. Spell power, 4930. Physical defense, 35. Magical defense, 35. Reputation points, 50. Patient player, strength of the wolf ant, strength of the poison frog, strength of the giant scorpion, strength of the gray rock. Equipment, stone sword, Form 1. A few of them were a bit startled and said they wanted to log off to have a cup of milk tea to calm down. After returning to the newbie village together, they logged off. Ding Chen went straight to the blacksmith's shop. On one hand, she checked how well her 3 magic staffs were selling, and on the other hand, she wanted to ask specifically what hanging a title meant. Old Hammer. Ding Chen shouted the blacksmith's nickname before entering the house. The blacksmith in the house heard the call and hurried out to greet her. Seeing Ding Chen's reputation points reaching 50, he excitedly congratulated her. "Oh my, Lord Mortal, you've earned enough reputation points in such a short time? You are really powerful." Following his words, Ding Chen asked, "Good, tell me, where should I hang my title after reaching 50 reputation points?" This might not be clear for a while, so the old blacksmith pulled Ding Chen into the house. Since he knew she didn't drink alcohol last time, This time he brewed a large pot of tea for Ding Chen. Unexpectedly, the old blacksmith, rough-looking as he was, had a keen eye. This was Ding Chen's first time tasting something in the game. She took a sip of the tea. She could really feel the tea fragrance. The game was so well made that it made people not want to go out again. The blacksmith also sat opposite Ding Chen and began to explain in detail. Originally, after reaching the deputy city, there would naturally be a special place to handle titles. But who would have thought that a strong person like you would appear in this newbie village? After circling around, he just wanted to flatter Ding Chen. Ding Chen wasn't here for small talk, so she urged, "Alright, stop beating around the bush. Just tell me directly where to hang my title in the newbie village." Upon hearing this, the blacksmith chuckled and said, "Ha ha, Lord Mortal, it depends on what direction you are planning to take. If you want to be a manager and handle some village and city affairs, just go directly to the village chief. If you don't like these troublesome matters and prefer to fight monsters, protect the safety of the civilians, then go find the captain of the village guard, Quan San. It means one goes into politics, the other into the military, right?" Without thinking, Ding Chen was definitely the latter. After asking for Quan San's residence, Ding Chen was ready to leave, but the blacksmith stopped her. Hey, Lord Mortal, don't be in a hurry. If you plan to choose the second option, listen to my advice. Wait until you enter the deputy city before hanging your title." Ding Chen was puzzled. Isn't it better to do it earlier? Why wait until entering the deputy city to hang the title? The blacksmith explained, "There's no other meaning, just feel that Quan San is not easy to get along with, especially for you Blue Star people. Oh, didn't expect this NPC to be so snobbish. Look down on the Blue Star people." Ding Chen still wants to go and slap his face. I don't believe that the rules in this game can make him fail. Just as Ding Chen was about to leave, the blacksmith stopped him again. "Oh, when will it end? I don't believe that I have met the standards, and he won't give me a title." The blacksmith waved his hand. No, don't you want the money from selling the staff? This morning, Resignation Gold Digger No. 1 Foot sent a message to Ding Chen. It said that according to Ding Chen's request, 6 level 1 mages were sent to the blacksmith shop. Just as the blacksmith had sent out the news of selling equipment here, a large number of players came to buy. According to the price set by Ding Chen in advance, 2,000 copper coins each, equivalent to 500 yuan in cash. Soon, the remaining 9 staffs were all sold out. Ding Chen, along with more than 20,000 copper coins in his backpack, exchanged them all for cash while the exchange rate had not yet dropped. Ding Chen's card suddenly had an extra 10,000 yuan. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Ding Chen went directly to the location the blacksmith had told him. Quan San, most of the time, stayed in the village guard. Ding Chen came to the village guard, where the NPCs with combat attributes gathered. Basically, no players could be seen here. Ding Chen's appearance surprised everyone in the village guard. "Hey, that Blue Star person, there are no tasks here, so leave quickly." Ding Chen had just arrived at the door and hadn't even entered the courtyard when he was driven away by the NPC lying on the chair. Ding Chen glanced at the label on his head. Quan San, it's him. Instead of leaving, Ding Chen stepped forward to him. Quan San was obviously a little annoyed by Ding Chen's actions. "Kid, didn't you hear what I said? There are no tasks here, so get out quickly." Quan San's attitude was very rude, but Ding Chen was not intimidated and directly stated his purpose. "I'm here to get a title." A title? Upon hearing this word, Quan San noticed that Ding Chen's reputation had reached 50 points, but this did not change his attitude towards Ding Chen. He still said impatiently, "Go find the old guy at the village entrance for a title. A Blue Star person like you wants to join the village guard? What kind of talk is this? Politics and military service are two different paths. Why should Blue Star people only be qualified to manage village affairs? No, I'm here to get a title." Ding Chen really didn't believe that the rules of the game could be altered just because of Quan San. Ding Chen's attitude was also very firm. Quan San was getting impatient. "Kid, are you asking for trouble? Can you Blue Star people handle the affairs of the village guard? While I'm not angry yet, get out quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite." Quan San's words were already very clear. If Ding Chen didn't leave, he would take action. Ding Chen really didn't believe that NPCs would fight back. If you haven't tried, how do you know you can't handle it? I'll say it again. Today, I'm here to get a title. Bang! Crash! After saying this, Quan San punched the chair. He stood up. and the chair fell apart on the ground. Damn it! Ding Chen wasn't going to take it. He gripped the stone sword in his hand and slammed it into the ground. The bluestone floor was shattered by Ding Chen's stone sword, a large piece deeply embedded in the soil. Kid, you've made me angry today. You want a title, right? Fine. As long as you can last 30 seconds under my hands today, I'll let you have the title. But if you can't last 30 seconds, not only will you get out, but all the hard-earned 50 reputation points will be deducted. Ding! Village Guard Captain Quan San challenges you to a duel. Victory condition: last 30 seconds under Quan San without dying. You can obtain the title power. Failure: deduct 50 reputation points. Do you accept? At this moment, the blacksmith also ran over. He was worried that Ding Chen would encounter difficulties again and specially came to check on him. He also heard the challenge invitation at the door just now. He hurriedly took a few steps, wanting to advise Ding Chen not to act impulsively. These 50 reputation points are not easy to obtain. No! Ding Chen chose no. When he came in, he just heard this. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! You scared me. Luckily you didn't act impulsively. Quan San, upon hearing Ding Chen's rejection of his challenge invitation, became even more arrogant. Ha! Kid, I thought you had guts. Get lost. Go hang your title with the village chief. Useless blue star person. This is not where you belong in the village guard. Many village guards at the guard post were also enjoying the show. They thought they could witness something interesting, but after hearing Ding Chen's rejection, they also disappointedly went back to their tasks. Just when everyone thought things were over, Ding Chen spoke again. I mean to change the rules. Change it to endure for 30s under my hands. If you endure, I will leave immediately, and these 50 reputation points on me will be yours. If you can't endure for 30s, then please leave the village guard, and the position of captain will be mine. Ding Chen spoke word by word, afraid that he didn't make himself clear. But when he finished, everyone present laughed. Ha ha ha. The village guards nearby also admired Ding Chen's courage, but such confidence was really hard not to laugh at. Quan San laughed even more. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard. NPCs could only see some special attributes of players, such as reputation points, levels, etc. As for Ding Chen's nearly 5,000 spell power, they couldn't see it. They couldn't imagine where Ding Chen's courage came from. The blacksmith looked utterly dejected. He had befriended a big shot with great effort, and was planning to rely on Ding Chen in the future. But now, things took a turn for the worse. With one impulse, he went back to square one. Dare to accept it or not? Ding Chen shouted again. Very serious now. He redefined the challenge rules and sent them directly to Quan San. When Quan San saw that Ding Chen was serious, he stopped smiling. His face turned serious. For him, Ding Chen's actions were a humiliation. Quan San chose to accept. At the same time, a blue cylindrical barrier enclosed the two within a radius of 3 meters. The countdown for the challenge began. The people at the guard post were now energized. An 11th level blue star player was challenging the strongest force in the newbie village. The main point was the bet of the challenge. It was about making the most annoying captain of the village guard step down. It seemed hopeless, but they still hoped Ding Chen could win. Challenge begins. When the countdown ended, the two could move freely. In the challenge state, they could see each other's health points. Ding Chen, 1400 Quan San, 7500 people outside could also see the health values of both sides. But as soon as this attribute came out, it felt like the outcome was already decided. Kid, wake up! Quan San shouted loudly and threw a punch at Ding Chen. In the process of hitting Ding Chen, it grew to the size of a basketball. Although it was just an ordinary blow, it was clear that he was extremely angry about Ding Chen's humiliation. On the other hand, Ding Chen remained calm. He didn't care about Quan San's 7,500 health points at all. 30s, Ding Chen thought it was too much. At most, 2 sets of skills, the NPC would definitely fall. Watching Quan San's big fist coming towards him, Ding Chen showed no intention of dodging. When the moment he hit himself, he activated the blazing blood shield to resist. Ding Chen's current shield value is 5070, and the reflected damage has reached 2028. He remained calm. Minus 685 Ding Chen's stone sword form can offset 10% of the damage, but it has taken so much of Ding Chen's health. The attack power of Fist 3 is almost at 800 points. The strongest combat power in the novice village is indeed well deserved. This exaggerated attack power is no longer comparable to a black iron level boss. Ding Chen's shield blocked the damage received. At the same time, a huge damage number floated above Fist 3's head. -1906. His over 100 magic defense is insignificant in the face of Ding Chen's huge damage. Except for Ding Chen. The other people present widened their eyes uncontrollably. Ding Chen didn't lose any health. Instead, his captain lost a large chunk of health. Could it be that this blue star player in front of him really has the strength to defeat the captain? The blacksmith on the side couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, is Fan so powerful?" He knew Ding Chen was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Fist 3 was stunned by this. He stood still, at a loss. But soon he reacted. "Humph, it's just a shield with high reflection damage. Wait until the shield disappears, and let's see how you deal with it." Still arrogant. Then don't blame Ding Chen for not being polite. Ding Chen now doesn't just rely on reflected damage. His active skill is even more dazzling. Is that so? Ding Chen's mouth confidently curved upwards. Then he charged towards Fist 3. Barbaric charge. With the power of Grey Rock, his charging speed increased significantly, and the area was already small, with the two of them very close. Fist 3 couldn't dodge this blow at all. Ding Chen pinned him against the barrier for more than a second. Seizing the opportunity, he detonated the remaining shield on his body. -878 -4263. Two damage numbers floated out from Fist 3's head in succession, leaving him with only a few hundred health points. Fist 3 was sweating profusely. Looking at the few hundred drops of blood left, his heart trembled. But seeing Ding Chen's shield had disappeared, he concluded that Ding Chen no longer had any means of output. 1400 health points. For Fist 3, only required 2 skills to defeat. Fist 3 regained freedom of movement from Ding Chen's impact and quickly moved out of Ding Chen's attack range. He began to gather strength. He knew that he must quickly kill Ding Chen this time, as there would be no chance once Ding Chen's next shield was ready. Although his plan was good, Ding Chen had no intention of giving him that chance. When Ding Chen saw Fist 3's 7500 health points, he already knew the outcome of this challenge. He shook his arm. The stone sword in his hand began to fall off. Ding Chen switched to the second form of the stone sword. Soon, a translucent blue light sword appeared in Ding Chen's hand. It shimmered with a cold light, foretelling Fist 3's fate. One sword to open the mountain. Ding Chen shouted loudly and slashed horizontally with the long sword in his hand. The 10-yard distance had already covered the challenge area. A broadsword energy rippled towards Fist 3. Inescapable. But Fist 3, who had always looked down on Blue Star people, how could he accept being defeated like this? After distancing himself, Fist 3 was preparing for his strongest strike. He estimated the time it would take for Ding Chen's sword energy to reach him and only struck towards Ding Chen at the last moment of his power buildup. He had tried his best to gather strength. Although he couldn't fully complete the buildup, this strike had the potential to defeat Ding Chen. A fist wind emerged in front of Fist 3's fist, then transformed into a dragon-headed form in front of him, quickly flying towards Ding Chen. This is the strongest blow of Fist 3. Its damage depends on the length of the charging time. As long as the charging time is sufficient, its damage is unmatched by any skill. Boom! This punch is much faster than Ding Chen's sword energy. The one who strikes later arrives first. Ding Chen was surprised. In almost an instant, this punch hit Ding Chen in front of him. Everyone outside saw this scene and clenched their hands tightly. They held their breath and dared not breathe. Their nervousness no less than that of Ding Chen on the field. The victory or defeat lies in this punch. But in Ding Chen's eyes, whether this punch can kill him is not important at all. He just needs to be hit by this punch. Then this solo victory won't be glorious. Ding Chen's reaction time was only a blink of an eye. He relied on the subconscious reactions he had trained for so many days. Ding Chen kicked on the nearby light barrier. This is a technique learned in training mode. By using the terrain around him, he could have a short burst of movement speed. With the barrier's effect, Ding Chen's body flew directly to the side. Bang! Almost synchronously with Ding Chen flying out. This punch hit the barrier where Ding Chen had just stood. Ding Chen dodged such a fast blow. Fist 3 also showed an incredible expression. Now he can rest assured. As Ding Chen's sword energy swept across Fist 3's body, the match came to an end. Ding Chen, with full health, defeated Fist 3 in just 4 seconds. Ding Chen wins. Yeah! The blacksmith, including the members of the village guard, shouted excitedly. But when they saw Fist 3 looking dejectedly at them, they immediately restrained their smiles. It was clear that they didn't really like this captain. Fist 3, just accept the defeat. These words were not spoken by Ding Chen, the voice came from above. Everyone looked up at the sound. Unlike the NPCs seen in the newbie village, there was a person sitting on a giant white crane above. His equipment was also very colorful. Above his head, it read, Deputy City Guard General of Sunset City, Yunha, Deputy City Guard General. It is common knowledge that the military ranks in the Deputy City are from low to high, Lieutenant, Major, General, Commander. This general is already a high military rank. When others saw Yunha, they quickly saluted and greeted him. Unexpectedly, the Deputy City's general came to this remote newbie village. Fist 3 should know Yunha, so he quickly took a few steps forward and respectfully said, General Yun, I didn't know you were coming today. Please forgive my negligence. The incident just now really made you laugh. A village guard captain. Actually, before Fist 3 could finish speaking, Yunha in midair interrupted. Hey, don't talk nonsense. According to the agreement, you are no longer a village guard, let alone a captain. I didn't expect to come here today and see such a good show. Let me tell you, I've been here from start to finish. What? You don't want to renege, do you? This General Yunha has been watching from the air since the beginning. The people in the courtyard didn't notice for such a long time. After hearing Yunha's words, Fist 3 quickly shook his head. No. Even if you weren't here today, I would never default. I lost. I admit it. At the end of the challenge, Ding Chen thought that Fist 3 would default. He was ashamed and angry at himself for taking action. If they were to start over, Ding Chen would definitely not be his opponent. Unexpectedly, Fist 3 did not do so, and Ding Chen also heard those words just now. He appreciated Fist 3's ability to admit defeat. The white crane descended from the air and placed Yunha on the ground. He walked up and patted Ding Chen on the shoulder, saying, It just so happens that I was present today, so I'll take care of the village guard captain handover directly. Then he turned to Ding Chen and couldn't help but praise. Well done, young man. I saw everything you did just now. You are worthy of being the village guard captain. Also, you should upgrade as soon as possible and come to Sunset City early. You must work under me. Got it? Being appreciated by the Deputy City General like this, Ding Chen naturally couldn't be too reserved. Ding Chen kept nodding in thanks, but he politely declined some of the goodwill just now, saying, I can find you in the Deputy City, but I can't accept the position of village guard captain today. He expressed confusion. Oh, why is that? Ding Chen explained. I made this bet because I felt he was too arrogant and did not show enough respect to us Blue Star players. Today's victory was also because he underestimated me. It was a fluke win. If there is another challenge, I know I won't win again. And I heard just now that Captain Quan San is willing to admit defeat and has the heart to give up the position of captain. I think that's enough. I can't be the captain. It's enough for me to have a rank in the army. This is what Ding Chen truly felt. He naturally knew that Ding Chen was speaking the truth. Not to mention anything else, just that punch from Quan San earlier could have knocked Ding Chen out. He also understood Ding Chen's meaning, so he acted as a mediator. Quan San, what are you still standing there for? Can't you see how capable the Blue Star players are? Quan San, upon hearing this, lost his initial arrogance. He came over and sincerely apologized to Ding Chen. I'm sorry, from now on, I won't dare to look down on Blue Star players again. And you didn't win by luck. You managed to dodge my punch at the end, so I truly lost. He, who was so arrogant just now, could now speak to Ding Chen in such a manner, which was already good enough. Ding Chen then said, Alright, I won't be the captain, so just follow the normal procedure and give me a rank here. Quan San couldn't believe that Ding Chen was serious and looked at him incredulously. Seeing his reaction, Ding Chen knew that Quan San was not one to owe favors, so Ding Chen made a small request. But remember, when I get here, you have to teach me that punch. When Ding Chen saw that skill of his, he was already thinking about how to learn it. Compared to the position of captain, skills were more practical. Quan San didn't hesitate and immediately agreed cheerfully. Alright, I've been worried that there would be no one to succeed me. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into hearty laughter. Quan San's position as captain was secured, so he then asked Yunhe about the purpose of his visit. General Yun, I haven't asked you yet. What instructions do you have for us this time? Yunhe slapped his head. Oh, I was so caught up in the excitement that I almost forgot to tell you. I'm here this time to urge you to quickly liberate the Bramble King territory. It's already this late. How can there still be dangerous areas in our jurisdiction? Quan-san immediately suggested. Alright, then let's use this as the assessment task for Ding Chen's rank as immortal. With his participation, we will definitely succeed this time. So there was still an assessment to be done. Ding Chen thought that this was already considered a successful rank promotion. Ding, you have reached 50 reputation points and are now applying to join the village guard. The village guard captain has issued a rank assessment to you. Assessment content: accompany the village guard to the Bramble King territory and liberate this dangerous area. Ding Chen wondered if he would gain too much experience if he went alone. Can I bring a few people? How many? 3. Just as the words fell, a system message came again. Ding. Assessment content supplement. You can choose 3 players to accompany you. It's better to maintain a good relationship with NPCs. Adding a condition to the task is just a matter of a sentence. Liberating the Thorn King's territory is a big project. Quan-san and the others need to gather some personnel. Perfect. Ding Chen went offline to have a meal. By the way, ask Huo Wu and the others to come online. Ding Chen came out of the game and stretched his body. Today, he doesn't feel as tired as yesterday. While eating, Ding Chen sent a message to Huo Wu. Be online on time. We'll do a big project in the afternoon. Okay. After the morning incident, they could absolutely trust Ding Chen. They are now at level 14 or 15, and have reached the top 20 in the novice village rankings. As soon as they reach level 20, they can go to the sub-city first. Moreover, for the guild competition that the school is about to organize, no matter which of the 3 of them achieves good results, they will become a small leader in the guild. Ding Chen won't have any trouble. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone came online together. Ding Chen sent the location and asked them to come to the village guard's office. Fan Ge, why are we here? Huo Wu came to the yard. Looking at the yard full of NPCs ready to go, couldn't help but ask Ding Chen. Ding Chen pulled them into the team and shared his title assessment task with them. After reading it, Nai Cha exclaimed, "Wow, are we going with the village's main force to fight bandits?" Ding Chen smiled and nodded. That's one way to put it. Quan-san's team is also assembled. In addition to Ding Chen and the others, there are a total of 20 people. 2 tankers with shields, 6 warriors, 4 archers, 4 mages, and 4 physicians. More than half of the novice village's combat power is already here. Seeing the arrival of the 3 of them, Quan-san also approached Ding Chen and asked, Fan Di, have your personnel gathered? Can we set off now? Fan Di is what Ding Chen asked him to call him. Quan-san looks like he's at least 40, and has the highest combat power in the novice village. It's not too much to call himself Fan Di, but when Huo Wu and the others saw the village guard captain being so polite to Ding Chen, they were also surprised. Are you so familiar with this captain? Ding Chen didn't dare to explain to them in detail, almost becoming this captain himself. If they knew that even the general of the sub-city knew Ding Chen, they wouldn't know how to feel. Let's go! With Quan-san's command, a group of 24 people set off mightily towards the Thorn King's territory. When they passed the entrance of the novice village, many players saw this scene and started discussing. Is the novice village going to make a big move? Look! There are our players in the team. Damn! Where did they come from? How can they go out with NPCs? Coincidentally, a player from Lanli also saw it, and he immediately recognized Ding Chen, excitedly shouting, Oi! Fan Ge! He waved his hand and shouted excitedly, hoping to get familiar with Ding Chen here. Ding Chen heard his shout, turned back to look at him, smiled and responded. Then the players nearby started asking him, Brother, where does this person come from? And why can he follow the NPC's team? The little brother from Lanli didn't know how to explain to him. Don't ask for specifics. Just remember to call him brother when you see this mortal in the future. You won't be wrong. An 11th level tanker. In fact, he looks weaker than most players. The weaker he looks, the more impressed they are. Just this broken tank? What qualifications does he have to be called brother? The team did not stop on the road and went straight to the edge of the barrier of the Bramble King's territory. However, the observant Evening Star found out that the whole team actually took a detour. The closest location to the newbie village is the same place where Ding Chen and the others entered last time. This time, it seemed like they deliberately took a slightly longer route to get here. This is not the place we came to last time. Ding Chen also noticed. After hearing this, Quan-san asked, Fan Di has been here before? Ding Chen nodded and admitted that he was driven out shortly after entering. He didn't even see a few monsters. Quan-san burst into laughter after hearing this. Not to mention Ding Chen, even their village guards have been here countless times. As for why they had to take a longer route to get here, it was also based on their multiple experiences of entering. This location was most advantageous for them to enter. After speaking, everyone entered the barrier. Ding! You have entered the dangerous area Bramble King's territory, just like last time they entered. A strong wind carrying yellow sand hit their faces. When their vision cleared, they could see a group of buildings made of stacked earth walls in front of them. Although somewhat dilapidated, it was much better than where Ding Chen and the others had entered. Now you know why we came in from here, right? Quan-san felt that with Ding Chen's intelligence, as soon as he saw these walls, he would probably understand. The reason was simple. The bramble monsters mainly relied on thorn attacks. With the walls, they could resist some of the attacks. It was easier to deal with compared to the open and barren wasteland. The group was still some distance away from the dilapidated wall. Quan-san reminded, "Stay alert. With the experience of the last attack, they are likely to strengthen their defense here." After that, the tanks and soldiers took the lead and began to move forward slowly. After walking dozens of meters, they did not find any trace of a bramble monster. Strange. Why haven't we seen a single monster today? A village guard member expressed his doubts. Quan-san immediately warned, "Quick, have 2 frontliners guard the rear of the team." Perhaps like Ding Chen and the others, the village guards had also been ambushed by bramble monsters before. After walking a distance, it was still very calm. The calmer it was, the more unsettling it felt. Just as the main force approached the group of dilapidated walls, swish, a thorn broke the oppressive atmosphere. A tank, ahead of Ding Chen, raised his shield and took the attack. -105. This tank NPC's defense was much higher than Ding Chen's, and his health bar only dropped a little, probably upwards of 4,000. Any movement was good. Everyone began to look in the direction of the thorn attack. At this sight, everyone was stunned. They saw the barren wall they wanted to occupy was crawling with bramble monsters. Just now, they were far away, with yellow sand and unclear visibility. Now it was very clear. The barren wall in front of them looked like it was covered in fur. Everywhere they could step, there was a cluster of brambles waiting there. Looking around, there were at least 100 bramble monsters. This was not good. They had planned to rely on the cover of the barren wall and fight a defensive battle against the bramble monsters. Now that they had occupied this place, it was Ding Chen and the others who had to attack. Hiya, our wise bramble king had already anticipated that you would choose to attack from here next time, thinking of hiding in here to fight us. It's really funny. Now, will you leave on your own, or shall we send you off? The monsters in this dangerous area were strong because of their high intelligence. Now that they were guarding here, it was even more difficult than fighting in the wasteland. Even if Ding Chen and the others were to retreat now and come from a different direction, sooner or later, we have to face this trouble in front of us. Quan-san also realized this and decided to arrange the team to start the attack, instead of attacking here at the end. It's better to take it down early and guard it here. Seeing that no one was actively trying to leave, the thorn monster at the desolate wall began to send them off. You don't want to leave? Then I'll send you off. The leading thorn monster was slightly thicker and had reddish branches compared to the others, and it started to attack. Thorn leader, elite, level, 16 health, 8,000 attack, 280 physical defense, magical defense, skills, exploding fur, thorn flame sting with its command. Over 100 thorn monsters around started shooting at Ding Chen and the others. Countless sharp thorns shot towards them. Seeing this, Quan-san ordered everyone to retreat. They were already at the maximum distance for the monsters' attacks. If they moved back a bit more, the thorns wouldn't reach them. But looking at the overwhelming thorns, Quan-san faced a dilemma. Even if they all charged forward, they wouldn't be able to break through and would be killed. He overlooked one thing. That was Ding Chen's shield. Ding Chen patted Quan-san's shoulder, thinking to himself, he couldn't be happier in this situation. Just watch, my friend. Ding Chen activated the Bloodfire shield and stepped forward, facing the dense thorns. With a shield value of 5,000, he could withstand about 30 attacks. Only Ding Chen stepped into the range, and all the thorn monsters started attacking him. Ding Chen shouted, "Make sure to heal me." The thorns were too dense, making it hard to estimate how many hit him. As a precaution, Ding Chen instructed several healers to focus on him. The moment Ding Chen entered the attack range, countless thorns almost formed a line and pierced towards him. In less than a second, his shield was broken, and his health started dropping rapidly. Ding Chen quickly retreated. At the same time, 5 green lights lit up on him, barely maintaining his health. "Brother, you must not act so recklessly, it's too risky." Quan San sweated for Ding Chen. Ding Chen's venture this time was quite rewarding. He managed to hit nearly 30 thorn monsters, each losing almost half of their health. Ordinary thorn monsters only had 4,000 health. Despite their high attack, their low health made them vulnerable to Ding Chen's counterattacks, losing nearly 2,000 health. Ding Chen's health was taken care of by the healers, while the thorn monsters suffered real losses. The thorn leader quickly stopped his subordinates from attacking randomly. All in all, Ding Chen's damage output could exceed 50,000. "I don't remember seeing this person last time?" The thorn leader was surprised that a skilled individual was invited to the village this time. "Attention! Do not attack this person recklessly when he approaches," the thorn leader commanded his subordinates. Despite being a bunch of weeds, their discipline was even better than humans. Seeing all the thorn monsters stop attacking, the group discussed their strategy. Brother Quan caught them off guard this time, but now they won't attack blindly. "We need a plan to attack them," Huo Wu suggested. After gaining experience, they surely won't dare to attack Brother Quan randomly. "Then let's have 2 people follow Brother Quan, and we can charge forward, right?" "No, that won't work." She realized it was not feasible as soon as she finished speaking. It was fine to have 2 people charge forward, but what would happen after that? They couldn't just kill all the thorn monsters, or it would be like sending themselves to death. Quan San listened and seemed pensive. "It seems like it's worth a try." After saying this, everyone was listening to Quan San's thoughts. With over 100 thorn monsters above, what could 2 or 3 people achieve by rushing up? Quan San pointed to the outermost thorn monster and looked at Ding Chen, saying, "Look, most of this part is already at half health. As long as Fan and Feng Lao can get us up there, the combined group damage skills we possess have a chance to clear out their remaining health. If the damage is sufficient, then instantly there will be a gap in this area of thorn monsters. At that moment, all of you rush up together and occupy this position." Feasible. There doesn't seem to be a better plan at the moment. The area occupied by the 20 to 30 thorn monsters is quite large, and Quan San's idea is very feasible. The only issue is the duration of Ding Chen's shield. 5 seconds. They need to rush up and kill the thorn monsters in this area. Moreover, others need to catch up quickly afterwards. Otherwise, without Ding Chen's shield, the 3 of them are likely to be focused and killed first. After finalizing the plan, Ding Chen raised his stone sword and walked forward aggressively, and Feng Lao, an older mage in the team, followed behind Ding Chen with Quan San. Most of the 2 were hidden behind Ding Chen. The thorn monsters didn't know what to do either. If they attack, they risk being hit back with tons of damage by Ding Chen, but if they don't attack, they have to watch the 3 approaching their territory. "Those of you who haven't taken damage, launch an attack against them," the thorn leader quietly commanded in the camp. Then a few spikes were shot towards Ding Chen. Although Ding Chen noticed, only a few were targeting him, but he had to activate his shield. At the current distance, they couldn't receive healing from the physician. If the thorn monsters kept attacking him like this, it would be unsustainable. It's better to maintain good health and have a better chance of holding on until the main force catches up. Ding Chen activated the Bloodfire shield. After reflecting damage back at those few, they stopped attacking again. They only had 5 seconds. The 3 immediately accelerated and reached the enemy's front line. "My skill range is still a bit short," Feng Lao spoke up. They had already opened up a considerable distance from the main force, and going further would be very dangerous. But if the skill range couldn't cover this area completely, it would be meaningless. The 3 had to grit their teeth and move a bit further. "Here it is." With Feng Lao's signal, the 2 began to release their skills. Mountain Strike. Quan San's punch hit the ground, sending a wave of yellow energy towards the group of thorn monsters. A damage number of 1,000 floated out. Feng Lao also released his skill at the same time, Winds of 8 Directions. Suddenly, 8 tornadoes appeared out of nowhere, sweeping through the area. Another damage number close to 1,000 floated up again. Watching from afar, Fire Dance was full of amazement. "Fan, he's making us look bad. Compared to them, our damage is just a drop in the bucket." But suddenly she realized, oh no, they're left with a sliver of health. These thorn monsters were just a bit short on damage. All of them were left with a sliver of health. As long as they didn't die, their plan just now would be ruined. Not only would the main force have no place to stay, but the three of them would have to die here first. At this moment, Ding Chen's shield was about to expire. Once the shield disappeared, the thorn monsters would surely counterattack. It's over. My fault. When calculating the damage, I didn't consider their defense attributes. Quan-san took the blame initiative, then immediately stepped out from behind Ding Chen and said, "You guys go ahead. I'll cover the rear." Cover the rear? Bullshit. Ding Chen just felt that they had been hurt enough and didn't take action. You should have said it earlier. Ding Chen shouted, "Charge all. Proceed as planned." After shouting, he rushed forward. Ding Chen circled around Fist 3's side, and the stone sword in his hand slowly dropped pieces of stone. Then Ding Chen slashed out. The crushed stones on the sword were quickly shaken off. The whole body of the sword gradually revealed a translucent blue color. As Ding Chen swung the sword horizontally, a faint blue sword aura burst out and spread towards the group of thorn monsters. "Oh, you are the one who killed me with this skill. Look at my memory. I'd almost forgot about it." After Fist 3 finished speaking, he turned back and urged the rest of the troops to move forward quickly. "Hurry up. Time is running out. We need to occupy this territory before the group of thorn monsters arrive." Where Ding Chen's sword aura passed, the thorn monsters wailed all over the field. Their last trace of health also disappeared. "Ding! You have killed the elite monster thorn monster and gained +4 experience points." "Ding! Talent triggered. Magic power +1. In an instant, there were more than 20 kill reminders. The small area of the barren wall in front was also cleared by Ding Chen. Only 2 thorn monsters that had not been hit by the reflected damage remained. The location of the thorn leader was not here, but seeing the situation here, they quickly arranged the remaining thorn monsters to fill the gap. "Quick! Fill in! And you! His shield has disappeared. Quickly output firepower. Don't let the others come up." Fighting with a bunch of thorn monsters with sticks was really strange. Soon, the other thorn monsters began to attack Ding Chen and his group. They were now close to the wall, so the 3 of them quickly found a place to hide. Seeing that they couldn't reach the 3 of them, the thorn monsters turned their heads and shot spikes at the troops below. At this moment, Fist 3 jumped out again and punched the nearest thorn monster one by one. With his extremely high attack power, it was quite painful to fight back. To distract the attention of the main force, Ding Chen's health was low again, and now there were no skills that could be used. He had to stay obediently under the wall. Soon, the main force caught up, and some of the thorn monsters filled the area again. For a while, the situation was chaotic. Fist 3 and his group had already mixed with the thorn monsters and started a melee. Maintain formation. Frontline resist. Medics focus on healing. Fist 3 commanded the village guards and fought the thorn monsters in close combat. Ding Chen called Fire Dance and the others to come to his relatively safe place. "You must protect yourselves. We came here to take advantage. Sacrificing our lives is not worth it." After Ding Chen finished speaking, they nodded repeatedly. Seeing the damage numbers floating above the thorn monsters' heads, not less than 500, they knew that their own damage was not worth showing off. Ding Chen asked them to stay here. When his shield was ready, he planned to go out and help them. These barren walls formed a square. Now they were fighting the thorn monsters in one of the openings. Currently, both sides were in a stalemate. The thorn monsters kept falling, but Fist 3 and the others' health was fluctuating. Ding Chen looked at the densely packed thorn monsters. It seemed that he had to break this balance. Ding Chen directly charged into the camp of thorn monsters. He instantly became the primary target. "Brothers, be careful." How could Ding Chen not know the danger? He didn't plan to give the thorn monsters a chance to attack. Ding Chen rushed over and instantly exploded a shield in the middle of the monster pile. In an instant, a 1-meter radius gap was blasted out. 7 or 8 thorn monsters were instantly killed by Ding Chen. Then Ding Chen turned towards his own camp and activated the barbaric charge. Soon, they were back behind the team. Just as Ding Chen had anticipated, the group of thorn monsters did not react at all. They lost 7 or 8 thorn monsters in an instant. The balance between the two sides was immediately broken, and Quan-san and his team gained the upper hand. The thorn leader saw the situation and understood it clearly. If they continued fighting like this, all the thorn monsters would die here. "Retreat! Get out of here!" The thorn leader didn't even defend the remaining 3 words, and directly let all the thorn monsters flee into the distance. They abandoned this desolate wall area. Quan-san couldn't help but sigh. These beasts are getting smarter and smarter, knowing that even if they guard other walls, they will eventually be taken down by us. So they just ran away. This time, the desolate wall area was captured. but all the thorn monsters had also fled, and it was highly unlikely that they would come back easily. So, Ding Chen and the others guarding here had no more meaning. Ding Chen looked at the other side of the desolate wall. Further in, there was a jungle formed by a vine-like plant. The withered and sturdy vines seemed to have built a huge birdcage on the yellow sand. It was impossible to see clearly what was inside from here. The Thorn leader led his followers and ran there. "Have you guys been in there? Is the Thorn King in there?" Ding Chen asked Quan San, but Quan San nodded, then shook his head. "Last time we defended here, they launched several waves of attacks but couldn't break through. Later, they started using the exploding fur skill, a suicidal attack. We made mistakes in coordination, resulting in the deaths of several medics, and we had to retreat in the end. That place, we had approached it from another direction before. It was like a vegetable garden with a pergola. The visibility was poor inside, and we didn't go far in. But now, there was no trace of the thorn monsters. They had to go in. When everyone in the team had recovered, they began to move towards the huge birdcage. In there, a thorn monster would appear from time to harass us. Very annoying. Quan San complained to Ding Chen about their last encounter. Since that was the case, they had to come up with a strategy before entering. If only one appeared, as long as the whole team cooperated and focused fire, they could kill it instantly. Ding Chen suggested, after entering, "We need to maintain a good formation. The front line is on the periphery, followed by archers and mages, and medics at the center. The front line must stay alert. Observe where the thorn monsters appear at any time. Then we need to specify positions." Then Ding Chen said to a warrior on the left side of the team, for example, your position is on the left. Once you see the target, shout left, left front, or left rear. The same goes for the other frontliners. Then all ranged attackers quickly find the direction, aim at the target, and focus fire. Do you understand? This way, they turned a team into a whole unit. It greatly reduced everyone's reaction time. Quan San also cheered loudly after hearing this. "Great, Fan D. It's really a pity that you're not the captain." With the tactics set, the team began to move towards the birdcage. As they approached, it looked like a melon shed. It was deep inside and spacious. The crowd squeezed together and started moving in according to Ding Chen's designated tactics. With Ding Chen and Quan San, there were a total of 8 frontliners. They were positioned in 8 directions within the team. Each person had a specific position, and once they spotted a target, they would shout out their position. As they entered this section, they didn't notice anything unusual. Further in, the vines became denser, like stepping into a jungle. Their visibility was somewhat affected. The crowd moved slowly towards the center of the birdcage. Suddenly, a thorn monster on the left front shot a spike into the crowd. "Left front," the warrior shouted urgently. Then all the archers and mages turned their attention to the left front and quickly spotted the target. Everyone fired at once. Almost no one missed. The NPC's accuracy was still good. However, with so many people, they surprisingly didn't manage to kill it. Ding Chen was right in front, able to see the target. He estimated roughly that the damage numbers floating above its head must have exceeded 4,000. But the thorn monster didn't die. After being focused on, it fled into the dense forest again. What's going on? Why didn't all our damage kill it instantly? Damn it! Who missed the shot? Without receiving a kill reminder, Quan San began to scold loudly. Ding Chen comforted. No one missed. I feel like they've gotten stronger. Oh, Quan San questioned upon hearing Ding Chen's words. The next time the thorn monster appeared, they needed to pay attention to its attribute changes. Soon, another thorn monster appeared at the end of the team. Fire Dance, who couldn't contribute, cast Detect Magic the moment it appeared. Before she could even look, she shared the information directly with Ding Chen. Thorn monster, special, affected by the environment. Its attributes have been enhanced. Level, 15 HP, 6000 attack, 330 physical defense, magical defense. Skill, exploding thorns indeed, as Ding Chen suspected. Inside this birdcage, their attributes had been directly increased by 50%. With 330 attack power, they could rival a Black Iron level boss. According to Ding Chen's estimation, everyone's damage in one round was almost over 5,000 points. Since the calculated damage was sufficient, the archers did not use their skills. If all the archers used their skills and with the individual buffs from the physician, there was a chance to achieve an instant kill. Ding Chen expressed his thoughts. and Quan San made it clear that Ding Chen's thoughts were everyone's thoughts. Everyone naturally followed suit. When the thorn monster appeared again, all the team members who could hit it unleashed their attacks. This time, the thorn monster had no chance to escape and was killed by the damage. Ding! Your team has killed the special monster thorn monster, gaining +4 experience points. There were only 4 players in this team. The NPC's monster kill experience would also be credited to Ding Chen and the others, especially for Fire Dance and her group. They didn't need to do anything to gain the monster's experience. Even the items that dropped were arranged for Fire Dance and her group to pick up. They became the biggest beneficiaries. With one successful experience, the subsequent actions went much smoother. As long as they didn't get stuck during the cooldown of everyone's skills, the thorn monster would be dead as soon as it appeared. Unknowingly, the crowd had already advanced nearly 100 meters. Moving forward, they saw a glowing orb tightly wrapped in vines. The vines with thorns wound around it like a ball of yarn, and through the gaps, something glowing could be vaguely seen inside. Moreover, the vines contracted and expanded, pulsating like a heart. When they cast Detect Magic, Ding Chen and the others didn't receive any information. Quan San and the others also didn't know what it was. Is this the core power of the thorn monster? What about the Thorn King? Can't there be a boss guarding this place? If we defeat it, will the danger in this place be eliminated? While discussing, someone tentatively cast a skill towards the glowing orb. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to it, sudden screams came from behind. Several screams followed in succession. Ding Chen Quan and the others quickly turned around. They saw several vines attacking the crowd. Several people had already disappeared without a trace due to these things. The vines did not stop. They continued to twist and move towards the crowd. Suddenly, one of the vines struck quickly, dragging one of the people into the dense forest. Launching, the speed was so fast that there was no time to react. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and get rid of these things. Ding San scolded the stunned crowd, then walked forward and punched one of the vines. Bang! A pit was smashed into the ground, but the vine did not stop moving, and there was no health bar appearing. Ding Chen also walked forward to help. At that moment, 2 vines shot out, entwining Ding San and Ding Chen, dragging them into the dense forest. Even Ding Chen, with his quick reflexes, couldn't see their attacking movements clearly. Now being dragged, their bodies couldn't move. The dragging speed was quite fast, and the surroundings had turned into a blur. This state lasted for a few seconds. Then, Ding Chen appeared in a spherical space. The sphere was similar to the ball of yarn they had seen before. It was surrounded by thorny vines. At that moment, a sturdy thorn monster slowly appeared in front of Ding Chen. Ding Chen recognized it. Thorn Leader. Its attributes had been enhanced in this environment. Thorn Leader, Special. Their attributes have been strengthened by the environment. Level, 16 health, 12,000 attack, for 20 physical defense? Magical defense? Skills, Exploding Fur, Thorn Flame Sting. What? You don't want to fight me one-on-one? Ding Chen admitted that its attributes were indeed strong, but in Ding Chen's eyes, it was not enough to be his opponent. The Thorn Leader was not afraid either. Even if I can't beat you, you won't leave here alive. With that said, it was clear that it was ready to fight Ding Chen to the end. Ding Chen was indeed affected by it. Considering the strength of its Exploding Fur skill, Ding Chen didn't dare to use his shield easily. Ding Chen's normal attacks couldn't break through its defense. The shield had to be kept for survival. One sword to open the mountain had a cooldown of 1 hour. Ding Chen's only means of output now was Barbaric Charge. Ding Chen didn't hold back with this skill and charged towards it. Dealing over 900 damage was still acceptable. The Thorn Leader might have known the power of Ding Chen's shield, so it didn't dare to attack easily. It just watched Ding Chen from the other side, perhaps waiting for Ding Chen to use up his shield skill. Ding Chen thought to himself, "Idiot, if you don't attack me, I'll never use the shield." After 10 seconds, Barbaric Charge was ready again, and Ding Chen dealt over 900 damage once more. Grinding it out, Ding Chen was sure to win in the end. The Thorn Leader also realized this and was forced to attack. A spike was launched towards Ding Chen. "You can attack, but I won't use the shield." Ding Chen used his wall-kicking instant acceleration technique to dodge the spike attack. "Force me to use the shield." "No way." Seeing Ding Chen not using the shield, the Thorn Leader didn't hold back either. It started launching spikes one after another towards Ding Chen. With an attack power of 420, Ding Chen's stone sword reduced damage by 10%, plus his own 35 armor value. Even a hit would still cause him to lose 341 health points. That was a quarter of Ding Chen's health. He couldn't afford to take damage easily. Ding Chen used the terrain of the sphere, constantly kicking his feet on the surrounding vines to avoid the attacks. For most monsters, Ding Chen relied on his shield for output. In fact, there weren't many opportunities to truly test his skills. After a whole month of training, Ding Chen didn't want to show off his strength based solely on numbers. Ding Chen twisted left and dodged right, using his body position to deceive the Thorn Leader and then moving in the opposite direction. The Thorn Leader's spikes, he won't get hit by any of them. Every 10 seconds, Ding Chen would use his brutal charge for an output attack. Just over a minute, the Thorn Leader's health dropped by half. A bit more, and it would be within Ding Chen's killing range. At that point, even if it had the ability, Ding Chen wouldn't give it a chance to fight back. It seemed to sense the danger too. It no longer dared to wait for Ding Chen to activate his shield. Suddenly, it began to entwine with the spherical vines. Then, its body started to emit a red light. These red lights spread along the vines, causing red spikes to grow wherever they passed. Soon, it spread to where Ding Chen was standing. The entire sphere was covered with spikes, leaving no place to stand. -42 spikes grew from under Ding Chen's feet, piercing his ankles. Feeling the burning pain, 2 damage numbers floated up. The damage wasn't high, barely acceptable. But then, the spikes inside the sphere grew again, now piercing through Ding Chen's soles. -84 this time, the 2 damage numbers doubled. Meanwhile, the Thorn Leader was now unselectable. Even with Ding Chen activating his shield, he couldn't damage it. Ding Chen chose to endure a little longer. If the Thorn Leader had any thoughts, it must be trying to break Ding Chen's shield. Ding Chen remained patient. As a result, the spikes continued to grow. -168 This skill was truly powerful in this specific environment. Unavoidable. Real damage. If this skill wasn't exhausted, even a god would have to risk their life here. Ding Chen believed that a monster at level 10 wouldn't have such a twisted skill. Ding Chen chose to endure again. -336 The spikes had reached Ding Chen's knees. If they grew again, Ding Chen wouldn't be able to bear it. Just then, the spikes under his feet retracted and returned to where the Thorn Leader was. The Thorn Leader reappeared, with less than 1,000 health points left. It seemed that using this skill consumed its own health. Ding Chen immediately used a brutal charge. Seeing no hope of survival, it, like the Thorn monster, chose to fight to the end. Ding Chen smiled. He had made the right bet. His shield had not been used up, waiting for this skill. The Thorn Leader, seeing the red shield on Ding Chen, closed its eyes in despair. Ding, you have killed the special monster Thorn Leader. Personal experience +60. Ding, talent triggered. Magic power +1. Ding, dropped items, system has picked up for you. As the Thorn Leader died, Ding Chen only saw something appear on the ground. He quickly opened his backpack. A piece of armor appeared inside, flame thorn armor, heavy armor, grade, black iron health, +150 physical defense, +15 magical defense, +15 no special attributes. Just a simple increase in stats. But it was equipment that Ding Chen could wear. It was worth 20 attribute points. Ding Chen quickly equipped it to improve his survivability. At the same time, the vine sent Ding Chen back to the main force. Quan San had been waiting here for a while. Seeing Ding Chen appear, he finally relaxed. Brother Fan, I told you, this thing couldn't possibly be your match. Ding Chen glanced at the crowd. Most of the dragged-away team members had returned to the group. However, the Evening Star was not seen. At this moment, Fire Dance also ran over and anxiously said to Ding Chen, Fan Ge, Evening Star, she hasn't come back yet. Evening Star was much inferior to Ding Chen. Her attributes were even worse compared to NPCs. If she faced the same monsters, there was probably no way out. The people who were taken away all went to fight the Thorn Leader one-on-one. That lady, looking at her attributes, I'm afraid. Quan San also had the same thought. Ding Chen looked at the whole team with only Evening Star missing. Feeling strange in his heart, he promised to let them share the glory. But in the end, only Evening Star died. Sigh. Just as Ding Chen was considering how to make up for Evening Star, there was a sound of vines moving in the distance. Do you still have people who haven't come back? Ding Chen asked excitedly to Quan San. Quan San shook his head, indicating that his people had all returned. Just then, The outermost milk tea shouted excitedly, "Evening Star! Evening Star is back!" Sure enough, Evening Star slowly descended from the vines and walked towards everyone. "Damn! Evening Star won in a one-on-one?" Ding Chen couldn't help but mutter. You know, with his abnormal attributes, it was so difficult to fight. How did Evening Star win? Evening Star calmly returned to the team. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, my attack power is too low." So it took a while. The NPCs were not surprised. After all, they didn't know much about Evening Star. But Ding Chen, Fire Dance, and Milk Tea all stared at Evening Star as she walked up to them. They didn't know how to ask. Evening Star saw the doubts of everyone and shrugged. "It's not that I deliberately hid my strength. It's just that I don't usually need to use it, so I didn't have a chance to show it." Ding Chen remembered Fire Dance mentioning the 813 pairs of females before. A scene appeared in his mind. Fire Dance seemed to be saying that the two of them were killing randomly. Evening Star was responsible for the random killing, and she was responsible for the killing. It seemed that he needed to re-evaluate Evening Star's gaming level. Originally, the Thorn monsters, seeing Ding Chen's tactics were invincible, had no breakthrough. They just wanted to separate the people and defeat them one by one. Unexpectedly, none of Ding Chen's team died, and the Thorn leader fell to the ground. Now the task was to find the whereabouts of the Thorn King. There's definitely something fishy about this. Ding Chen pointed at the glowing ball of yarn in front of him. The area they had just fought one-on-one was similar to this one. "Everyone, start attacking it." After Ding Chen finished speaking, Quan San began to command everyone to attack the ball of yarn. After a few arrows and skills were used, there was indeed some movement. The surrounding vines quickly retracted. Sand was flying everywhere. Dust filled the air, making it hard to see what was happening. All the vines around began to shrink frantically. The vines under the feet of the people were pulled out of the sand. The ground began to collapse everywhere, as if there were countless giant earthworms wriggling underneath. In no time, the huge birdcage with a radius of 100 meters where everyone was disappeared. The countless thorny vines twisted together, forming a shape similar to a spider in front of everyone. It was 10 meters high, with many tentacles made of vines deeply rooted in the soil. The top part of the body was the original ball of yarn. Thorn King, Bronze Level Boss, Level 20 Health, 400, 000 Attack, 600 Physical Defense, Magical Defense, Special, when forming a domain, Thorn-type monsters within it gain a 50% attribute bonus. Skills, Thorn Prison, 1000 Spikes, Storm of Pear Blossoms, Bronze Level Boss. This was the first Bronze Level Boss Ding Chen had seen. Small Fries, Disturb My Peaceful Dream. In front of it, there was a face formed by twisting vines. When speaking, the vines that made up the mouth opened and closed, looking very strange. Before anyone could respond, the Thorn King directly threw a large number of thorns towards the crowd. The Thorn King itself was large in size, and so was the area of its skills. Before everyone could prepare, they were covered under a rain of thorns. Within a radius of 5 meters, huge thorns fell like raindrops. Being pierced by them caused over 100 damage. "Everyone, spread out," Quan San commanded the team. Ding Chen also hurriedly urged Fire Dance and the others to escape from the boss's attack range. Their damage output was too limited. With their fragile bodies, they could easily be taken out by a single skill. By the time they ran out of the Thorn King's storm of pear blossom thorns, they were already heavily injured. Ding Chen was not in a hurry. Instead, she activated a shield and endured the damage under the rain of thorns for a while. She didn't lose much health. However, the Thorn King continuously displayed damage numbers of nearly 2,000. Instantly, its health dropped by over 20,000. Where did this trouble come from? The Thorn King naturally noticed Ding Chen. With a roar, it threw a tentacle towards Ding Chen. The Thorn King's tentacles were made up of several vines twined together, as thick as a thigh. Like a utility pole, it whistled towards Ding Chen. The Thorn King's attack method was very detailed. It kept its tentacles close to the ground, deliberately making them horizontal. This made it harder for Ding Chen to dodge the attack. Seeing that she couldn't avoid the attack by running alone, Ding Chen activated Brutal Charge to escape to a distance. "You still want to run?" Seeing that the attack missed, the Thorn King immediately plunged another tentacle deep into the soil. Ding Chen's Brutal Charge had just reached its destination when several vines sprouted around her with a bang. Then, they formed a cage, trapping Ding Chen inside. All of the Thorn King's attention was on Ding Chen. It was all because Ding Chen had acted too early. letting the Thorn King know who the core of the team was. Seeing this, Quan San quickly ordered his subordinates to attack the Thorn King. The village guards, in order to avoid being hit by group damage skills, spread out in various directions around the Thorn King. Then, they focused their attacks on the glowing core of the Thorn King. Damn it! Don't touch my mana source. The spot they instinctively attacked was the boss's weak point. The damage dealt was much higher than expected. However, this angered the Thorn King, and it fiercely swung two tentacles. Its body quickly sank, and all its tentacles burrowed into the soil. The next moment, giant thorns shot up from under the feet of the healers, mages, and archers surrounding it, piercing their bodies directly. The damage numbers were close to 1,000. In an instant, all the backline members lost half of their health. Such high damage output. Although Fire Dance and the others didn't take action, they were tense watching from the side, as they had diverted the Thorn King's attention. Ding Chen was no longer in danger. When the Thorn Cage ended, Ding Chen returned to the main group. Based on the battle process she had just observed, Ding Chen adjusted to a more optimal fighting style, have all healers retreat beyond the boss's attack range, and archers and mages should also stay at their maximum attack range. Healers, focus all attention on the backline. Our front line will be responsible for harassment. The boss won't waste energy dealing with us. Ding Chen shouted, commanding the team to adjust their positions. Since their front line couldn't reach the Thorn King's weak point area, their damage was limited. The boss wouldn't pay attention to them, so the healers didn't need to worry about them. After adjusting their positions, the battle became noticeably easier. The number of points that the physician needs to take care of has decreased, and the status of the back row has also been better protected. Just as Ding Chen said, the front row seems to be outside of this battle. The Thorn King is not like those low-level brainless bosses who only release skills when their health is low. The Thorn King started by using all three skills. It knows when to use them to its advantage. After fighting for a while, its health has dropped to a quarter, but no one in the human team has died yet. It immediately adjusts its attack target. Seeing someone protecting the back row, it focuses its main target on the front row, a tank who was lamenting with us or without us. It's the same was hit by a tentacle and lost over 400 health points. Immediately after, another tentacle hit. It then cast a thorn prison. Several tentacles then aimed at the tank. Since the physicians are very far away, they cannot provide timely healing. Under the boss's focus fire, the tank died on the spot. Front row, watch out. Now the back row has no pressure on output. But without the help of physicians, the front row cannot withstand the boss's fierce attacks. Ding Chen, with his positioning, shields, and brute force charge, is not having much trouble. But the other front row members are struggling under the pressure. When the boss still had half of its health, 3 had already fallen. The remaining front row members are also unhealthy. Quan San's health dropped by almost half under the boss's attacks. The back row has not taken damage for a while, and without orders from the physicians, they can only watch as the front row falls one by one. When they saw their captain's health also dropping, they couldn't hold back anymore. The physicians rushed up and cast healing spells on the captain and 2 wounded warriors. At that moment, the Thorn King suddenly released 3 thorn prisons, trapping the 3 physicians who had just used healing spells. Then, a barrage of thorns and spikes were released. The 3 physicians who had just used healing spells were instantly killed by this full set of attacks. Who the hell let you in? Quan San, in a rage, cursed at the physicians. Fortunately, a few others ran fast. Otherwise, with all 6 physicians dead, this battle was doomed to fail. But losing 3 had a huge impact on the situation. Now the Thorn King is attacking the back row, and the physicians can't keep up with healing. NPCs are falling one after another. Although the Thorn King's health is already below half, the current situation has completely shifted in its favor. As long as the Thorn King's skills are used properly, at least one NPC will be taken away. Ding Chen looked at the chaotic team and had no better way to deal with it. Quan San shouted, "Everyone maximize your output and end the battle quickly." After that, Quan San began to gather power in place. Ding Chen recognized this move. It was the punch that hit him in a one-on-one fight. He didn't give him a chance to hit in a one-on-one fight. Now Ding Chen wanted to see how much damage the skill could do. Quan San pulled his right fist to his waist, and yellow light particles gathered around his fist. The Thorn King was attacking the remaining back row with its tentacles. Suddenly, it was attracted by a force. It turned to see Quan San gathering power. It could feel the power contained in this punch. Seeing this, the Thorn King prepared to send a tentacle underground. By now, Ding Chen was familiar with the boss's attack patterns. This starting move was undoubtedly an attempt to use the Thorn Prison. It wanted to interrupt Quan San's power gathering. Ding Chen had been keeping an eye on Quan San's surroundings. His job was to protect Quan San and ensure the successful completion of this skill. Ding Chen took a step forward. He launched a brutal collision against the tentacle that was trying to burrow underground. At the moment it pierced the ground, Ding Chen leaped out. He directly knocked the tentacle towards the distance. Bastard! The Thorn King did not expect someone to come and disrupt, interrupting its own skill. It cursed with a unique hoarse voice, but it didn't bother with Ding Chen. The most important thing now was to interrupt Quan San's power buildup. The Thorn King extended another tentacle, probing the ground near Quan San. Ding Chen, without the sprint skill, could only watch helplessly, praying that Quan San could complete the buildup. Bang! Vines began to emerge from the ground near Quan San, quickly forming a cage around him. Finished. After building up power for so long, it was easily interrupted. Ding Chen had no chance to see the true power of this skill. Just as Ding Chen was greatly disappointed, Quan San shouted from within the thorn cage, "Ah bang!" The thorn cage shattered, breaking into countless pieces, scattering all over the sky. At the same time, a golden dragon head burst out of the cage, emitting a dragon roar. It flew towards the Thorn King's weak spot. Unlike when facing Ding Chen, this time the dragon head that completed the buildup no longer resembled a fist. It was much heavier and larger than when facing Ding Chen. Thud! This blow from the dragon fist landed squarely on the glowing area of the Thorn King's abdomen. With a loud bang, the Thorn King was hit, and numerous broken branches fell from its body. Its huge body even staggered. -7,866 Ding Chen was shocked. A true 10x attribute bonus. If not considering the boss's defense, this damage should be around 8,000 points. When Ding Chen fought alone last time, he estimated Quan San's attack to be around 800 points. It seems that this skill indeed provides a genuine 10x attribute bonus. Unlike Ding Chen's brutal collision, it clearly has no limit, or at least, the limit is at least 8,000 points. It's a pity that this skill is a physical attack bonus. On the other hand, the Thorn King, along with the huge damage numbers floating out, a large hole was punched in its abdomen by this fist. Now, a light green light ball could be clearly seen inside. Bastard! You really made me angry. The Thorn King hysterically shouted, then directed all its anger towards Quan San. All tentacles struck Quan San. All skills were also released towards Quan San. It was as if its brain had been damaged by this punch. The Thorn King had completely lost its rationality, mindlessly attacking Quan San. The remaining three doctors quickly focused their attention on Quan San. The other back row members could now output without pressure. Now, without the protection of vines, they directly used skills on the green light ball. The damage was much higher than before. Soon, the boss's health reached its limit. Stupid humans, all of you go to hell. Die! The Thorn King shouted, its body suddenly turning red, as if flames were circulating. The vines on its body were burned black, some even turning into ashes and appearing hollow. Not good. It's burning its life. The boss would enter a state where it burns its own life to gain attribute enhancements. Ding Chen was familiar with this common knowledge. He quickly checked the Thorn King's attributes again. Thorn King, bronze level boss, it is currently in the burning life state. Attack, 1800. This burning life state was truly terrifying, directly resulting in a 3x attack attribute increase. But the Thorn King's remaining 30,000 health was rapidly decreasing. It seemed like it wouldn't even last 3 seconds. Die! The Thorn King shouted again. Then all its tentacles burrowed underground, and its body sank to the ground. Next, dozens of spikes wrapped in flames pierced out from underground. This time they were as high as 5 meters. They pierced through all the players within range, lifting them into the air. Ding Chen activated the shield in advance. -6,164. A huge blood-red damage number floated out from Ding Chen. He was suspended in mid-air, watching as the surrounding team members disappeared one by one. With over 6,000 damage, there was no way out for anyone. Instead, 3 healers managed to keep Ding Chen alive at full health. However, the 2 of them were now suspended in mid-air, unable to move. As for the boss, when its health dropped to 400, it stopped burning. In fact, even if the boss died and exchanged lives with a player, the player would not lose out. Therefore, The burning state would leave the boss with 1% health to prevent a situation where both the boss and the player perished. In this state, the two of them would not be attacked, but they also couldn't damage the Thorn King. Looking at the 400 health points, the two of them were in a dilemma. If the boss did not receive any damage within 1 minute, its health would start to recover. Now, the two of them looked towards the distant Fire Dance and her team without prior agreement. This was their only hope. Don't come over. They had seen the boss's attributes, and just one hit would be fatal. Seeing this, Wanqing warned Fire Dance and Milk Tea not to move from their positions. Then, he quickly ran a few steps to stand in front of the Thorn King. Wanqing held a long bow and shot an arrow towards the Thorn King. Swish! -196. The burning state had no double resistance, so Wanqing could break through its defense. With just 2 more arrows, the boss could be killed. The Thorn King, who was already slack and exhausted, lying on the ground, was awakened once again. It sent several tentacles towards Wanqing. Sliding, rolling, twisting, Wanqing perfectly dodged the Thorn King's attacks. His movements were no less impressive than Ding Chen's. Another arrow was shot, bringing the Thorn King to the brink of death. It exerted all its strength, sending the remaining tentacles towards Wanqing. This time, it left Wanqing with no room to dodge. Fire Dance, come over and deal damage quickly. Seeing this scene, Ding Chen shouted to Fire Dance. She just needed to come over and use any skill. At that moment, Wanqing suddenly appeared in front of Ding Chen. Ha! Ding Chen was 5 meters above the ground. Was he hallucinating? Wanqing had no tentacles on her, so how could she appear in front of him? Ding Chen looked at Wanqing's beautiful face, which now had a slightly serious expression. She slowly drew her bow, and countless white light particles in her hand converged into a transparent arrow of light. Swish! It directly hit the green light ball at the center of the Thorn King. The transparent arrow pierced through the green light ball at high speed. The green energy was instantly dispersed, turning into countless starlight dots floating down. The remaining trace of health of the Thorn King was completely depleted, emitting a mournful cry of death. The Thorn King's body began to collapse. Ding Chen and his team, along with the lifeless vines, quickly fell to the ground. Unlike Ding Chen, who fell to the ground in a mess, Wanqing gracefully descended on 1 foot, smoothly turned around, and landed steadily. Ding Chen quickly stood up, adjusted his posture, and asked Wanqing in confusion, "When did you learn to fly?" They had been together for the past 2 days, and he didn't remember her obtaining any skill books. At this moment, Fire Dance and the others also ran over. The two of them exclaimed in unison, "Wanqing, you're so cool." Obviously, they were also unaware of the situation. Wanqing coughed lightly in embarrassment. I didn't tell you guys, but this skill was given to me by my father through someone he knew." Her father? Ding Chen only knew that Yi Wanqing's family was very wealthy. Now it seems that they are likely not just wealthy. Quan San walked over and took a deep breath, saying, "Phew, finally it's over. Ding, your team has successfully defeated the bronze-level boss Thorn King, gaining plus 1,000 experience points. Not only did they level up several times, but they also advanced a tier. Quan San and the other NPCs don't take away players' experience points. Ding Chen only received 10%, yet he got 1,000 experience points. The 4 of them were enveloped in a golden light. The Thorn King disappeared, leaving several shiny objects on the ground. Huowu, go clean up the battlefield, Ding Chen reminded Huowu, who was in charge of the task today. Huowu happily agreed and ran off. Shortly after, a village-wide announcement sounded, "Ding, newbie village no. 100,861. Village-wide announcement, dangerous area in the village, Thorn King's territory has been liberated by the village guard team. For players who made significant contributions to this mission will receive rewards, plus 20 reputation points, plus 1 level." The announcement ended, and a golden light fell on the 4 individuals once again. The ground where they stood began to change. After the green light ball was dispersed by Wanqing, it turned into green star points that floated down from the sky. They fell into the ground, bringing life to the previously sandy environment. Soon, this area became indistinguishable from the ordinary area of the newbie village. Filled with greenery, some moist green thorn monsters also respawned. Thorn monster, normal, level, 14 HP, 3000 attack, 180. Their attributes were greatly reduced, and they no longer attacked players actively. Quan San approached Ding Chen and patted his shoulder. "Congratulations, Fan D. You have successfully passed the rank assessment and are now officially a member of the village guard team. After Kwan-san spoke, a notification from the system arrived. Ding! Congratulations! The rank assessment task of the village guard team has been completed. Your identity information has changed. Please check. Ding Chen's attribute panel now included an additional item, identity, member of the village guard team. No. 100861 Newbie Village, what does this mean? Is that it? For such a difficult task, there's no reward? Ding Chen joked. Captain, really? Even if there's no welcome ceremony, shouldn't there be a reward for the assessment task? Kwan-san looked slightly embarrassed and said, I've never had anyone ranked before, so I didn't prepare any rewards, but in the future, I'll make it up to you. Just then, they saw Huowu running over joyfully. Judging by her expression, she must have found something good. Seeing this, Kwan-san said, Hey, I didn't get anything good today. Almost nothing. Ding Chen was just teasing him. He knew that he was only here to take advantage of the situation. But Ding Chen worried and asked, What about those teammates? Are they okay? Kwan-san reassured him that they were fine. These NPCs, like players, can respawn at their starting point if they die, so there's nothing to worry about. Now, everyone was curious about what Huowu had found. The group of 5 walked towards the newbie village, checking the attributes of the dropped equipment. The most valuable item was a skill book dropped by the Thorn King. Huowu was excited because of it. She shared the skill book with the team. Thorn Prison, Sea Level, Class Restriction, limited to mages. Summon several thorn vines around the target to build a prison, trapping the target inside. Before learning it, the details of the skill cannot be seen, but it's known that the skill does not cause damage. The specific cost in mana, control duration, and cooldown time can only be obtained by the player after learning. The mage present is just Fire Dance. She was naturally happy. The one with the most say in this is Ding Chen. You're the only mage here. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and learn. Later on, the team also acquired control skills, which is very advantageous for focusing fire on targets. After Ding Chen finished speaking, Fire Dance stared at him thoughtfully. Really? We've only known each other for 2 days. Aren't you afraid we'll deceive your feelings? Ding Chen laughed. At most you can deceive me with a few pieces of equipment. Feelings? Don't even think about deceiving me. Towards the end, Ding Chen's expression became somewhat melancholic. Seeing this, Fire Dance realized she might have said something wrong and quickly ended the topic. I was just kidding with you. Don't take it so seriously. Here, take this money. Fire Dance handed Ding Chen $1,000. Ding Chen felt she was being too polite. Fire Dance refused to take it back, saying, I've earned quite a bit of money from picking up copper coins these days. If you don't take it, I'll feel embarrassed to be with you. Only then did Ding Chen accept it. After Fire Dance said that, Evening Star and Milk Tea also gave Ding Chen 3,000 each. They said even if they gave another 3,000, it would still be their benefit. Fire Dance distributed the remaining equipment. Ding Chen could only use 2 black iron level equipment, 1 shoulder guard, 1 arm guard. Thorn Shoulder Guard, Heavy Armor, Grade, Black Iron Health, plus 100 Physical Defense, plus 10, Thorn Arm Guard, Heavy Armor, Grade, Black Iron Health, plus 100 Physical Defense, plus 15. These 2 pieces of equipment are the lowest level in Black Iron level equipment. They only provide minimal attribute bonuses. Ding Chen equipped the 2 items. After leveling up, attribute points were added according to 3 health, 1 physical defense, 1 magical defense. Once the health was almost balanced, it was necessary to ensure the balance of attributes. In the future, points would be added in a 3-1-1 manner. Ding Chen's current attribute panel, nickname, Mortal Level, 13, 130/1300, Class, Tank Identity, No. 100861 Newbie Village Guard Member Health, 1760/1760 Attack, 27. Magic Power, 4958. Physical Defense, 68. Magical Defense, 43. Prestige Points, 70. Patient Player, Power of the Wolf Ant, Power of the Poison Frog, Power of the Giant Scorpion, Power of the Grey Rock. Equipment, Stone Sword, Form 1. Flame Thorn Armor, Thorn Arm Guard, Thorn Shoulder Guard. As everyone was on their way back, a village-wide announcement came. Ding! Player Lonely Sword God has reached level 20. Other players please strive. After reaching level 20, players can enter the subcity through qualification assessment. The first player in the village to qualify for the subcity has a chance to receive a hidden profession reward. Hidden profession? Hidden profession? After reaching level 20 and entering the sub-city, there will be a professional change. Each profession will have more detailed divisions. The first player in the village to enter the sub-city has a chance to receive a hidden profession. It's not too late to say now. Many players may be regretting not leveling up quickly. Fire Dance also felt regretful after seeing the announcement. You can get a hidden profession. Why didn't they say it earlier? Ding Chen glanced at the levels of the two. Fire Dance and Evening Star were both level 17. So he said, "It's not too late now." Ding Chen wasn't just talking casually. The announcement said that Lonely Sword God has now reached level 20. He still needs to complete the qualification test tasks for the sub-city. As long as Ding Chen wants, he can quickly catch up with level 3. "I'll take you one by one. This way the chance of grabbing the first place will be greater. Who wants to go first?" Ding Chen said to them very seriously. The value of a hidden profession is very high, and this reward is worth a try. Huo Wu declined, saying, "Take Wanqing with you. Her skills are better than mine. If we really obtain the hidden profession, you will need a lot of money. I can't afford it." Huo Wu was joking, just finding a reasonable excuse to leave the opportunity to Wanqing. Wanqing also declined. Ding Chen had helped them a lot, and they felt embarrassed. Ding Chen urged, "Time is money. Stop declining. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Wait until your strength is strong enough. If you perform well in the school guild competition, won't you be able to protect me in the future? Think about it. If either of you becomes the guild leader, won't I be carefree in the guild?" Ding Chen was sincere. He didn't like being bossed around later. Finally, they decided to level up Wanqing first. It was already dinner time, but those with opportunities were definitely racing to level up. The two naturally had to persevere. Ding Chen and Wanqing didn't return to the newbie village but bid farewell to Huo Wu and the others halfway. Then they turned towards the outskirts of the newbie village, heading towards the area with the highest level monsters. 20 minutes later, Ding Chen and Wanqing arrived at the Traiant Forest. This was the outermost area of the newbie village. Going deeper into the forest would be considered outside the newbie village. The monsters inside varied in strength, and newbie village players were advised not to go there. Many Traiants roamed the outskirts of the forest. Ding Chen checked their attributes: Willow Spirit Traiant, normal, level, 20 HP, 10,000 attack, 300 skills, Entangle, Whip in the newbie area. This Traiant was already considered top tier among normal monsters. Ding Chen adjusted their experience distribution to 3, 7. This was already the limit for their small team. This was to prevent power leveling, which could lead to a significant gap between players. After setting the experience, Ding Chen had Wanqing start drawing aggro from nearby monsters. Wanqing skillfully shot an arrow at each monster. Soon, he had drawn 5 Traiants to Ding Chen. Wanqing quickly distanced himself to drop aggro. Ding Chen became the Trent's target. Although the Traiants were large, their attack range was long. Therefore, all 5 Traiants could attack Ding Chen simultaneously. Ding Chen activated his shield. Each hit could reflect over 2,000 damage. The Traiants attacked quickly and could strike 5 times within the shield's duration. Without Wanqing's intervention, they could be killed. Seeing this, Wanqing continued to draw aggro from more distant Traiants. Although the Traiants had 2 skills, Entangle was a short-term control, and Whip dealt slightly higher damage than normal attacks. They posed little threat to Ding Chen. Working together, their efficiency was very high. Wanqing only needed 1 arrow to attract a Traiant to Ding Chen. Ding Chen only needed to wait for the shield to be ready to take down a wave of Traiants. Ding! You have killed Willow Spirit Traiant, gaining +3 experience. Ding! Talent triggered. Magic power +1. Normal monsters gave much less experience compared to special monsters. Ding Chen could gain +4 points with just 10% of the experience from a level 15 Thorn monster. With 30% of the experience from a level 20 Traiant, he only gained 3 points. Wanqing's level was slightly higher, and even with 70% of the experience, she only gained 4 points. Fortunately, their efficiency was very high. They could kill 5 Traiants in an average of 10 seconds. In just 5 minutes, over 100 Traiants had been killed. Wanqing already had some experience and had now reached level 18. The experience gained now is a bit less, only 3 points. Due to the decreasing density of monsters, the efficiency of monster spawning has slightly decreased. But in 20 minutes, more than 300 monsters were successfully killed, leveling up again. After that, each monster gives 2 points of experience. After more than half an hour, a golden light finally descended. Yi Wanqing successfully reached level 20. You quickly go back and see how to receive the qualification assessment task in the deputy city. I will come back to find you immediately. Ding Chen considered that he was only a few dozen monsters away from being a patient player. He didn't want to come specially again in the future, so he let Yi Wanqing go back to take the task first. After Ding Chen killed another 20 or so tree spirits, a prompt sounded, "Ding, you have killed 1000 willow spirit tree spirits. The patient player effect has taken effect. Willow spirit power, during combat with plant-type targets, gain 10 points of health recovery per second. Under normal circumstances, health recovery does not trigger when the player is in combat. The effect of this patient player breaks this rule. Unfortunately, it is only effective when fighting plant-type monsters. In this short while, he also leveled up by more than 2 levels, reached level 15, with attribute points in health, physical defense, and magical defense, 3, 3, 1. After Ding Chen achieved the goal of being a patient player, he immediately ran to the newbie village. He was willing to help Yi Wanqing and her friends because he wanted to make friends with them. Although Ding Chen is not good at recognizing people when in love, he can still see through people when making friends, at least for now. Wanqing and Huawu are worth befriending. When they arrived at the entrance of the newbie village, Yi Wanqing had already run out. Huawu and Nika followed beside her. The two of them went offline to have a meal and then came back. Yi Wanqing's task can be completed with the help of teammates, so the 4 of them formed a team again. They must help Yi Wanqing seize this hidden profession. Yi Wanqing posted the task content to the team. Deputy City Qualification Assessment Task, head south to Crocodile Lake outside the newbie village and collect 10 pieces of crocodile skin. When Ding Chen saw this task, he had a bad feeling. Ding Chen didn't say it directly, afraid of dampening the spirits of the 3 of them. Huowu was still excitedly encouraging everyone. Let's go, everyone. The first hidden profession is about to be born among us. Ding Chen followed the 3 of them and quickly ran towards Crocodile Lake. It took nearly half an hour just to run out of this newbie village. There was a barrier ahead that resembled a dangerous area, separating the newbie village area from the outside world. After the 4 of them crossed this barrier, they received a system warning. Ding! You have entered outside the newbie village, where there are unpredictable dangers, and no specific monster areas. In the newbie village, the further away from the village, the higher the level of monsters, and the monster camps are fixed. What kind of monster it is remains the same. Once outside the newbie village, things become unpredictable. You can encounter monsters of any level anywhere, although according to the monsters' eating habits, the main monsters in specific areas will not change in the short term. But it is not ruled out that high-level monsters may suddenly invade low-level monster camps. Just as the 4 of them stepped out of the newbie village, they saw a lake not far away. According to the task prompt, that should be Crocodile Lake. It was already 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky had darkened a bit. The time in Tianqiu is not much different from reality, also divided into day and night. This has led to many night owl players trying to adjust their schedules now. After all, visibility is affected at night, and the efficiency of monster spawning is lower at night. The 4 of them ran towards the lake. Soon the system notified them that they were in the area of Crocodile Lake. Before they even reached the lake, they saw a crocodile that snapped up a jumping toad in one bite and swallowed it whole. Wronged crocodile, common, level, 20 HP, 8000 attack, 280 physical defense, 60 magical defense, 25 skill, death roll special. Don't provoke them at night. Just looking at the monster's attributes, they weren't much different from the monsters in the newbie village. But when they saw the last line, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Milk Tea weakly asked, "What does this special mean? What will happen at night? Oh, it won't turn into a monster, will it?" They didn't know what would happen, but it probably wouldn't be good. Even if it didn't turn into a monster, its attributes would definitely be enhanced. Ding Chen hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and finish the fight. Don't drag it until night." Following the system's advice is definitely right. After Ding Chen finished speaking, he attracted the attention of a wronged crocodile. Once out of the newbie village, most monsters would actively attack players. Even ordinary monsters without complex thoughts would attack when they sensed a threat to their safety. Ding Chen walked step by step towards the wronged crocodile. It was even slightly smaller than an ordinary crocodile, just over a meter long including its tail. Seeing Ding Chen, a big guy, it first shrank back. As Ding Chen approached quickly, it realized he was coming for it. Instead of hiding, it leaped forward and bit Ding Chen's arm. Seeing this, Ding Chen activated the Bloodfire Shield. After defeating a wave of tree spirits, the shield's attributes were greatly enhanced. The shield value was 6,152, and the reflected damage reached 2461. The wronged crocodile's bite landed directly on Ding Chen's shield, minus 176. Only a bit of Ding Chen's shield value was taken away. At the same time, a huge damage number appeared above its head, minus 2,401. After trying a bit, the wronged crocodile started to flee. Damn! How can it still run? Fire Dance was also surprised to see the crocodile running towards the crocodile lake. Seeing this, Ding Chen didn't give it a chance to escape. He directly charged forward and shattered the remaining shield. The first wronged crocodile fell to the ground. Ding! You have killed the common monster wronged crocodile and gained +1 experience point. The monsters outside and inside were not much different in experience. When teamed up with Wan Xing, they shared 30% of the experience and now only 10%. Basically the same. But for the behavior of the wronged crocodile fleeing, Ding Chen couldn't help but mutter. These things realize they can't win and run. That's a bit troublesome. Monsters in the newbie village would keep chasing you once they drew aggro. This wronged crocodile, after one attack, realized it couldn't win and just fled. It was not easy to deal damage to Ding Chen's shield reflection. For the second one, Yuan Xing tried to attract aggro with arrows. After being hit, the wronged crocodile didn't even come closer but crawled away in the opposite direction from the crowd. Fire Dance complained, "These things are too spineless. Not even as good as the wild chickens at the village entrance." Since the wronged crocodiles didn't want to fight, they could only chase and output damage. When Ding Chen's skill was ready, he directly used a brutal charge against a wronged crocodile, shattering the shield. Instantly, 7,000 damage was dealt. The wronged crocodile's health was down to just a bit. Then Fire Dance and Wan Xing chased and attacked a few more times, and one wronged crocodile was killed. Now it seemed they were easier to defeat than the monsters in the newbie village. They didn't even dare to counterattack. When they reached the third one, a large piece of crocodile skin dropped beside the corpse. Wan Xing quickly picked it up. This is it. Just 9 more to go back and complete the mission. Seeing that this task wouldn't take much time, everyone's spirits rose again. They went around the crocodile lake, shooting the crocodiles one by one. Unconsciously, the sky had already darkened. Just as the 4 of them were getting into the fight, the body of a crocodile in front of them suddenly began to emit light. Its 2 eyeballs suddenly turned pale. A white shadow gradually enveloped its body, which began to become transparent. Now it seemed more fitting to be called a vengeful crocodile. It became ethereal, but much larger, like a ghostly crocodile crawling on the ground. Fire Dance shouted, "It's over! It's over! Let's wait until it's dark." At this point, the attributes of the vengeful crocodile also changed. Vengeful crocodile, elite. At night, they will be corroded by some kind of resentment, becoming fierce and powerful, devouring the souls of surrounding creatures. Level, 22 health, 16,000 attack, 280 magic power. Skills, death roll, soul devour special. I told you, don't provoke them at night. At this point, Yuan Xing had collected 7 of the quest items, only 3 more to go. Even though it had been strengthened, they couldn't just let it go. This time, the vengeful crocodile actively attacked them. Ding Chen took the lead. The vengeful crocodile leaped up and bit Ding Chen's stone sword in one go. Ding Chen activated the shield, but this was judged as not having been attacked. Then, Ding Chen directly moved towards it. This bite landed on Ding Chen's waist, minus 176, the same damage number, but immediately after, another damage number floated out, minus 100. This time the number was blood red, not the pale yellow of the shield. Ding Chen glanced at her health. Indeed, she had lost 100, and the vengeful crocodile had not let go yet. After 1 second, another minus 100 number appeared. These damages were not reflected on the shield. So, except for the first one that reflected over 2,000 blood, the rest did not reflect damage. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and output. Let's push it back with a wave of damage. 100 per second. It didn't cause any fatal damage to Ding Chen. Ding Chen wasn't in a hurry. She let them pour out a wave of damage on the vengeful crocodile. The shield was not very useful for Ding Chen. It exploded directly. Then she used a wild charge to push the vengeful crocodile off her. A healing spell from milk tea brought Ding Chen's health back up, while the vengeful crocodile lost half of its health. It sank down again, trying to leap up. Seeing this, Ding Chen shouted to Fire Dance, Where's your control? Tie it down. Fire Dance had almost forgotten her new skill, Thorn Prison, but upon Ding Chen's reminder, she pointed her staff under the vengeful crocodile's body. Suddenly, several vines grew out of the soil, forming a cage that trapped the vengeful crocodile inside. Although this skill did not cause damage, it had a controlled duration of 2 seconds. A sea-level skill was already quite powerful. When the control ended, the vengeful crocodile pounced again. Although Ding Chen didn't have a shield, she was the only one who could bear it. -100 per second. After 7 seconds, Ding Chen's skill was ready, and she directly took it down. Although they had been strengthened at night, they were no match for Ding Chen. When Ding Chen's health had recovered enough, she continued to look for the next target. Just as everyone was fighting vigorously, an announcement sounded. Ding Chen didn't read the content, but she could roughly guess what it was. Ding! Novice Village No. 100861 Village Announcement. Player Lan Lijianshan was the first to complete the qualification test for the subsidy. Special reward hidden occupation transfer opportunity once. With this announcement, they all felt deflated. Ding Chen didn't feel anything wrong, since he saw the task description of Yi Wanqing, which could be completed with the help of teammates. He could conclude that Lanli Sword God would definitely be the first to complete it. With so many students helping Lanli, how could he be caught up by others? Seeing their listless appearance, Ding Chen comforted them. It's okay, let's just try our best. Isn't someone originally the first? This is just the first job change. There will be plenty of opportunities to obtain hidden professions later. Let's finish quickly and log off to rest. The few of them were slightly disappointed, but quickly adjusted. These things were going to be done sooner or later anyway. By doing this, it actually urged oneself to finish earlier. Soon, the remaining 3 pieces of crocodile skin were also obtained. After returning to the newbie village to hand in the task, they could log off and eat. Ding Chen could now clearly feel the fatigue in his body. It's all because of not eating, but when they walked near the barrier, they saw a person wandering outside the barrier. Seeing this, Ding Chen quickly gestured for them to be quiet. Very few players would come outside the newbie village now. Moreover, it was late, and the person was alone. They also noticed, but Huowu didn't care at all. It's either a player or an NPC. Why make a fuss? But after watching for a while, she quickly realized that something was off about this person. The person kept changing positions, with his face pressed against the barrier. Looking into the newbie village, Huowu asked in confusion, "What is he doing? Why doesn't he just go in?" Yi Wanqing replied softly, "He probably can't get in." Like Ding Chen and the others, normal players could freely enter and exit the barrier. How could someone be like this person, peering over the barrier? After listening to Yi Wanqing's analysis, Nai Cha felt a bit scared. "Sis, don't scare me. How come there are people who can't enter the newbie village?" Yi Wanqing continued to analyze. "Since this barrier is set up, there must be a reason for it. We can come and go as we please, so there must be something that can't come and go." Huowu mentioned, "Monsters?" Yi Wanqing shook her head. "And him?" Ding Chen walked a bit closer and used the probe on him. "No information. Monsters have attributes, NPCs have identities, and players have levels and nicknames. But this person, he had no information at all. Could it be a bug?" A staff member entered the wrong code. Before Huowu could finish, the 3 of them looked at her speechlessly. In such a perfect game, a bug appeared, and it just happened to block a person. What should we do now? Huowu couldn't even convince herself, so she asked for everyone's opinion. Ding Chen looked, and they were only about 10 meters away from the barrier. "Let's stop and ask him. If he's dangerous, we can just run into the village. Anyway, he can't get in." The 3 agreed that Ding Chen made sense, so the 4 of them quietly approached the person from behind. "Hey, who are you?" Huowu shouted out. The person was startled. He didn't dare to turn his head, and nervously replied, "And nothing." Then he sneakily glanced back. Perhaps after seeing Ding Chen and the others clearly, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Who did I think it was? Turns out to be a few little ghosts. Doesn't look like a local. Are you guys the Blue Star people?" In Tiansu, the night was not completely dark, but covered in the color of moonlight. The visibility was not as good as during the day, but basically everything could be seen. This person's face was painted like a mask, making it look fancy. From what he said, it seemed that he didn't know much about players. Ding Chen didn't have time to respond. He smirked and said, "Ha, perfect. Bring them back for research. With a wave of his hand, he released a thick smoke. Ding Chen didn't dare to slack off. He directly used brute force to dodge, and Yu Wanqing also reacted quickly, stepping back to avoid the smoke. However, Huo Wu and Nai Cha were not so lucky. They were directly hit by the smoke. Before they could say a word, they fell to the ground. What did you do to them? Ding Chen shouted and walked towards him. Seeing this, the man sighed. Oh, quick reaction. Then, he slammed the wooden staff on the ground. A formation appeared not far away. Immediately, a skeleton holding an iron sword crawled out of the formation. The skeleton headed towards Yu Wanqing. Ding Chen ran over and stood in front of Wanqing. Skeleton warrior, controlled object, HP, 15,000 attack, 400 physical defense, 80 attributes are quite high. He summoned it. Try to attack that person first. Ding Chen didn't want to use too many skills on the skeleton warrior. He needed to save them to deal with that person. Yu Wanqing understood Ding Chen's intention. He immediately shot an ice arrow towards the man with a flower face. The man tried to dodge, but Wanqing's arrow hit him accurately in the center of his body. This is shooting skill. Regardless of which direction he moved, it was difficult to dodge. The arrow firmly pierced the man's waist. Minus 434. Yu Wanqing's current attack power was only over 200 points. Including the bonus from the ice arrow, it was not even 500 damage. It seemed that the man with a flower face had very low defense. He probably didn't expect to be hit and exclaimed, "Isn't Lanqing just stepping into Tianshu? Why is he so strong?" At this point, the man with a flower face's health bar also appeared above his head. Ding Chen estimated that he had about 4,000 health points left. With the number in mind, Ding Chen was waiting for an opportunity. The skeleton warrior's long sword fell, and Ding Chen didn't activate the shield. He dodged with a flash, but his body felt a bit exhausted, and he couldn't completely avoid it. He lost nearly 300 health points. Taking advantage of the flower-faced man being slowed down by the ice arrow, Yu Wanqing continued to attack him. 2 consecutive arrows hit, causing him to lose another 400 health points. Seeing this, the flower-faced man slammed his staff on the ground again. Another skeleton warrior appeared. Ding Chen could only run over and attract the hatred of both skeleton warriors. Due to physical reasons, it was now difficult for him to dodge. Faced with the attacks of 2 skeleton warriors, he had to activate the shield to resist. Yu Wanqing only needed to focus on fighting the man with a flower face. The flower-faced man had no other means of attack and was being pushed back by Wanqing. So annoying. Quickly, get rid of this guy for me. He suddenly shouted and pointed his staff at the 2 skeleton warriors. A red light hit the skeleton warriors' bodies, and red eyeballs appeared in their eye sockets. At the same time, their movement speed increased significantly and consciously ran towards Yu Wanqing. The skeleton warriors were caught between the two. Yu Wanqing had to pull away to create distance. Ding Chen chased after a few steps but couldn't catch up. At the speed of the skeleton warriors, they would soon reach Yu Wanqing. At this point, the flower-faced man believed he had the upper hand and arrogantly shouted, "Yes, catch up with her. Kill her and bring her back to me." Ding Chen's skills were about to be ready. The flower-faced man's health was only half left. He suddenly approached the flower-faced man. When the distance was close enough, he directly charged towards the flower-faced man. He shouted at Wanqing, "Hold on. I'll solve this quickly." The flower-faced man's attention was focused on Wanqing. When Ding Chen rushed towards him, it was already too late to dodge. The blood volume of the evening star withstood 2 attacks from the white bone man. The situation was urgent. After Ding Chen's charge, he directly transformed the sword in his hand into its second form, one sword to open up the mountains. After Ding Chen's charge, the flower-faced man had not even landed yet. He took the opportunity to strike with a sword. In an instant, the flower-faced man's blood volume hit rock bottom. Only 1 blood skin remained alive. At this moment, Ding Chen's shield was still cooling down. He turned his head to look at the evening star. The white bone man's sword was about to strike down. Seizing the moment when Ding Chen was distracted, the flower-faced man's staff struck, and the person disappeared on the spot. Ding Chen quickly looked around and found that he had been teleported 10 meters away. He turned back and shouted, "Kid, next time you meet me, you won't be so lucky." The 2 white bone men had not disappeared yet. Just as Ding Chen was feeling regretful, a bright arrow shot past his eyes, aiming directly at the flower-faced man's back. Puff! The arrow pierced through. Before the flower-faced man died, he looked down at the hole in his chest, a look of disbelief on his face. Ding Chen turned around. At this moment, Yi Wanqing was standing in midair. Wow! At least 30 yards away. An arrow through the heart. And this skill was definitely not simple. Not only could it leap into the sky, but it also had high damage and a long-range attack. And most importantly, this skill. Damn! It was so cool. In the moonlight, Yi Wanqing looked like an arrow god. Ding! Your team has killed a member of the zombie tribe. Reputation +1. As the flower-faced man fell, the two white bone men turned into dust. What Ding Chen didn't expect was that killing him didn't provide experience points, but reputation points. What exactly was the zombie tribe? As fellow humans, were they on the opposite side of the players? Without more information for Ding Chen to refer to, he temporarily treated them as ordinary monsters. At this moment, Huo Wu and Nai Chia also woke up. Ha! Who lifted the roof of our dormitory? Huo Wu looked confused, as if she had just woken up, muttered a sentence, and closed her eyes again. Ding Chen wanted to comfort her, so he walked up to her and whispered softly in her ear. Want to do it again? Huo Wu hummed. Doom. Huo Wu suddenly realized something, opened her eyes in a flash, and sat up. She looked around. Only then did she remember what had happened just now. She quickly changed the subject, trying to cover up her previous embarrassment. Cough. Where is that person? What skill is this? It cured my insomnia directly. Yi Wanqing and Nai Cha were both amused by her, laughing uncontrollably. Having dealt with this unexpected trouble on the way, everyone continued on towards the village. Ding Chen felt a little scared when he thought about the situation just now. If either Ding Chen or Yi Wanqing hadn't dodged that cloud of smoke just now, right now, the four of them wouldn't know what would have happened to them. Maybe when they logged back in, all four of them would have turned into white bone men. After returning to the newbie village, Yi Wanqing went to complete his quest. Ding Chen was about to log off when a message popped up in his friends list. Lonely Sword God, bro, where are you? I'll come find you. Lonely Sword God had already passed the qualification test for the deputy city, so he should have gone to Sunset City. Why was he asking where he was? Ding Chen shared his location. Soon, Lonely Sword God ran over. Lonely Sword God's equipment was not the starting gear. Very eye-catching. He was also very handsome. Coupled with Lonely Sword God's reputation, any player who encountered him in this newbie village would have to stare at him for a while. Bro! Lonely Sword God shouted at Ding Chen from a distance. Now, Ding Chen had also become the focus of the players. When he ran over, Ding Chen asked, why didn't the Sword God go to Sunset City? What do you want from me? Lonely Sword God heard Ding Chen calling him like this, quickly smiled and stopped him. I dare not. I dare not. Bro, just call me Little Sword from now on. This Little Sword had no arrogance at all. Very polite to Ding Chen, as if Ding Chen was really his own brother. The more this was the case, the more Ding Chen felt suspicious. Just a bet. Ding Chen never thought they would actually follow through. Lonely Sword God continued warmly. It's nothing. Just came to see you before leaving. He saw Ding Chen looking a bit puzzled. Not only Ding Chen was puzzled, anyone else would feel puzzled too. Just a chance encounter made it seem like they were real brothers. Lonely Sword God also noticed this, so he explained sincerely. Bro, maybe you didn't take this bet seriously, but it had a huge impact on me. I was bullied a lot when I was young, so I always hoped to have a brother. But growing up, there has never been anyone who truly impressed me in any aspect, until today. So, I sincerely regard you as my brother. In case you don't believe me, this is my attribute panel. I'll share it with you, and in the future, just watch my performance. In the game, the attribute panel is like one's own underwear for a player. Sharing the attribute panel with someone else is like standing naked in front of them. This signifies absolute trust. As Lonely Sword God spoke, he sent a message to Ding Chen. Ding Chen opened the chat box half-believingly, and there was indeed an attribute panel inside. He even saw information about the hidden profession on the panel. Nickname, Lonely Sword God. Nickname, Lonely Sword God. Level, 20-607/2000. Profession, Warrior. Obtained the hidden profession Featherizer Sword transfer opportunity. Please go to the Featherization Academy in Sunset City for transfer. Health points, 1650/1650. Attack, 192. Magic power, 24. Physical defense, 131. Magic defense, 114. Reputation points, 35. Equipment, blue feather sword, weapon. Antelope helmet, head. Fire bull armor, body. Antelope shoulder guard, shoulder. Wasp arm guard, arm. Fire bull leg guard, leg. Iron armor boots, feet. Accessories, none. All 7 pieces of equipment are of black iron level. Nothing special. Free attribute points, 0. Talent, braver as the battle goes on, SS level, in combat with enemies. Body attributes will be enhanced. Every 10s. Maximum health. Attack. Magic power. Physical defense. And magic defense attributes will increase by 1%. Maximum increase to 50%. When reaching the maximum value, an additional 10% bloodthirst effect is obtained. Skills, whirlwind / initial skill, already upgraded. Power / sea level, already upgraded. Excluding the talent. Lonely Sword God's current attributes are considered average. There is not much difference from most warrior players. It's just that with this talent, when fighting monsters for about 8 to 9 minutes, it becomes completely different. Almost all attributes increase by 50%, coupled with 10% lifesteal. In the monster groups of the newbie village, it's really easy to come and go. This talent in the late game is even more unimaginable. Ding Chen roughly looked through it. This thing didn't seem fake. It seems that his performance today did give Lonely Sword God a huge psychological blow. I'll go for the transfer tomorrow, and then show you the characteristics of the hidden profession. Feeling that Ding Chen had seen enough, Lonely Sword God continued. Ding Chen looked at the Lonely Sword God in front of him and felt he was too naive. A college student at first glance. Without even understanding what kind of person he was, he dared to reveal all his cards to himself. It's like just meeting a big brother on the street in the afternoon and already telling him your identity information, bank card number, and password in the evening. Fortunately, Ding Chen is not a bad person. Out of kindness, Ding Chen deliberately threatened. You, the top attribute in the whole village. I wonder how many people are curious about it. When you log off later, I'll post your attribute panel for $100 on our village forum. Lon Lijianshan didn't care at all, smiled and said, seeing you daring to confront more than 100 of us for those 3 girls today, I can guarantee you are not that kind of person. Ding Chen also smiled and gave himself such a high hat. Even if he had this idea, he didn't dare to do it. I'm leaving, bro. If you have any problems after you reach the deputy city, feel free to find me, and call me Xiao Jian from now on. Lon Lijianshan left with the last sentence. Ding Chen also logged off afterwards. Today was really tiring, tired and hungry. As soon as he came out of the game, he heard Wang Gaoshui from the opposite shop shouting, "Hey, Fan Ge, just in time. I thought you wouldn't have a hot meal again." When he logged off today, they all came out of the game. Their meal had already been ordered, and Ding Chen's portion had just been placed on his table. Ding Chen asked, "Hey, shouldn't you guys be in the game at this time as usual?" Their schedule was different from Ding Chen's. They always played games at night and slept during the day. Wang Gaoshui replied, "We have to adjust. It's different from training mode now. It's too dark to enter the game at night." Ding Chen laughed after hearing this. The time setting of Tiansu is similar to reality, which has forced many Night Owl players to adjust their schedules. During the meal, Wang Gaoshui mentioned, "Fan Ge, the 3 of us will all be able to enter the deputy city tomorrow. What about you? Have you already entered the deputy city?" They always thought that based on Ding Chen's gaming level, he would level up quickly, but Ding Chen swallowed a mouthful of rice and shook his head. "No, I'm still far behind. I've only leveled up to 15. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be there tomorrow night. If not, I don't know when." Ding Chen was still considering whether to spend more time in the newbie village to brush up on some talents before going, so the timing was uncertain. Wang Gaoshui was quite surprised. "Ah, Fan Ge, why are you leveling up so slowly?" The other 2 roommates also chimed in. "Then won't you miss the registration for the guild competition at our school?" "Not necessarily, Fan Ge. If you get up early tomorrow and work hard, you might still make it to the deputy city before noon." Ding Chen looked puzzled. Wang Gaoshui realized that Ding Chen might not be aware of this news, so he reminded him, "Fan Ge, take a look at your phone. The school just sent a notice. Tomorrow is the registration for the guild competition. The qualification for registration is to enter the deputy city before noon tomorrow and send a screenshot to the class monitor." Ding Chen was too hungry when he logged off, so he just focused on eating and hadn't had a chance to check his phone. Now he picked up his phone and took a look. Indeed, there was a notice from the school. It stated that based on estimates, most players would enter the deputy city tomorrow. The school plans to establish a guild on a school-by-school basis. And to make the guild management personnel more convincing, a guild competition is set up. Students who want to compete for guild management positions can sign up. Yi Wanqing had told Ding Chun about this matter a long time ago. Ding Chun didn't care at all about the position of manager. Of course, if a familiar person could become a leader, Ding Chun would be very happy. So Ding Chun encouraged the three of them. Work hard, win the first place in the competition, become the president, and don't just boss me around. During dinner, Huo Wu also sent a message. They were all talking about the guild competition. He used the same words, saying that he would definitely level up Huo Wu and Nai Cha to level 20 tomorrow, no matter which of the three of them becomes the guild leader. Don't forget about Ding Chen. After dinner, Ding Chen took a bath and went to sleep. Today really wore Ding Chen out. The next day, before it was time for Ding Chen to get up, Wang Gaoshuai's phone rang. Ding Chen, who already had shallow sleep, was awakened by the noise. Wang Gaoshuai impatiently muttered, "Who is making noise so early in the morning and disturbing people's sleep?" He picked up the phone, looked at Ding Chen, and said softly, "Lin Xi." Ding Chen, who was planning to continue sleeping, immediately opened his eyes upon hearing Wang Gaoshuai's words. He glanced at Wang Gaoshuai, who nodded. Then he answered the phone. Hearing a familiar voice on the other end, "Hello, squad leader. Sorry for disturbing you so early. I'm calling to register with you. Please check your green bubble. I'll send you a screenshot." Wang Gaoshuai is the squad leader. Don't be fooled by her politeness now. Last month, after she broke up with Ding Chen, Wang Gaoshuai messaged her to ask about Ding Chen. Without a second thought, she deleted everyone in their dormitory. Now that she needed something, she politely called to add her as a friend. This was official business, and Wang Gaoshuai didn't say much. He opened Green Bubble and approved the friend request. However, he was puzzled by Lin Xi's trashy gaming skills. How did she reach the deputy city so early in the morning? The screenshot was fine. Indeed, she had reached Sunset City. Wang Gaoshuai recorded her registration information. Looking at the screenshot of her fully equipped character, he felt a sense of impending doom. He sent the screenshot to Ding Chen. "Fan Gu, look at this equipment. Who can compete with her? If she becomes the guild leader of our school's guild, our days won't be easy." Ding Chen glanced at the picture. There was a slight change in appearance, but it was still recognizable as her. Holding a staff, she also chose the mage profession, and with a full set of equipment. You could even see the accessory belt. It was definitely arranged by Lu Xiao. Maybe even participating in the competition was also arranged by Lu Xiao. With a good backing from her father, Lu Xiao must have her own guild. Now letting Lin Xi compete for control of the school's guild was indeed a clever move. Ding Chen looked at the time. It was 6 in the morning. No more sleep. Ding Chen immediately made a voice call to Huo Wu. Huo Wu was still half asleep at this time. Similar to when she was confused by the flower-faced man, Ding Chen's body shivered upon hearing this. But he didn't have time to think about it. Wake up quickly. Go online. Ding Chen didn't want Lin Xi to become the guild leader. Although Ding Chen had seen Yi Wanqing's strength, which was very strong, but archers were naturally restrained by mages. Mages had high skill damage, and many skills were unavoidable. For a fragile archer without life-saving skills, there was simply no room for retaliation. If Ding Chen didn't want to go personally, he could only rely on Huo Wu now. Ding Chen urged her urgently, with only 6 hours left, leveling up, completing the deputy city qualification task, and rushing over. Ding Chen was still thinking about whether there was a way to further improve Huo Wu's strength. Time was running out. The two of them had a quick bite to eat and then went online. "You didn't take it seriously when I told you yesterday. Why are you suddenly in such a hurry today?" Ding Chen didn't explain it to her in detail, just told her to do her best in this competition. Without Nai Cha, Ding Chen bought some supplies at the pharmacy. A bottle of blood cost 10 copper coins. The current exchange rate had dropped to 5:1. It's 2 yuan each, almost equivalent to a bottle of happy water. Ding Chen was a bit reluctant. One bottle of blood can restore 200 points of health in 10 seconds. Ding Chen reluctantly bought 50 bottles and then headed towards the sealed stone tower. Huo Wu thought of the last situation and felt a bit scared. "Here? Can we handle it?" This was the best leveling area Ding Chen could think of, but it also had high risks. If they couldn't handle it, it would be a waste of time and might delay their trip to the secondary city. But Ding Chen was determined. Yes, here. The rewards here were very generous, and Ding Chen hoped to get a skill book or mage equipment to further enhance Huo Wu's combat power. After reaching the 9th floor, Basically no players came here. The two entered the sealed stone tower and stepped onto the teleportation array. Ding! The sealed stone tower has been cleared to the 9th floor. Do you want to start the challenge? Yes. The teleportation array began to move upwards and arrived at the final floor of the sealed stone tower, the 9th floor. The stone door of the 9th floor slowly opened. Inside was a stone-built hall. In the distance, above the throne of the hall, a blue flame was burning. Ding Chen and Huo Wu stepped into the hall. Apart from the strange flame, no other monsters were found. Before they could examine the flame's properties, a blue light struck their feet. Bang! -1749-1932 Ding Chen was left with a sliver of health, and Huo Wu disappeared from Ding Chen's side. Then, a stone wrapped in blue flames flew out from the throne towards Ding Chen. Ding Chen tried to dodge, but the stone could track its target. In the time Ding Chen dodged, he didn't activate his shield in time and was hit by the firestone. -1000. This 1000 was real damage. Ding Chen didn't use any skills and was sent out of the sealed stone tower. Ding! Challenge failed. Please enhance your strength before trying again. Fan Gu. Let's go. Huo Wu's mood was very stable. This was the last level of the sealed stone tower, and she didn't expect to succeed in the challenge. Being kicked out so quickly was actually a good thing. It didn't waste much time. But Ding Chen stopped Huo Wu, who wanted to leave. No. Let's try again. They had to see who attacked them, right? Being kicked out without even seeing the opponent's attributes would be embarrassing. Huo Wu had no choice but to follow Ding Chen back onto the teleportation array of the sealed stone tower. This time, when the door to the 9th floor opened, Ding Chen stepped in alone. As soon as he noticed the blue light flickering, Ding Chen activated his shield. Bang! A flame descended from above Ding Chen's head and hit the shield. -1749 Ding Chen's shield was not broken, but the blue flame on the throne lost over 2,000 health points. Oh, there are still people in the village who can enter this hall. The blue flame spoke in a demonic voice. Then it floated up from the throne. Only then did Ding Chen see that there was a circle of dark small stones around the flame. Which fire seed, bronze level boss, level, 20 health, 150, 000 magic power, 1000 skills, heavenly fire, blazing flame ring, skyfire stone. This boss was straightforward. There were no special notes. Its health was low, but its damage output was high. Seeing Ding Chen still standing, Huo Wu followed suit. Bang! -1932 A flame struck her head. She still hadn't seen what the boss looked like and was sent out of the sealed stone tower again. Ding Chen heard a noise behind him and turned to look, but he couldn't find any trace of Huo Wu. For the damage caused by the boss, Ding Chen inexplicably wanted to laugh. Taking advantage of the shield not yet disappearing, Ding Chen wanted to see if he could get more items from the boss. Ding Chen gripped the stone sword and was about to move forward. A ring of flames appeared around the boss and began to ripple outwards. Its speed was very fast. With the shield on him, Ding Chen did not dodge. -849 at the same time. The boss lost over 2,000 health points. This flame incineration skill had a large range, covering the entire hall. If the timing of rolling or jumping was right, there was a chance to dodge it. Then, another flame appeared above his head. Although Ding Chen's shield had not disappeared yet, he planned to try to dodge this skill. As long as he could dodge this skill as well, then there would be a chance to defeat this boss. When the flame appeared above Ding Chen's head, he could perceive a bright light in front of him. At the moment the light appeared, Ding Chen dodged to the side. Bang! This hit grazed Ding Chen's arm and hit the ground. -1749 damage was still dealt. Next, the firestone that flew towards him when he first entered came at him again. Ding Chen didn't dodge. The tracking skill couldn't be avoided either. At this moment, Ding Chen's shield disappeared. 1,000 true damage hit Ding Chen. Not even 2 seconds later, another fireball fell from the sky. The cooldown time of this boss's skill was too short. Ding Chen tried his best to dodge, but like last time, he grazed his arm and hit the ground. Damage was dealt, and Ding Chen once again came to Fire Dance's side. Fan, let's go. Ding Chen knew that Fire Dance's gaming experience was not very good, but he really didn't want to give up like this. Once they left the newbie village, they might rarely have a chance to come back. So, wouldn't they have very few chances to come back and fight this last level of the sealed stone tower? Ding Chen persuaded. Fire Dance, shall we try again? Based on my observation just now, except for the stone skill that is a guaranteed hit, the other two skills can be dodged. The cooldown time of that stone skill must be the longest. I just need to block that stone skill with the shield, and we will have a chance to defeat it. Hearing Ding Chen's serious analysis, Fire Dance nodded. So, the two of them came to the 9th floor of the sealed stone tower again. This time, Ding Chen didn't let Fire Dance go in. You stay outside and be responsible for watching out for the skill where fire falls from the sky. As soon as you see flames forming above my head, shout immediately, dodge. Ding Chen saw the light and dodged, but he was still a bit slow. If Fire Dance saw any signs of flames forming above his head and reminded Ding Chen to dodge, he was very confident that he could dodge it. After confirming their plan, Ding Chen stepped into the hall once again. As soon as he entered, a flame appeared above his head. In fact, from a distance, this skill still had a very obvious charging process. Seeing this, Fire Dance immediately shouted, dodge. Only when the flame was large, Ding Chen could see the light. He didn't see the light now, but upon hearing Fire Dance's shout, Ding Chen immediately moved to the side. Bang! This time, it almost grazed Ding Chen's arm and fell down. Ding Chen was stunned for a moment, not seeing any damage numbers appear. Both Fire Dance and Ding Chen excitedly shouted, great! Successfully dodged it. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Fire Dance's fighting spirit reignited. Then Ding Chen went further inside. Just like last time, the Witchfire Seed stood up from the throne again, repeating the same words. It didn't have advanced thoughts. So, once the technique was mastered, there was actually a good chance of defeating it. 2 seconds later, another flame appeared. Huo Wu was highly focused at this moment. All attention was on Ding Chen. The moment the fire appeared, Huo Wu shouted, dodge. Ding Chen didn't even need to look. He just dodged to the side. Successfully dodged. Yes, after dodging twice in a row, the two became more hopeful. Next, the boss started using the fire ring skill. Ding Chen had already figured out the skill last time. Whether rolling or jumping, as long as the timing was right, they could dodge it. Judging by the speed of the fire ring spreading, Ding Chen preemptively rolled. He stood up. No health was lost. One step closer to success. Ding Chen was now full of confidence. The next skill the boss released was the Firestone. When Ding Chen saw this skill, he simply stood still and waited. When the Firestone hit him, he activated a shield to block the damage. The boss also started losing health. Next, a blue flame fell from the sky. Bang! This time, without a warning from Huo Wu, Ding Chen was hit before he could dodge. Ding Chen had a shield on him at this time, so he didn't lose any health. Ding Chen couldn't help but praise Huo Wu for this. If Huo Wu reminded Ding Chen, he would instinctively dodge. Once dodged with a shield, it would result in one less hit on the boss. Huo Wu only reminded Ding Chen when he didn't have a shield, making it easy to take down the boss. 2 seconds later, the next flame, Ding Chen also didn't dodge. Immediately after, Ding Chen's shield disappeared. Huo Wu, watch out. In the moment the shield disappeared, Ding Chen specifically reminded Huo Wu. Just when Ding Chen thought everything was going smoothly, a blue light appeared in front of him. Ding Chen hurried to dodge. Bang! This time, the flame hit Ding Chen's arm. Minus 1749. Huo Wu, what are you doing? Ding Chen shouted towards the door. Ha! Where's Huo Wu? Ding Chen also didn't notice the large fire ring spreading behind him. After being burned again, he returned to the front of the sealed stone tower. Fange. Ding Chen looked at Huo Wu somewhat helplessly. No, why did you come out again? Ding Chen didn't realize when Huo Wu died. Huo Wu also felt helpless. Fire ring. Let's just go. It was clear that after being killed 3 times in a row, Huo Wu's mentality had collapsed. She no longer wanted to play. But Ding Chen now felt truly hopeful. As long as someone reminded him of the timing to dodge at the door, the boss would be like a fish on the chopping board, allowing Ding Chen to slaughter it. Just lie on the ground. The fire ring won't hit you. Try again. Last time, the height of the fire ring was at the waist. Lying down would definitely avoid it. After repeatedly assuring that it was the last time, Huo Wu reluctantly followed in. Ding Chen found a position for Huo Wu where she could see the situation inside clearly and not get hit while lying down. Then they went in again. This time, Huo Wu posed no threat. She followed Ding Chen's instructions, reminding him when he didn't have a shield and staying silent when he did. The two cooperated like this. After one round of skills, the boss had no way to deal with Ding Chen. But when the second round of Firestone skills appeared, they encountered trouble. Ding Chen specifically watched the time for the boss's Firestone skill, paying attention to the release interval. The cooldown time was 8 seconds, a bit faster than Ding Chen's shield. This led to the second time. When the stone enveloped in blue flames flew towards Ding Chen, his shield wasn't ready yet. Minus 1,000. 1,000 real damage hit Ding Chen, who quickly drank a health potion to sustain himself. Ding Chen then started counting the seconds. When the Firestone skill was finished in 3 seconds, Ding Chen had already activated his shield in advance. Sure enough, when Ding Chen's shield was about to disappear, the Firestone hit Ding Chen's shield. The next hit was when there were only 2 seconds left on the shield. Another hit was just 1 second after the shield was activated. In short, each round lasts for 40 seconds. Ding Chen can release the shield 4 times, while the boss can use the Firestone skill 5 times. There will be 1 hit causing damage. Ding Chen kept drinking blood potions, restoring 200 health points every 10 seconds. In total, 800 health points are restored every 40 seconds. This means that after each round of attacks, Ding Chen only suffers 200 points of damage. Each time Ding Chen activates the shield, it will reflect damage back to the boss 3 to 4 times. Coupled with the barbaric charge skill, the total damage output to the boss after 1 round is nearly 40,000. Therefore, the boss will fall in the 4th round. As long as Ding Chen's health does not drop below 1,000, he is safe. After 4 rounds, Ding Chen only suffered 800 damage. Even if the Firestone hits Ding Chen, he will still have over 100 health points left. In the end, the boss can only be defeated. After calculating the damage in his mind, Ding Chen excitedly shouted to the fire dance outside the door, "Come on, we have one." In the eyes of the fire dance, she only saw Ding Chen losing half of his health at the beginning. She really didn't know where Ding Chen's confidence came from. But as she gradually saw the boss's health decreasing and Ding Chen's health dropping significantly before slowly recovering, she also became excited. Both of them were very nervous at this moment, not daring to make any mistakes. After a long 5 minutes, the boss's health finally reached its lowest point. Bang! The last round stone wrapped in blue flames smashed onto Ding Chen. Minus 1,000 fire dance in the distance watched as Ding Chen's health bar dropped sharply, leaving only a trace, and her palms couldn't help but sweat. Ding Chen did not die. He still had over 200 health points left. Ding Chen looked at the boss's remaining thousands of health points, calm as water in his heart. Everything was within his calculations. When the next shield was ready, the boss's 2 skills hit Ding Chen, leaving him with only a few hundred health points. Ding Chen charged over and smashed it into pieces, leaving only a small blue flame floating in the air. Ding! This ding sound made the anxious fire dance outside relax. She then stood up excitedly and ran to Ding Chen. "Yeah, Fan GE. My God, please accept my knees," Fire Dance said, about to kneel down. Hearing the movement, Ding Chen turned to look. Just as he turned around, Fire Dance knelt in front of Ding Chen. The posture of the two was indescribable. Fire Dance raised her head, looking at this scene, instantly thinking of something. Her face blushed slightly, a mischievous smile appearing at the corner of her eyes. She knelt in front of Ding Chen like this, staring at him with a mischievous smile without saying a word. Ding Chen felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Ding Chen pretended to be calm and jokingly said, "What are you doing? Hungry?" Fire Dance leaned forward again at his words, her hands reaching towards Ding Chen's waist. She said, "I only had milk for breakfast. A sausage wouldn't be bad." "Oh, damn. Is she serious?" Startled, Ding Chen quickly backed away. This little girl Fire Dance was too powerful, and Ding Chen couldn't keep up. Seeing his reaction, Fire Dance slowly stood up, covering her mouth and laughing. Ding Chen quickly changed the subject. "I haven't even dropped a piece of equipment. Let's see what rewards we get." Ding Chen heard a ding, but he hadn't had a chance to see the content yet. Ding Chen opened the notification panel. "Ding, you have killed the bronze-level boss Wuling Fire Seed. The 9th floor of the sealed stone tower has been cleared, and rewards have been distributed. Players who clear each floor of the sealed stone tower are contributing to cleaning up ancient pollution for the human race, with an additional reward of +5 reputation points. Rewards for clearing the 9th floor of the sealed stone tower, level +1, Wuling Fire Seed. The sealed stone tower has been completely cleared and will disappear in 10 minutes. As the final cleaners, you will receive additional rewards, 5 reputation points, and a choice of 1 sealed stone tower emblem. This floor did not drop any coins or equipment. Both players gained 1 level, 10 reputation points, and 1 emblem each. There is also the item with the same name as the boss, Wuling Fire Seed. Ding Chen and Huo Wu arrived outside the sealed stone tower, and a village-wide announcement sounded. Village-wide announcement for newbie village no. 100861, the sealed stone tower has been completely cleared and will disappear in 9 minutes. Huo Wu's reward is the same as Ding Chen's, except for the Wuling fire seed. There is only one. Ding Chen opened his backpack and found a pulsating blue flame inside. Wuling fire seed, consumable item, using it can enhance your next skill. Imbuing it with the power of the Wuling fire seed. One-time use. Enhances the damage of the next skill. Ding Chen's heart trembled when he saw this item. This trip was not in vain. Both Ding Chen and Huo Wu experienced the boss's damage, although the description did not specify how much damage it could increase. But surely, it won't be low. Although there is only one chance, this one chance is enough. With it in the school's guild competition, you can ensure a victory in one match. Ding Chen handed the flame to Huo Wu. You take this. With it, you have a better chance in the guild competition. Giving all the good stuff to Huo Wu. She really didn't know how to repay Ding Chen. Brother, you treat me so well even though we are not related. Huo Wu looked like she was about to cry from being touched. Hey, stop pretending. If you really become the guild leader, don't forget about me. Huo Wu hurriedly retorted, brother, I'm not pretending. I will never forget you. I'm not exaggerating. Whatever you ask me to do now, I will absolutely not refuse. The old Ding Chen would have taken this seriously. But now, he wouldn't. Lin Xia had even said to Ding Chen before that she would only marry him. Now he would just playfully respond with, oh. Seeing this, Huo Wu became a little anxious, raised her voice a bit, and shouted, you don't believe me? Fine. Tonight I'll wait for you downstairs in your dormitory. I'll eat a sausage to show my sincerity. Oh, who's afraid of who? Ding Chen really didn't believe she would do that. Who wouldn't talk big? Ding Chen agreed on the spot. Okay. Huo Wu wasn't flustered either, repeatedly saying, okay. Just don't run away like last time. The last thing left to look at was the emblem of the sealed stone tower. It was a treasure chest, indicating that Ding Chen needed to choose. Ding Chen opened the chest and found a variety of stone-style emblems inside. There were various defensive attribute-enhancing emblems. There was also a summoning emblem that could summon a boss from the sealed stone tower to assist in battle, and a skill emblem, which allowed the selection of a skill that appeared in the sealed stone tower. All sorts of them. After looking for a while, Ding Chen finally chose the stone-based hidden job transfer emblem. Ding Chen saw the words hidden job and felt that its value was relatively high. So Ding Chen chose this emblem. When making the choice, a prompt came, only recommended for tank and warrior classes. Ding Chen decisively confirmed his choice. Then a heavy black stone emblem appeared in Ding Chen's backpack. Badge description: with this badge, you can obtain a chance to change to a hidden stone-based profession in the sub-city. Let's say there must be something good on the last floor of this stone tower. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Huo Wu's advice and gave up cleaning. When Huo Wu saw various badge descriptions, she excitedly asked Ding Chen for his opinion. She wanted all of them, but in the end, she chose a skill badge. The skill badge is a skill randomly obtained from the 9th floor boss Witch Fire Seed. Huo Wu learned the skill Blazing Flame Ring, which has a huge range. It was also what she most wanted to learn. There are no AoE skills in the initial skill selection for mages. So, an AoE skill is a qualitative change for mages. Although her damage won't be as high as the boss's, it will definitely greatly improve her monster grinding efficiency in the future. After learning it, Huo Wu couldn't wait to see the skill's effect. She is now at level 18. The two chose the same leveling spot as Yi Wanqing, the Willow Spirit Tree Spirit. After more than 20 minutes, they arrived at the leveling spot. Is this the place? Huo Wu couldn't wait to ask when Ding Chen stopped. Ding Chen nodded. Mages don't have normal attacks, so they can't pull monsters like Yi Wanqing. If there are only single target skills, the efficiency of pulling monsters will be much lower. But now it's different. Huo Wu's face was filled with a confident smile as she raised her staff towards the sky. Whoosh, a blue flame ring appeared around her waist and spread outwards. Huo Wu said that the rating of this skill is B, which can only be considered average. The fire ring around Huo Wu grew larger and attracted the hatred of the tree spirits it touched. The skill has a radius of about 5 yards and currently deals over 200 points of damage. It's not as powerful as a boss, but it's enough. With this skill, over a dozen tree spirits were attracted. They surrounded the two from all sides. Ding Chen could attract most of the attention. The two tree spirits behind Huo Wu still focused their hatred on her. Ding Chen activated his shield to deal with the dozen or so in front of him and couldn't spare any attention to Huo Wu's side. Huo Wu could only use thorny prison to trap one of them first. Then she struggled with the other. During the struggle, one tree spirit swung a willow branch, which crazily extended and coiled around Huo Wu's body several times. When it tightened, Huo Wu couldn't move. The tree spirit's branch hit her, and she couldn't dodge. It dealt over 200 points of damage in one hit. Huo Wu now had 800 health points, and 3 hits would deplete it. At this moment, the tree spirit that had been trapped by Huo Wu moved to her side. Together with the other tree spirit, they whipped Huo Wu with their branches again. Ding Chen, with his back to Huo Wu, heard the sounds of Pia, 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 from behind. When he turned around, Huo Wu was already low on health. Ding Chen helplessly said, "You're almost dead, and you didn't call for help. Are you enjoying yourself here?" Being bullied by 2 small monsters, Huo Wu felt embarrassed to ask Ding Chen for help. She didn't dare to retort after Ding Chen scolded her. Ding Chen sighed and quickly rushed towards one of the tree spirits in front of him. Huo Wu's control was gone, so she hurriedly ran away. The rest was left to Ding Chen to handle. The two fought here for almost an hour. After killing nearly 700 tree spirits, Huo Wu successfully reached level 20, while Ding Chen reached level 17. The patient player effect of the tree spirits had already been obtained when they came with Yi Wanqing last time. Ding Chen didn't want to just level up, so it was meaningless here. The two headed towards the newbie village together. She was responsible for picking up quests, while Ding Chen was responsible for contacting Nika to come online. Yi Wanqing just messaged that she went to the deputy city first to wait for them. Nai Cha is only level 16 now, 1 level lower than Ding Chen. She no longer hopes to participate in the guild competition, and as a physician, there is no need to participate. Not only her, most students at Manhwa University have little hope. The average level of players is still around level 15. The school set the condition to arrive at the deputy city before noon today. This is a very high condition that has already eliminated most players. After Nai Cha went online, she and Ding Chen waited for Huo Wu at the village entrance for a while, and she ran over. Huo Wu shared the deputy city qualification assessment task with the team. Similar to Wanqing, it is also to collect materials outside the village. This time it is the evil wolf tooth in the northwest of the village. The monster's attributes should not be much different from the wronged crocodile. In Tiansu, players are encouraged to team up because few can match the attributes of monsters of the same level. For tasks like this, it is almost impossible for Huo Wu to complete it alone. The three arrived at the task location and quickly found the target of this task. Evil Wolf, normal, level, 20 health, 8000 attack, 260 physical defense, 45 magical defense, 30 special. They are cruel by nature, have strong attack power, and will actively attack players. Moreover, they often act in groups, outnumbering and tearing apart enemies. Skill, Evil Wolf pounced. The individual attributes are slightly worse than the wronged crocodile. Although the three looked at more than a dozen evil wolves in front of them, staring fiercely at themselves, they were a bit nervous. You guys hide behind. For Ding Chen, the most difficult thing is to ensure the safety of the back row. If she doesn't have to worry about them, Ding Chen would charge in alone. This evil wolf is relatively special among ordinary monsters and does not need to attract hate intentionally. They will attack humans on sight. Just as Ding Chen advised them to retreat to the back, the group of evil wolves pounced. Most of them were biting towards the front. Ding Chen, only one was attracted to Nai Cha, who couldn't retreat in time. Ding Chen faced the group of evil wolves alone without any panic. When there is a shield, she can attack freely. Even when the shield time is up, she can use a brutal charge to create distance. Nai Cha, who did not retreat in time, became the target of one of the evil wolves' attacks. Based on the damage that appeared on Ding Chen's shield, this attack was higher than their usual attacks. It should be the evil wolf's skill. Humans are naturally afraid when facing such beasts. The weak Nai Cha was scared when an evil wolf pounced on her with drool dripping. Not knowing what to do, Nai Cha instinctively shouted, "Brother, save me!" Minus 319 a damage number popped up, and her health dropped by almost half. Although Ding Chen heard Nai Cha's plea for help, he was currently drawing the hate of so many evil wolves. It would be more dangerous to run over with this group of wolves now. Seeing this, Huo Wu quickly used a thorny prison cage to bind them. Then she pulled Nai Cha back and said, "Don't worry about us, I can handle it." Huo Wu thought to herself, if she couldn't handle a small monster alone, what good was she? Immediately, a fireball hit the evil wolf. The upgraded fireball not only caused instant damage but also continued to burn, serving as Huowu's main output method. This fireball could reduce the evil wolf's health by about 600. After Naicha regained her senses, she immediately cast a healing spell on herself. Her health returned. The thorny prison cage had a 2-second control time, and the distance between the two had already been pulled out. When the evil wolves pounced again, Huowu reminded, dodge. This was a habit she developed when cultivating at the ceiling stone tower. Milk Tea also understood and quickly ran towards Huowu to avoid this attack. Ding Chen felt no pressure and stood there watching the two girls deal with the wolf. When Milk Tea managed to dodge the attack, Ding Chen couldn't help but shout, well done. This might be the first time Milk Tea dodged an attack since entering Tianshu. After dodging, she stood there feeling incredulous. Hey, I can also be considered a pro gamer. Milk Tea seemed a bit dizzy from dodging the skill once. Seeing the excited Milk Tea, Huowu quickly reminded her, pro gamer, it's not over yet. The wolf gathered strength again and pounced once more. Dodge. Huowu repeated the command. Milk Tea, now without the previous fear, happily and calmly watched the wolf. Hearing Huowu's shout, she lightly jumped to the side and avoided the attack. She smiled happily, finally experiencing the fun of the game. Ha ha, can't hit me, can't hit me. Ding Chen was also very pleased to see Milk Tea. She used to be a little afraid of monsters, which made her hesitant to act. Now with confidence, she moved skillfully, just like that, promising, without needing Huowu's reminder. Milk Tea could evade most of the attacks. With her healing skills, there was no danger. Seeing that they didn't need his help, Ding Chen went to deal with another group of wolves alone. The two wolf groups provided enough materials for Huowu's task. When Ding Chen returned, they had finally defeated the wolf. Not bad, not bad. If it were single monsters, I wouldn't be of much use. After Ding Chen finished speaking, Huowu rolled her eyes at him, and Milk Tea made a face. To them, it was just a pure Versailles. He killed 20 or 30 by himself, while Huowu and Milk Tea only killed one. Ding Chen handed the task items to Huowu and planned for her to return and complete the task herself. He and Milk Tea were going to find a place to grind monsters. Just then, a system prompt appeared, indicating a new task. Ding Chen was puzzled as to why he received a task while everything was fine outside. He checked the task details. It was a task issued by the village guard, summoning members to gather at the guard post. Ding Chen quickly stopped Huowu, who was about to leave, saying, wait, if you go to the deputy city, I won't see you for a while. Let me accompany you for a bit longer, so you won't miss me. Unusually, Huowu didn't retort but continued Ding Chen's words. Don't worry, when I miss you, I'll just shout for you downstairs at your dorm. The three returned to the newbie village and bid farewell to Huowu. Before leaving, Huowu instructed, when both I and Wanqing are not around, don't take advantage of Milk Tea. Ding Chen glanced at Milk Tea, who looked like a child. There was nothing to take advantage of, right? Ding Chen led Milk Tea to the guard post, where the people from the last mission had already gathered in the courtyard. As soon as Ding Chen arrived, Quan San immediately announced their departure. Then he walked up to Ding Chen and apologized. Fondi, I'm really sorry. If it weren't for a big event, I wouldn't want to involve you. It seems you'll be leaving the village soon, so help your older brother out one last time. Quan San, as the team leader, was really polite. As long as the rewards were in place, Ding Chen would follow orders. Then, Quan San began to explain the mission to Ding Chen. When Quan San mentioned the zombie tribe, Ding Chen suddenly interrupted in surprise. What? The zombie tribe? This left a deep impression on Ding Chen. They encountered the flower-faced person outside the novice village last night, who is from the necromancer tribe. Upon seeing Ding Chen's reaction, Quan San immediately asked, what? You know them? Then, Ding Chen explained to Quan San what happened yesterday. Quan San exclaimed that Ding Chen was lucky, saying, you don't know how powerful that poison mist is. Once you're exposed to it, you'll faint, and then they will take you back to the tribe to turn you into a puppet. If the transformation is successful, they can keep your body, but if not, you'll end up as a skeleton. Ding Chen shuddered at the thought afterwards. This was not like being killed by a monster, losing a level, and resetting attributes. Being turned into a puppet would completely change your attributes and profession. After being reborn, your profession and appearance would forever be in a puppet state. Quan San mentioned that they had noticed members of the necromancer tribe loitering outside the village recently. They would mesmerize and take away any villagers or players they encountered alone. Their current mission was to go to the necromancer tribe and eradicate them. Ding Chen felt that this mission was too risky. If he were turned into a puppet, he would lose all his talents and magical strength. Moreover, Tianqiu only allowed each person to have one game account. What was the point of playing then? With these concerns in mind, Ding Chen immediately expressed, "Brother, it's not that I'm not obedient, but if I were really turned into a puppet, it would be a huge loss for me." Quan San quickly advised him, "No, completing this mission without you would be even more difficult, and the whole village would be in trouble." To ease Ding Chen's worries, he added, "Before you arrived, we had already cleared them out once. It's not as sinister as you think. Moreover, there are only a few necromancers and the tribe chief left. They don't have much combat power themselves, relying entirely on puppet manipulation in battles. Having you there would make it safer." This didn't sound like a lie. Ding Chen had fought the flower-faced person yesterday, and he knew their attributes were indeed weak. Without puppets, they were nothing special. Ding Chen thought to himself, if Quan San and the others could hold them off up front, he could find an opportunity to get close to the necromancers. With a set of skills, he could take them out. Once the necromancers were dead, no matter how many puppets there were, they would be useless. The atmosphere had already escalated to this point, so it wouldn't hurt to ask for some benefits, right? Pretending to ponder, Ding Chen muttered, "Is it worth taking such a big risk?" Quan San was also shrewd and immediately understood Ding Chen's intention, promising, "Don't worry, if this mission is completed, you will definitely be rewarded." Empty promises wouldn't work, so Ding Chen insisted, "Be clear about it." Quan San looked Ding Chen up and down, then said, "We'll complete your equipment." Excluding accessories, Ding Chen was currently missing 3 pieces of equipment. According to the drop rates in Tianqiu, few players could gather a full set of equipment within 3 days. The reward was acceptable, and Ding Chen had seen a piece of tank equipment that wasn't black iron level in the village guard before. He had been eyeing it for a while. Then, he glanced at the milk tea beside him and said straightforwardly, "Include hers in the deal too." Once they left the novice village, they wouldn't come back often, so it was their only chance to extort some benefits. Milk tea was also missing 2 pieces of equipment. The village guard was not wealthy, and after hesitating for a while, Quan San reluctantly agreed. Then, the group arrived at the place where Ding Chen and the others had left the village yesterday. They headed towards a dense forest along the Crocodile Lake. Strangely, they would occasionally encounter monsters outside, but once they entered the dense forest, it was eerily quiet. They walked for a long time without seeing any trace of a monster. "Bro, I'm a little scared." The forest was quiet, with a hint of eerie atmosphere. Milk Tea shrank behind Ding Chen and said softly. Ding Chen turned around, patted her shoulder to comfort her, and encouraged, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. I'll take you to pick equipment when we go back later." Which girl could resist the temptation of shopping, especially when it's free? After Ding Chen finished speaking, Milk Tea immediately nodded happily. But the next moment, a howl came from the forest. The girl's sixth sense was really accurate. There was indeed danger lurking here. Accompanied by roars, a long-armed monkey leaped onto a nearby tree. Its eyes were glowing red. Its body was mostly rotten, with some parts even showing bones. It hung on the tree, staring at the crowd without any emotion. Long-armed ape monkey, summon. Ding Chen knew how this thing came about as soon as he saw it was a summon like the White Bone Man. Seeing those red glowing eyes, Ding Chen could determine that there must be necromancers nearby. This is a puppet controlled by necromancers. Ding Chen didn't know if Quan San and the others could see the monster's attributes, so he reminded them. Quan San's face changed instantly after hearing this. "What? Are you sure?" Ding Chen nodded. He was very sure. This thing was definitely the same as the White Bone Man encountered yesterday. Soon, another long-armed monkey appeared. Its level of decay was even more severe. Seeing this situation and hearing Ding Chen's judgment, Quan San felt uneasy. Oh no, they can now control even the monsters. What do you mean? Couldn't they control them before? According to Quan San, controlling monsters was a recent development. Quan San replied, "Last time when we cleared them out, they could only turn people into puppets, so the number of puppets was very limited." After Quan San finished speaking, Ding Chen covered his forehead. It seemed like he had agreed too early, just as he thought. Since entering this dense forest, they hadn't encountered a single normal monster. What did that mean? Ding Chen didn't dare to think about how many monster puppets were being controlled by them now. Quan San also realized that this operation was likely to be dangerous. He directed everyone to deal with the two long-armed monkeys in front of them, then planned to retreat from this dense forest. But at that moment, chaos broke out around them. There were noises coming from all directions in the forest. Soon, long-armed monkeys, wild leopards, wild boars, many white-boned men, and even half-bodied snakes appeared in the sight of everyone. They all had one thing in common. Their eyes were glowing red. At a glance, there were densely packed red dots. They were like an army, rushing towards them in a massive wave. And no one knew how many there were. The levels of these monsters ranged from 20 to 25. Surrounding the group and charging at them, Quan San shouted, "Oh no! The monsters in this forest have all been controlled by them." Stepping into this forest, they had already fallen into their encirclement. It was too late to retreat now. And the main problem was that the necromancers hadn't shown themselves, so no one knew where they were. Fighting against this group of controlled monsters would be futile. With so many monsters, they would eventually be worn down and killed here. Soon, the first batch of monsters had already reached them. Quan San quickly ordered the team to maintain formation and start resisting. NPCs fighting monsters of this attribute was relatively simple, as a few monsters fell as soon as they made contact. But they couldn't withstand the overwhelming number of monsters, with no end in sight. This was definitely not a sustainable strategy. Ding Chen reminded Huo Wu, "Stand in the middle and make sure to protect yourself." After saying that, he was about to charge towards the group of monsters. Quan San immediately understood Ding Chen's intention. So, he quickly stuffed a pill into Ding Chen's hand. Taking it can protect you from their poison. After that, he ordered all team members to use their skills to clear the way for Ding Chen. The skills of archers and mages poured towards the group of monsters in front of Ding Chen. In an instant, many monsters fell down. Although he still couldn't see where the monsters were on the periphery, Ding Chen had to take a gamble. Ding Chen ran to the gap where the monsters had just been opened, then made an extreme distance brutal charge. Hoping to break out of this encirclement, Ding Chen rushed a full 10 yards through several messy monsters. He still hadn't escaped the encirclement, but he could clearly see that he had reached the outer edge of the monsters. There were only a few monsters left behind. Ding Chen was now squeezed in the pile of monsters. Not daring to slack off, he directly activated the blood shield, enduring the damage and squeezing outwards. These manipulated monsters moved very clumsily, and Ding Chen managed to escape before the shield was broken. Ding Chen breathed a sigh of relief. With so many layers of monsters surrounding him, staying inside would undoubtedly lead to death. Now it depends on whether Ding Chen can find and successfully kill the necromancer before the team is wiped out. Ding Chen shook off the hatred of a few monsters on the periphery and sneaked into the dense forest, hiding his figure. These monsters were controlled by the necromancer. This indicated that the necromancer was not far from here and could successfully surround everyone. Their location should be able to see the situation here. But when Ding Chen ran out from inside, there was no commotion. This meant that the necromancer couldn't see the direction Ding Chen ran out. Thinking of this, Ding Chen circled around the dense forest and headed towards the opposite direction. Not long after, he indeed found the necromancer's location. There were a total of 6 people, all with big painted faces. Detection spells had no effect on them, revealing no information. Their identities could only be judged by their appearance. One of them was obviously older, with wild beast hair tied on his head and many beast teeth hanging on his body. He should be the tribe's chief. The other 5 were not much different from the painted faces Ding Chen encountered last night. The 6 people were surrounding a huge formation, burning with raging red flames. At that moment, a boar was being roasted by the flames. In less than 10 seconds as Ding Chen watched, the boar ran out of the formation. Most of its body was already damaged. Its eyes also glowed red as it rushed towards Quan San and the others. Immediately, another boar appeared on the formation. They were continuously refining monsters. Seeing this, Ding Chen calmly walked out from behind a tree. The monsters had all run to Quan San's side, leaving no interference here. These necromancers had no puppets, so Ding Chen completely ignored them. "Hello, how are you?" Ding Chen greeted them casually. They were obviously a bit surprised by Ding Chen's appearance. Pausing their spellcasting actions, the 6 people stared straight at Ding Chen for a while, then quickly infused magic into the formation. A boar puppet quickly appeared in front of Ding Chen. Ding Chen didn't pay any attention to this guy. Based on his previous estimation, these necromancers only had 4,000 health points. which Ding Chen could easily kill with a shield. Ding Chen directly activated the blood shield and walked towards the necromancers. Since he had to choose to explode, he had to wait until the last second to do so. The shield's cooldown was calculated from the time of activation, reducing the time needed for the next shield to be ready. Ding Chen also had no intention of giving them a chance to resist. When the boar rushed up, he used it as a springboard. With a brutal charge, he rushed towards the position where the 6 people were standing. They formed a circle with 6 people, standing evenly around the huge array. The explosion range of Ding Chen's shield could only reach one of them. Ding Chen was not greedy either. When passing by one of the zombies, he detonated the shield on his body. The person fell to the ground without a sound. This exaggerated damage surprised the remaining zombies even more. Only the chieftain remained calm, muttering unclearly, he is a very good corpse embryo. Hearing this, the others did not hesitate and directly threw a handful of poison powder towards Ding Chen. They would not expect that Ding Chen had an antidote pill in his hand. By the time Ding Chen came out, he had already taken the pill. But when he saw these people releasing poison gas, he still felt a bit panicked. He didn't even know if the antidote pill would work in case the 3 zombies attacking him were not affected. When the 4 zombies attacked Ding Chen at the same time, he instinctively dodged away. However, the smoke range of the 4 people was particularly large, and Ding Chen, who had no charge skill, found it difficult to escape. When Ding Chen smelled the poison gas, he felt dizzy. The zombies also watched as Ding Chen was enveloped in thick poison gas, their worried expressions disappearing immediately. One of the zombies even said directly, we have gained a powerful corpse embryo. When the poison gas dissipated, Ding Chen had already fallen to the ground, motionless. Then, the 4 zombies approached. Lifting Ding Chen, they walked towards the array, saying, after refining him, we will deal with the group of waste in the village and take over the village. As they were about to throw Ding Chen into the array, a blood-red shield suddenly appeared on him. The crowd was astonished, but before they could react, the shield exploded directly. In an instant, the 4 zombies fell to the ground. The chieftain was also affected by the attack, with a blood bar appearing above his head, now reduced by half. Ding Chen, who was being carried, fell to the ground. As he leisurely got up, he commented, after taking the medicine, the toxicity is gone. But with the concentration of this poison gas, even a breath makes the brain a bit hypoxic. Ding Chen had only felt a bit dizzy before and had not lost consciousness. He had a sudden inspiration and decided to fall down pretending to be affected, luring these people over for a decisive strike. This move by Ding Chen was indeed effective, leaving only one chieftain standing in front of him in an instant. The chieftain had been calm all along, but seeing Ding Chen unaffected by the poison, his expression changed. He dared not underestimate Ding Chen anymore. Clutching the staff tightly, he began to chant a spell. His body was enveloped in red light, becoming ethereal. Ding Chen knew he was channeling a powerful skill. So, Ding Chen charged at him with brute force, attempting to interrupt his channeling. However, to his surprise, Ding Chen passed directly through his body. His body had indeed become ethereal, unaffected by external influences. At this moment, the 5 zombies lying on the ground also began to emit red light. They floated up and were thrown into the array. Then the chieftain also disappeared, turning into starlight and flying into the array. Only a whisper lingered in the air, "You will be invincible." Soon, the 5 zombies turned into skeletons and reappeared, their eye sockets glowing brighter with red light. In the array, countless red starlights flew out towards the group of 3. Ding Chen hurriedly checked the attributes of the 5 skeleton creatures in front of him. Skeleton, summon, they have gained the power of sacrifice and become very powerful. Level, 25 health, 24,000 attack, for 50 physical defense, 100 magical defense, 150 special. They are cursed. If you are killed by them, you will become like them. Their attributes have been greatly enhanced. They have become like zombies. Once killed by them, you will also become a puppet. Dealing with them now still requires some time. I wonder how Quan San and the others are doing. Just then, Milk Tea sent a voice message to Ding Chen. As soon as he opened it, he could hear the chaotic scene on the other side. Milk Tea anxiously said, "Brother, how are you doing over there? These monsters suddenly became so strong. The captain has already been killed." When he saw the red light flying over, Ding Chen knew it would be like this. But now the only hope is to kill these few people in front, so that the puppet can dissipate. Quan San is already dead. Once the front row falls, The people in the back won't last a few seconds. Ding Chen told Milk Tea that he was already fighting against these people from the undead tribe. Soon he will be able to kill them and let the remaining people hold on for a while longer. Especially her. She must protect herself and not be killed by these things. Ding Chen didn't dare to waste any time. When the shield was ready, he walked directly in front of these 5 people. They were not rational. Swinging their bone arms turned towards Ding Chen when they saw him. Ding Chen now has a shield of nearly 7,000. They can only deal 325 points of damage to Ding Chen with each hit. Even if all 5 hit him at the same time, enduring 4 rounds of damage is completely fine. Ding Chen's shield reflects damage of nearly 2,700 points, dealing over 10,000 damage in 5 seconds. When the shield disappears, Ding Chen quickly uses Savage Charge to create distance. After 5 seconds, when the shield is ready again, Ding Chen approaches and repeats the process. Just then, Ding Chen felt a commotion behind him. Turning around, he saw a large number of monsters rushing towards him. Ding Chen felt something was wrong and quickly messaged Milk Tea. Milk Tea, how are you? Ding Chen doesn't care about the NPC, but if Milk Tea turns into a puppet, his guilt will be great. Soon, Milk Tea replied that she had reached the spawn point. Ding Chen hurriedly asked her to check her professional status and see if there were any changes. After receiving confirmation that everything was normal from Milk Tea, Ding Chen finally relaxed. It seems that only these 5 bone people in front of him have this special infectious attribute. After the second round of shield damage, the 5 bone people had about 2,000 health left, with 2 of them having 5,000 health remaining. But at this time, a large group of monsters had already rushed over, engulfing the 5 bone people. Ding Chen didn't dare to stay and ran to prevent these monsters from catching up. Ding Chen could run, but he felt a bit unwilling to leave the bone people in such a state. He felt that the mission was not completed, and Milk Tea had sacrificed her life in vain. Ding Chen was thinking now, if these 5 bone people die and the remaining monsters disperse, he could take a gamble. Even if he fails, as long as he kills the 5 bone people, the mission will be considered complete. Even if he is killed by the remaining group of monsters, he would only lose 1 level. He could just ask Quan San to help him recover. With that in mind, Ding Chen waited for all his skills to be ready, then ran to bring himself closer, within charging distance of the 5 bone people. Seizing the opportunity, he used Savage Charge. Ding Chen once again charged back into the group of monsters. Even if he dies, he must kill the 5 bone people created by the undead. Ding Chen accurately judged the distance based on multiple uses of Savage Charge, found the right direction, and measured the distance. With 1 Savage Charge, he arrived in front of the 5 bone people. Ding! Your proficiency in the Savage Charge skill is full, and it has been upgraded. Please check the details on the attribute page yourself. This prompt came at a very bad time. Ding Chen didn't have the time to look at it. Due to the large number of monsters, when Ding Chen rushed in, he activated his shield, but there was no hurry to detonate the shield on him. Instead, he first attracted the hatred of a few of them. When all 5 skeleton warriors were within the explosion range of Ding Chen's shield, he detonated the shield. The 3 skeleton warriors with less health were directly killed. Due to the monsters around him constantly attacking Ding Chen, when the shield exploded, the shield value was only over 4,000 points. This caused the 2 skeleton warriors with more health to still be standing. In such a powerful group of monsters, Ding Chen's health dropped rapidly. Seeing that the 2 of them were not dead, Ding Chen quickly switched his stone sword in his hand to form 2. Without the protection of the shield, in just 1 second, his health reached the bottom. It can be understood that as soon as the red light passed, they couldn't hold on anymore. Ding Chen was now fighting for his life, with no intention of returning alive. He completely ignored the monster's attacks and swung his long sword horizontally. 1 sword to open the mountain. After Ding Chen released this sword energy, his health was also emptied. He did not see the scene of the 2 skeleton warriors being killed, nor did he know if the monsters would disappear after the skeleton warriors died. Ding Chen's vision flashed with white light, and he appeared in front of Milk Tea. Ding! You have killed the summoned creature skeleton warrior. 2 system prompts in a row. Ding Chen finally let go of his suspended heart. It's just that he doesn't know if this counts as completing the mission. Milk Tea saw Ding Chen appearing from the spawn point. Feeling a bit lost, brother, I'm useless. I can't dodge their attacks. Hearing this, Ding Chen felt like laughing. With such a dense group of monsters, even if the world's #1 expert in Tianshu came, he wouldn't be able to dodge them. Ding Chen quickly went over and patted her head to comfort her. At this moment, Ding Chen was surprised to find that milk tea not only did not lose a level, but instead leveled up. "Ha? How did your level increase instead?" Ding Chen asked in confusion. Milk tea chuckled when she heard this. "After you left, I was the only player on the scene. They killed so many monsters, and the experience was all added to me. He. Ding Chen suddenly realized. With over 20 NPCs in such a dense group of monsters, they were helping milk tea level up alone. She didn't lose out on this trip. As for whether Ding Chen himself lost out, he would have to ask Quan San to see if his mission was considered completed. Ding Chen called Milk Tea and headed towards the village guard post. Milk Tea naturally ran up and held Ding Chen's little finger. Ding Chen was stunned, looking at the obedient Milk Tea. Her eyes were watery, innocently looking at Ding Chen, as if nothing was wrong. The younger sister holding her older brother's hand, causing no trouble. On the way, Ding Chen opened his attribute panel to see what additional effects the Savage Charge skill upgrade had brought. Savage Charge, B rank, upgraded. Skill description, -10 yards in one direction, during which the body is uncontrollable. If a target is hit along the way, they will be pushed to the final position together, and the ground will be struck, causing a small range of targets to be knocked back and dealing 1000 spell damage. Cooldown, 10s. Wow! Upgrading it turned it into a bull's head EQ combo. Just don't know how big the range of the small area is. However, changing from a single target skill to a group skill is a qualitative improvement. Soon, the two arrived at the village guard post. Before they even entered, they could hear the lively atmosphere inside. "What's going on? Why are you so happy after being wiped out?" Ding Chen joked as soon as he entered. When Quan San saw Ding Chen coming in, he excitedly rushed to him and directly lifted him up. "Brother Fan, you are amazing." Others cheered along. Quan San then threw Ding Chen into the crowd. Ding Chen was then tossed into the air by a group of NPCs. There was no need to ask. The mission must have been completed. This zombie tribe should be the biggest threat in this newbie village. By solving them, the pressure on the village guards will be greatly reduced. No wonder they were so happy. Ding Chen asked them to calm down, and since they were so happy, they needed to properly implement the rewards. Ding Chen was let down by them and then walked up to Quan San. "About the reward we agreed on earlier. You can't go back on your word, right?" Quan San patted his chest with a smile. "Whatever you want, take it yourself." After that, Ding Chen received a message reminder of completing a task. Ding! The task released by the village guards has been completed. Now rewards reputation points +5. Level +1. Silver coin +1. 1 silver coin is equal to 1000 copper coins. In cash, this is 200 bucks. It seems that the village guards are not as poor as they seem. As for a level, although Ding Chen didn't want to level up so quickly, Milk Tea was about to enter the deputy city. After teaming up these 2 days, he didn't want to stay in the village alone. Level up and it's fine. Milk Tea is now at level 18, and he has returned to level 17. It's a pity that he died just now, and his attributes were reset to when he just reached level 16. He killed over 700 tree spirits, 20 to 30 evil wolves, all in vain. Over 700 spell power. If Ding Chen doesn't get compensation from Quan San, he will be heartbroken. Quick! Take out all the equipment for us to choose." After Ding Chen finished speaking, Quan San didn't hesitate either, waved his hand and let his men carry out a pile of equipment, tank and physician's equipment. Ding Chen quickly called Milk Tea, "Hurry and choose. If there's something better than what you have, replace it." Ding Chen was not polite at all. Not only did he have Milk Tea find the 2 missing pieces of equipment, but he also had her replace the ones that weren't good enough. Milk Tea glanced at Quan San, but he didn't object. So, she happily went to pick out the equipment. Ding Chen took a look at the equipment in front of him, all black iron equipment, and he couldn't be bothered to choose. He walked up to Quan San, leaned in and whispered in his ear, "I don't need 3 pieces. That day I saw a milky white helmet. It looked really good. Just bring it to me." Quan San's face stiffened upon hearing this, stammering, "Ah, what are you talking about? What helmet? All the equipment is here." He thought Ding Chen was trying to trick him. Ding Chen said plainly, "I saw it. Stop pretending. I'm about to go to the deputy city. We may not see each other for a long time after today. We've known each other for a while. Can I give my little brother a keepsake before leaving?" Ding Chen's words made Quan San emotional. He waved his right fist. "All right, We're brothers. I'll give it to you today. After Quan-san finished speaking, he personally brought out a cloud-white helmet from the house, with auspicious cloud patterns on it. He pushed the helmet in front of Ding Chen with both hands. Here, take it. This is the best equipment I got from monsters while fighting in the Deputy City. Actually, I don't need it myself, so I'm giving it to you. Just by looking at the quality of this equipment, Ding Chen felt it was extraordinary. Moreover, Quan-san practiced boxing. Wearing equipment would affect his body's flexibility. Since Ding Chen first saw Quan-san, he had always been in thin clothes. No equipment or weapons were worn. Suppressing his excited heart, Ding Chen took the helmet. Flowing cloud helmet, heavy armor, grade, silver. Damn! Silver grade equipment. At first glance, you can tell it's not a black iron tool. Although Ding Chen had thought it might be a silver tool, that thought was quickly dispelled. Considering that only a bronze tool had appeared in the entire newbie village, he didn't dare to think so boldly. When he saw that the equipment grade was indeed silver, Ding Chen felt that this trip today was really worth it. Flowing cloud helmet, heavy armor, grade, silver equipment level 20 HP, plus 250 magic power, plus 30 physical defense, plus 30 magic defense, plus 25 special, flowing cloud protection when obtaining a shield. Trigger flowing cloud protection. Increasing movement speed by 20%. No wonder the drop rate of equipment in Tianqiu is so low. Just one silver grade equipment can match dozens of attribute points. Fortunately, this game does not involve spending money. Otherwise, players who spend money would be fully equipped, making it impossible for ordinary players to compete. And this special passive skill, flowing cloud protection, is extremely beneficial to any player. With it, providing oneself or a healer with a shield skill can grant an acceleration effect. It can be used to create distance in dangerous situations or to accelerate chasing down enemies. With Ding Chen's Bloodfire Shield, a self-destructive skill, it will be easier to catch up to enemies. Ding Chen was very satisfied with this equipment, only 3 levels away from being able to wear it. Considering the over 700 magic power he had lost, it wasn't a bad deal. Milk Tea also picked out a set of equipment for herself, and the two of them bid farewell to the village guards. At this time, on the newbie village equipment leaderboard, Ding Chen's flowing cloud helmet appeared prominently in the first position. The silver grade equipment appearing in the newbie village is sure to spark some discussion. Bro, where are we going now? After leaving the village guards, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Now that they had reached level 20, completed the qualification tasks in the sub-city, and then signed up for the competition in the sub-city, there was definitely not enough time. Ding Chen thought for a moment. With just him and Milk Tea, they had gained more experience. If they were to go and train talents now, fighting monsters not lower than their own level, they would probably reach level 20 in no time. After some thought, Ding Chen suddenly had an idea and called Milk Tea to run towards the village entrance. Let's go. Hunt some wild chickens. Milk Tea didn't mishear. It was indeed the level 1 wild chickens at the village entrance. Although they couldn't improve their talents, they could trigger the effects of patient players. In the last few levels, it was better to kill some low-level monsters in this newbie village and stack up some patient player buffs. With that in mind, Ding Chen took Milk Tea and arrived at the village entrance. The area was full of level 1 mutant chickens. No players were paying attention to them anymore. Bro, are you sure we're going to fight these? Milk Tea was a bit puzzled. As a healer, she hadn't learned any damaging skills so far, and like mages, healers didn't have any attack attributes. Even against the super weak level 1 wild chickens, Milk Tea couldn't do anything to them. Ding Chen said, "You just watch from the side. Although these things give little experience, they are quick to kill." Milk Tea didn't understand, but after forming a team, she obediently watched from the side. With no players dealing with the wild chickens now, they were very dense. Ding Chen didn't even need to attract aggro. He just went over and exploded his shield, killing the group of wild chickens. Ding! You have killed the normal monster mutant chicken. After blasting more than a dozen of them, not even a bit of experience was gained. Next, Ding Chen used the just upgraded Savage Charge. He rushed towards the large group of wild chickens, pushing all the way to his front. Then, when he reached the landing point, he forcefully plunged his giant sword into the ground. Bang! The next second, with the stone sword as the center, there was an explosion within a 2-meter radius on the ground. Instantly, all the wild chickens in the area flew into the air. After a damage number of 1,000 appeared, they all perished. I didn't expect the range of this skill to be even larger than the explosion range of my own blazing blood shield. In team battles, this is definitely a powerful hard control skill. There's nothing urgent now. Ding Chen doesn't need to save skills. The earlier you use them, the earlier the cooldown. Ding Chen adjusted his direction. The stone sword in his hand switched to form 2, and he swung a sword chi towards an area he hadn't cleared. Swish! A huge sword chi spread out, with a radius of 10 meters, and no one survived in the nearly semicircular area. This time, Ding Chen killed nearly 200 wild chickens. It only added less than 10 experience points. Just then, Lonely Sword God sent a message to Ding Chen. It seems that the class transfer task is not simple. It's almost noon, and he just completed the hidden class transfer. Lonely Sword God greeted him, didn't say much nonsense, and directly sent over the characteristics of the hidden class. Class, Featherizer, Sword Class Attribute Bonus, Attack 2, 5 times, HP 2, 5 times, Physical Defense 2 times, Magic Defense 2 times. The initial class has an additional bonus of 3 times. For example, Ding Chen's tank, HP, Physical Defense, and Magic Defense all have an additional one-time attribute bonus. After the first class transfer, the additional bonus for regular classes becomes 4 times, while Lonely Sword God, who just transferred to the hidden class, has a 5 times additional bonus. In addition, the Featherizer sword class has its own unique class characteristics. In the process of fighting with enemies, the body will featherize and become stronger. After being in combat for a minute, the attack attribute will increase by 100 points. After being in combat for 5 minutes, attacks will cause an additional 10% damage. After being in combat for 10 minutes, gain 10% movement speed, and the additional damage caused will be converted to true damage. After reading these class characteristics, Ding Chen was full of emotion. He originally had an attack power of 200. The class characteristics directly increased the attack by 100 after a minute of combat. Coupled with his talent Braver in battle, when maximized, all attributes increase by 50%. He directly reached an attack power of 450, and his class paired with talents, the attributes are all around. As long as the fighting time is long enough, at this stage, except for Ding Chen's shield, there should be no player who is his match. The Hexagonal Warrior, terrifying as such. Ding Chen is even more looking forward to what kind of attributes his badge will provide for the hidden class. After reading the hidden class characteristics sent by Xiao Jian, Ding Chen's heart became even more eager to go to the sub-city. Turning off the message panel, his 2 skills have been successfully transferred. He continued to slaughter the mutated chickens at the village entrance, heading towards the most densely populated area. As Ding Chen cleared out the wild chickens in large numbers, the efficiency of killing chickens gradually decreased. It took a full hour for Ding Chen to finish off 1,000 wild chickens. The patient player effect of the wild chickens was achieved. It's just that the name is somewhat insulting. Power of the Noob. After being out of combat for 10 seconds, a shield that can withstand 100 damage will form on the body. Ding Chen didn't expect much from this lowest level monster to provide any good buffs, but when Ding Chen saw the effect, he was happy. After leaving combat, a shield of 100 appeared on his body. Looking at it this way, it is indeed very mediocre. But when Ding Chen thought of his flowing cloud helmet, he suddenly felt that this effect was the most useful one he had obtained so far. As long as there is a shield, he can gain a 20% movement speed bonus. Doesn't that mean Ding Chen can basically enjoy this bonus all the time? It's getting late. Ding Chen and Milk Tea went offline to have dinner. It was already past 12 o'clock, and the 3 people in Ding Chen's dormitory were discussing the guild competition. Only Wang Gaoshuai in their dormitory obtained the qualification for registration. The other 2 roommates were slightly lower in level and could reach level 20 in the afternoon. Wang Gaoshuai said that there were more than 100 people signed up this time. Among the nearly 10,000 students in the school, these more than 100 are definitely the best. According to the leaders, these more than 100 people will at least be arranged a position as a team leader. Then a time for everyone to change jobs was given. Starting at 4 o'clock this afternoon, all registered personnel will undergo an emergency assessment again. With each round won, the position obtained in the union will also be slightly higher. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the top 8 will be decided. At that time, the school will arrange a live broadcast. All students are required to gather at the playground at 8 o'clock to watch the top 8 finals and witness the birth of the core figure of the Tianshu Lanhua Guild. As long as you enter the top 8, you will at least be a department head. giving everyone a chance to get to know each other. Ding Chen's phone rang at this time. It was a message from He-woo. Come to the cafeteria to eat. Help me decide which direction to choose for the job change. Wang Gaoshui and the others planned to order takeout. And Ding Chen said, no need to order for me. I'll go to the cafeteria to eat. Then he went to wash up with a basin in hand. As he was about to leave, he heard them say, Fan Gu, okay, so soon again? Arriving at the cafeteria, it was the same table as last time. He-woo had already bought the meal, sitting on a bench with her long legs stretched out, waiting for Ding Chen. Why so slow? He-woo casually asked when she saw Ding Chen approaching. Washed my hair. Why are you the only one here? Shouldn't the three of them in the dormitory eat together normally? With only He-woo here, Ding Chen felt it was quite strange. After Ding Chen finished speaking, his eyes unconsciously scrutinized He-woo. He-woo had her hair loose, not completely dry yet, with a strong scent of shampoo. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt on top and a very short pair of shorts below, casually paired with a pair of slippers. He-woo teasingly replied, how can we do anything bad with more people around? Then she said seriously, Wan Qingjia is back home. She said you are not participating in the competition. She needs to prepare well and doesn't want the position of the president to fall into someone else's hands. Milk Tea said she's too lazy to come out, asked me to bring it back for her. Ding Chen sat down opposite He-woo. What bad? No, what's the matter? Tell me. Ding Chen's mind was full of thoughts about what bad things He-woo was talking about, and he blurted out. He-woo looked at Ding Chen with a mischievous look in her eyes and smiled, full of charm. Then she threw her slippers on the floor, and her fair and smooth feet were placed on Ding Chen's legs. Ding Chen felt an itchy sensation on his legs, and when he looked down, he saw He-woo rubbing her bare feet on his legs. He-woo's feet were very clean, with nail polish applied, quite beautiful, but after all, they were in the cafeteria. So Ding Chen quickly spoke up to stop her. Hey, stop it, this is not appropriate. Hey, don't stop, it's more fun with more people. He-woo didn't understand Ding Chen's meaning, so she withdrew her feet, and the teasing smile on her face disappeared, saying seriously, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about something serious. He-woo called Ding Chen over to ask which profession would be better for the job change. The normal job change for a mage is various elemental mages. In addition, there are also summoners and beast tamers. Without much thought, Ding Chen directly gave his answer. Fire elemental mage. Fire elemental mage focuses on damage, and your skills also fit the profession. Besides, the competition is this afternoon. There's no time to train as a summoner or beast tamer. Work hard, win this presidency, and your younger brother will follow you in the future. The most important thing to consider now is the afternoon competition. The stronger the job change, the more advantageous it will be for the afternoon match. Ding Chen's support for her is not to let her go on a sightseeing tour. Kahi Dance seems to be concerned about something else. What about that night? If they make it to the top 8, they will have to go to the competition at night. Ding Chen didn't immediately understand what she meant by that night. What about the night? I'll come watch you compete at night. When Kahi Dance heard this, she leaned forward and whispered, I was talking about eating sausages at night. Ding Chen almost choked on the rice he had just eaten to avoid spitting it out. Cough, 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 because Kahi Dance was leaning forward. Her t-shirt was loose. Ding Chen looked up and could easily see the snow-white inside of Kahi Dance's t-shirt from the neckline. Kahi Dance had a good figure, and Ding Chen was stunned, forgetting what he wanted to say. Kahi Dance naturally noticed where Ding Chen's eyes were wandering. She didn't dodge, and from Ding Chen's expression, she could tell she still had some allure. The corners of Kahi Dance's mouth lifted slightly. What do you think? Seen enough? Want some sausages to eat too? Ding Chen snapped out of it at her words and looked around. There were too many people around, or else he would have taken care of this little girl. She always made Ding Chen feel uncomfortable. After your match, Ding Chen didn't finish his sentence, but both of them understood what he meant. After dinner, Ding Chen took a shower on purpose before getting on the game. Milk Tea was already online waiting. Ding Chen's mind was focused on the night now, and he didn't want to bother thinking about doing anything else. Following his morning plan, he killed some small monsters to accumulate patience player buffs. Once he entered the sub-city, the competition intensified, and there was rarely such leisure time. After logging in, Ding Chen first took Milk Tea to the outskirts of the newbie village. They killed 1,000 level 20 wolf spiders. The talent only took effect when killing targets not lower than their own level. Within the newbie village, The highest level monster was only level 20. Ding Chen maximized the use of his talent. Killing 1,000 wolf spiders triggered Ding Chen's patient player effect, granting him the power of the wolf spider. Power of the wolf spider, permanent increase of 1% to magical power attribute. This effect was very beneficial for Ding Chen. After defeating the wolf spiders, both of them reached level 20. They returned to the newbie village to receive the qualification tasks for the sub-city. Similar to the tasks of Evening Star and Fire Dance, they had to collect some materials outside the newbie village. Ding Chen and Milk Tea quickly completed the tasks. However, they didn't rush to the sub-city. In the remaining afternoon time, Ding Chen was busy killing some very low-level monsters around the village. Milk Tea quietly followed Ding Chen. Although she didn't understand Ding Chen's actions, she knew he must have his reasons. It wasn't until after 6 in the evening that Ding Chen once again obtained the effects of 4 patient players. Power of the Stone Monster, reduces incoming physical damage by 10 points. Power of the Swift Rabbit, increases maximum movement speed by 1%. Power of the Crocodile Turtle, permanent increase of 20 points to physical defense attribute. Power of the Magic Stone, permanent increase of 25 points to magical defense attribute. The monster levels were low, and the patient player effects provided were basic. However, these were additional benefits beyond levels and were permanent. More is always better. Occasionally, one of them would have an unexpected effect. After completing these tasks, it was already past 6. Ding Chen and Milk Tea logged off together to grab something to eat, as it was almost time for the evening competition. Today, all the teachers and students of the school gathered on the playground. Such a grand event for a game was a first for Manhwa University. The school divided the viewing positions by class, and huge screens were set up everywhere. No matter where you were, you could see the progress of the game. After an afternoon of competition, the top 8 of this tournament had already emerged. At 8 o'clock, the vice principal took the stage and delivered a series of speeches, saying that the 8 students standing on the stage were the core of our school, the backbone, the future. The remaining 8 players on the stage are Wang Gaoshui, He Wu, Yi Wanqing, Lin Xia, Lin Ying, Zhang Shan, Li Shi, Wang Wu. Ding Chen looked at the 8 people on the stage, half of whom were acquaintances. In his heart, he had a count. Although he didn't go up, He Wu and Yi Wanqing were almost brought up by him. They both should be considered half of the fan family. If one of them wins today's first place, no one will know that Ding Chen is the real boss behind them. When he saw Lin Xia, Ding Chen's heart tightened. Although she was slightly less attractive than Yi Wanqing next to her, but she was definitely attractive. And her outfit today was very mature. She wore a dark striped shirt on top, a hip-hugging skirt, black stockings, and high heels below. Her figure was fully displayed. Ding Chen felt uneasy when he saw her. He didn't have the heart to ride, and now he let that ugly guy surnamed Lu ride every night. What a waste of a bad girl. Just don't know. How did she make it to the top 8 with Ding Chen? How much equipment did that surnamed Lu arrange for her? Yeah, that surnamed Lu is also a student of the school. He can send Lin Xia to the top 8. Why didn't he show up himself? Could it be that he also wants to be the boss behind the scenes? In his thoughts, the top 8 competition finally began. Because the purpose of this competition is to select a student as the president of the school's guild. Therefore, the competition rules are set so that only the first place is determined. First, the 8 people are paired off for a match to determine the top 4. Then the 4 people in the top 4 each have a match. Finally, based on points and win-loss relationships, the first place is determined. The first match was between Wang Gaoshui and Lin Ying. Amid the cheers and encouragement of the students below the stage, the two activated their bracelets, and their figures slowly became blurred. Then they appeared in the newbie village. In the newbie village, there is a specific arena for players to challenge. The competition footage was also broadcasted to the school's playground screens through recording. Ding Chen was more familiar with Wang Gaoshui, whose initial profession was a warrior, and he chose the most visually appealing profession, swordsman. On the other side, looking at the dagger in hand, one could roughly guess it was an assassin. The specific professional information was kept secret by the players. However, this Lin Ying seemed very extraordinary. Fan Ge, who do you think will win? Ding Chen's roommate asked next to him. Before Ding Chen could speak, he continued, warrior against assassin. It should be 80 to 20, right? The handsome guy drew this lot. It's like a free pass to the top 4. When the handsome guy becomes the president, let's bask in his glory. Ding Chen remains silent. Although it is true that warriors are more effective against assassins, it's not as exaggerated as he said. It's still the early game, and when the tankiness hasn't fully stacked up, the damage of the assassin is still formidable. As the countdown ended, Wang Gaoshui launched the first attack. He probably realized that his attack was likely to be dodged by the assassin's stealth, so he didn't use any skills. Instead, he picked up his long sword and slashed diagonally towards Lining. Normally, an assassin would choose to stealth at this point, find the right moment to backstab Wang Gaoshui. But what surprised everyone present was that Lining directly deflected Wang Gaoshui's attack with the dagger in hand. Expert. With just one touch, Ding Chen could tell that Lining was definitely a top expert among experts. In Tianxiu, besides shields, attacks on weapons do not count as damage. Some good melee fighters may use weapon collisions to counterattacks, but it's difficult, let alone a dagger. Its range of judgment is very small. A slight mistake could result in hitting the hand or failing to completely deflect the attack. Still hitting the body, the risk is very high. Only in desperate situations would one take such a gamble. To be confident enough to use a dagger to block the first attack, one must be a top player. Wang Gaoshui lost. With just this move, Ding Chen concluded that Wang Gaoshui could not be the opponent of the Lining across from him. Hearing this, the roommate beside him said, "It's not that serious. It hasn't even started yet. Even if the opponent is strong, it's still difficult for an assassin to defeat a warrior, right?" Wang Gaoshui on the field was clearly stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and made another horizontal slash. Lining casually stepped back, once again deflecting the long sword with the dagger in his hand. With these two attacks being countered by an assassin, Wang Gaoshui started to feel anxious. As he made the horizontal slash, he was parried, and in one swift motion, he followed up with a whirlwind slash towards Lining. This kind of skill cannot be countered by simply using a weapon. The next second, Lining disappeared from his original position. The assassin's stealth skill. Stealth can increase movement speed. Wang Gaoshui's whirlwind slash could cover several meters forward. However, no damage numbers were seen. Lining vanished from the screen. Obviously, he had activated the assassin's basic stealth skill, using the acceleration effect of stealth to dodge Wang Gaoshui's attack. Once an assassin enters stealth mode, it is difficult to detect them. One of the most challenging aspects of training mode is to locate invisible units by observing details. In the arena, there are small grass and plants. Whether it's a light breeze, a sound, the movement of surrounding vegetation, or understanding the enemy's psychology, all these are details to observe stealth units. At this moment, although Wang Gaoshui's body was moving forward, his attention was always on his back. Typically, assassins would choose to appear from behind. Coupled with the backstab effect, they could deal high damage. In front, Ding Chen, who had been perfectly trained to observe stealth units, was meticulous in his observations. Although Lining was already very attentive to his foot placement, his main focus was on the enemy. Few people could be so meticulous as to not step on small grass while walking. After going into stealth, Lining did not run far away as expected to create distance before attacking. Instead, after dodging Wang Gaoshui's attack, he stood not far away. The less movement, the better to hide his position. He was also observing Wang Gaoshui, who occasionally glanced back, his attention always on his back. Seeing this situation, Lining chose to strike from in front of Wang Gaoshui. After Lining went into stealth, Ding Chen continued to observe the subtle changes on the ground. As a bystander, he could easily track Lin Ying's position. Just as Lining took a step forward, preparing to get close to Wang Gaoshui, Ding Chen judged, he's about to strike. In front, sure enough, the next second, Lin Ying's figure emerged faintly. The dagger in his hand gleamed coldly as it stabbed towards Wang Gaoshui's chest. Lin Ying's attack was very stable. He did not aim for the weak points in the neck but chose the largest area of force, the chest, ensuring that this strike would hit. Wang Gaoshui's gaze shifted slightly backward, but it was too late when he saw Lin Ying's figure appear. Unable to dodge in time, he was struck in the chest. He hastily swung his sword to counterattack. This is why most assassins do not attack from the front. Even if the opponent's reaction is slightly slow and they get hit, they can retaliate easily, making it difficult for the assassin to dodge. With Lin Ying's dagger used for stabbing, Wang Gaoshui's attacks had no weapon to block them. The two exchanged blows, each landing a basic attack on the other. -25 -158 instead. It was Wang Gaoshui who took advantage. Lin Ying's blow only dealt 25 points of damage, but he lost more than 100 points of health. Wang Gaoshui's warrior profession naturally had a higher health pool than the assassin. In this clash, Wang Gaoshui's health bar hardly changed, while Lin Ying visibly lost a chunk. I told you, warriors counter assassins. No matter how well he plays, he can't be a match for a handsome guy. Ding Chen's roommates saw this scene and relaxed. Others had already predicted the outcome, but Ding Chen was puzzled. Even if the warrior had high physical defense, he only had a little over 100 health points now. As an assassin, known for having the highest attack bonus, at level 21, he should have at least close to 300 points, even if he didn't allocate all his attribute points to attack. But dealing only 25 points of damage was abnormal. After Lin Ying's attack, he stealthily disappeared again. Ding Chen saw a tiny dagger mark on Wang Gaoshui's chest. What's that? The small dagger was blood red. Very noticeable. Not only Ding Chen, but most people also noticed this change. Wang Gaoshui himself noticed it and looked down at the dagger mark. Very puzzled. This could be a skill. Or, Lin Fan had changed to a hidden profession, and this was his professional trait. After a while, Lin Ying reappeared. This time, he was directly in front. What is he doing? Is he going to confront the warrior head-on? Another assassin nearby commented. Does this guy even know how to play? When do assassins keep ambushing people like this? He made it to the top 8? I think I'm better than him. Lin Ying, as before, aimed the dagger straight at Wang Gaoshui's chest. Although he hit accurately, he would also face a counterattack. This time, Wang Gaoshui showed no mercy. After Lin Ying's dagger stabbed him, he immediately launched a whirlwind slash towards Lin Ying. The whirlwind slash dealt multiple hits to Lin Ying, significantly reducing his health. After the whirlwind slash, Lin Ying stealthily disappeared again. Wang Gaoshui wanted to end the battle quickly and used a skill he had just learned to attack in the direction Lin Ying had vanished. 3 long swords materialized in front of Wang Gaoshui and swiftly thrust forward. To Wang Gaoshui's surprise, this attack missed. Normally, after stealth, Wang Gaoshui had already launched an attack. Even with the speed boost from stealth, it shouldn't have been possible to evade this skill's range in such a short time. While he was puzzled, Lin Ying had already appeared behind Wang Gaoshui. He stabbed Wang Gaoshui in the back. He has a displacement skill? To reach Wang Gaoshui's back so quickly, Lin Ying must have a displacement skill. But Wang Gaoshui was completely unprepared this time. Lin Ying could have aimed for the neck for higher damage, but he chose to stab the largest area of the back. Ding Chen said, "It seems like he doesn't want to deal damage, just to hit Gaoshui." So, there was only one explanation, the dagger mark in front of Wang Gaoshui. Looking at it now, the color of that mark seemed much darker. Lin Ying's ability to reach the top 8 raised all sorts of questions, all possibly revolving around this mark. After 3 attacks, Wang Gaoshui had only suffered superficial injuries. There was no sign of any life-threatening danger. In contrast, Lin Ying's health had dropped to 1/3. Without using skills, as long as he landed 2 hits, Wang Gaoshui could defeat Lin Ying. Wang Gaoshui knew he was in an absolute advantage and remained patient, waiting for Lin Ying to attack again. Wang Gaoshui, in order to force Lin Ying to come out from the front, would occasionally turn around and swing a sword behind him, putting pressure on Lin Ying from behind for a surprise attack. Soon, Lin Ying reappeared. He appeared calmly from the front. The dagger in his hand slowly moved towards Wang Gaoshui's chest. He looked very calm, without any panic. Wang Gaoshui was delighted to see him appear from the front as he had expected. Then he also slashed towards Lin Ying's waist, although the skill had not been activated yet. With this strike, Lin Ying's health dropped to a critical level. He couldn't even withstand a basic attack, and if Wang Gaoshui hit him with any attack, the match would be over. However, at this moment, Lin Ying smiled calmly on his face. He directly dropped the dagger in his hand on the ground. Wang Gaoshui, as well as most of the students watching the match, thought that Lin Ying had given up. They thought he was admitting defeat. He elegantly spread his hands. The next moment, a red light suddenly shone around Lin Ying's body. The red substance around him seemed to be drawn upwards by a fan. At the same time, the dagger that had fallen to the ground seemed to be summoned by this energy and was absorbed into the air. It shone with a dazzling red light, positioned horizontally in front of Wang Gaoshui's chest. Seeing this, Wang Gaoshui quickly swung his sword towards Lin Ying. However, after swinging, some kind of energy around him blocked the attack from reaching Lin Ying. This scene shocked everyone in the audience. It was certain that Lin Ying was a hidden class. At this moment, he elegantly spread his arms, and a demonic laughter suddenly echoed on the arena. The dagger that was suspended in the air also flew out. It pierced through Wang Gaoshuai's body along the mark in front of him. The dagger drew a clear and striking red line. -2000. A damage number of 2000 floated above Wang Gaoshuai's head. Wang Gaoshuai, with an incredulous look, ended the match. The people below also exclaimed in surprise. Just 2 seconds ago, they all thought Wang Gaoshuai was going to win. Damn! 2000 true damage. What the hell is this? Ding Chen's roommates saw such exaggerated damage for the first time. An assassin who can take down a warrior in seconds. Is there any justice in this? Ding Chen was a bit nervous when he saw the casting action. But when he saw the damage, he breathed a sigh of relief. 2000 damage was still manageable. It seemed that the champion of this competition was no longer in doubt. Among the 8 people present, except for Lin Ying himself, and excluding Wang Gaoshuai, a warrior, the rest were all archers and mages. Even Wang Gaoshuai was defeated, so the chances for the remaining squishy characters were even slimmer. The top 8 would be reduced to the top 4 in this round. Soon, Wang Gaoshuai returned to his team in the classroom, sitting next to the 3 roommates. He explained, "Damn, it was so close. If I had saved the skill to pierce through his heart, I could have taken him out in one shot." Wang Gaoshuai was talking about the skill that Lin Ying dodged with displacement. Although he said that, everyone knew that Lin Ying deliberately saved the displacement to dodge his skill. The following matches were not as thrilling. He Wu, Yi Wanqing, and Lin Xia all achieved victory. What impressed Ding Chen was Lin Xia's talent. Leaving aside her gaming skills, from the previous match, Lin Xia, as a mage, actually had the talent for dual casting. Every time she cast a spell, it was 2 consecutive skills. With such high values for a mage, no squishy character could withstand her onslaught. Let's see if Lin Ying can defeat her. In the semi-finals, there would be a one-on-one match between each pair. For each victory, a point would be earned. In the end, the first place would be determined based on points. Let's not talk about Lin Ying for now. It seems that he woos which spirit fire seed can win a round from Lin Xia. Among these 4 people, as long as Lin Xia does not become the president, Ding Chen can accept it. The first match was between Yi Wanqing and He Wu. Ding Chen could see that the 2 were just pretending, and He Wu lost to Yi Wanqing. In the second match, Lin Ying fought against Lin Xia. Everyone was looking forward to how Lin Ying would perform against the fragile skin. If his mark must be stacked 4 times, then fighting the fragile skin would put him at a disadvantage. His small frame couldn't withstand the 4 rounds of bombardment from the mage. The 2 entered the challenge area. Lin Ying remained calm at the beginning. Lin Xia may not be confident enough in her gaming skills and seemed a bit nervous. The countdown ended. Lin Xia directly threw 2 fireballs at Lin Ying. This was done well, to output as much as possible before the assassin went into stealth. The mage's fireball spell locked onto the target, so even if they went into stealth now, they would still be hit by the fireball. It might even break the stealth state. In the previous match, Lin Xia's damage was seen. Each fireball with the burning damage exceeded 600. The 2 hit Lin Ying, and the match ended directly. Lin Ying, experienced, calmly used the stealth skill without panic. It remained to be seen if he had a way to avoid the damage from these 2 fireballs. Surviving this would still leave a possibility of victory. Lin Ying stood calmly in place, waiting for the fireballs to arrive. At the moment the fireballs hit Lin Ying, his figure disappeared from the original spot. He timed the blink perfectly, and the first fireball surprisingly didn't deal damage. However, the second fireball still followed his blink location and hit him. After the fireball hit, Lin Ying activated the stealth skill. Lin Xia waited for Lin Ying to finish the displacement before directly using her second skill. Unexpectedly, her gaming skills had improved a lot. Lin Xia also switched to a fire elemental mage. Her second skill was a ranged burning skill. The skill landed where Lin Ying had blinked to. Judging from the damage numbers that popped up, Lin Ying lost some more health. Although Lin Ying's figure couldn't be seen, it could be estimated that he didn't have much health left. Lin Xia then retreated to a corner, reducing the angle of being ambushed. Lin Ying, seeing this, didn't give up the attack. He knew this was Lin Xia's skill cooldown period, and he had to strike even if it was from the front. If he waited for Lin Xia's skills to all be ready, he wouldn't have any chance. Lin Ying quickly reappeared in front of Lin Xia. This time, He didn't aim for the chest but directly at Lin Xia's neck. Lin Ying's health bar had been burned down to almost nothing by the fireball spell's burning effect, and any skill from Lin Xia could take him out. -141. Lin Xia's reaction was still far behind compared to Wang Gaoshui. The damage number from this blow floated out, and she realized it. Lin Xia cast a spell, and a bright light flashed at the tip of her staff. This should be a skill she learned from a skill book. She quickly raised the staff and pointed it at Lin Ying in front of her. A bright light ball flew out from the tip of the staff. This seemingly small light ball was the result of being enhanced twice by Lin Xia. Its damage could definitely put Lin Ying in a life-threatening situation. Instead of dodging, Lin Ying, like when dealing with Wang Gaoshui just now, threw the dagger in his hand. He was enveloped in red energy, blocking this attack. Since Lin Ying had only attacked Lin Xia once before, this time it only dealt 500 points of true damage. Lin Xia was left with a trace of blood and did not die. Her fireball spell was ready again, and she threw 2 fireballs at Lin Ying. Even if half a fireball hit Lin Ying, it would be enough to finish him off. But Lin Xia's situation was not optimistic. With the two of them almost face to face, it was Lin Xia who cast the fireball first. Bang! At such a close distance, ordinary people could not react at all. It was unclear whether it was a coincidence or if Lin Ying really seized the opportunity so well. Just as Lin Xia cast her spell, he used a blink skill almost in place to dodge her first fireball. As the second fireball emerged from the staff, Lin Ying's dagger once again slashed Lin Xia's neck. -141. Lin Xia's skill points were extremely extreme, with very low health points. This move directly sent her out of the battle zone. In this match, Lin Ying wins. Neither of the double spells could do anything to him, and with his blink dodging a single skill from He Wu, there was no hope of winning. Not to mention Yi Wanqing. Whether it was the archer's attacks or skills, they tested the player's accuracy. But in the face of assassins like him, there was hardly any skill to speak of. You couldn't even see the target, let alone hit it. It seemed that the president of the Manhwa Guild was most likely this guy named Lin Ying. Next were 2 matches, Yi Wanqing against Lin Xia, He Wu against Lin Ying. The results were as expected before the matches. Yi Wanqing didn't even shoot a few arrows before being killed by several skills thrown by Lin Xia. She was killed directly by the damage. The match between He Wu and Lin Ying was also without suspense. He Wu's fireball spell was single target. After being dodged by Lin Ying's blink, she had almost no resistance. She did not use the witch spirit fire seed given to her by Ding Chen. When she saw Lin Xia on the field, she probably understood Ding Chen's intentions. Last time in the cafeteria, a few people had met. Although Ding Chen did not tell her, He Wu could guess the relationship between them. Moving on to the last 2 matches. First was the match between Lin Ying and Yi Wanqing. If Lin Ying won this match, there would be no need for the next match. Lin Ying defeated all 3 of them. Then his position as the guild president would be undisputed. When Yi Wanqing and Lin Ying appeared in the battle zone, most people had already concluded that Lin Ying had won the championship. Unlike before, Lin Ying chose stealth at the beginning. Faced with an archer, he couldn't give her a chance to attack. Yi Wanqing remained calm, standing quietly in place. Her attention was focused on where Lin Ying had disappeared. She observed the ground under Lin Ying's feet, watching the subtle movements of the grass. Suddenly, she raised her hand and shot an arrow straight at Lin Ying's chest. Ding Chen's attention was also focused on where Lin Ying had disappeared. His gaze was almost always locked on the stealthy Lin Ying. Suddenly, an arrow entered Ding Chen's line of sight. Yi Wanqing's judgment of Lin Ying's position was also very accurate. Strong. Ding Chen never expected that this seemingly gentle and dignified schoolflower could play the game so well. The position of this arrow was absolutely perfect. Even Lin Ying in stealth mode showed some changes in expression. In the previous matches, he had been expressionless from start to finish. Only when he killed his opponent would he show a confident and calm smile. At this moment, others could not see his expression, but this was the only time he was not calm in today's matches. However, Yi Wanqing's arrow did not cause any damage. In the eyes of the audience, it was just an arrow shot by Yi Wanqing. Only true high-level players could see how much they were playing against each other at this moment. Just as the arrow hit Lin Ying, he chose to blink to dodge it. In addition to avoiding the damage of this arrow, I also want to adjust the position. The blinking position is his choice, and Yi Wanqing has no way to predict the direction of his blink. Following the footsteps all the way, the target will be lost at this moment. It will be very difficult to find Lin Ying's position again. Ding Chen. based on the grasp of Lin Ying's blink distance in the first 2 games, is looking for details within this range. Even after looking for a long time, there is no slightest movement found anywhere, so there is only one possibility. Lin Ying is now standing on a small piece of land without grass. He dare not move easily now. His stealth has no time limit. He is waiting for the blink skill, step by step closer to Yuanqing. Yuanqing then tried to shoot a few arrows at random, but did not guess Lin Ying's position. When Lin Ying appeared, he had already appeared behind her. At the moment Lin Ying appeared, there was a commotion below the stage. Lin Ying was absolutely elusive this time, stealth from the beginning, and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was standing behind Yuanqing. Yuanqing also did not notice. It was not until the damage numbers appeared above her head that Yuanqing realized his position. Lin Xia turned around and shot an ice arrow. Lin Ying did not dodge. He forcibly endured the slowing effect, wanting to stab Yuanqing again. Yuanqing had added points to her health. With all the equipment on her, her health had exceeded 1,000. In order to kill Yuanqing, Lin Ying must add another layer of marks. In his calculation, as long as the second attack hits, he can then use his execute skill. With 1,000 points of true damage, plus being in a damage immune state, Yuanqing would undoubtedly be defeated. Unexpectedly, Yuanqing reacted quickly. The moment the damage came out, she chose Frost Arrow and shot it behind her. Although it gave Lin Ying a slowing effect, at such a close distance, it was still impossible to prevent Lin Ying's second attack. Just as Lin Ying's dagger was about to fall, Yuanqing suddenly did a backflip and kicked Lin Ying in the chest. This kick unexpectedly put Lin Ying into a state of unconsciousness. At the same time, Yuanqing leaped into the air. Ding Chen was very familiar with this skill, but had not noticed before that it could also stun the person in front of her. In the previous matches, Yuanqing had no chance to use this skill, so, this situation was also beyond Lin Ying's expectations. Yuanqing shot an arrow while in mid-air, not charging for as long as Ding Chen had seen before. Instead, she released the arrow before Lin Ying's stun effect wore off. This arrow pierced Lin Ying directly, showing a damage number of 500. Lin Ying's health dropped to 0. When the stun effect ended, Lin Ying hurriedly went into stealth. This time, he used a psychological tactic. Lin Ying went into stealth and stood still, not moving away, but waiting for Yuanqing to land. Yuanqing thought he would run away in a hurry under pressure, never expecting him to be so bold as to stand still. Yuanqing gracefully landed. Plunge! The dagger pierced Lin Xia's chest. When Yuanqing saw Lin Ying appear in place, she was also shocked. This Lin Ying not only had good skills but also remained so calm. Lin Ying's attack hit again. The mark on Yuanqing's chest became deeper in color. With only a little over 100 health left, Lin Ying could be taken out with just one arrow from Yuanqing. Yuanqing did not hesitate at all. After Lin Ying appeared, she immediately drew her bow and arrow. As the dagger pierced herself, Yuanqing also released a light arrow. Swish! Lin Ying had already anticipated this situation. Since he had so little health, he dared to appear in front of Yuanqing so brazenly. He already had a surefire grasp of victory. Just like in the previous match, a confident smile appeared on his face. Then, with his hands spread out, the rising red energy blocked Yuanqing's arrow from the outside, and as Lin Ying's guidance ended, the dagger quickly stabbed into Yuanqing's chest. 2 layers of imprints detonated, dealing 1,000 real damage. Yuanqing's current health, after being hit twice by Lin Ying's basic attacks, had dropped to below 1,000. In the challenge area, contestants are not allowed to use potions. Yuanqing's health would be emptied as the dagger passed through her body. At that moment, a light shield appeared on Yuanqing's body. The robe she was wearing was also shining. What is this? The students below were puzzled by the sight. Equipment with inherent skills couldn't be just ordinary black iron. Ding Chen also noticed the robe on Yuanqing, which was not the equipment she had when they were together. Its quality couldn't be determined, but it came with skills, at least a bronze-tier item. Ding Chen remembered what He Wu mentioned, that Yuanqing had returned home at noon today. If it wasn't dropped from monsters in the sub-city, then this equipment must have been obtained after returning home. Yuanqing's family background had always been a mystery. Even He Wu, who knew her best, couldn't explain it clearly. All that was known was that Yuanqing's family was very wealthy, but she rarely revealed what they did. The appearance of this shield added a touch of suspense to the match. Lin Ying was also greatly surprised. A shooter, who had only been playing the game for a few days, could obtain life-saving equipment with a shield skill. He really couldn't understand it. Like before, the dagger pierced through Yi Wanqing's body. Although real damage ignored physical and magical defenses, it was still helpless against the shield and health boost. The shield helped Yi Wanqing block nearly 200 points of damage. As a result of Lin Ying's attack, Yi Wanqing was left with only 100 health points. Although Yi Wanqing didn't die, she wasn't in an advantageous position either. She still couldn't withstand another attack from Lin Ying with her current health. Seeing that one strike didn't kill her, Lin Ying immediately activated stealth and disappeared from Yi Wanqing's sight. Both of them were now in a one-hit kill situation, but one was in the light, and the other in the dark. Lin Ying, who was relatively proactive, still held the absolute advantage. The scene fell silent for a moment. All that could be seen was Yi Wanqing standing alertly in the center of the arena, with no other movement. With the previous experience in mind, Lin Ying didn't give Yi Wanqing any chance to detect his position. Even Ding Chen, who was watching from below, didn't know where Lin Ying was at that moment. The situation remained like this for over 10 seconds until Yi Wanqing suddenly raised her longbow in her hand. A large arrow was shot into the air. Everyone was puzzled by this sight. Could Lin Ying attack from the sky in some way? The next moment, a golden arrow rain began to fall from the sky. The skill Yi Wanqing obtained after changing jobs had not been used until now. She was gambling that Lin Ying was nearby. So, she released her arrow rain skill towards her current position. As the arrows rained down, the area within 2 meters of Yi Wanqing was covered. She guessed correctly. Lin Ying was indeed not far behind her to the side. 2 small damage numbers floated above Lin Ying's head. Lin Ying's stealth was also broken, but as he could no longer withstand the damage from the arrow rain, he quickly blinked away to create distance. Seeing this, Yi Wanqing shot an arrow. This arrow hit Lin Ying's abdomen. It was difficult to dodge in that position without any displacement. He felt unwilling in his heart, but helplessly, he was sent out of the stage by Yi Wanqing's arrow. As the outcome of this match was determined, cheers and shouts erupted from the audience. This was definitely a showdown between top players. At the beginning of the game, when attributes, fault tolerance, equipment, and skills were all simple, it was truly delightful to see such a brilliant duel. Awesome! I can't believe it. Our school's beauty is so good at the game. If I could team up with the school beauty to play games, I wouldn't mind being the tank. Really awesome. To be honest, I have no objections to either of them being the guild leader. It's so much fun now. That mage with dual casting must be able to beat the other one, so they both have 2 wins and 1 loss, and they have wins and losses against each other. It's hard to judge this guild leader. As Yi Wanqing won this match, the discussion below the stage became lively. The final match had not yet begun, but with the same profession and skills, the audience felt that there was much less excitement. Lin Xiyu had the talent for dual casting, so naturally she would win by a lot. Only Ding Chen knew that Yi Wanqing had already secured the position of guild leader. He Wu possessed her own Witch Spirit Fire Seed and could easily win this round. So, Lin Ying and Wanqing both had a record of 2:1, and based on the win-loss relationship, Yi Wanqing defeated Lin Ying. So, the first position belonged to Yi Wanqing. When the final match began, everyone was amazed. Only Ding Chen was not surprised. Both of them released their main output skill, Fireball. Lin Xiyu released 2 consecutive fireballs, while He Wu released a huge fireball enveloped in a layer of blue flames. What is this? Lin Xiyu on the field was stunned. She didn't expect He Wu to have a trick up her sleeve. You have no chance to compete for the guild leader position anymore. Just to disgust me with that useless thing, right? Their conversation could be heard by everyone. After Lin Xiyu finished speaking, it immediately caused a stir. Everyone could tell that there was some animosity between the two. Who is she talking about? Who the hell can be involved with these 2 beauties at the same time? Wow! It feels like this match is much more exciting than it looks. Her skill is obviously different from before, deliberately leaving a killer move. If she really wins, the Black Silk Sister won't have a chance. Useless thing. I really don't know what Ding Chen was thinking at the time. Raising a snake for 3 years is not as chilling as raising her. Ding Chen was so angry that his nails dug into his palms. He Wu quickly responded. Ha! Losing to me? Do you have the qualifications to talk about Brother Fan? Brother Fan? Who is Brother Fan? The audience stirred again. For a moment, the name Brother Fan became the focus of everyone's discussion. Wang Gaoshui and the others knew Lin Xiyu, so naturally they knew what they were talking about. Even some classmates knew about Ding Chen's relationship with Lin Xiyu before. When brother Fan spoke, the target was naturally clear. Ding Chen calmed down from his anger and found countless eyes in the class staring at him. You, brother Fan? Big shot? Lin Shiyu's first fireball and He-Wu's huge blue fireball almost hit each other at the same time. After being hit, He-Wu lost more than 400 health points and continued to lose health. Before the second fireball hit He-Wu, Lin Xiyu was struck by He-Wu's blue fireball, and her body was instantly engulfed by blue flames. Boom! Minus 10,086. A huge damage number floated up. Lin Xiyu also instantly turned into powder and disappeared from the challenge platform. This scene shocked everyone below the stage, including Ding Chen. He had thought that this disposable item would be powerful, but he didn't expect the damage to be so high. Others were completely confused. What's this? She's only level 20, a skill that can directly display phone numbers? As the two finally emerged from the game, the competition came to an end. He-Wu also resolved the final suspense. Based on points and wins and losses, the ultimate winner of this competition is Yi Wanqing. Yi Wanqing's strength just now was evident to all, and she was also the president of the student council. Therefore, there was no objection from the students to Yi Wanqing serving as the president of the school's Manhwa guild. After the competition ended, the school leaders announced the results of the competition. According to the results of this competition, Yi Wanqing was appointed as the president of the Lanhua University Guild in Tianqiu, and the other 7 top 8 players were appointed as the heads of various branches. The remaining matters and personnel arrangements would be decided by Yi Wanqing based on the situation in the game. Following this, the school leaders asked Yi Wanqing to speak. He-Wu saw that she had nothing more to do and walked down from the stage. Instead of returning to her own class, she went straight to Ding Chen. Fan Ge, I'm looking for you. When He-Wu walked to the front of Ding Chen's class, everyone knew what was going on. As He-Wu approached Ding Chen, the surrounding students immediately made room for her. Ding Chen was at the back of the class, and He-Wu sat down next to him. How was it? Did I do the right thing? When Ding Chen gave He-Wu the Witch Spirit Fire Seed, he did not specify what she should do. Although He-Wu had missed the chance to become the president after losing the first 2 rounds, she did not regret it and used the Witch Spirit Fire Seed on Lin Xia. Of course, she was right. Even if she had saved it, Lin Xia would have won the competition by chance. Ding Chen immediately rushed to the stage and demanded a rematch. He wanted to challenge the other top 8 players alone. Now that the competition had a result, what he was more concerned about was what He-Wu had mentioned about sausages today. Did you forget something? Ding Chen did not respond to He-Wu's previous question and went straight to the point. The lights on the playground were limited, with Ding Chen at the end of the line. Some people brought chairs, while others sat on the grass, and everything was pitch black. When He-Wu heard this, she leaned in close to Ding Chen's ear and whispered softly, "Of course I remember. That's why I came to find you." He-Wu's voice was soft, and her warm breath in Ding Chen's ear was particularly enticing. Ding Chen immediately wanted to take He-Wu to the school's lake garden, where there was a small forest. Moreover, all the students were on the playground, so they shouldn't easily run into anyone there. Seeing Ding Chen about to get up, He-Wu hurriedly stopped him. What? Scared now? Let's go. Or are you afraid? Seeing He-Wu's actions, Ding Chen knew that this girl was all talk. But the next moment, He-Wu's hand landed on Ding Chen's leg. Leaning in close to Ding Chen's ear, she whispered, "Isn't here good enough?" After hearing this, Ding Chen swallowed hard. He looked around. Behind them was a large open space, with other classes in the distance, all facing away from Ding Chen's direction, looking at screens in another direction. It was very dark, and even if they looked over, they could only see vague shadows. They couldn't even make out human forms. Although the students from their own class were very close, they were all looking forward. They had deliberately made space for the two to communicate without disturbance. Ding Chen was observing the situation around him when he felt something being pulled out. Before Ding Chen could refuse, He-Wu leaned down. Taking this opportunity, I appoint a core member of the guild in front of everyone. Yi Wanqing on the stage first said some polite words, then began the appointments. She wanted to appoint no one else but Ding Chen, since the principal has allowed me to appoint other positions in the guild based on the situation in the game. I haven't fully understood the other players yet. If you think you are capable, you can come to me for self-recommendation, and I will make corresponding appointments based on the actual situation, especially for some tanks, doctors, and other non-combat professions like mining. If you think you are capable, you can recommend yourself to me. So, now, I will appoint a vice president from the players I am familiar with first." As soon as the words vice president were mentioned, intense discussions broke out below. The vice president ranks above the other top 8 players. It was unbelievable that someone who hadn't even participated in the competition was directly appointed as the vice president, and everyone found it incredible. The faces of the other top 8 players also turned ugly after hearing this. Yi Wanqing only narrowly won and took the championship. She could accept being the president and overshadowing the other top 8 players, but now she was directly arranging for a vice president. A student who couldn't even make it to the top 8 was being placed above them. They wanted to see who was so highly regarded by the school's flower president. "He is Ding Chen from class 406. When chatting in the game, a few people had shared some basic information about themselves. At this moment, Ding Chen was still immersed in the warm and humid enjoyment. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. This call made all the students in his class look at him. He Wui didn't react and was still immersed in eating a big sausage. The other students in the class were a bit far away, and his roommates were in front of Ding Chen. When they turned back, it was dark behind them. They only saw He Wui leaning on Ding Chen's leg, originally surprised at why Ding Chen was so highly regarded. Today, the 3 beauties were all involved with Ding Chen, but when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but ask, "Fan Ge, you, ha, what's this?" He Wui didn't look up, but by now, she had realized what was going on. Her mouth stopped for a moment. Ding Chen's heart was pounding so hard it was about to fly out. This was such an exciting scene, and he was experiencing it for the first time. He tried to calm himself down and told himself that it was dark here, and they didn't see what was happening specifically. Ding Chen's chin trembled slightly as he said, "Oh, she's tired." Wang Gaoshui just responded with an "oh," not taking it seriously, and then excitedly teased, "Oh, you're doing well. Without Lin Xia, you're even more promising. This isn't enough. Now even the school flower." From his tone, it was clear that he believed Ding Chen's explanation. He Wui also understood that although they were looking at her, they didn't see what was happening. She didn't dare to make any big movements with her head, but her tongue was moving sneakily in her mouth. This movement gave Ding Chen a shiver. He Wui was really daring. Ding Chen's mind was a bit chaotic, and he wasn't paying attention to Wang Gaoshui's words at all. He just casually responded with an "oh," thinking only about the current situation with He Wui. Although she was very proactive, Ding Chen felt that she lacked finesse and seemed both experienced and inexperienced. But seeing He Wui moving her tongue so wildly in front of so many people, Ding Chen couldn't help but get excited and ended up in her mouth. He Wui couldn't help but hum. Ding Chen quickly coughed to cover it up. He Wui also pretended to be awakened by the noise, pulled up Ding Chen's pants, stretched lazily, sat up, patted Ding Chen, leaned in close to him, and watched him gulp down. "So much? Been holding it in for a long time. Ha!" He Wui whispered gently in Ding Chen's ear. Wang Gaoshui and the others had teased enough and turned their heads back. Ding Chen turned his head and looked at He Wu affectionately. He kissed her on the forehead and said, "You little girl, you're too bold." He swallowed his words, unable to accuse her of being insincere. Yi Wanqing on stage, originally considering Ding Chen's dislike of being in the limelight, did not invite him on stage to introduce him to everyone. However, the most powerful competitor for the position of president, Lin Ying, and Lin Xi, who was least willing to accept Ding Chen as vice president, strongly insisted on Ding Chen meeting everyone. They wanted everyone to see why he deserved to be the vice president. Helpless, Yi Wanqing had to invite Ding Chen on stage. Ding Chen was now feeling happy and relaxed in body and mind. He didn't want to be the president because he didn't want to deal with the complicated affairs. But it wasn't that he didn't like the status. Although Yi Wanqing arranged for him to be the vice president without his knowledge, Ding Chen liked it very much. He didn't have to deal with affairs. Yet he had absolute status and authority in the guild and at school. Ding Chen stood up and walked towards the stage. The students in the class were very excited. With a minister in their class and now a vice president, wouldn't they be able to get more resources in the guild in the future? In the least conspicuous place, Ding Chen took the opportunity to adjust his younger brother's posture. Then he walked onto the stage and stood beside Yi Wanqing. He took the microphone, cleared his throat, and said, "I didn't make it to the top 8, or even qualify for this competition until tonight when I reached level 20. I am deeply honored to be appreciated by the president. And I'm just good at playing games, not handling guild affairs. If the president wants me to be the vice president to assist in managing the guild, then I don't think I'm suitable. But if it's as a player who plays games decently, and when the guild needs me, I can contribute, then I think it's okay. Although Ding Chen's words were very tactful, everyone could tell what he meant. He was saying that when it came to gaming skills, he was indeed suitable for the vice president position. The students below were fine. As members of the school's top 8, no one could accept hearing such words. Lin Ying and Lin Shi immediately said, "Are you saying that gaming is more important than us?" Ding Chen modestly replied, No, I didn't even qualify for the competition. How could I compare to you guys?" At this time, the school leaders also approached. They didn't question Yi Wanqing's decision. Since Yi Wanqing had been the student council president for so long, they highly regarded her abilities. However, they thought that appointing Ding Chen to such a high position was a bit too much. Therefore, they suggested that since they believed Ding Chen had the ability, they should have another competition to convince everyone. After hearing this, Lin Shi walked up to Ding Chen and disdainfully said, "Humph, using the same tactics on our school flower as you did on me? Don't think everything is going well now. Remember my words, true dedication doesn't guarantee a woman's lasting affection." Others couldn't hear this conversation. Ding Chen didn't feel anything after hearing it, as the reality was completely different from what she said. Then, Lin Shi proposed in front of everyone, "I will compete with him." For Ding Chen, this meant nothing. Ding Chen said, "Since I am to be the vice president, I think I can only compete with you, and that won't convince everyone. So, besides the president, all 7 of you should come. If I can't win, you can be the vice president, and I'll just be an ordinary member." Ding Chen was referring to the other 7 people besides Yi Wanqing, but He Wu and Wang Gaoshui immediately said they respected him and wouldn't participate. Including Yi Wanqing, 3 out of the top 8 highly respected Ding Chen. This already made the point clear. However, without seeing Ding Chen's skills, others still couldn't accept it. Lin Xia immediately said she was the first to come. Ding Chen shook his head, "I didn't mean for you to come and compete with me one by one. It's everyone, together." Ding Chen said it casually, but to the remaining 5 top players, this was a pure insult. They refused. 5 against 1, without fighting, was equivalent to admitting that Ding Chen was very powerful. But to fight one, Ding Chen really felt no challenge. In the eyes of the other members, he also failed to leave a strong impression. Ding Chen thought and said, "Since I am making this request, I am confident of winning. You don't have to feel embarrassed. If I didn't have any strength, would the leader appoint me here? Let's do this. If you 5 win, I promise, within a week, each of you will receive a silver item." Without encouraging them, they truly dared not to challenge him. Currently, players equipped with bronze items were scarce. Within a week, a silver item would be extremely rare and invaluable. In fact, Ding Chen himself dared not say whether he could produce a silver item within a week. He only felt that based on the 5 people present, they were no match for him. 5 silver items? You really dare to say that? Ding Chen, if you can really produce 5 silver items, then I have truly misunderstood you. Lin Xia also didn't believe he could produce 5 silver items. She relied on Lu Xiao behind her, who was expected to have a significant influence in the game, which might be why Lu Xiao did not participate in the competition. Even Lu Xiao could only provide her with a set of black iron equipment, and a bronze item was already the limit. Depending on Ding Chen to produce 5 silver items, his potential, in a sense, surpassed Lu Xiao. Ding Chen looked at the audience below, confidently saying, "In front of all the teachers and students, I won't joke with you." In front of all the teachers and students, Ding Chen used a silver item for each person as the condition for failure, encouraging the 5 of them to challenge him together. Previously, due to face saving, the 5 were unwilling to fight. But now, if they won, they could obtain a silver item. Who wouldn't want such a windfall? The 5 deliberately acted reluctant, but since Ding Chen was willing to act arrogantly, they decided to confront him. And so, the 5 reluctantly agreed. A person who hasn't even entered the deputy city dares to challenge 5 players at once, and even uses 5 silver items as a bet. Isn't he a bit too arrogant? Leaving aside other things, just based on his ability to interact with 3 beautiful women, I think this Fangu is not simple. Whatever he says today, I believe he has confidence. Among the students below, some were optimistic about Ding Chen, while others thought he was a fool. Even Wang Gaoshui and his group were uncertain. Buddy, do you think Fan Gu can do it? I remember he chose a tank as his profession. How can he fight against the 5 of them? 5 silver items? Fan Gu really dares to speak up. Without a huge amount of money, he won't be able to get those 5 silver items. Wang Gaoshui also muttered to himself. He only knew that Ding Chen had trained for a long time and had good gaming skills, but the level and profession were there. Normally, Ding Chen's level 20 tank would struggle even against a healer. Sitting not far away watching the show, He Wu heard their conversation and confidently replied, "Don't worry, 5 people are too few for him." Really? They knew that He Wu sitting behind them had always been in a team with Ding Chen. Her words should be trustworthy, but her statements surprised Wang Gaoshui and the others. They found it hard to imagine just how strong Ding Chen really was. The 6 people on stage all activated their game bracelets, becoming translucent together, entering the game world as agreed earlier, all entering the challenge arena at the same time. They formed a group of 5, with Ding Chen standing alone on the opposite side. After Ding Chen reached level 20, he equipped the flowing cloud helmet. After adding some attribute points, Ding Chen's attributes were greatly enhanced. Nickname, Mortal Level, 20, 63/2000, Profession, Tank Identity, No. 100,861. Newbie Village Guard Member Health Points, 2570/2570 Attack, 34. Magic Power, 7772. Physical Defense, 142. Magic Defense, 117. Reputation Points, 81 Poison Damage Reduction, 19% Patient Player, Wolf and Power, Poison Frog Power, Giant Scorpion Power, Grey Rock Power, Willow Spirit Power, Stone Monster Power, Swift Rabbit Power, Crocodile Turtle Power, Magic Stone Power, Wolf Spider Power. Free Attribute Points, 0. Talent, Unleash Freely, B-Level, Soul Stealing, Super God Level, Skills, Blazing Blood Shield, Upgraded, Barbaric Charge, B-Level. Upgraded, Equipment, Stone Sword, Form 1, Flame Thorn Armor, Heavy Armor, Thorn Shoulder Guards, Heavy Armor, Thorn Arm Guards, Heavy Armor, Flowing Cloud Helmet, Heavy Armor. Ding Chen's current shield has 8,000 points, reflecting over 3,000 damage. The others had no idea that Ding Chen's shield's reflective damage would be so high. As long as they blindly attacked, they would be instantly killed. Ding Chen calmly stood in front of the 5 people. He was not worried at all. He had many ways to deal with them. Ding Chen waited for the first enemy to make a move. Without any surprises, Lin Xia, who despised Ding Chen's arrogance, would be the first to attack. Just as Ding Chen expected, Lin Xia did not consult with the others. She did not think Ding Chen was that strong. She cast a fireball directly. 2 fireballs flew towards Ding Chen. Ding Chen smirked. Today, he would show her what real damage meant. He would not hold back when attacking Lin Xia. It was not easy to find an opportunity to attack her, but she had practically handed herself to him. As the 2 fireballs were about to hit Ding Chen, he activated his shield. Puff! The 2 fireballs hit Ding Chen's shield, causing no damage, and the shield did not disappear. The shield value was not visible, but as long as the shield did not disappear, it meant that the damage had not broken the shield. However, what surprised everyone was Lin Xia disappearing instantly. The 2 huge damage numbers were clearly visible to everyone. -3,184 -3,184. Lin Xia was dead, but she still owed Ding Chen 5,000 health points. Damn! Bro, am I seeing things? Is this a tank? Are you guys saying this is a tank? I'm speechless. What is this mortal brother doing? I'm a bit confused. I have the shield skill too. Isn't this the tank's starting skill? Is there some kind of bug I don't know about? This damage is several times higher than mine. Wang Gaoshui and the others widened their eyes. This shattered everyone's understanding. A level 20 tank instantly dealt over 7,000 damage, breaking the game balance. Only He Wu, Milk Tea, and Yi Wanqing were smiling and watching. Yes, when they first saw Ding Chen kill the arrow poison frog instantly, they had the same expression. Moreover, Ding Chen's current damage was much higher than before, but what they admired was not just Ding Chen's numbers. During their usual monster hunting, they also saw Ding Chen's details and techniques. It can only be said that with numbers and techniques combined, Ding Chen was invincible. Now everyone should know why Ding Chen could make beautiful female players call him mortal brother. The attention of the other 4 people in the arena has always been on Ding Chen. They only saw that Ding Chen's shield had not disappeared. Is his shield so thick? 2 fireballs, not counting the burning damage. The instant damage is close to 1,000. Even his shield couldn't be broken? Ha! Where is our mage sister? When they turned around to see Lin Xia's reaction, they found that Lin Xia, who was originally standing in a row, had disappeared. They didn't know what had happened, but from the team status, they realized that Lin Xia had been killed by Ding Chen. What? Dead? When did it happen? Why didn't I see him make a move? Lin Xia appeared on the square of the newbie village, standing there blankly. It clearly stated in her combat information, player mortal dealt damage to you, minus 3,184. Player mortal dealt damage to you, minus 3,184. The damage has overflowed. You have died, and have been asked to leave the challenge area. Her young heart suffered a severe blow. She couldn't understand how she was killed by Ding Chen in an instant. This damage, over 7,000. She is now a bit shaken. Will leaving Ding Chen be a mistake? The remaining 4 people on the field did not see the process of Lin Xia's death. Perplexed, one of them, an archer, shot an arrow. He really wanted to see how Ding Chen managed to kill Lin Xia in an instant. Ding Chen's shield had not disappeared yet, and this arrow shot towards him. Unfortunately, he was also eliminated. The next second, a damage number close to 3,002 floated from his body, and then disappeared from the sight of the 3 people. This time they deliberately watched this archer. His process of death was also clearly seen. That obvious damage number was also seen clearly. A big man just disappeared like that. Over 3,000? Am I seeing it right? Among the remaining 3 people, one of them asked. Now they finally understood why Ding Chen was so confident, daring to bet with 5 silver items. 1 person against the 5 of them. With this damage, if 1 person came up, before waiting for a comparison, they would directly go down. There is a problem with his shield. At this time, the detail-oriented assassin Lin Ying reminded the remaining 2 people with a sentence. He reminded the other 2 not to act impulsively. At least wait for Ding Chen's shield to disappear. At this moment, he also sneaked into the shadows. The other 2 people, one was a mage, and the other was also an archer. Upon hearing Lin Ying's reminder, they also did not dare to act rashly. But don't think that not acting means safety. Ding Chen didn't want to waste too much time on them. If he really waited for his shield to disappear, it would be troublesome to deal with. As a precaution, Ding Chen took 2 steps forward. When the distance reached the range of a brutal charge, he directly rushed towards the 2 people. The 2 people were standing close, and Ding Chen's movement speed was very fast, slightly faster than a normal player. Ding Chen's flowing cloud helmet itself had a movement speed bonus, and the speed of the brutal charge was related to his own movement speed. In addition, among the patient players, there was also an effect that increased the sprint speed. With the blessing of multiple buffs, Ding Chen's brutal charge, without displacement, had almost become a skill that was sure to hit. Damn! So fast! When the 2 of them saw Ding Chen rushing towards them, they were already unable to dodge. Ding Chen's shield had not disappeared at this time, and they couldn't fight back. They could only watch as Ding Chen rushed to them. Then, Ding Chen inserted the stone sword in his hand into the ground, and the 2 people were immediately sent flying into the air. Nearly 1,000 damage was dealt, and the 2 were left in a critical condition. Ding Chen then exploded his shield. After enduring 3 attacks, the shield value was left with 6,800 points. The damage caused by the bursting shield made everyone's eyes widen in shock. After the huge damage numbers of minus 6,708 and minus 6,695 appeared on 2 people, they opened their mouths wide and disappeared on the spot. The over 3,000 damage just now had already made everyone feel unbelievable. Now, the over 6,000 damage really made people suspect that Ding Chen had used something, a tank that can use a sword, with skill damage so high it's off the charts. Even the skill that just now dealt nearly 1,000 damage with a charge and knockback was already the ceiling of skill damage for everyone present. Oh my god, who on earth is this Fan Gu? Fan Gu is really awesome. Does he only like beautiful women? I wonder if a guy like me has a chance. Really, forget about being the vice president. Even if he becomes my godfather, it's fine. This person alone can match our whole group. Now, no one doubts that Ding Chen was just bragging earlier. Even Lin Xia, who had come to watch the game from the sidelines, now had a blank mind. This is too exaggerated. This strength, truly the number 1 in pure virtuality. Lu Xiao has money, that's true, but no potential. And, it's a widely acknowledged fact that he's ugly. If it weren't for his money, Lin Xia definitely wouldn't be with him. Now looking at Ding Chen's performance. Thinking about how the school and government value the game virtuality so much. Will Ding Chen still lack money in the future? Let's not talk about anything else. If Lu Xiao and Ding Chen didn't know each other, seeing Ding Chen's performance now, he would definitely be willing to spend $1 million to have Ding Chen train him for a week. And there are many people richer than Lu Xiao who will need Ding Chen in the future. The more Lin Xia thought about it, the more regretful she felt. She really regretted leaving Ding Chen back then. To be honest, she knew how good Ding Chen was to her at that time. It's just that when Ding Chen told her that he had spent almost all his marriage money on her, she considered their future life and decided to break up with Ding Chen. She doesn't know if Ding Chen still has feelings for her. She is now thinking about whether there is still a chance to go back to Ding Chen. Now on the field, only Ding Chen and the stealthy Lin Ying are left. Ding Chen is very clear about his position. Ding Chen hasn't switched his shield and charge skills yet. This is Lin Ying's chance to attack. Ding Chen doesn't want everyone to think he's only strong because of his stats. To truly convince people, he needs to show his gaming skills as well. Ding Chen is quietly waiting for Lin Ying's attack. The trajectory under Lin Ying's feet stops within 2 yards of Ding Chen. He keeps his eyes on Ding Chen's feet, knowing that he has been exposed to Ding Chen's sight all along. He stops here because he wants to blink directly past Ding Chen, catching him off guard. Seeing where he stopped, Ding Chen already guessed his intention. Ding Chen's mouth slightly curves as he moves to the side. Due to Ding Chen's rookie power, when he is not taking damage, a shield will form around him. With this shield, he still enjoys the movement speed bonus from the flowing cloud helmet. The 20% movement speed bonus is very noticeable. Without a movement speed buff on the opponent, it is completely impossible to catch up with Ding Chen. With the movement speed, he becomes even more agile. When Lin Ying is ready to strike, Ding Chen moves to the side. This scene surprises Lin Ying. A master. This is a master. Ding Chen had not moved until the moment he needed to. This was definitely not luck. Everything was within Ding Chen's expectations. Lin Ying's initial action has been executed. The stealth status is broken. By the time the dagger in his hand stabs down, Ding Chen has already left the spot. The dagger stabs into thin air. Others also saw it very clearly, that Lin Ying's attack was dodged. Moreover, it was an attack at the moment of stealth, which was casually dodged by Ding Chen. When Ding Chen moved, others had not even seen Lin Ying's figure. It was only when Lin Ying appeared that they were surprised again. Don't tell me, this positioning was anticipated? Directly preempting the positioning, anticipating the assassin's attack. To ordinary people, this seemed completely impossible. They were more inclined to think that Ding Chen was just lucky. Look at the expression on the mortal's face. If it was just a coincidence, he wouldn't be so calm. Some understood the details. Watching Ding Chen dodge the attack this time, his face was very calm, showing no surprise at dodging that kind of attack. This could only mean that everything was within Ding Chen's calculations. This was impressive. Ding Chen's high skill level, in a sense, still couldn't make people completely convinced. But now, the technology was there, so everyone could only be in awe. Although Lin Ying felt that Ding Chen was more likely to anticipate, he, holding a glimmer of hope, decided to try again, just in case it was really a coincidence. After all, predicting the movement and attack of stealth units was quite difficult. Lin Ying wanted to repeat it again, hoping that Ding Chen had just been lucky. At this moment, Ding Chen's skills were still on cooldown, but he was quicker to recover than Lin Ying's stealth and blink skills. When the skill was ready, Ding Chen did not retaliate. He was also afraid that his actions just now would be mistaken for luck, not his true strength. Ding Chen was waiting for Lin Ying not far away, waiting for his stealth, waiting for his next strike. Ding Chen still kept his gaze locked on Lin Ying's feet. As long as he didn't use the blink skill, Lin Ying's position would always be locked by Ding Chen. Lin Ying himself knew that if he didn't move to shake off Ding Chen's pursuit, he wouldn't stand a chance. He was dealing with it like he did with Yi Wanqing. The first blink skill did not directly attack, but deliberately released a segment from a distance to shake off Ding Chen's sight. Ding Chen watched Lin Ying's movement trajectory suddenly cut off. He also knew that Lin Ying was deliberately trying to shake him off. The landing point of Lin Ying's movement was a small piece of land he had targeted in advance. Landing on the ground would not be discovered. He found the route he had taken to attack Yi Wanqing last time and wanted to use the blink skill to get close to Ding Chen all the way. He didn't intend to leave any traces on the grass. For quite a while, nearly a minute, the scene was very calm. Ding Chen stood on the grass, and in the picture, Lin Ying had not reappeared. No, where is this person? Oh, he has already lost. The assassin shouldn't struggle anymore. It's meaningless to delay like this. The mortal shield must have been ready by now. That's not necessarily true. With such a powerful skill, what if the cooldown time is long? Haven't you noticed? This mortal is clearly letting the assassin. Now the two are competing to see if they can hit the mortal once. To be honest, I also want to know if he was just lucky earlier. The audience below was also discussing the situation of the two. They mostly knew that Ding Chen could win, but now they also wanted to know if Lin Ying could successfully hit Ding Chen. Lin Ying was now very close to Ding Chen. However, Ding Chen's position was very precise. Within a few yards around him, there was only grass, no place for Lin Ying to land. To get close to Ding Chen, he had to make a displacement and step on the grass. He just hoped that Ding Chen hadn't noticed the step he took. When the blink was ready, he deliberately moved from behind Ding Chen, stepping on the grass not far from Ding Chen. When the next blink skill was ready, he was about to launch an attack. Ding Chen had been twisting his body to observe the surroundings, especially the large piece of grass around him. In training mode, Ding Chen was already very sensitive to subtle changes in this environment. He was very familiar with the shape of the grass around him. With even slight changes, Ding Chen could detect them. When Ding Chen couldn't find Lin Ying's position, he already understood Lin Ying's routine, so he didn't focus on the distance, but carefully observed the grass around him. When Ding Chen turned around and saw behind him, he was already secretly delighted. He had already seen Lin Ying's position. In order to leave some suspense for Lin Ying, he did not show any change in his expression. His eyes were not fixed on that spot, but were using his peripheral vision to focus on the small area at Lin Ying's feet. After 3 seconds, the grass in that small area moved slightly again. At the same time, Ding Chen began to move to one side. Click! Lin Ying made an attack, the dagger appearing first, followed by his body slowly emerging. And once again, Ding Chen managed to dodge the attack. What? Dodged again. Ding Chen had been standing still, at most turning his body slightly in one direction. He only moved to the side when Lin Ying attacked. This was definitely not a coincidence. Ding Chen was definitely avoiding Lin Ying's attacks. Is it possible that this mortal is cheating? Really? I think it's more believable that there's an old man inside his body. This is too terrifying. If he can dodge even the assassin's attacks, who would be his match in a 1v1? No, who would even be able to hit him in a 1v1? I'm completely impressed. From now on, mortals are my idols. I bet he will be the number one in Tianqiu in the future. He was not the only one impressed. Now, the entire school's teachers and students, not all of them, but the vast majority, were definitely in awe of Ding Chen. There was one person who was feeling particularly defeated. He had always thought that his skills were not just the best in the city, but at least very few people in the school could match him. But today, facing Ding Chen, his pride took a hit. Lin Ying walked up to Ding Chen and sincerely said, "I lost." With Lin Ying's admission of defeat, the match came to an end. Ding Chen, facing 5 opponents alone, ultimately won the match with a slight advantage of not losing a drop of blood. After Ding Chen and Lin Ying came out of the game, there was a thunderous cheer from the audience. Fan Ji's shouts were incessant. The nearly 10,000 people on the playground were all cheering Ding Chen's name at this moment. Ding Chen stood on the stage, his body trembling with excitement. This feeling was really good. Lin Ying took a microphone, walked to Ding Chen's side, shook his hand, and said sincerely into the microphone, "Vice President, you are strong, not just in stats." His words could be heard throughout the school. Now that Ding Chen was the vice president, no one could say otherwise. In order not to undermine his confidence, Ding Chen politely replied, "You are the same. I was just lucky." At this moment, there was one person in the audience who was not feeling very happy. That person was Lu Shang, sitting alone in a soft chair. He had specifically come from home to the school to see Lin Xiyu help him secure the position of school president. Lu Shang had set up a studio with his own money, and if Lin Xiyu could become the president of the Manhwa Guild, his influence in the game would increase significantly. However, he underestimated the impact of game skills on strength in Tianqiu. Although Lin Xiyu had good talent and equipment, that alone was not enough to secure the top position. However, if someone else took the position of the president, he could still accept it. Unfortunately, this president is someone who is associated with Ding Chen. This makes Lu Shang a little unbearable. He has already started thinking about how to control Ding Chen's pace. If Ding Chen is allowed to develop like this, it won't be as simple as Lin Shiyao regretting it. By then, Ding Chen will always be one step ahead of him. He won't even have the ability to cause trouble for Ding Chen anymore. The other top 8 players on stage also expressed their admiration for Ding Chen and apologized for their previous arrogance. Lin Shiyao finally walked up to Ding Chen, looking a bit embarrassed. She weakly spoke, just calling out, "Fan Ge, you." Ding Chen chose to ignore Lin Shiyao's words directly. Then he turned around and walked up to Yi Wanqing with a smile. "Thank you for accepting the position of vice president for me." Yi Wanqing also smiled and replied, "What are you saying? I was just worried that you wouldn't want to do it. Otherwise, I would have given you the position of president. Being a free vice president is quite good." Lin Shiyao felt a bit wronged for a moment, thinking about the past. Even when she treated Ding Chen poorly, Ding Chen would always respond warmly and enthusiastically, never as indifferent to her as he is now. She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. Is money more important, or is being treated well more important? Lin Shiyao walked off the stage feeling lost and came to Lu Shang's side. Seeing her like this, Lu Shang became even more displeased and slapped her directly on the face, angrily scolding her. "What? Regretting it? If you regret it, go back to him. You despicable thing." Lu Shang left with a harsh remark and went outside the school. Lin Shiyao stood in place, covering her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Being with Ding Chen, let alone being slapped, even if she accidentally hurt herself, Ding Chen would be heartbroken. She suddenly realized how good Ding Chen was. It seemed like she had returned to the past, but Ding Chen would definitely not want to be with her now. Helpless, Lin Shiyao wiped away her tears, swallowed her grievances, and caught up with Lu Shang. She couldn't end up with nothing in the end. Lin Shiyao tried to explain to Lu Shang that she felt a bit disappointed that she couldn't help him secure the position of president, and compared to Ding Chen, he was no match for Lu Shao. What she said before was sincere, but now she felt very insincere. At the end of the competition, Ding Chen became famous in the school. Now in Manhwa, even if someone doesn't know the school flower president Yi Wanqing, they would know the overpowered vice president Fan Ren. As the competition ended, the vice principal approached Ding Chen and said, "Your name is Ding Chen, right? Ding Chen, your performance today was excellent, and I will apply for some subsidies for you from the school. Furthermore, if you encounter any difficulties in the game, you can report them to the school, and we will do our best to help you solve them." Ding Chen's academic performance was average. Previously, he was obsessed with Lin Shiyao in games, and if he hadn't skipped too many classes and been warned, he wouldn't even have had the chance to see the headmaster, let alone the vice principal. Now that the vice principal could come and speak to Ding Chen like this, Ding Chen felt that his day of standing out was not far away. On the way back to the dormitory after the meeting, many students came over to get to know Fan Gu. He Jing might have anticipated this situation in advance and stuck to Ding Chen, afraid of other girls getting close. "Oi, where did my girlfriend come from? These are all older sisters. Why are you trying to drive them away?" Whenever a girl approached, He Jing would use the excuse of Ding Chen having a girlfriend to politely decline. Although Ding Chen understood He Jing's thoughts, he still deliberately asked, "What are we now that we've eaten sausages? Are we playing truth or dare now? I can only say that we are just good friends now. If we talk about the relationship level, I might." Ding Chen didn't think He Wu was not good. Compared to Lin Xia, He Wu was already much better. It's just that, having been hurt once, Ding Chen doesn't want to talk about feelings now. As for eating sausages, it was just a quarrel between two good friends, right? Besides, between friends, helping each other out, and both of them not having boyfriends or girlfriends, there's nothing wrong. Before Ding Chen could finish, He Wu quickly interrupted. All right, stop talking. I was just joking with you. I have self-awareness. I am already content to be such good friends with you. He Wu's personality is really likable. Ding Chen explained. Don't say that. You are very good. I just don't want to talk about feelings now. But Ding Chen couldn't treat He Wu like this, so he continued. Don't worry. If you need help, just find me anytime. He Wu didn't refute after listening. Looking at Ding Chen with a mischievous smile, you said it yourself. These days are not convenient. Don't regret it in a couple of days. He Wu didn't need to worry about this. How could Ding Chen possibly regret such a thing? He Wu had a great figure, a good-looking face, and dressed well. As long as she called Ding Chen, he would definitely come. After entering the deputy city, they could spend some money in the relevant department to establish a guild on their own. This money would definitely be provided by the school. Some players from schools that had arrived in the deputy city had already joined the guild. They were all waiting for their great vice president, Ding Chen, to arrive. Early the next morning, Ding Chen and Milk Tea set off for the deputy city together. From the newbie village to the deputy city, there was a specific official road. Without a mount, it would take about 2 hours to reach the deputy city. Ding Chen's movement speed was much faster than an average player. But considering Milk Tea's speed, it took them nearly 2 hours to arrive. Brother, after we arrive at the deputy city, all our schoolmates will be together. Many people will definitely look for you every day. Will you still have time to take me with you? Milk Tea's 2 small hands touched in front of her, and her tone was a bit low, as if Ding Chen didn't want her anymore. Ding Chen was not that kind of person. Ding Chen was affectionate and righteous. People he met in the future were people he met in the future, and the position of Milk Tea and her friends was incomparable to others. Ding Chen habitually reached out and patted Milk Tea's head, comforting her. How could that be? Wherever I go, I will take you with me. Not only you, but when we arrive at the deputy city, we will also go monster hunting together with Wanqing and He Wu. With such strong talent, if Ding Chen took 3 people with him and distributed the experience evenly, the leveling speed would not fall behind. Moreover, with teammates sharing experience, his talent could be maximized. Compared to levels, magic power was more important. When they were not far from the Sunset City, the two saw the city tower ahead. It was more magnificent than the ancient city tower seen on TV. Just looking at the city wall, it was nearly 10 meters high, stretching hundreds of meters on both sides, with no end in sight. This was just a deputy city. One couldn't imagine the scale of the main city and the capital city. A deputy city had 100 newbie villages under its jurisdiction, which meant that when players reached level 20 in the Sunset City, there would be nearly 1 million players. Such a large scale was indeed necessary. However, with such a large scale, it would take a lot of time just to go out of the city to fight monsters. Taking a carriage in the future would be a big expense. Hopefully, they could get a mount soon, so it would be much more convenient to travel. Upon entering the Sunset City, there was a bustling shopping street. Unlike the newbie village, here, besides potions, various equipment, items, and materials were also available for sale. There are also tea houses and restaurants for players to spend and relax. Ding Chen was not in a hurry to go to the guild, nor was he in a rush to change jobs. Instead, he took Milk Tea into a decoration shop. The decorations here are not the same as the accessories and equipment. They are clothing items with decorative effects, such as headdresses and skirts. In addition, players can have their equipment modified by the shop assistant according to their needs. The attributes will not change, but it can make them look more pleasing to the eye. Come on, let me treat you to something. Pick whatever you want. Ding Chen was sure that Milk Tea liked these fancy things. Which little girl could resist the temptation to become more beautiful? Milk Tea, who had been a little down just now, was suddenly cheered up and excitedly jumped on Ding Chen, kissing him on the face. Really? I love you so much, big brother. Then she happily rushed into the decoration shop. Wow, the beautiful girl from the Blue Star. Come in and take a look. It's your first time here, so we'll give you a discount on anything you like. The shop assistant was also very enthusiastic when she saw Milk Tea rushing in. Ding Chen followed her in. There were very few things for boys to use in the shop, mostly for girls. Milk Tea had already picked up a headband with rabbit ears and tried it on. Brother, do you think it looks good? It looks great. It looks great. Ding Chen walked over to check the prices. Although these items had no attributes, each one cost nearly 100 copper coins, which was almost 20 yuan in cash. Girls' money is easy to earn. Milk Tea was not polite either, buying several items for every place she could wear them. Even the equipment she was wearing, if it looked uncomfortable, she handed it over to the shop's auntie to modify. They were quick to make changes. As long as you told them your ideas, they could immediately turn it into what you wanted. But they could only make small changes. After the modifications, although it was still the same equipment, Milk Tea now felt much more comfortable looking at it. Next, even the equipment on Ding Chen's body. Without asking for Ding Chen's opinion, Milk Tea directly modified it according to her own ideas, including the purchases and modifications. It cost over 10,000 copper coins in just a short while. The auntie's face also lit up with joy. It was clear that she hadn't encountered such a lavish customer in a long time. When it came time to pay, Milk Tea insisted that Ding Chen not pay. "Brother, I'm already happy just having you accompany me. How can I let you keep spending money on me? To be honest with you, a few days ago when I first met you, Sister He Woo told me that if you meet a big spender, it's good to take advantage a bit." In fact, even without Milk Tea saying it, Ding Chen knew. Except for Yi Wanqing, who genuinely wanted to spend money, weren't the two of them always taking advantage of Ding Chen? However, after a few days of getting to know each other, Ding Chen could tell that their intentions had changed. As they left, Milk Tea continued, "Not anymore. Actually, I'm quite wealthy. In the future, when you're with me, you don't have to spend money, brother," including Sister He Woo. Although she doesn't have much money, she also told me last night that she won't take advantage of you anymore. Hearing this, Ding Chen felt warm inside. He was actually the same kind of person as them before. As long as the other person was good to him, he was willing to repay them doubly. Unfortunately, he met someone like Lin Xia, who hurt Ding Chen's heart. All his efforts were in vain. Ding Chen believed that what Milk Tea and He Woo said was true, and he would treat them like sisters. The two of them then headed towards the guild address shared by Yi Wanqing. The guild was located in a residential area in the northwest corner of Sunset City. There were no grand buildings, only a few simple courtyards. In Tianxiu, recharging was not allowed, and in-game currency could only be exchanged for cash. Cash could not be used to recharge. Moreover, in Tianxiu, the rental price of houses is very high. The school also exchanges money from students' hands for cash to rent the site. Due to temporary limited funds, the conditions are a bit rudimentary. But with a large number of guild members, more money will be invested in the guild after some time. Then we will move to a more grand place. Manhwa School now has more than 400 players entering Sunset City. They heard that Ding Chen will also arrive in Sunset City this morning. He will first go to the guild to find his way. So, many students are waiting in the guild at this time. They are all thinking whether there is a chance to brush monsters and do tasks with Ding Chen. When Ding Chen arrived at the guild, there was not even a place to stay. There are only a few courtyards, and players are crowded here waiting for Ding Chen to arrive. My goodness, with our current conditions, why don't we hurry up and make money? What are we doing at home? Ding Chen saw this scene, feeling like he was watching a big show in the countryside. "Brother Fan, take me to brush monsters. Vice President, take us on a mission together." Ding Chen's figure had just appeared in sight, and the whole scene instantly exploded like an ignited explosive package. People were talking and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. If you didn't know, you would think it was a meeting of fans of a celebrity. Ding Chen just came to take a look. He couldn't bring so many people to level up, and it didn't make sense. The team can have a maximum of 10 people, and the lowest experience distribution is 10%. That means as long as there are 4 people, Ding Chen can get the lowest experience, so there is no need to bring so many people. He is just a vice president, not a father of the vice president, and he can't take care of all the guild members, right? If you perform well, have good relationships, I will naturally take you. After Ding Chen finished speaking, he didn't even bring Yi Wu and Milk Tea, and went out alone. He now needs to go to Lingshi Mountain outside the city to do a job transfer task. This task location is far away, and it will take a lot of time on the road. It's a waste of time to follow him. After leaving the guild, Ding Chen stopped a carriage not far away. It took him more than 20 minutes to run from the city gate to the guild, so if he ran all the way, it would be almost dark by the time he reached Lingshi Mountain. The carriages in Sunset City are not cheap. Just one trip cost Ding Chen nearly 100 copper coins. In the newbie village, this money doesn't leave much of an impression, but in Sunset City, it feels like there is no money at all, and you can't even leave the gate. After Ding Chen left, others also formed teams to level up and do tasks. In the sub-city, there are more places to pick up tasks, and the rewards are more generous. Many side quests also bring unexpected rewards. Ding Chen took a carriage and it took him nearly half an hour to reach Lingshi Mountain. Lingshi Mountain, although called a mountain, is not a mountain. It is a hidden place set up outside Sunset City. It is a very small stone city, and the residents inside are all stone people. They vary in size. Some are similar to humans, with 4 limbs and a head. Some are just round stones, rolling back and forth to walk. There are guards at the city gate. The 2 stone people hold long spears made of dark stone, and they looked a bit puzzled when they saw Ding Chen coming in. It seems that there are very few humans coming here. Squeak, squeak, woo, woo. They can't even speak human language. After squeaking for a while, Ding Chen didn't understand a word. Ding Chen had to take out the stone system hidden job transfer badge, hoping they could understand this thing. When the two guards saw the badge Ding Chen took out, the two hollows on the stone seemed to widen. Ding Chen saw incomprehension in their eyes. Ding Chen might be the first person to come here for a job transfer. Ding Chen was also muttering in his heart, wondering if this job change couldn't be completed. Would he end up becoming like them? Looking around the entire city filled with stone people, the possibility seemed quite high. With this badge, the attitudes of the two of them improved significantly. They might have also realized that Ding Chen couldn't understand their words, so they gestured for him to enter and wait for a moment. One of the guards ran into a tall building in the city with the badge. After a while, a tall stone figure ran out with a blue headband on its head, and the stones on its body were even more glossy. Led by the stone guard, it approached Ding Chen. It could speak human language, and as soon as it spoke, Ding Chen understood. Hello, visitor from the Blue Star. How did you obtain this badge? Ding Chen didn't feel any difference between himself and the locals. For some reason, it seemed like the locals here could easily tell that they were from the Blue Star. Ding Chen truthfully replied, I obtained this badge by challenging the sealed stone tower in the village. As soon as they heard about the sealed stone tower, they immediately asked, did you clean up the sealed stone tower? To obtain this badge, one must have completed the 9th level. Ding Chen nodded. The stone figure with the blue headband immediately made a shocked gesture. Wow, brave Blue Star person. How did you do it? Please come in quickly. While praising Ding Chen, it hurriedly invited him inside. Ding Chen recalled the witch spirit fire seed on the 9th level, with its ordinary skill causing 2000 damage. Normally, even the highest combat power in the novice village would have no chance. The 9th level might be unbeatable for many NPCs from the native Tianshu, regardless of operation. In terms of values alone, the witch spirit fire seed was definitely a terrifying existence. Accompanied by the stone figure, Ding Chen entered the tall building. Most of the stone figures inside had various headbands. Upon entering, it introduced to Ding Chen, you see, starting from over there, they are our giant spirit stone elder, stone throwing spirit elder. Whichever profession you like, you can apply for a job change with this badge. As long as you pass their assessment, you can successfully complete the job change. Following its introduction, Ding Chen looked around. One was most suitable for him. It was the giant spirit law stone. The giant spirit stone profession was similar to the giant stone Ding Chen encountered in the sealed stone tower, with no attack attributes but extremely high defense capabilities. However, choosing this profession meant sacrificing all attack attributes. This profession could not attack. Both attack and spell power attributes would disappear, exchanged for extremely strong defense capabilities. Although it matched Ding Chen's tank profession, sacrificing spell power attributes was not an option for him. Another option was the spirit mage. This profession in the stone family was equivalent to the mage profession. Like human mages, it had high spell damage but weaker defense. The combination of the two was the giant spirit law stone. This profession balanced both aspects. It had defense capabilities as well as mage attributes. It was what we commonly refer to as a spell tank. True mage tanks were rare. Based on Ding Chen's talents, a profession like a spell tank was the most suitable. However, in the human race, these two aspects were basically incompatible. Ding Chen decisively chose the giant spirit law stone elder, who was also large in size, but had a blue crystal embedded in one of its hands, symbolizing its spellcasting abilities. Holding the badge in his hand, Ding Chen approached the giant spirit law stone elder and handed over the badge, and expressed his intention. Elder, hello, I want to take your job transition assessment. I want to become a giant spirit law stone like you. Although Ding Chen said this on the surface, what he was thinking in his heart was, as long as the attributes are like yours, the appearance must not change. All the stone people here were shocked to see this badge. They all showed the same respect for Ding Chen. After Ding Chen finished speaking, it didn't dare to say a word more, let alone look down on people like the human race did. It politely replied, I am honored that you have chosen to have the same abilities as me. You have passed the test of the sealed stone tower, which has already proven your abilities. I don't think I need to verify your abilities anymore. Ding Chen heard this and thought, isn't there even a job transition task? But indeed, even if a task is given, It wouldn't be more powerful than the boss on the 9th floor of the sealed stone tower. The next second, the elder giant spirit Lost Stone raised the spirit stone on its right hand and placed it on Ding Chen's head. Wait. Ding Chen quickly stopped it. This was too simple. He wasn't mentally prepared at all. Ding Chen raised his doubts. I have another question. After the job transition, will I also turn into a stone like you? The face of the elder giant spirit Lost Stone was outlined with blue spiritual power features. After hearing Ding Chen's words, it smiled and said, "Ha ha, no, don't worry." Only then did Ding Chen relax and let the elder giant spirit Lost Stone's hand rest on his head. He felt a heavy energy spreading throughout his body. It quickly ended. Ding Chen looked at his attributes again, and the profession line had changed. Profession, Giant Spirit Lost Stone Profession Bonus, triple bonus to health and spell power, double bonus to physical defense and magical defense. This profession has an additional 6 times bonus, even stronger than the hidden profession of the Sword God of Lanli. Professional Feature 1, Giant Spirit Lost Stone has a 10% damage reduction. Professional Feature 2, 10% increase in spell damage for the Giant Spirit Lost Stone. Professional Feature 3, Giant Spirit Lost Stone gains 20% additional health from spell power. Ding Chen exclaimed at the 3 professional features. The combination of this feature and Ding Chen's stone sword can provide a 19% damage reduction. In Tianxiu, most percentage-based attributes will have a small value reduction on top of the large value reduction. When the professional feature and the form of the stone sword have the same damage reduction value, there is no distinction between size. After one reduction, the remaining 90% of the damage is reduced again. That is, Ding Chen now has a 19% damage reduction. This calculation method also prevents certain features from reaching 100% effect and disrupting game balance. This damage reduction is very terrifying. Coupled with his tank's strength, Ding Chen can withstand a lot of damage. Feature 2 directly increases the damage of skills. Ding Chen's skill damage is already high, and a 10% increase is more effective than a numerical increase. Finally, there is Feature 3. Ding Chen's spell power can be converted into health. This feature is the most suitable for Ding Chen's talent. Ding Chen's talent can stack without limit, meaning his health will also increase without limit. At the moment of completing the job transition, Ding Chen gained a lot of improvement. If he were to participate in a guild competition with his current physical condition, he wouldn't even need to use his shield skill to defeat them. Ding Chen's spell power is now 7,772 points. Instantly, his health increased by an additional 20% of the spell power value, which is 1,554 points. Ding Chen's current health has reached 4,124. At this stage, even a tank with all health attribute points added would still be far behind Ding Chen. With over 4,000 damage, the current tolerance is extremely high, even for a hidden profession like Lin Ying with real damage. Considering damage reduction, it would still take 10 hits to have a chance to kill Ding Chen. It's quite difficult for an assassin to land 10 attacks. After the job change, Elder Giant Spirit Stone would also teach Ding Chen skills. Upon completing the job change, you will learn a skill specific to the new job. The Spirit Stone in the hands of Elder Giant Spirit Stone drew a circle in front of him, and then a skill book appeared in front of Ding Chen. Ding Chen hurriedly took it. Opening the skill book, Spirit Stone Falling, B-level, not learned, summons a Spirit Stone to strike a designated area, dealing magic damage based on magic power. The size of the Spirit Stone is related to the value of magic power. The higher the magic power attribute, the larger the summoned Spirit Stone. Just by reading the introduction of this skill book, Ding Chen was excited. If it were just a simple damage skill, there wouldn't be much to be excited about. The exciting part is that the size changes with the magic power attribute, which is very promising. Ding Chen quickly learned it. Then, a new skill appeared in Ding Chen's skill list, Spirit Stone Falling, B-level, not upgraded, proficiency 0 out of 1000, summons a Spirit Stone to strike a designated area, dealing 200 plus magic power asterisk 0, 5 magic damage to enemies within the area. Special, the size of the summoned Spirit Stone affects the skill's damage range. The size of the summoned Spirit Stone is related to the magic power attribute, with every 1000 magic power increasing the radius of the Spirit Stone by 1 yard. Initial Spirit Stone radius, 2 yards. Current stage Spirit Stone radius, 9 yards. Ding Chen was amazed after reading it. The damage of this skill has no upper limit, and currently, the damage has reached nearly 4,000. This damage is terrifying, but what's even scarier is its damage range. With a radius of 9 meters, and with Ding Chen's magic power increasing, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Just consider the current 9-meter radius. A giant spirit stone with a diameter of nearly 20 meters falling from the sky is already quite shocking. It's basically impossible to dodge. Ordinary displacement skills cover only a few meters, so with such a large range, even displacement is impossible. If this skill were in someone else's hands, it might be rated as a B level without any problems. After all, at this stage, even for mages, all attribute points are added to magic power. The mage's magic power bonus is 3 times, with 5 free attribute points per level, plus an automatic increase upon leveling up. In other words, with no points added to other attributes, the maximum would be 18 magic power. But this is already an extreme case. Most mages would also add some vitality to enhance their survival. In such an extreme case, even reaching level 20 would not exceed 400 magic power. Even with weapons, accessories, talents, etc., it's unlikely that any player could reach 1000 magic power. In other words, except for Ding Chen. For anyone else, this spirit stone would be just a 2-meter spirit stone. It could barely be considered a small area of effect skill. Moreover, based on the skill description, it can be inferred that the skill's projectile is relatively slow. It's fine for fighting monsters, but if used against people, with a small range, it's easy to dodge. After excitedly reading the new skill he had just learned and thanking his master, Elder Giant Spirit Stone, Ding Chen was about to leave. However, Elder Giant Spirit Stone immediately stopped Ding Chen. "You are the first human student I have received, and I also want to see the abilities of our Stone Clan, to see how much power you humans can unleash in our hands." Elder Giant Spirit Stone was quite curious. It also wanted to see how much utility the first human student could bring out in its hands. Ding Chen also played a little trick. He probably knew in his heart that his performance definitely exceeded the expectations of Elder Juling Fashi. But in order to verify the extent of his strength, he chose to let Elder Juling Fashi demonstrate its power first. "Master, can I take a look at the power of your skill first, so I can have a grasp of my own strength?" After hearing this, Elder Juling Fashi's mouth's spiritual lines stretched out, and he chuckled. "Watch this, we have to go outside. This place is too small. We don't want to smash the house." The building was tall but not spacious. It was very crowded inside, and the open space in front of them was only a dozen square meters. Fortunately, Ding Chen did not demonstrate directly. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to leave today. With just one skill, this building would have been reduced by half. If Elder Juling Fashi wasn't in charge, the two of them would have caused big trouble today. After Elder Juling Fashi finished speaking, he led Ding Chen out of the tall building. They walked out of the stone city and arrived in front of a barren land not far away. Elder Juling Fashi spoke. "This skill has great potential. In the hands of a strong person, it can even rival the stars." After speaking, he raised the arm embedded with the spiritual stone towards the sky. "Today, let me show you the power of it in the master's hands. Excuse my humble display." After Elder Juling Fashi finished speaking, a spiritual light was shot into the air from his hand. Then, a round blue spiritual stone condensed in mid-air. It continued to condense until it stopped at the size of a small house. Ding Chen estimated that the size should be about a radius of 4 meters. This Elder Juling Fashi possessed over 2000 spell power, which was already very powerful. Because the profession of spell tank did not focus all its training on spell power, they also focused more on the bonus of tanking. However, with this spell power attribute alone, it was already higher than the maximum combat power in the novice village. Elder Juling Fashi watched the huge spiritual stone he condensed fall from the sky, accompanied by a blue spiritual tail. If it hit the barren land in front of them, bang! With a loud noise, the earth flew up. When the dust settled, the spiritual stone had disappeared, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. Judging by the crater, the diameter of his spiritual stone was about 8 meters. At this moment, several stone people came out of the stone city. The stone person with the blue headband from earlier also walked over. It should be of a higher level in this stone city, because like Ding Chen's master, Elder Juling Fashi, its headband was purple. The other elders all had purple headbands. In the palace, most of the headbands seen were purple. The only one seen with a blue headband was this stone person, and from its tone, it was clear that this stone person with the blue headband was a leadership level. Ding Chen could only guess from this that their levels were also arranged according to the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Although he had not seen stone people with headbands of other colors, based on these two colors, he could make a rough guess. The stone person with the blue headband walked over from the city gate. When he arrived, he also jokingly said, "Jufuling, showing off in front of the human disciple here? Jufuling should be the name of this Juling Fashi." And the stone person with the blue headband said in a joking tone. Elder Stone of Giant Spirit hurriedly turned his head in response to the words. His tone was very respectful. "Oh no, Lord Blue Ribbon, you're joking. It's just that the young disciple wanted to see, so I came out to show my humble skills." Perhaps this Elder Stone of Giant Spirit had a high status in this small stone city, and his strength was considered advanced. The stone man with the blue ribbon spoke to Ding Chen. "Young man, you have a good eye. The Giant Spirit Stone is the most representative profession in our stone clan, and you have even chosen Lord Giant Law Zero. It is also an outstanding genius in our stone clan. How about it? Was the skill just now cool? Following Elder Giant Law Zero, I believe you will also become as excellent as it." The surrounding stone people also highly approved of this Elder Stone of Giant Spirit. They all expressed admiration for his abilities. Ding Chen didn't know how to respond at this moment, feeling a bit amused but also feeling it was inappropriate. After all, he was his master, and it didn't feel right to undermine his face like that. After being modest for a while, Elder Stone of Giant Spirit asked Ding Chen to demonstrate. After all, he was the first human to change professions to the Stone Clan. The other stone people were also curious, wondering to what extent the humans could utilize the skills of the Stone Clan. But Ding Chen hesitated a bit. Maybe I shouldn't demonstrate? If Ding Chen demonstrated now, wouldn't it make Elder Stone of Giant Spirit's previous performance seem like a joke? Seeing Ding Chen hesitating, the blue ribbon stone man comforted him on the side. "It's okay, young man. It has been practicing for a long time. Don't compare yourself to it. Don't feel embarrassed if you can't match it. If you could summon a spirit stone the same size as it right now, where would it put the face of your master? Don't be embarrassed. You're just learning. Let us all see the effect." It didn't say anything, but after saying this, Ding Chen felt even more embarrassed to demonstrate. It's not what you think. How should I put it? Elder Stone of Giant Spirit couldn't bear it anymore and asked Ding Chen to use a skill. What's so difficult about that? Was it necessary to hesitate here? Elder Stone of Giant Spirit said, "Don't be afraid to embarrass your master. Show them one." Ding Chen wasn't afraid of embarrassing his master, but he was afraid of embarrassing himself. Since it was said like that, he wouldn't easily let it go today without releasing it once. Ding Chen gritted his teeth. "All right, let's do it. Watch closely now." Ding Chen raised the stone sword in his hand towards the sky, and a blue spiritual power shot into the air along the stone sword. Accompanied by a stone cry, blue spiritual stones began to gather in the air. "Giant Law Zero, I remember. Your skill doesn't have a stone cry, right?" When Elder Stone of Giant Spirit released this skill just now, indeed there was no sound heard, and this stone cry made Elder Stone of Giant Spirit's face look a bit serious. Stone cry? Can't be, right? Although it also heard this stone cry, it really couldn't believe it was true, because it had heard this stone cry from its master before. It knew that this familiar sound meant that the spirit stone was very large, but it felt it was unlikely. Just a level 20 blue star person couldn't possibly be larger than its own spirit stone, right? But the spiritual stones in the air continued to absorb the surrounding energy, and their size kept increasing. The radius gradually reached 3 yards. At this point, the stone people watching on the side had already started to gasp in shock. Among these stone people without headbands, there were many disciples of Elder Stone of Giant Spirit. They must have also learned this skill. They knew what it meant once the radius exceeded 2 yards. But the expansion of the spirit stone had not stopped. It kept getting bigger. The radius reached 4 yards. It was already the same size as the spiritual stone released by Elder Stone of Giant Spirit just now. Elder Stone of Giant Spirit Law was a bit confused at this moment. It was a bit unbelievable. The Blue Belt Stone Man was also confused, asking Elder Stone of Giant Spirit Law, wasn't it you who secretly released it?" Elder Stone of Giant Spirit Law was completely immersed in shock at this moment, not even hearing the words of the Blue Belt Stone Man. Seeing the spirit stone still growing, it now somewhat believed that the sound of the stone was real. If not mistaken, the radius of this spirit stone is at least over 5 yards. Only when it exceeds 5 yards will the stone sound ring out. 5 yards, 6 yards, 7 yards. The spirit stone above their heads has now blocked a large amount of light, and where everyone is standing has become dim. Now everyone is completely enveloped in the blue light emitted by the spirit stone. There is now no sound. They stared blankly at the still growing spirit stone, already beginning to doubt whether the Stone Clan still had any meaning to exist. There is no need to doubt now. This spirit stone was secretly released by Elder Stone of Giant Spirit Law. Its spirit stone is only 4 yards. Now it is not known how much larger this spirit stone is compared to it. Ding Chen raised the stone sword, and the blue energy was still slowly infused into the spirit stone above their heads. 8 yards, 9 yards. Starting from the basic 2-yard size of the spirit stone, it expanded 7 times, reaching a radius of 9 yards before finally stopping. This spirit stone has already covered everyone present. When Ding Chen released it, he did not pay attention to the position, just releasing it where Elder Stone of Giant Spirit Law had just been. Elder Stone of Giant Spirit Law's spirit stone happened to land in front of the two, and Ding Chen's current size of the spirit stone has already covered the heads of everyone. In Tianxiu, only members of the same team will have damage immunity. Even NPC allies must be temporarily brought into the same team to avoid harming each other. And now, this group of stone people were all shocked by the huge spirit stone summoned by Ding Chen. They all stood blankly in place, looking up at the huge blue spirit stone above their heads. At this time, Ding Chen and they were not in the same team, so if this spirit stone were to fall, it would harm them all. Get out of the way. Now only Ding Chen is awake. He hurriedly shouted, reminding everyone to stay away. But the spirit stone has already condensed. Although it took some time, its falling speed is extremely fast. It is already too late to escape further away at this time. The Blue Belt Stone Man and Elder Stone of Giant Spirit Law reacted at this moment and quickly slammed their hands on the ground. Suddenly, 2 layers of huge stone barriers protected the stone people inside. Bang! As the huge spirit stone fell, pits began to appear under everyone's feet. Fortunately, the spirit stone is only in the form of energy, not physical, so it will not crush everyone underneath. Ding Chen is also in the spirit stone at this time. In his field of vision, there is only a dazzling blue light. Soon, this energy dissipated, and everyone was now standing in a huge pit. And the stone people next to Ding Chen all had a red health bar above their heads. I should have placed it further away. I'm really sorry. Ding Chen quickly apologized to the people next to him, but they didn't care at all. Moreover, Ding Chen's spirit stone pierced through the 2 layers of shields released by the Blue Belt Stone Man and Elder Stone of Giant Spirit Law. This further illustrates that Ding Chen's spirit stone is not just for show. It is indeed very powerful. The stone people are all confused at this moment. The Blue Belt Stone Man took a while to come to his senses and weakly asked, You, Blue Star people, are all like this? It can be seen that Ding Chen's performance has dealt a big blow to this group of Stone Clan people. If all the Blue Star players are like Ding Chen, the significance of their Stone Clan's existence is indeed not great. Ding Chen quickly waved his hand to comfort. No, I just happen to have a slightly higher level than ordinary players. That's all. You don't have to worry about it, sir. In the small city of the Stone Tribe in Spirit Stone Mountain, this blue-belted stone man should be the highest level of stone man. At this moment, it also showed respect to Ding Chen. After Ding Chen finished speaking, it crossed its 2 stone arms in front of its chest and bowed, saying, You can call me Giant Spirit Han Yi. Since you have completed the job change, you are now considered one of our Stone Tribe members. With your abilities, it should not be a problem for you to pass the assessment for a green belt in our Stone Tribe. We should address you as Sir. Even the blue-belted stone man called him Sir, so naturally the other stone men had to call Ding Chen Sir as well. This blue-belted stone man is called Giant Spirit Han Yi. The first 2 characters of the Stone Tribe's names indicate their own profession. This Giant Spirit Han Yi is a primary defense-focused Giant Spirit Stone profession. According to Giant Spirit Han Yi, the levels of the Stone Tribe are strictly divided, and to obtain the representative headband, one must pass the corresponding assessment. However, what Ding Chen is more concerned about is what a high position means within the Stone Tribe and what practical benefits it brings. If there are real benefits, Ding Chen may consider participating in the Stone Tribe's assessment. Ding Chen also asked directly without beating around the bush, I wonder, in your Stone Tribe, how is the treatment of a green belt? Is it just a symbol of status? Giant Spirit Han Yi replied, As you can see, I am only a blue belt, the deputy city lord of this Spirit Stone Mountain city. If it were a green belt, in all the stone cities set up next to the deputy cities, they would be at the level of city lords. You would be in charge of everything in the city. At this point, Ding Chen interjected, including mobilizing personnel? Giant Spirit Hani nodded after hearing this, of course. Unfortunately, Ding Chen's talent restricts him from leveling up too quickly. If he were to level up to 100 or even higher in a short period of time, although he would be invincible in the short term, it would be very difficult to kill monsters higher level than himself to improve his talent. In the long run, when all players' levels catch up, his talent would not be valued. Therefore, this requires him to inevitably suppress the speed of his own leveling up. Otherwise, bringing the entire city of stone people to help him kill monsters, the NPCs would also take away the experience points. Wouldn't his level skyrocket then? However, when in trouble, it is still very powerful to gather NPCs from the entire city to help him out. Ding Chen continued to ask, apart from this, does it have any benefits for personal strength? Giant Spirit Hani replied, for you personally, it's this belt. When it said this, it deliberately pointed to the blue headband on its head. Ding Chen sneered, just this belt? This belt looks very ordinary. You could probably buy several identical ones for just a copper coin in a store. But Giant Spirit Hani replied with profound meaning, sir, don't underestimate this ordinary belt. This belt is condensed from the source power of the stone tribe. The bonus it provides for our stone profession is terrifying. Even this blue belt on my head is no less than a platinum level accessory for your human race. The equipment grades in the virtual world range from low to high, decorative items, without any bonuses. Black iron level, bronze level, silver level, gold level, platinum level, jade level, diamond level, epic level, legendary level, mythological level. Up to now, apart from a silver level equipment obtained from Quan San, Ding Chen's body is still mostly equipped with black iron level equipment. Even the main equipment on his body has 2 vacancies, not to mention accessories. Now this Giant Spirit Hani tells him about the seemingly ordinary blue belt on its head. Surprisingly, it can match a platinum level accessory. What if you could get a blue one? Ding Chen immediately said, how can our Stone Clan participate in the assessment? I want to sign up. Our Stone Clan's assessment has specific times, and the assessment times for different colored headbands are also different. In theory, the assessment needs to be done level by level, meaning you need to participate in the lowest level purple headband assessment first. However, I have already seen your strength, so I can make an exception and recommend you to directly enter the blue headband assessment. I don't have the authority to go further up, the Giant Spirit Hani explained to Ding Chen. After listening, Ding Chen thought, blue headband is fine, and a dark gold level accessory is enough. When and where is the assessment for the blue headband? Giant Spirit Hani replied, the day after tomorrow in the morning. Come back here, and I will take you there. Alright. Just then, He-Woo sent a message to Ding Chen. It was a voice message, and it sounded urgent. Fan Gu, are you done there? Me and Nai Cha encountered a boss, and we can't get away now. Can you come over? Next, a location share was sent. After Ding Chen transferred herself, she asked He-Woo to help Nai Cha with the job transfer task. Nai Cha, as a physician, was just doing a regular job transfer. Normally, the job transfer task should be simple, so why do they have to fight a boss? The 2 little rookies wouldn't be able to hold on against the boss for long. Ding Chen didn't dare to delay and check the location He-Woo shared. They were in another direction of Sunset City at this time. Although they were both near Sunset City, the secondary city was not the same as the newbie village. Even though they were both near Sunset City, it would take at least half an hour to get there. Sir of the secondary city, do we have any road tools like carriages in our city? I have something urgent to attend to and need to get back quickly. Although Giant Spirit Hani didn't allow Ding Chen to call him sir, Ding Chen hadn't passed the assessment yet, so it would be too presumptuous to call him sir. Before Giant Spirit Hani could reply, Ding Chen's master, Giant Fa Ling, quickly ran towards the city with insight. While running, he shouted, yes, I'll bring it to you right away. Soon after, Giant Fa Ling came out with a gray stone horse. If the people in the Stone Clan were made of stone, then this horse was also made of stone. The horse was exquisitely carved, with blue spiritual energy visible in its eyes. However, could this stone horse run? Young sir, don't worry. This ordinary horse can run on roads that ordinary horses can't, and it can run even faster. Giant Fa Ling saw Ding Chen's doubt and confidently patted the back of the stone horse, introducing it. After listening, Ding Chen didn't say anything. She directly mounted the stone horse and headed straight towards the direction He Wu shared. Forget about the road conditions, as Giant Fa Ling said earlier. This ordinary horse could run on any road. After bidding farewell to the people of the Stone Clan, Ding Chen rode the stone horse through the grassy wasteland and rocky slopes, heading towards He Wu's direction at full speed. This stone horse was definitely a good mount, faster than a carriage by more than double, and very stable. Even in such complex road conditions, it was as smooth as walking on flat ground. Due to the straight line distance, the speed was fast, saving a lot of time. When passing by the outskirts of Sunset City, they encountered a few scattered players. They were stunned when they saw Ding Chen zoom past them. Damn! What is he riding? Am I seeing things? Is he riding a stone horse? You're not mistaken, it's indeed a stone horse. And it's damn fast. After one player realized, he quickly shouted in the direction Ding Chen was heading. Hey! Where did you buy it? Give me a link. Unfortunately, Ding Chen had already run far away and did not hear his shout. In less than 5 minutes, Ding Chen arrived at the location shared by He Wu. Before he got close, Ding Chen saw an elephant ramming into a big tree. The elephant emitted a black light, looking like a formidable opponent at first glance. However, He Wu and the others were not seen. Ding Chen messaged He Wu, "Have you already been reborn and gone back? I have arrived at the location you shared. Why don't I see you?" Just after sending the message, cries for help from He Wu and Nai Cha came from the elephant's direction. "Fan Gu, Gu, we are here. Come and save us." The voices came from a big tree in front of the elephant, where they had hidden in a tree hole as they couldn't defeat the elephant. Upon hearing them, Ding Chen walked towards the elephant. Along the way, he checked the elephant's attributes, which, despite its large size, did not seem like a boss. Tusked elephant, demonized, they have been contaminated by demonic energy. Their attributes have been enhanced, and they have lost their sanity. Approaching them will result in an attack. Level, 22 health points, 20,000 attack, 300 skill, Tusk Strike Special. The monster is in a demonized state, with a 50% increase in attack attributes, and each attack will stack a layer of demonized buff on the target. If the target accumulates 10 layers of demonized buff within a minute, they will also be demonized. Demonized monsters pose a challenge to the front line. That is, one cannot withstand 10 consecutive attacks from demonized monsters within a minute, or they will also be demonized. Dealing with a large number of them is indeed challenging, but for Ding Chen, dealing with just one ordinary monster was too easy. Drawing from his experience with the Stone Man earlier, Ding Chen first pulled He Wu and Nai Cha into the team. Then, he released a Spirit Stone Fall skill towards the location of the tusked elephant. A huge blue Spirit Stone condensed above the elephant's head. The elephant, with a size of only 3 to 5 meters, looked tiny compared to the 9-meter radius of the large Spirit Stone. In reality, if the Spirit Stone fell, the elephant wouldn't even have a complete bone left. However, in the game, the Spirit Stone only caused impact damage to ground units. It only had a damaging effect on monsters and characters. With 4,000 damage, the tusked elephant was not instantly killed. However, the tusked elephant noticed the Spirit Stone above its head, stopped ramming the tree in front of it, and looked up. The new skill Ding Chen had learned was quite intimidating. With a huge blue Spirit Stone hanging above, anyone who saw it would shudder. The demonized tusked elephant, lacking consciousness due to demonic influence, was momentarily stunned upon seeing the Spirit Stone above its head. It seemed to be thinking, "Did I violate some heavenly rule?" Soon, the Spirit Stone fell. Along with the surrounding trees, they were smashed into pieces, creating a deep pit where a large amount of flowers, grass, and broken wood were buried. He Wu and Nai Cha, who were hiding in the tree hole, were now crouched together in the center of the pit. "Ah, Sister He Wu, did it knock down the big tree?" Nai Cha suddenly realized. Shocked, He Wu took a look and found the situation was more serious than Nai Cha had thought. From her perspective, not only was there an elephant in front of them, but the three of them were also in a deep pit. I don't know how to describe it, but the three of us seem to have traveled. She was certain that the environment they were in just now was definitely not like the current one. Where is Gu? Didn't Gu just send a message saying he had arrived here? Nai Cha opened her eyes at the sound and looked around at the surroundings. Twigs and dry leaves stuck together on the ground. The scene was desolate. By now, the fang-tooth elephant had lost 1/5 of its health bar. Without the protection of the big tree, it once again had a target for attack. ignoring where the giant rock had come from earlier. The fangtooth elephant immediately shook its two huge fangs in front of it and charged towards Hiwu and Naicha. Startled, the two instinctively turned their heads and raised their hands in front of themselves. Dingchen had just been at the edge of the huge pit, and seeing this, he immediately slid down from the deep pit. Halfway down, he used the savage charge skill and charged towards the fangtooth elephant. He rammed into the elephant from the side, sending it flying, dealing nearly 1,000 damage upon impact. As it landed and prepared to counterattack, Dingchen activated the Bloodfire shield to defend. Under the demonic enhancement, the fangtooth elephant had an attack power of 450. However, after Dingchen's double damage reduction and physical defense resistance, it could only deal 224 points of damage. It couldn't even break through Dingchen's shield. Instead, it reflected a massive 3,431 damage number from its head. Dingchen's magic power could increase his health. His shield, which boosted both health and magic power, could reach over 8,000. The reflected damage was also a magical skill, and Dingchen's current professional traits would increase magical damage by 10%. Even with over 100 magic defense attributes, Dingchen's single reflection could still cause a huge amount of damage. After 2 more attacks, Dingchen used an explosive shield to deplete the remaining health of the elephant. Ding! You have successfully killed the demonic monster fangtooth elephant, gaining +8 experience. Ding! Talent triggered. Magic power +1. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. The fangtooth elephant was dealt with. To their surprise, besides a dozen copper coins, it also dropped an equipment piece. Dingchen picked up the copper coins and a pair of heavy armored boots from the ground, then walked towards Hiwu and Naicha. When he reached them, Dingchen patted their arms covering their heads and said, "Hey, it's done. Was it necessary? Just this thing, and you two couldn't handle it?" The two of them, in their current state, were clearly too scared to deal with it. Upon hearing Dingchen's voice, they dared to lower their arms and open their eyes. "Woo, brother!" Naicha burst into tears and hugged Dingchen's thigh. Hiwu also excitedly called out to Brother Fan. Dingchen could understand Naicha's reaction, but Hiwu's behavior seemed a bit off. With her skills, even against just that ordinary monster earlier, she should have been able to defeat it, even if it took a bit longer. She shouldn't have been too scared to fight back. Dingchen asked, "What's wrong? Where's the boss? You guys got all worked up over just this little monster?" Hiwu immediately calmed down upon hearing Dingchen call it a little monster, and asked in confusion, "Little monster? What little monster?" After asking, Hiwu shifted her attention to the corpse of the fangtooth elephant that Dingchen had just killed. She stood up and walked over to take a look, exclaiming, "What's this? It's not it. Where's the boss?" Naicha, upon hearing this, also grabbed Dingchen and stood up, walked over to take a look, then looked around, equally puzzled. Where's that cow horse? From what they were saying, the creature outside earlier wasn't this fangtooth elephant, but something else. However, Naicha's description, "What's a cow horse?" Dingchen wanted to laugh, as he hadn't seen any cow horse around here. Milk Tea described, "It's a bronze-level boss with a cow's head and a horse's body, even bigger than this elephant, wrapped in black smoke all over. Very terrifying." Hiwu continued Milk Tea's words, "When we were fighting monsters, it slowly walked over, and those ordinary monsters touched by it, instantly turned red-eyed and went crazy. More and more crazy monsters rushed towards us. I saw their description. If we were hit, we might become like them too. Scared, we could only run, but couldn't escape. Luckily we ran into a tree hole, and then it's like this now." Hiwu said the crazy monsters she mentioned were like this tusker elephant. Enchanted. She's right, being attacked 10 times within a minute will turn you into one of them. Although it's not mentioned in the description, if they kill you, it's probably the same effect. So the cow horse they mentioned should be the source of the magic. Dingchen was lucky not to encounter it. Otherwise, it would be another bronze-level boss to deal with. Milk Tea suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, it didn't go far. Look at this big pit. It must have been made by it." Milk Tea's exclamation made Dingchen tense up. He looked around vigilantly, and when he heard Milk Tea mention the big pit, he sighed in relief. "You, always so jumpy, scaring people. Have you ever thought, if the boss made this big pit, would you still be standing here now?" Milk Tea realized, indeed, if the boss made it, even if she didn't die instantly, she wouldn't be unscathed. But she still didn't understand what was going on. Looking at Ding Chen with clear eyes, she asked. Strange, then what's going on? He Wu was amazed by this silly girl, walked over and patted her head. Silly, who else could it be besides your brother? Milk Tea, with wide eyes full of admiration and disbelief. Brother, did you do this? Ding Chen shrugged. Of course. Then Milk Tea went over and shook Ding Chen's arm coquettishly. Brother, release another one. Let's see. Let's see. He Wu interjected. What are you thinking? With such destructive power, do you think it's a minor skill that you can just release at will? He Wu thought Ding Chen's skill was like the witch spirit fire seed, disposable, or it had to be a special skill with a cooldown of over an hour. However, she was wrong this time. Ding Chen's skill was indeed a minor one. The cooldown time was only 15 seconds. Ding Chen's spirit stone meteorite had been transformed by now. He smirked, then casually raised the stone sword in his hand, and a blue energy poured out from the sword tip into the air. Instantly, a 2-yard radius spirit stone appeared in front of the three. Soon, this spirit stone expanded to a 9-yard radius, enveloping the three in a blue glow. Damn! Fan Ge, you're not treating us as humans. The three climbed out of the huge pit. Another pit appeared next to this one. It seemed that the terrain of Tianqiu would refresh irregularly. Otherwise, with Ding Chen's destructive power, it wouldn't take long for there to be no good land around Sunset City. Is this the common skill you just learned? He Wu looked at the 2 meteorite pits in front of her, incredulously asking Ding Chen. Ding Chen nodded. Yes, just a B-level skill. Is this even human language he's speaking? Just a B-level skill. This made the mage He Wu feel inadequate. Some people are just born extraordinary, can't be compared. And Milk Tea noticed the stone horse Ding Chen rode in on. Brother, what's this? Ding Chen and He Wu also walked to the front of the stone horse together, saying, we can rely on it to come so quickly. Can it run? Nai Cha muttered and rode up, excitedly patting the stone horse's buttocks. But the stone horse did not move. Brother, He Wu on the side chuckled. You believe whatever your brother says. This is just an ordinary stone horse. How could it run? At this moment, the stone horse was indeed different from when Ding Chen arrived. There was no blue spiritual power overflowing from its eyes, and the whole horse body appeared dull, lacking the lively state it had just now. It looked like a stone-carved horse. Nothing special about it. However, Ding Chen was not happy to hear He Wu's words. What? Can I still deceive you? Ding Chen muttered with doubt, then turned around and rode behind Nai Cha. He embraced Nai Cha and squeezed the stone horse under him with his legs, but there was no response. Strange. He didn't do anything deliberate when he came. After the huge stone horse was handed to him by Zero, he rode up and ran directly in the right direction. Now there was no response at all, just like a stone pillar. Damn, could this thing be disposable? Ding Chen said. If the Stone Clan had such a good free mount, how could the horse carriages in Sunset City make money? Just then, Nai Cha found a hole in the head of the stone horse. Brother, what do you think this is? Ding Chen took a look. It looked like a coin slot on the rocking horse for children in the supermarket. This can't be a coin slot. Ding Chen was speechless too. This coin slot made him think of the rocking horse, and he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed to ride it. He Wu also came over to take a look, and burst into laughter. Ptah! Fan Ge, did you come here all the way listening to what is daddy's name? Ding Chen instantly had a picture in his mind, his face slightly flushed. Say it again. Ding Chen gritted his teeth and looked at He Wu. A huge spirit stone had already condensed above He Wu's head. Immediately, he kicked He Wu out of the team. Dare to joke with Fan Ge. Tired of living. Wrong. Fan Ge. I'm really sorry. I'll make it up to you tonight. He Wu apologized hastily. In the moment the spirit stone smashed down, Ding Chen pulled He Wu back into the team. Nai Cha didn't care about the two playing around. She was studying how to start the stone horse. Ding Chen and the others might find it embarrassing, but for Nai Cha, it was just right. She took out a copper coin and threw it into the hole of the stone horse. After a while, there was still no response. Then another one. Still no response. Brother, it seems not. Ha! Nai Cha was a little disappointed. She had always wanted to ride a rocking horse, but it was not easy to achieve in reality. Being able to play with a rocking horse in Tianqiu, she was so happy. But throwing in 2 copper coins and the stone horse still had no response. Do we need to throw in a silver coin? Looking at the design of the hole, it seemed to be for coin insertion. If copper coins didn't work, then silver coins would be needed. 1 silver coin was equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. That's $200. This is more expensive than taking a taxi. Only a fool would throw in a silver coin just to ride the stone horse once. Ding! The next moment, the eyes of the stone horse lit up again, and it became lively once more. Started? Nai Cha, how did you do it? Ding Chen looked at the stone horse returning to its original state and asked Nai Cha, who had been tinkering with the stone horse. Nai Cha happily replied, "Is it fixed? I just did as you said. I threw in a silver coin. As long as you're happy." Ding Chen urged the stone horse and headed towards Sunset City. "Oh, riding a horse. What is Dad's name?" Milk Tea cheered excitedly in front. Without background music, she provided her own. And He Wu. Ding Chen deliberately left her there. He Wu saw the situation and shouted urgently, "Hey, I haven't gotten on the car yet. Wait for me." Ding Chen showed no intention of stopping. It won't be so simple to walk back next time when joking. He Wu stood in place, stomped her foot in anger, muttering, "Ding Chen, just wait for me to drain you dry tonight." On the way back to the city, Ding Chen glanced at his attribute panel. After changing jobs, he hadn't had time to look closely due to He Wu's urging. He equipped the just exploded black iron level equipment, Demon Elephant Boots. Ding Chen's current attributes are both tanky and damaging. Nickname, Mortal Level, 2071/2000, Occupation, Giant Spirit Lawstone Identity, No. 100861 Newbie Village Guard, entered Sunset City. Awaiting rank transfer, health points, 4274/4274 Magic Power, 7773 Physical Defense, 152 Magic Defense, 127 Prestige Points, 81 Damage Reduction, 19% Magic Damage Bonus, 10% poison damage received, reduced by 19% patient player, strength of wolf ant, strength of poison frog, strength of giant scorpion, strength of gray rock, strength of willow spirit, strength of stone monster, strength of swift rabbit, strength of crocodile turtle, strength of magic stone, strength of wolf spider, free attribute points, 0 talent, release freely, B level, soul stealing, super god level, skills, spirit stone falling, B level, not upgraded. Proficiency 4 out of 1000, Fiery Blood Shield, initial skill. Already upgraded, Barbaric Charge, B level. Already upgraded, equipment, Stone Sword, Form 1, Flame Thorn Armor, Thorn Shoulder Guard, Thorn Arm Guard, Flowing Cloud Helmet, Demon Elephant Boots. Ding Chen has over 4,000 health points, over 100 dual resistance, and over 7,000 magic power, plus damage reduction and magic damage increase. He's practically invincible. However, after changing jobs, he lost his attack attribute. Now Ding Chen's basic attack is just for show and won't cause any damage to the target. He has just entered Sunset City, and besides changing jobs, he has an additional rank transfer compared to other players. He also received a rank transfer related to the departments in Sunset City. When he was in the newbie village, General Yunha mentioned that he could directly find him after arriving in Sunset City. Whether it was just polite words or not, Ding Chen took it seriously. A general's words should not be taken lightly. When Ding Chen and Milk Tea entered Sunset City, they attracted the attention of many players. It was close to noon, and more players were gradually appearing in Sunset City. Once inside the city, the two didn't ride as fast. Some players saw their mounts and couldn't help but ask, "This stone horse looks good. Where did you buy it? And how much?" Although Ding Chen hadn't had time to check the prices at the mount market, he figured it wouldn't be cheap. Upon hearing the question, Ding Chen casually replied, "Outside the city at Spirit Stone Mountain. I don't know the price, but to ride once, it's 1 silver coin." The person, upon hearing that it costs 1 silver coin to ride once, immediately said, "1 silver coin to ride once? I was talking about that stone horse, not the girl in front of you." Ding Chen kindly replied to him, but the way he said it made Ding Chen's face instantly darken. Ding Chen couldn't stand jokes about his girl. He dismounted directly, walked up to him, and said coldly, "Say it again." The person, seeing Ding Chen angry, didn't back down at all. It was easy to tell from Ding Chen's equipment that he was a tank class, but the person didn't take Ding Chen seriously. He repeated word by word to Ding Chen, "I said, you, in front of the girl, ride once, none, worth a silver coin. Did you hear me clearly? Stupid idiot, even dared to challenge me with a useless tank. Dare to stare at me again. I'll ride your sister now." Before he could finish his words, he disappeared from the spot. This person's nickname is Kick Lame Understand. which doesn't seem like a decent person's name. He can bully others, but when he encountered Ding Chen, he kicked a brick. Kick lame understand, fought Ding Chen and milk tea, one tank and one doctor, had no ability to fight back. That's why he was so arrogant. Little did he know, he had met the god of death today. Ding Chen couldn't hold back a bit just now. Regardless of reporting or not, he directly used a shield explosion, sending him back to the respawn point. The people around didn't see clearly what happened, and the player, Kick lame understand, disappeared on the spot. Only a huge damage number was left. Minus 8,940, ding. You have killed the player, Kick lame understand. Talent triggered. Spell power +1. He is level 21. Arrived at Sunset City earlier than Ding Chen. The talent took effect, adding 1 point to spell power. Ding Chen just saw the long spear in his hand was not simple. It should be a bronze level equipment. Being able to enter Sunset City so early, he must have some background strength. But no matter what his background strength is, Ding Chen still didn't care. Daring to be arrogant with Ding Chen in Tianqiu is just seeking death. Just now, the players nearby naturally noticed. No matter where you go, there will always be people watching. When they saw Kick lame understand turn into a huge number, everyone was in a state of confusion. Several players around unconsciously rubbed their eyes. They all showed incredulous expressions, staring at where Kick lame understand disappeared. Where is he? Why is he gone? One person said while looking around to see if he had moved elsewhere. Another person expressed doubt about the appearing damage number. Could this be a damage number? Was he killed instantly? Who killed him? They searched for the target back and forth. The most reasonable explanation was that an NPC nearby couldn't stand it and helped Ding Chen get rid of him. Anyway, they couldn't accept that this person was killed by Ding Chen. Not to mention a tank, even a DPS class. It's impossible. Ding Chen showed no emotional change. His expression still very indifferent. He ignored milk tea and went straight to the respawn point of Sunset City. The respawn point of Sunset City is not far from here. And in Tianqiu, there is no specific punishment for players fighting each other. Only after a player reports it, will the corresponding department handle it. Ding Chen didn't care about that. If he kills once, he might report it. But what if he kills until the other party dares not report anymore? Milk tea quickly got off the horse and followed Ding Chen closely, not daring to say a word more. When Ding Chen was with the three of them, they got along well, and his temper seemed good. She had never seen Ding Chen angry before, and seeing him like this for the first time, she was too scared to comfort him. Milk tea followed Ding Chen to the respawn point of Sunset City. Not far from the respawn point, Ding Chen saw that guy named Kick lame understand. Looking at his expression, he was still a bit confused. Maybe he hadn't figured out how he ended up here. He lost a level in a daze. Ding Chen walked towards Kick lame understand, and only when he was not far from him did he notice Ding Chen. Seeing Ding Chen coming towards him aggressively, he knew he was here to settle the score. Now he didn't have the same arrogance as before. He ran away in the direction away from Ding Chen. Run? Can he outrun Ding Chen? Ding Chen's wolf ant power and swift rabbit power provide him with a 2% increase in maximum movement speed. The flowing cloud helmet also gives him a 20% movement speed boost. The newly worn magic elephant boots further increase the maximum movement speed by 3%. With so many movement speed bonuses on him, not to mention a warrior, even if an assassin came, Ding Chen could chase him back and forth 800 times. After running for a while, Kick lame understand realized the problem. Ding Chen could easily catch up with him. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he stopped and pointed his long spear at Ding Chen, pretending to be calm. I'm telling you, don't think I'm afraid of you. It's just that malicious killing by players may lead to being reported and possibly banned. I don't want to argue with you. It was obvious that he was feeling guilty and trying to scare Ding Chen from doing anything foolish. In fact, reaching the level of being banned requires extremely malicious acts, such as killing friendly NPCs. Ding Chen hadn't gone too far yet. Ding Chen raised his stone sword and replied, I'm not afraid, are you? With that, he ignited the fiery blood shield and walked towards Kick lame understand. He swallowed nervously, realizing he couldn't run away at this point and had to brace himself to fight back. Dying each time, losing a level each time, was a very painful price to pay. He raised his long spear, made a fierce thrust, and the spearhead wrapped in a white energy vortex came towards Ding Chen. Ah, don't think I'm easy to deal with. This blow seemed to cause significant damage, as evident from his yelling, showing his confidence in the attack. Ding Chen let him pierce the spearhead into his shield. As soon as they made contact, Kick Lame Understand disappeared again, and Ding Chen received another system reminder, increasing his spell power by 1 once more. At level 20, not lower than Ding Chen's level. This was the last time he triggered Ding Chen's talent. This happened near the Resurrection Point, the most densely populated area for players in Sunset City, so there were quite a few onlookers. Their expressions at this moment were like a child with widened eyes and an open mouth in a meme. Are you telling me he's a player like us? Dealing over 3,000 damage in return. He had no trace of humanity left. Amid the shock of dozens of players, Ding Chen once again headed towards the nearby Resurrection Point. Ding Chen was not far from the Resurrection Point. He could see Kick Lame Understand resurrecting in an instant. Ding Chen walked expressionlessly towards Kick Lame Understand. Kick Lame Understand knew he couldn't run away, so he stopped struggling and instead walked towards Ding Chen. He walked aggressively up to Ding Chen. When he saw Ding Chen about to act, he quickly stepped forward, grabbed Ding Chen's arm, and pulled him to a less crowded corner. Then, with a thud, he knelt directly in front of Ding Chen. He clasped his hands together and whispered to Ding Chen, "Please don't hit me, big brother. I surrender. I really do. I won't dare to mess with you again. Please forgive me this time." What a hypocrite. This kind of person bullies the weak and fears the strong. His arrogant demeanor had vanished, and now he was apologizing nonstop in front of Ding Chen like a submissive dog. He knew it wasn't easy to be 2 levels ahead of others. In just a short while, he was beaten back by Ding Chen. Moreover, if he didn't back down, judging from Ding Chen's stance, he could be beaten to the point of restarting. Losing a level would reset all attributes, and he didn't dare to joke with his only account. As long as there is a mountain, there will be firewood to burn. Reason told him that he had to surrender to Ding Chen now, but Ding Chen didn't intend to let him off that easily. "Oh, what's this? Where did that arrogance go? Don't back down. Come on, let's continue." Hearing Ding Chen's words, he quickly shook his head and said, I won't. I know I was wrong. Big brother, I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please spare me this time." Ding Chen squatted down, with a bit of a rascal's demeanor, his eyes cold and his tone fierce. "You know you're wrong. Why not apologize to your mom?" He hesitated for a moment, but quickly understood Ding Chen's meaning. Then he quickly crawled to the side of the milk tea and nodded, saying, "Mom, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have joked with you casually." Although his words were sincere, Ding Chen felt that his eyes were shifty, and he always felt that he had no good intentions. Ding Chen asked meaningfully, "Your performance now might make me spare you, but, if I spare you now, you won't report me later, will you?" This sentence seemed to strike a chord in his heart, and his body trembled for a moment. He quickly denied, No, don't worry, I absolutely won't report you. Today, I was wrong first, I deserve it. Don't worry, as long as you let me go, today's events will be forgotten." Although he sounded sincere, Ding Chen wouldn't believe just words. This kind of talk might work on a 3-year-old. Seeing that Ding Chen didn't believe him, Choi Tsudong spoke up. "You tell me. I'll listen to you. How can you trust me?" "I'll do as you say." "Alright." Ding Chen was waiting for this. 10 silver coins, plus your gun. Hand them over to me. You have only 1 day to report. By this time tomorrow, if nothing happens, still here, I'll return the gun to you. Ding Chen could tell that the gun on him was no ordinary item. Among the treasures, this was definitely the most valuable to him. Long-range weapons were very rare among soldiers' weapons, and this gun didn't even look like a black iron level weapon. Its current value was extremely high. Using the gun as collateral, he would have some reservations. Besides that, there was nothing more valuable to threaten him with. After Ding Chen finished speaking, he hesitated visibly. This hesitation further proved that Ding Chen had made the right choice with this gun. He cared a lot about this gun, so the probability of him not reporting Ding Chen for the sake of this gun was a bit higher. "What? Are you thinking of reporting me later?" Ding Chen asked again. He pursed his lips, then said, "Fine, here you go." After that, he handed over 10 silver coins and the long gun to Ding Chen. Ding Chen was right. This person was not simple. He didn't even haggle over the 10 silver coins, just took them out directly. Ding Chen regretted asking for too little. After receiving the items, Ding Chen let him go as agreed. Killing him would be meaningless and would only strengthen his resolve to report. It was better to get some benefits. As soon as he heard Ding Chen tell him to leave, Choi Soo-dong immediately ran away without looking back, not daring to even turn his head. With power comes arrogance. Dare to provoke him, then he should be taught a lesson. After dealing with this guy, Ding Chen's mood improved greatly, shouting, "Milk tea, let's go!" Thump! Just as Ding Chen called out to Milk tea, she knelt down with a thump. Ding Chen turned back and looked indulgently at the cute Milk tea sister, unable to help but smile and ask, "Why did you kneel down too?" Milk tea saw Ding Chen smile and saw no difference from before, so she quickly got up, pouting and saying, "Brother, you scared me. You don't know how scary you looked just now." Ding Chen asked, "How did I look?" "I can't describe it, but it was really scary. It was like you were a different person from usual. It scared me so much that I didn't dare to play with you. But now, it's okay, you're gentle like before." After saying that, Milk tea stared at Ding Chen and asked, "Brother, will you treat me like that in the future?" Ding Chen patted Milk tea's head. "Of course not. That's for bad people. Evil people, people with grudges." When he spoke, Ding Chen's mind was constantly filled with various memories of being with Lin Xia in the past. "What? No money? If you have no money, why come to me? Stop bothering me all the time, okay? I love to play with whoever I want to play with. Even if I sleep with him, it's my own choice. It's none of your business. Marriage? You can't be serious, right? Earn 10 million first, then I can consider it. I can't live a hard life. Get lost. Can you work as hard as Lu Xiao for a lifetime? Can you recognize yourself?" Ding Chen didn't know what kind of aphrodisiac he had taken at that time, that he could still be with her for 3 years. In retrospect, Ding Chen's eyes couldn't help but become sharp again. Seeing Ding Chen's eyes turn fierce again, Milk tea stood there, cautiously poking Ding Chen's cheek and softly saying, "Brother, what are you thinking? Don't be like this, it's scary." Ding Chen came to his senses and took a deep breath. One day, Lin Xia will come back. As the fairy tale says, cherish the good girls, don't waste the bad ones. Ding Chen pinched Milk tea's cheek and said, "Are you hungry? It should be past noon now. Let's go offline and eat something. Someone is treating," Ding Chen said, tossing the 10 silver coins in his hand. "At this stage, it's worth at least $2,000. No need, brother, I'll treat you. Half an hour later, I'll wait for you at Qingya cafeteria." After speaking, Milk tea blurred in front of Ding Chen's eyes and then disappeared. This girl, she goes offline as soon as she says so. Without waiting for Ding Chen to finish speaking, Qingya cafeteria is a high-end restaurant specially set up by Manhwa University, where they serve stir-fried dishes. They have seafood, but the prices are relatively high. Except for Ding Chen taking Lin Xia there with his own money, most students and teachers only go when they can get reimbursed with an invoice. Ding Chen went offline to freshen up and then headed to Qingya cafeteria. After going online in the afternoon, he had to hurry up and handle the transfer of ranks. He didn't know if he could find General Yunhe. At the entrance of Qingya cafeteria, Milk tea, wearing a school uniform, with a high ponytail, waved to Ding Chen from a shady spot. Milk tea and the others were a year younger than Ding Chen. However, you couldn't tell that Milk tea was a junior student from her appearance. She looked more like a high school student. Her youthful innocence sharply contrasted with He-Wu's mature boldness. "Brother, over here." Milk tea saw Ding Chen coming over and immediately waved to greet him. "Are you alone today?" Normally, the three of them did everything together. Even if Yi Wanqing was a bit busy, at least the two of them would have a meal together. But recently, when going out with Ding Chen, it was either He-Wu alone or Milk tea alone, which was quite strange. Milk tea ran over and linked arms with Ding Chen, leading him towards the cafeteria. Sister Wanqing is still arranging guild matters. Sister Wu heard that she was going to have dinner with you, but she was too lazy to put on makeup, afraid that you would mind, so she asked me to take her back. Girls are troublesome. They can't go out without makeup. Unlike Ding Chen, who just washed his face with facial cleanser, washed his hair, blew it half dry, and went out, feeling as handsome as Pang Yuyen. Milk tea led Ding Chen to a private room on the second floor by the window, where the table was already filled with various dishes. All kinds of meat, fruits, desserts, and drinks were laid out on the table. It was even more luxurious than what Lin Xia ordered. "Just the two of us. How can we eat so much?" Although it wasn't Ding Chen's money, he still felt a bit distressed looking at this table of food, which must have cost at least 1,000 or two. Milk tea sat Ding Chen on the same side and poured him a drink, saying, "It depends on who's treating. If it's just me and Sister Wu, 2 dishes are enough. But if it's my brother, the more, the better. Ding Chen was quite touched by her words. Just eat some rice casually. But when Lin Xia was invited, she was afraid that there would be too few dishes. Ding Chen looked at the milk tea busy picking dishes for himself and asked, "We've only known each other for a few days, and you're already so good to your brother. If you run into a scammer, won't you suffer a big loss?" Milk tea smiled and said, "Just because that person made a joke about me today, brother got so angry. So brother deserves me to be so good to you. Brother, hurry up and eat. The dishes have been here for a while and will get cold soon," Milk tea said as she picked up a piece of meat and brought it to Ding Chen's mouth. Ding Chen originally thought that Milk tea asked him to come over half an hour later to tidy up and put on makeup. It turned out that she came early to prepare all the dishes, not only to prevent Ding Chen from insisting on paying the bill, but also to let Ding Chen come and eat directly. Milk tea didn't look so silly, she actually had very delicate thoughts. With this kind of sister, is it too much to use bones to make soup? During the meal, Ding Chen said to Milk tea, "After a while, go online and practice with He Wu first. I need to go find out where to transfer my title. After that, I'll take you guys to level up by killing monsters." Milk tea obediently agreed. After the meal, Ding Chen handed the stone horse to Milk tea. He couldn't afford such an item, so since Milk tea liked it, he decided to give it to her to play with. Afterwards, Ding Chen went straight to the city guard area of Sunset City. In the central position at the northernmost part of Sunset City was the city guard area. Places like the Lord's Mansion, the General's Mansion, and some senior military leaders of Sunset City were all located here. If you wanted to find the Grand General Yunha, you could only come here. The edge of the city guard area was already guarded by city guards, and ordinary people were not allowed to pass. Ding Chen approached a city guard and asked, "Excuse me, where is the residence of Grand General Yunha?" The city guard carefully examined Ding Chen from top to bottom and then asked sternly, "Do you have a pass? To see the Grand General, you need to have someone provide a pass. A pass is the proof of why you are here. Generally, if a task is required, the person who issued the task will provide the corresponding pass." But Ding Chen didn't have a pass now, he only had a casual word from Grand General Yunha. Seeing that Ding Chen showed no intention of getting a pass, the city guard immediately urged, "Hurry up. If you don't have a pass, leave quickly. This is not a place for you to stay." Getting a title in the virtual world is just like holding an official position in reality. The road is not easy. If someone above could help, the effect would be completely different. Ding Chen was just a village guard now. Even though he had become the captain of the village guard team when he was in the novice village, there was no title in the Tianlong Kingdom to which Sunset City belonged. According to the normal title transfer process, Ding Chen now needed to transfer to the lowest city guard department in Sunset City and become a city guard like the person in front of him. He would still be at the level of an ordinary soldier, without a title. But once he followed the Grand General, even if he served as a guard by his side, he could obtain a title. In the Tianlong Kingdom, the lowest title was the Deputy Captain of the City Guard, which was a 12th level title. Going higher, there were 11th level titles, 10th level titles. The highest title in the Tianlong Kingdom, apart from the monarch, was a 1st level title. A deputy city general like Yunha belonged to an 8th level title. You have to take a risk, otherwise, you will never see the light of day as a foot soldier. Ding Chen was anxiously calculating in his mind, a pass. A pass. How can I get a pass? It's not easy to find a task related to the Grand General. Just as he was thinking, a sudden inspiration struck him. Although he didn't have a specific pass, he wondered if a universal pass would work. Thinking this, Ding Chen took out a silver coin from his backpack and handed it to the city guard. "Here is the voucher. The voucher is here." The city guard took a look and saw a silver coin. If this were placed in the newbie village, not to mention the village guard, even the village chief would be shocked. However, the city guard only glanced at it and threw it back, saying impatiently, "I have never seen this kind of voucher before. All vouchers are yellow. This white one won't work." Ding Chen initially thought this method wouldn't work. But after hearing what he said, Ding Chen suddenly realized, it seems that everywhere you go, bribing with money is effective. If it doesn't work, then you must not have bribed enough. But it must be said that this city guard has a big appetite, just a gatekeeper, and he demands a yellow one as soon as he opens his mouth. The yellow he mentioned refers to gold coins. The exchange rate between gold coins and silver coins is 110. Ding Chen immediately had to pay the mental loss fee he got from kick lame understand to the city guard. But after all, when asking for help, you have to give as much as people ask for. Ding Chen reluctantly took out a gold coin and handed it to the city guard, asking, "Look, is this yellow?" The city guard's cold attitude from the beginning to now instantly changed, and he smiled and replied, "Yes, this is the voucher. You can go in now." General Yunha's residence is located at the northeast corner of the mansion. Well, you can't deny that sometimes even a city guard without a rank has a way out. Following the direction pointed out by the city guard, Ding Chen walked all the way to a lower mansion gate. Although it was called a mansion, it looked more like a park in reality. The courtyard wall was only 1 meter high, with various trees, flowers, grass, ponds, and pavilions inside. Very beautiful. 2 large white characters were engraved on a huge dark stone at the mansion gate, Yun Mansion. Without any surprises, this should be General Yunha's mansion. There wasn't even a gatekeeper at the gate, so Ding Chen couldn't just enter recklessly. Just as he was thinking about how to let General Yunha know he had come, a white crane appeared next to Ding Chen at some point. "Are you here to see the master?" Although it spoke human language, the sound it made was like that of a bird. Ding Chen was startled and looked to the side, where a white crane stood next to him. It was much smaller than the one General Yunha rode that day. Ding Chen curiously looked at it for a while and asked weakly, "Was it you talking just now?" Hearing Ding Chen's question, it proudly raised its head, as if showing off to Ding Chen. "Of course not. Oh my. This Yun Mansion is extraordinary. Not only can birds speak, but even their demeanor is no different from humans. I'm here to see General Yunha." Since there was no one around, Ding Chen could only tell the white crane about his purpose. The master it mentioned should be General Yunha. After listening, it folded its wings behind its back, then looked around Ding Chen disdainfully, saying, TSK, do you think the master can be seen by anyone? Damn! This guy even dared to look down on Ding Chen. Ding Chen immediately wanted to grab it. Ding Chen grabbed its 2 wings and questioned, "What did you say? Stupid bird. I'll pluck your feathers and roast you." As Ding Chen pretended to pluck its feathers, suddenly, a bright light flashed on its 2 wings, making them stiffen instantly. Ding Chen couldn't hold on, and it broke free from his hands, flying backward. Then, in mid-air, it waved its 2 wings forward, and several feathers shot towards Ding Chen. "Humph, dare to pluck me, treating me like a wild chicken in the wilderness." Each feather hitting Ding Chen caused over 600 damage. With Ding Chen's defense capability, this white crane, less than a meter tall in front of him, had nearly 1,000 attack power, and its skill is to attack continuously several times, dealing damage as high as several thousand in a second. Amazing! Ding Chen didn't activate the shield at first because he thought this guy looked weak and fragile. In case he killed it, it would be hard to explain to General Yunha. But now that he knows its attack attribute, he thinks its health should not be too low. So Ding Chen activated his blazing blood shield. Otherwise, he would be easily killed by this white crane alone. -634 -3321 -629 -3321. 4 feathers hit Ding Chen's shield in a row, reducing a quarter of Ding Chen's shield value. Ding Chen's shield remained strong. Instead, 4 consecutive reflections of damage directly reduced the white crane's health bar to almost 0. 2 more feathers came afterwards, and Ding Chen hurriedly dodged, or else the white crane would have died at Ding Chen's hands today. Such a powerful white crane that can even speak. It would be a waste to kill it just like that. The drop in the white crane's health happened in an instant, and the startled white crane forgot to flap its wings and fell directly from mid-air. Ding Chen hurried over and caught it again. "How about it? Do you still want to try?" The white crane, now not daring to underestimate Ding Chen, threatened, "If you dare to kill me, my master will not spare you." Ding Chen never thought of killing it from the beginning, so he just put it on the ground. "Why would I kill you? Can you take me to see your master now?" Seeing that Ding Chen had no intention of killing it, its nervousness eased a bit. It folded its wings behind its back again, pondering, I can take you, but there will be a delivery fee, medical fee." It deliberately left the sentence unfinished. If Ding Chen hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe this was a bird. But whether to say it or not, the atmosphere in Sunset City is not good, always asking for money. Even the gatekeeper bird asked Ding Chen for a delivery fee. In order to see Yunha, Ding Chen had to throw out another silver coin. The white crane pounced on it and held it in its mouth. then it flapped its wings, gesturing for Ding Chen to follow. Ding Chen followed the little white crane, passing through a garden, crossing a pond, and finally seeing General Yunha behind a house in a bamboo forest. As soon as Ding Chen entered this bamboo courtyard, his eyes were drawn to a white crane. There were several white cranes in the courtyard. Most importantly, one of them was standing opposite General Yunha, with a chess piece in its mouth, placing it on the chessboard between the two. Oh my god, the fact that this white crane can speak already shocked Ding Chen, but at playing chess is just too much. The little white crane that brought Ding Chen in ran to General Yunha and said, "Master, Master, a young man from Blue Star is here to see you." Ding Chen really didn't understand how they could tell he was from Blue Star at a glance. Ding Chen also greeted General Yunha. "Greetings, General Yunha." General Yunha was originally focused on the chessboard, but when he heard Ding Chen's voice, he immediately looked up. As soon as he saw Ding Chen, he stood up from his chair, ran over, and excitedly placed both hands on Ding Chen's arms, saying, "Oh, mortal little brother, you finally came. I haven't finished inspecting the villages under my command and you're already back. I've been waiting for you specially. Why did you take so long to come?" Ding Chen didn't expect General Yunha to value him so much. Not only did he remember, but he also waited at home, which surprised Ding Chen. Ding Chen replied, "I was delayed by some matters, and I just arrived in Sunset City today, so I came to visit you directly." Ding Chen didn't directly mention the matter of transferring ranks, making the visit more friendly. As long as the relationship is good, transferring ranks is just a matter of words, right? Yunha then welcomed Ding Chen in, with a white crane holding a chair and placing it by Ding Chen's feet for him to sit down. Ding Chen subconsciously looked at the chessboard next to him. Yunha, seeing this, chuckled. "Ha ha, I have always liked some chess games in my life. Without like-minded people, I keep some immortal cranes to play with me. Young brother, don't laugh." Ding Chen was feeling awkward as he initially thought there was no topic to talk about. Hearing Yunha's words, Ding Chen found a breakthrough. "I haven't played this chess game before, but in our Blue Star, I am also known as the Chess Prince." Ding Chen didn't know what the chess pieces on the table were. Although boasting about being the Chess Prince had an element of exaggeration, it was not a problem in Tiansu. Yunha was genuinely interested upon hearing this. "Oh, chess games in Blue Star too?" Blue Star had a variety of chess games, and almost everyone knew how to play a few. One of the most representative ones was called Fight the Landlord. Fight the Landlord? Ha ha, that name sounds interesting. There happened to be some paper in the yard, so Ding Chen immediately made a deck of cards. The rules of Fight the Landlord were relatively simple. It didn't take much effort to teach Yunha. Since Fight the Landlord required 3 people, Yunha also called his mount to come and learn together. The white crane's learning speed was even faster than Yunha's. Its intelligence was simply amazing. It would be a waste not to pursue a master's degree. After explaining the rules, Yunha immediately said, "Fun, fun, much more interesting than this chess. Let's play around quickly." Just as Ding Chen was about to start, Yunha stopped him and added, "Wait, I can afford to waste time, but you people from Blue Star need time to improve your skills. So, let's not play in vain. Consider this as a task I'm giving you. After the game, I will reward you based on the duration. Ding, Yunha General has issued a playmate task to you. Do you accept? Is this a good thing?" "Yes." Ding Chen sent a message to Milk Tea and the others, saying he had something to deal with here and temporarily didn't have time to accompany them, asking them to take on tasks and level up on their own. Milk Tea said that Ji Wanqing was leading them, along with 2 skilled members from the guild, to grind monsters together. Ding Chen didn't need to worry. In the afternoon, Ding Chen and the crane played Fight the Landlord joyfully. Only Ding Chen was a bit skeptical about life. It wasn't intentional, but Ding Chen found it really hard to win against them. The NPC and the white crane played like artificial intelligence, remembering every card without any flaws. By the time it was past 5 in the afternoon and the sky was darkening, Ding Chen's ordeal finally ended. "Ha ha, mortal young brother, Fight the Landlord is so much fun. It was worth the wait for you. I haven't met someone with similar interests for most of my life, and it turns out the person I was looking for is from Blue Star. Ha ha, it's just that your skills as the chess prince are lacking a bit. You need more practice." Ding Chen felt embarrassed by these words, forgetting that they were algorithms. He had boasted too early. "Alright, it's not early anymore today. Let me settle the reward for you. I'll give you 100 experience points per minute. which totals to 20,000. Ding Chun hurriedly interrupted upon hearing this. Stop, stop, stop. Absolutely not. Except for experience. Everything else is fine. Hearing Yunha's words, Ding Chen was almost scared to death. Without killing a single monster in the afternoon, his level had skyrocketed by nearly 10 levels, but the attribute increase from 10 levels was far less than not leveling up once. Killing 1,000 level 21 monsters would be more profitable. Yunha did not ask much, but also felt embarrassed, without experience. But I don't have anything else here. It can be seen from Yunha's residence that he must not be interested in equipment and treasures. In this courtyard, it doesn't seem like there are any good things. Suddenly Yunha thought of something and exclaimed, right, if you don't need experience, I'll give you a crane. Just arrived at Sunset City, you should also lack a mount. Moving back and forth is not like in the village. It's very tiring. This is really spot on. What Ding Chen lacks most now is a mount. Moreover, the crane is so intelligent, good-looking, can fly, and has a particularly high combat power. Who can refuse it? Ding Chen nodded repeatedly in agreement. So, Ding Chen received a crane, but not the one guarding the door, because it was too small to accommodate 2 people. Ding! Yunha General's accompanying task completed, rewarded with a level 45 crane. Damn! Level 45. This one is much bigger than the doorkeeper. Almost as tall as Ding Chen when standing up. The length of its bare legs is almost the same as Ding Chen's height. Ding Chen quickly glanced at the attributes of this crane in the mount panel. Crane can be used as a mount, unnamed, quality, a level, 45 health, 36,000 attack, 1200 physical defense, 230 magical defense, 200 skills, floating immortal feathers. Clear Sky Crane Cry belongs to player, mortal special. The crane can speak human language, understand human nature, and is very intelligent. Do not treat it as an ordinary bird. Ding Chen began to doubt his eyes. Is this a dream? An attack of 1200. Do I still need to take action in the future? Ding Chen sighed that this trip was a success. He also understood a truth. The ultimate secret of this game lies in building good relationships with NPCs. Instead of risking their lives to kill monsters for half a day, it's better to play a game of landlord with NPCs. After thanking General Yunha, Ding Chen planned to ride his crane around. Yunha stopped Ding Chen again and said, "Hey, don't be in a hurry. The main business hasn't been done yet." "Huh?" Ding Chen was a bit confused. It was getting dark. The cards were all played. What other main business was there? This Yunha seemed to not have a wife. He wouldn't. The more Ding Chen thought about it, the more scared he became. At this moment, Yunha said, "You haven't changed your title to Sunset City yet." Hearing this, Ding Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After receiving a crane, he even felt that changing the title didn't matter. However, since Yunha took the initiative to mention it, Ding Chen naturally couldn't refuse. Without asking for Ding Chen's opinion, Yunha directly said, "I'll arrange you as my deputy. You can come find me to play cards anytime. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the city lord's mansion to register." Oh my! Ding Chen really didn't know what to say. Even his recognized godfather didn't treat him like this. General is an 8th level title. His deputy is a 9th level title, equivalent to the Major General of Sunset City. Moreover, Ding Chen can freely deploy the soldiers under Yunha. Shouldn't there be no player in Tianshu stronger than Ding Chen? With Yunha still there, Ding Chen endured the excitement and refrained from shouting out loud. He was already too excited. Before leaving, General Yunha told Ding Chen that besides hunting monsters, he should occasionally remember to come and play cards with him. Even if Yunha didn't remind him, he would do so. Ding Chen values friendship the most. The friendship of General Yunha. Coming to play cards for an hour every day is not excessive. After bidding farewell to Yunha, Ding Chen stored the crane in the mount space and then walked out of the Yun mansion. He did not ride the immortal crane directly out of the city guardhouse, but instead walked back to the entrance of the guardhouse. Fortunately, the guard who was on duty at the gate just now was still there. When he entered at noon, Ding Chen had no choice, but now it was different. With a gold coin just lying there, he felt a bit unwilling to give up. Seeing Ding Chen come out, he did not show any reaction. After Ding Chen walked out, he deliberately walked back again, pretending that he had left something inside when he reached the door. "Oh, officer, sorry to bother you. I left something inside. Can I go back and get it?" The guard laughed when he heard this. "Hee hee. To enter the guardhouse, you need a pass. Without a pass, you cannot enter." Ding Chen had expected this guard to be greedy. Why are you like this? Didn't I give you something when I entered at noon? He also had a point, according to what you said. As long as you have a pass, you can come and go as you please here? Ding Chen continued. But how come I heard General Yunhe say that those without a pass only need to inform you to enter? Although General Yunhe did not say it, this was indeed the normal procedure. Otherwise, why would General Yunhe specially wait for Ding Chen in his mansion? But the guard looked disdainful after hearing this. Do you think you can treat a general like an acquaintance? This is the rule here. If you have the ability, go report me to General Yunhe. Ding Chen liked his arrogant attitude. The next moment, Ding Chen released the immortal crane from his mount space. Did you hear that? He said to tell General Yunhe that he is extorting money here. In this sunset city, which NPC did not know the immortal crane? When Ding Chen summoned the immortal crane, over 3 meters tall, in front of the guard, he had already made up his mind. Immortal, immortal, immortal crane. The guard, upon seeing the immortal crane, stood unsteadily, unable to speak clearly. However, even though he could not decide whether to speak or not, he could call the immortal crane a sir, but he did not take Ding Chen seriously at all. The immortal crane did not pamper him either. It flapped its wings and delivered a powerful blow towards him. The immortal crane, over 3 meters tall, had wings that were twice his size. With one flap, it sent him rolling back 8.5 steps. Who do you think you are? My master is entering the guardhouse, and you dare to extort money? Damn! Ding Chen was also caught off guard. He had only intended to intimidate with the immortal crane, but he did not expect it to have such a violent temper. Without a word, it directly took action, but the immortal crane did give him some face, even though there was a significant difference in their levels. But it called him master with such loyalty. This attack left the guard in a daze, lying on the ground, struggling to lift his head to look at Ding Chen again. Master? This immortal crane was extremely rare, at least in Sunset City. Apart from General Yunhe, it had not been seen elsewhere. Now, seeing this immortal crane calling Ding Chen its master, the guard, with his head spinning, could understand that it was a gift from General Yunhe to Ding Chen. From this, it could be seen how strong the relationship between Ding Chen and General Yunhe was. Sir, this humble one was blind and did not recognize you. Please forgive me. After understanding this, the guard immediately crawled to Ding Chen's feet, admitting his mistake. Then, he held out a silver coin with both hands above his head. This is your pass. Please spare me. The immortal crane was also surprised to see this. Damn it, we only require a silver coin for reporting. But you, a small city guard, demand a gold coin. The more the immortal crane spoke, the angrier it became, and it used its large claws to strike the guard's back. This immortal crane had quite a temper. Ding Chen saw the situation and immediately signaled to the immortal crane. Then he pretended to persuade. Hey, it's okay, didn't the person return the money to us? Ding Chen was afraid that the immortal crane would not understand his meaning, so he deliberately emphasized the word money. The immortal crane was also very clever and immediately understood Ding Chen's meaning. Then he stepped harder on the ground and asked sternly, just returning ours is enough? Don't you know how much toll he collected here? Letting him go like this is too cheap. The immortal crane, with its large body, felt painful under the pressure. The city guard hurriedly took out another gold coin from his pocket and said, Here, there is another one. It's from the Blue Star people. They gave it without being asked. I really didn't dare to think about it before. Grass. The Blue Star people really understand human affairs. Ding Chen took back the gold coin again and pretended to comfort. Okay, he has returned everything he took before. Let's spare him. The immortal crane glanced at Ding Chen. Ding Chen shook his head, and it immediately understood. If they spare him today, what will happen when he encounters others in the future? I think we should just kill him directly to prevent future troubles. The immortal crane was really ruthless, ready to kill the person. This immediately scared the city guard, who was almost wet below, and pleaded, Please spare me. I really won't dare anymore. This is all my belongings. Please spare my life. The city guard immediately took out a pile of coins, gold, silver, and copper. It was clear that he had brought out all his belongings. Ding Chen picked up 2 gold coins and 3 silver coins, then stopped the immortal crane and shouted, Okay, let's spare him this time since he is so sensible. The immortal crane pretended not to let him go, and Ding Chen continued angrily, What? You don't even listen to your master's words? The immortal crane then stopped. Ding Chen then turned to the city guard and shouted, I'll hold it back for you. Run now. The city guard quickly got up and ran away. Ding Chen shouted after him, Kid, listen to me. The water is too deep on this path. Use the rest of the money to find another way to make a living. When the city guard ran far away, the two stopped the act. The immortal crane watched the city guard running away and asked Ding Chen, Do you think he's cursing us now? Ding Chen weighed the coins in his hand and smiled. Don't worry, he's probably thanking me. In a small alley in Sunset City, the city guard ran far before slowing down. He took a deep breath, put the copper coin back in his pocket, and muttered, What a kind person. I deceived him, but he saved me and even left me money. Good people will have a peaceful life. Although he didn't go out to fight monsters today, the earnings were much more than fighting monsters. On this day, he earned 4 gold coins and 3 silver coins. With what he had before, Ding Chen now had 6 gold coins, equivalent to 12,000 yuan in cash. However, Ding Chen did not withdraw the money, as he was not in urgent need of it. Besides, Tianshu does not allow recharging, and this money might come in handy. After finishing this matter, Ding Chen mounted the broad back of the immortal crane and felt the pleasure of riding an A-level mount. The immortal crane kicked its feet and soared straight into the sky. The wind rustled in his ears as Ding Chen rode the white crane, soaring in the sky over Sunset City. It was almost dusk, and the red glow from the horizon shone on Ding Chen's face through the clouds, making it incredibly beautiful. Ding Chen was about to speak to the immortal crane when he suddenly realized that he hadn't given it a name yet. I haven't given you a name yet. What should I call you? The immortal crane replied, I will listen to the master. Ding Chen thought for a moment. The immortal crane was completely white, even its beak was white. So he said, You are completely white, without a hint of black. Then let's call you Wu-Mo. How about that? After hearing this, the immortal crane muttered to himself twice, Wu-Mo, Wu-Mo. Wow, what a high-class name. I like it. The immortal crane flew at an altitude of hundreds of meters, and from below, only a white bird could be seen flying in the sky, unnoticed. I wonder what other players will think when Ding Chen appears in front of them riding Wu-Mo. After experiencing it for a while, the sky darkened, so he found a place with no one around and let Wu-Mo down. The visibility at night for monster hunting was not good, so Ding Chen decided to log off. When Wu had just logged off, she sent a message to Ding Chen, asking him to clean up and wait for her at night. I wonder what she meant by that. The matters of changing jobs and titles have already been settled. After completing the registration at the Lord's mansion tomorrow, it would not be too late to team up and hunt monsters with peace of mind. After dinner and a shower, Wu invited Ding Chen to relax by the small lake at the school. It is now October, and the scorching heat has subsided. In the evening by the lake, a gentle breeze blew, and Ding Chen, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, felt a bit chilly. This small lake is lively every night, with the highest density of couples in the whole school. Single students also like to come to the lake for a walk every night. On the one hand, they see if they are lucky enough to encounter bold couples for a glimpse. On the other hand, they hope to meet a suitable opposite sex to bid farewell to being single. Ding Chen had not walked far along the path by the small lake when he saw Wu standing by the road waiting for him. From a distance, he could smell a charming fragrance. Seeing her with her hair down and wearing a loose long skirt, she must have just come out after a shower. Hello, sausage brother. Wu's way of greeting made Ding Chen embarrassed. How could a young girl call someone sausage brother right away? Ding Chen glanced around at the people nearby. Fortunately, no one paid attention. Ding Chen didn't back down either and walked over to ask softly, What? Hungry again? Wu was not shy like a young girl hearing this. She immediately admitted boldly, Yes, I haven't seen anyone all afternoon. I thought sausage brother had found a new love and couldn't make it out. With that, Wu directly and affectionately placed her hand on Ding Chen's shoulder. Ding Chen had been with Wu for a long time, and he was not naive. He turned his head and leaned over to sniff Wu's hand. It's not easy to find such a fragrant new love, right? Seeing this, Wu chuckled and lightly patted Ding Chen's shoulder. You're getting bolder. Ding Chen smirked back. Isn't it all because of you? The two of them walked around the small lake together, but there were people everywhere, and they couldn't find a suitable place to vent. It was Wu who spoke first. There are people everywhere. Sausage might not get to eat today. Ding Chen couldn't help but laugh at this. Are you afraid of people? You used to eat in front of thousands of people, and now you say this. This seemed to encourage He-woo, and she immediately pulled Ding Chen in front of her. If you say that, then I won't be polite. With that said, before Ding Chen could react, she tiptoed and kissed Ding Chen on the mouth. Damn! This sudden kiss was really intense. Ding Chen's head was spinning for a moment, his brain went blank, and he could only feel the softness on his lips. A small tongue slipped into his mouth. The two of them were on a small open space by the roadside, and people kept passing by on the nearby path. Kissing like this passionately, it really felt a bit numb. Ding Chen was immersed in this wonderful feeling when suddenly he felt a tingling sensation from his brother. Ding Chen woke up in an instant and saw He-woo kissing with her eyes closed. The place where they stood was quite dim, but there were people passing by constantly, which made Ding Chen a bit concerned. It might appear on the school campus wall tomorrow. However, the comfortable feeling made Ding Chen hard to refuse. Ding Chen let He-woo grab it out and then clamped it between her full legs over her skirt. He-woo could now bring her hand up. The two embraced each other, and He-woo's loose skirt could completely conceal the situation below. Now, without separating the two, such a bold move would not be discovered. While kissing Ding Chen, He-woo kept slowly twisting her legs. Ding Chen could touch He-woo's hot and wet place through the clothes. Soon, Ding Chen let out a muffled groan. He-woo was really good, and Ding Chen was almost unable to hold back. At this moment, He-woo's movements suddenly stopped. Why stop? Ding Chen asked softly in He-woo's ear. They were already on the fast track. How could they stop just like that? He-woo mischievously replied. Who made you leave me alone in the wilderness today? It turned out that today Ding Chen and He-woo rode a stone horse and left He-woo alone, and she was a bit resentful. A real man should be able to bend and stretch. Now that he needed help, he naturally had to put aside his pride. Ding Chen replied, I won't do it next time. I'll take you to a better place tomorrow. Ding Chen had already reached his limit by saying this. If it still didn't work, he would have to pull up his pants and leave. He-woo also understood Ding Chen's character and compromised. Ding Chen was very hot at this moment, and when He-woo continued to clamp down, he said, I want to go in. I want to as well, but I just finished that. Tomorrow we'll spend the night outside. Ding Chen couldn't force it, so he had to compromise. He-woo then comforted Ding Chen again, letting him smear everything on her skirt. Fan Ge, I don't expect to be your only girlfriend. I just hope that no matter how successful you become in the future, you won't ignore me. This request Ding Chen could guarantee. With He-woo, Ding Chen could sleep well every day. He woke up a little earlier the next day, had breakfast, and then went online. He had to follow General Yunha to the Lord's mansion to register his title in order to truly complete the transfer of his title. A little earlier, when He-woo and the others came online later, they could do tasks together to level up. After going online, Ding Chen went straight to the Yun mansion. Riding inkless, he didn't even have a chance to be stopped by the city guards. General Yunha didn't beat around the bush either. As soon as Ding Chen arrived, he took him out to the Lord's mansion. After a series of procedures, Ding Chen successfully transferred his title. In the identity section of the attribute panel, he had become Vice General of the Sunset City, same level as a 9th level title. The Lord of the Sunset City held a 7th level title. Apart from the Lord and the General, anyone who saw Ding Chen in this Sunset City had to address him as Sir. After completing the registration, General Yunha understandingly let Ding Chen go level up by killing monsters first. Occasionally, when he wanted to relax, he could go to his mansion to play cards. However, when they were about to leave the city guard area, a player with 2 law enforcement NPCs blocked Ding Chen's way. Ding Chen recognized them. They were acquaintances. Kick Lame Understand appeared arrogantly in front of Ding Chen again. Oh, don't want the gun anymore? Ding Chen could tell what this meant. The law enforcement personnel were responsible for investigating reports of malicious troublemaking and extortion. Kick Lame Understand chuckled and replied, Don't want it? You are now suspected of maliciously injuring others and extortion. That gun is your evidence. After speaking, he turned to the 2 law enforcement NPCs and said, It's him, the one who camped at the resurrection point and killed me. I just showed you the video. Now, the gun in his backpack is another piece of evidence. If the charges are proven, Ding Chen not only has to return the gun and money to him but also face at least a week of imprisonment. Once in prison, he can only stay obediently in the cell after logging in. It's equivalent to being banned. At this time, not being able to log in for a week would have a huge impact. It hasn't even been a week since the game started. Just as Twite Sudong was smugly watching the show, the two NPCs beside him bowed to Yunha and Ding Chen. They shouted, "Greetings to Lord Yun and Lord Fan. Ding Chen is now a 9th level official, equivalent to a major general. These two NPCs are just the lowest level staff, without any official rank. Even the highest ranking chief steward in the law enforcement department is only a 10th level official, one level lower than Ding Chen. When they come, they have to address Ding Chen as Lord. Now, you're reporting someone with such a high rank. Are you kidding?" Twite Sudong was already confused when he saw the law enforcement personnel he brought calling Ding Chen Lord. He put his hands on his chest, touched his nose, covered his face, and didn't know what he was doing. "Are you sure this is the person you want to report?" asked the law enforcement NPC to Twite Sudong. Twite Sudong touched the back of his head, looked at the ground, and pretended to be confused. "Ah, what? Report? Did I say I would report? I meant, I report myself. Forget it, take me away. I'm tired." Twite Sudong gradually felt overwhelmed. He stretched out his hands and let the two law enforcement NPCs who were called over take him away. He couldn't understand why Ding Chen, as a player, could do this. The two law enforcement NPCs were very cooperative and immediately summoned a spirit rope to bind him. "You are suspected of false accusation, wasting law enforcement officers' time under the guise of reporting, slandering senior officials, and other charges. You are sentenced to 7 days of imprisonment." The law enforcement NPC read out his charges and was about to take him back to prison. Twite Sudong didn't struggle at all. With a look of despair, letting the law enforcement NPCs take him away, Ding Chen shouted from behind, "Hey, I won't report you. I can return the gun to you." Twite Sudong replied emotionlessly, "No need. I won't play this game anymore. It's too difficult." Upon hearing this, Ding Chen hurried to catch up. When Twite Sudong saw him, he thought Ding Chen had come to persuade him and quickly said, "Don't persuade me. I really can't play this game." It seems he had thought too kindly of Ding Chen. Ding Chen said, "Since you're not playing anymore, isn't it a waste to keep your equipment and money? How about transferring them to me? What do you think?" Afraid that he wouldn't agree, Ding Chen negotiated with the two law enforcement NPCs. "He slandered me. It would be reasonable to give me some economic compensation, right?" The two law enforcement NPCs nodded in agreement. "You are a lord. What you say goes." Twite Sudong stared at Ding Chen with a fearful look and shook his head, saying, "Devil, you are simply a devil. If we talk about being inhuman, you are truly inhuman." According to the two NPCs, even if he didn't give anything to Ding Chen, he would be forced to give it to him later. So, he should keep his dignity and not let them take action. He obediently took out all the money he had saved from his backpack. Twite Sudong took out 5 gold coins and handed them to Ding Chen. Wow! Ding Chen didn't expect that this person is really a big shot. Just like Ding Chen, who has killed tens of thousands of monsters from entering the game until now, still hasn't earned this much money. He actually came up with so much money all at once. This person really has some strength. "Where did you get so much money from?" Ding Chen curiously asked. Hearing this, he proudly raised his head and said, "From here to there, give me a month, and even this Sunset City will be mine." His words obviously contained an element of boasting, but they successfully piqued Ding Chen's curiosity. Wherever you go, money is definitely one of the most important things. If you can get money, then this person has value. Ding Chen looked at him and asked, "If you don't delete your account, what will happen between us in the future?" At first, he couldn't believe his ears. After a moment of shock, he excitedly said, Okay, that's great. Are you serious?" Ding Chen nodded, seeing that he was sincere and wouldn't play any tricks. After all, the impact Ding Chen had on him that day was significant. "Gentlemen, give me some face. Today's matter was a misunderstanding. Let's just leave it at that. It's just a trouble for you too." Ding Chen was acting as a leader for the first time and was still a bit unaccustomed. He was polite when talking to the two NPC law enforcers. The two law enforcement NPCs hurriedly waved their hands. We dare not. If the adult doesn't mind, then let's just leave. We'll go back first." General Yunha, seeing that there was nothing wrong, also left. Only Ding Chen and Lame Understand remained. At this point, Ding Chen voiced his doubts. "Can you tell me how you got so much money?" He replied, "Oh, it's nothing special. When I entered the game, I awakened a special profession called merchant." According to Lame Understand, His profession only required him to earn experience by selling things. He could also synthesize some raw materials and then sell them. In the newbie village, he cooperated with 2 players who gathered herbs and mined, making potions and simple equipment at low prices. While making a profit, his experience also increased rapidly. He belonged to a non-combat profession. As for the fight with Ding Chen yesterday, he relied solely on the skills of that spear, just trying to scare Ding Chen, without causing much harm. The biggest problem with non-combat professions is that they are easily bullied. He had thought about deleting his account just now because even if he managed to escape this time, he wouldn't be able to solve future troubles on his own. But now it's different. He also saw Ding Chen's strength. With Ding Chen as his backer, he no longer had to worry. Moreover, in Sunset City, there are more opportunities to make money, and his stage is much broader. As for being mouthy, with this lesson, he definitely won't dare to do it again in the future. Ding Chen wanted to return the 5 gold coins to him to give him startup capital. He didn't accept it, saying it was protection money that should be paid. Not only this time, but in the future, when he earned money, he would have to pay on time. After becoming familiar, Ding Chen called him lame. When Lame was about to leave, he asked Ding Chen if he had created a guild. If there was a guild, he could join it, making future communication more convenient. Although Ding Chen was in the Manhwa Guild, his words did remind Ding Chen. The Manhwa Guild was established in the name of the school. If he wanted to develop his own power, he should indeed establish another guild. When encountering outstanding players, he would want to bring them into his guild. After all, he couldn't just let them join the school's guild, right? With this plan in mind, he had to implement it. Since he was already in a guild, he couldn't create another one. So the first issue is to find a trustworthy person to act as the agent president while you are away. Ding Chen's current funds in Tianshu are 11 gold coins, 2 silver coins, and 133 copper coins. Moreover, the long spear that was originally used as collateral is now owned by Ding Chen. The cripple's profession is a merchant. He can wear any equipment, but the attributes cannot be compared to combat professions. Therefore, it is a waste of equipment in his hands. What surprised Ding Chen was that this bronze-level weapon was actually made using his professional synthesis characteristics. By buying some basic equipment, adding minerals and special materials, he can synthesize them into advanced equipment. Just based on this, the value of this cripple is immeasurable. Ding Chen originally did not intend to keep this equipment, but now that it belongs to him, he opened his backpack to check the specific attributes. Silver Dragon Spear, Profession Restriction, Warrior Class Tier, Bronze Equipment Level, Level 20 Attack, plus 55 Attack Speed Limit, plus 0.1/S Additional Skill, Dragon-like Spear. This long spear weapon belongs to the Warrior class with a longer attack range. It also comes with a skill, making it above average in the bronze level equipment. At this stage, it can definitely be sold for a good price, but Ding Chen plans to keep it to give it to someone later. It is also for planning to create a guild later. The first person Ding Chen thought of as the agent president was his best friend from high school, Ding Pang. His family conditions were poor, and he went to work outside after graduating from high school, but their relationship did not fade because of this. Instead, when Ding Chen urgently needed money in college, he always turned to him. He never hesitated and would immediately help. In today's society, this is enough to show the relationship between the two. When the game started, he messaged Ding Chen, saying he didn't want to work anymore and wanted to make a name for himself in Tianshu. Although they were not in the same newbie village, he was not far from Lanhua City. According to the division of IP in the sub-city, he should also be in Sunset City. His profession is a warrior, so he will keep this equipment for now. Contact him after logging off to plan for his guild. Just as he was thinking, He-woo came online and asked Ding Chen if he was busy today. Ding Chen told them to gather at the mission hall together. After arriving at Sunset City, the number of missions increased. Apart from some encounters with NPCs, most missions were concentrated in the mission hall. Moreover, the rewards for sub-city missions were relatively generous. Without mission guidance, simply grinding monsters in the wild is not profitable and carries high risks. The distribution of monsters around the sub-city is not specific, and you cannot predict encountering monsters of a certain level. Moreover, a high-level boss may appear halfway and send you back to the respawn point. Ding Chen avoided being too conspicuous and walked to the mission hall. When he entered, the two guards beside the door respectfully called him sir. Ding Chen straightened his body at the words and walked in. Damn! Feels good. As soon as Ding Chen entered, he didn't need to look for them deliberately, the three of them caught his eye. Not only him, any male player who entered would unconsciously notice them. At this time, the main tasks of the guild are to make money and improve personal strength. So, Yi Wanqing also followed them. Just as Ding Chen walked over, He Wu came up and asked, "You promised yesterday to take me to a better place today, right?" She seemed anxious. When she sees Wu Ma later, she will be surprised. Ding Chen calmly replied, "Don't worry, you'll have a great time later." This remark made He Wu smirk mischievously. She looked at Ding Chen with a bit of fear. Wait, can she think like that? Ding Chen hurriedly explained, "Don't think too much. Quick, go check out a task first. I'll let you guys have some fun later." The task hall was as big as a football field, divided into many areas based on task difficulty. Ding Chen and the others didn't bother to look around and headed straight for the highest difficulty SSS level tasks. Unfortunately, there were none available at the moment. There was only one task above S-level difficulty temporarily. Ding Chen walked over to the reception area for the S-level task and checked the task description. Find the whereabouts of the Demon Bullhorse, task difficulty, S task details. Recently, traces of the Demon Bullhorse were found in the Giant Tong Forest on the west side of Sunset City. Your team needs to go to the Giant Tong Forest to search for the traces of the Demon Bullhorse. Report back to the captain of the Sunset City Guard's West Side team and assist the City Guard team in killing it. Number of participants, 5 task rewards. Completion of Phase 1, shared experience of 200. 200 copper coins, divided according to the number of team members. Completion of Phase 2, shared experience of 2000. 2 silver coins, divided according to the number of team members, and 1 piece of black iron equipment each. Special completion rewards, rewards based on actual completion. This task seems quite familiar, judging from the description. It should be the boss that He Wu and the others encountered yesterday. It seems that this boss has a connection with Ding Chen and the others. However, with such a big boss, the name it chose, it might think it's cool, but to the Blue Star people, what kind of creature is this Demon Bullhorse? Let's go for it. This is currently the only S-level or above task in Sunset City, and Ding Chen has no other choice. Ding Chen wouldn't even consider tasks of other difficulties. However, when He Wu and Nai Cha saw this task, they shook their heads in resistance. Can we change the task? We have a shadow over that bullhorse. It's impossible to change. Ding Chen really wants to see how ugly that thing can be. With Wu Mo around, there's no need to worry about everyone's safety. If they can't defeat it, they can just complete the first phase and run, and Ding Chen can still ensure their safety. After accepting the task, the 4 of them set out. As soon as they left, Nai Cha summoned his stone horse. "Bro, can I bring one?" Nai Cha explained that it's not just 1 silver coin for 1 ride, but 1 silver coin can be ridden for a long time. With this thing, it's much more convenient to go anywhere. But Ding Chen is not interested in this thing at all right now. He immediately had Nai Cha put it away. "Nai Cha, put it away. Today I'll show you something better." Wu Mo spread out his arms. His broad back had several square meters, so it shouldn't be a problem to carry 4 people. However, Ding Chen was worried that besides himself, it wouldn't let anyone else ride on it. To save face, Ding Chen first communicated with Wu Mo through his mind. "Wu Mo, can you carry these 3 young ladies outside?" Wu Mo, who was originally dozing off in the mount space, immediately stood up excitedly when he heard the term young ladies. "Where are they? Where are the young ladies?" When it saw He Wu and the others outside, it immediately expressed its excitement. "I can carry them. I can carry them. With such young ladies, I can carry even more." Ahem. Ding Chen coughed, reminding it to watch its manners. Wu Mo is male, so this behavior is understandable. However, it has a mate, and its mate is the one that rides the cloud crane. This behavior is a bit suspicious of seeking death. What's going on? What's this mysterious thing that's being teased? Seeing Ding Chen not reacting for a long time, He Wu urged anxiously, "What good thing is it? Making such a big deal out of it?" With Wu Mo's consent, Ding Chen had no more reservations. After taking a few steps forward, Wu Ma cleared a spacious area and then shouted, "Watch closely." The next second, countless white feathers descended from the sky, accompanied by a tornado as they neared the ground. Wu Ma then appeared in front of everyone in an extremely elegant posture and winked at the 3 girls. Ding Chen was speechless with his hands in a gesture of disbelief. When he summoned it, Wu Ma appeared suddenly. Seeing the young ladies, it even gave itself a grand entrance. Who did it learn this from? Its little sister, who had a chat with it. Ding Chen didn't say much, just coldly uttered 2 words from a distance, Crane Cloud. The Mount of Yun he was named Crane Cloud, which was also its wife. Upon hearing these 2 words, it immediately ran over with a smile and coaxed, He, Master, look at you. How could I not listen to you? Why did you mention her? It was clear that Wuma had been taught a lesson by Crane Cloud in the Cloud Mansion. The 3 of them were already shocked when they saw Wuma. When they heard Wuma speak, they were even more incredulous. Wow, brother, is this the mount you got yesterday? It's so cool. Oh my god. Fan Gu. You, this, mortal. It's only been a day since we last met, and you always bring us unexpected surprises. Yi Wanqing's emotions were always stable, but faced with Ding Chen's inhuman performances time and time again, she couldn't help but be shocked. Let's go. I'll take you for a ride. Ding Chen was not surprised by their reaction. They had some understanding of Ding Chen, so they could accept whatever happened in a short period of time. However, the passing player characters were different. They were already stunned by Ding Chen and Wuma. Wuma bent down and used its wings to lift each of them onto its back. Then, with a kick, it soared into the sky. After flying for a while, the passing players still hadn't recovered from their shock. The players who came later saw them in this state and couldn't help but ask, Bro, what's going on? Have we seen a ghost? The dazed players swallowed the saliva about to overflow from their mouths and gestured, saying, Baldy, flew away. From Sunset City to Giant Tonlin, the screams of He Wu and Milk Tea never stopped. Wuma circled in the air above Giant Tonlin, making it much easier to find the divine demon bull horse. Wuma's flying speed was fast, circling the entire Giant Tonlin in less than 2 minutes. On the western edge of Giant Tonlin, a black mass was discovered. Moreover, around it, one could see a dense gathering of monsters. Ding Chen and the others did not rush down but let Wuma fly closer to observe. That black mass was indeed it. A huge monster with a horse body and a bull head, holding 2 huge axes in its hands. With a grimace, a hideous face, and its body enveloped in flowing black smoke. Divine Demon Bull Horse, Bronze Level Boss, Level, 28 Health, 550. 000 Attack, 850 Magic, 500 Physical Defense? Magical Defense? Special, it possesses a special magic attribute, and its attacks and skills inflict additional magic damage. Moreover, after being contaminated by magic, the target will be in a demonized state. Uncontrollable. The attack attribute is enhanced, and it becomes a puppet of the Divine Demon Bull Horse. Skills, Demon Bull Divine Axe Slash. Demon Horse Gallop. Magic awakening around the Divine Demon Bull Horse. Hundreds or even thousands of other monsters are gathered. At this moment, they were all like the tusked elephant Ding Chen encountered yesterday, with a hidden black light on their bodies. They were all in a demonized state. Within a minute, being attacked by 10 demonized targets or being killed would result in demonization, and the attacks of this Divine Demon Bull Horse would also carry magic. After being infected, it will also become demonic. So the most difficult problem now is the issue of demonization. Ding Chen can withstand the damage, but cannot withstand being demonized. Fan Gu, the target has been found. Let's go back and report to the city guard. Looking at the situation below, just a few of them can't handle it at all. Don't worry, what are we afraid of in the air? Ding Chen looked at the group of monsters below. None of them seemed to have ranged attacks. With Wu Mo present, our side is in an invincible state. So what is there to fear? We won't go down. We'll slowly consume them in the air. If we can kill them without relying on the city guard team, won't we get better mission rewards? It is also mentioned in the mission description. Special mission rewards will have corresponding special rewards. Otherwise, according to its description, completing the second phase will only reward a piece of black iron equipment. After Ding Chen finished speaking, he released a spirit stone fall below himself. After releasing it, he reminded Wu Mo, not sure if they have ranged attack methods. Wu Mo, be careful to dodge. Wu Mo assured Ding Chen that it wouldn't want to get hurt. A huge spirit stone smashed towards the demon bull horse, along with various monsters around it. Hundreds of damage numbers floated out. He Dance and Milk Tea had seen this skill before. Yi Wanqing saw it for the first time. Such a wide-range damage skill, dealing tens of thousands of damage in seconds. Everything fancy was nonsense in front of Ding Chen. The panel damage of this skill is close to 4,000, plus his own 10% damage bonus. A blow on the demon bull horse resulted in just over 4,000 damage. The demon bull horse felt pain, looked up, and found Wu Mo and Ding Chen among others. It only had a pair of horns, and its face looked more like a demon's mask. It roared, spewed out black smoke, and then threw the battle axe in its hand towards Wu Mo. The battle axe spun and flew towards Wu Mo. Seeing this, Ding Chen hurriedly reminded Wu Mo to dodge. Wu Mo's size was too large, making it easy to be hit. Fortunately, it had been hovering in the air all along. This demon bull horse did not have such high accuracy for moving targets. Wu Mo accelerated and then retracted its wings back. It managed to dodge the axe this time. Wu Mo, well done. After praising, Wu Mo immediately said confidently, "Oomph, easy peasy." Then, the demon bull horse once again threw the battle axe in its hand. Wu Mo was too busy showing off and didn't notice the other battle axe in its hand. By the time Ding Chen saw and reminded it to dodge, it was already too late. With a thud, the battle axe hit Wu Mo's wing. -620-500 Wu Mo's physical defense could offset some of the attack damage, but it couldn't resist the magic damage carried by the battle axe. This attack dealt over 1,000 damage to Wu Mo. Moreover, in the mounts panel, Wu Mo's status had also changed. Immortal Crane, Mount, Name, Wu Mo. Special, it has been attacked by magic, with a 10% degree of magic infection. When fully infected by magic, it will be in a demonic state. Still showing off. "I'm going to class at 8 a.m. Wu Mo felt pain, then shouted at the demon bull horse below, flapping its wings and shooting a feather at it. The 4 people on its back were stunned when they heard Wu Mo's words. "Ha? No, where did you learn that from? Ding Chen didn't teach it that." He hadn't even heard this phrase before, and for a moment, he didn't react. Wu Mo didn't bother to pay attention to Ding Chen, and dived directly towards the demon bull horse. The 4 people on its back were unprepared and were thrown off by Wu Mo's sudden dive. Landing on their backs, it stopped just under 5 meters from the demon bull horse in midair. Then the 2 wings began to flap alternately, continuously shooting feathers towards its body. Seeing this scene, Wu couldn't help but ask Ding Chen, "Fan Ge, has it always been this temperamental?" Ding Chen shrugged. "This guy does have a big temper." Wu Mo's attack power is 1200, causing nearly 1,000 damage to the divine demon bull horse. Moreover, its attack speed is very fast, more than twice that of Wan Xing. Wan Xing also sighed after seeing Wu Mo's output. This Wu Mo is as abnormal as Ding Chen. One is the top tank in the national server, and the other is the top shooter in Manhwa. Wu hurriedly added, No, be bolder, the top in the world. Even the top mage has to be Fan Ge." After the divine demon bull horse threw out its 2 axes, there was a delay before they returned to its hands. With an interval of about 2 seconds, Wu Mo gave the divine demon bull horse nearly 10 attacks. It was clear that Wu Mo was indeed angry. It's okay to hit it, but to make it lose face in front of the young lady, that's unforgivable. Immediately, Wu Mo's body stiffened, and both wings swung down violently. Suddenly, a hurricane swept around it, blowing several feathers towards the divine demon bull horse. This is the skill Immortal Feather Drifting of the Crane Immortal, which Ding Chen is very familiar with. When entering the Cloud Mansion, he was lucky enough to experience it once. This skill has very high single target damage. Each feather can deal 1.5 times the attack damage, and at level 45, Wu Mo can continuously unleash 12 feathers. Even the bronze level boss with over 200 physical defense would lose nearly 20,000 health points. However, during Wu Mo's body stiffening process, the divine demon bull horse's axes returned to its hands again. It threw the 2 axes at Wu Mo again. "Wu Mo, be careful." Wu Mo released the skill, unable to move its body. Or rather, it may not have intended to dodge. Wu Mo shouted, "I won't kill you," with an air of wanting to fight it to the death. At the same time, Wu Mo's demonization level increased to 30% again. This won't do. The divine demon bull horse has not yet used its skill, and it's unknown what its skill effect is. If it has a skill that can increase demonization, there will be a great risk. Wu Mo was getting a bit carried away at this point, and Ding Chen quickly reminded it, "Wu Mo, if you get hit again, there's a risk of being demonized. From now on, you're responsible for dodging. Let me handle it." Seeing that Wu Mo was still a bit unwilling, Ding Chen angrily scolded, "Wu Mo." Wu Mo was very obedient. If Ding Chen was angry, it had to control its temper. The intelligence of the crane immortal far exceeded expectations. Not only is it loyal by nature, but it can also sense that Ding Chen's strength far surpasses its own. Therefore, it dare not disobey Ding Chen. Wu Mo once again shot a feather, dodging the next axe thrown by the divine demon bull horse, flipping over and flying high. The further away from the divine demon bull horse, the longer the time it had to dodge attacks. It is now responsible for dodging, while the task of output is left to Ding Chen and the others. Ding Chen, He Wu, and Wan Xing began to output. After Milk Tea changed her job, she applied the new buff skill she learned to Ding Chen. A falling spirit stone struck for over 4,000 damage, combined with their attacks. In about a minute, they had taken off 20,000 health points from the boss. As long as Wu Mo wasn't hit again, they could grind down this bronze-level boss in half an hour. Ding! You have successfully killed the level 22 demonized monster, Tusked Elephant, gaining +1 experience. Ding! Talent has been activated, increasing magic power by +1. Ding! You have successfully killed the level 24 demonized monster, Crimson Python, gaining +2 experience. Ding! The talent has taken effect, increasing spell power by +1. Ding Chen is still the same as before, with the team's experience only divided by 10%. This was strongly requested by Ding Chen, and what Xiaoxing and the others said had no effect, although the relationships among the few people were already very familiar. Each had their own responsibilities, taking them to level up. They naturally agreed, but Yi Wanqing and Nai Cha, who were not short of money, insisted on paying the corresponding leveling fees. As for He Wu, she was from an ordinary family and couldn't afford such a strong leveling service. She could only ask Ding Chen softly, can she settle her fees with her body? Okay. Of course, it's okay. Ding Chen is easy to talk to. Those kill prompts were just a side effect of Ding Chen's actions. Due to the large range of Ding Chen's Spirit Stone Meteor Fall skill, while smashing the boss, it could also take down hundreds of other monsters around. After about 10 Spirit Stones fell to the ground, a large number of monsters began to fall, and Ding Chen's kill messages appeared one after another. There were no monsters below level 20. And Ding Chen's talent was triggering like crazy, rapidly increasing spell power. After that, the axe thrown by the divine and demonic bull horse never hit Wu Mo again, and its own health had dropped by nearly 100,000. The divine and demonic bull horse, looking at the airborne Wu Mo and Ding Chen's group, after several failed attacks, let out a roar. Roar! The divine and demonic bull horse gripped the two axes in its hands and slashed towards the air. Two black light waves intertwined and slashed towards Wu Mo. This should be the first time the divine and demonic bull horse released a skill. The area of the two light waves was large, and very fast. Wu Mo tried to accelerate his flight as much as possible, but unfortunately, the target was too large, and he was hit by one of the light waves on the tail. -1,470. This blow dealt nearly 1,500 damage to Wu Mo, compared to Wu Mo's over 30,000 health. Although not fatal, it directly stacked a 20% demonized state. At this point, Wu Mo's degree of demonization had reached 50%. The boss's other two skills had not been released yet. Once Wu Mo's degree of demonization reached 80%, he would be in a dangerous situation. He could no longer risk participating in the boss battle. Without Wu Mo, Ding Chen and the others would have to fight on the ground, with no chance of winning. In other words, as long as Wu Mo was attacked 2 more times, everyone would have to retreat. At this point, the divine and demonic bull horse's health had not dropped by 1/5, and there was still no hope of killing it. In the situation where they couldn't confront it on the ground, Ding Chen's shield was useless, so the output was reduced by more than half. Relying solely on meteor fall and their damage, it was quite difficult to kill this bronze-level boss. After the divine and demonic bull horse released a skill, it entered the phase of throwing axes again. Wu Mo had long adapted to its rhythm, and this form of attack could no longer threaten Wu Mo. While the boss was not using skills, Ding Chen and the others seized the opportunity to output damage, especially Yi Wanqing, who did not have to wait for skills to cool down. The arrows in her hand never stopped, hitting the head of the divine and demonic bull horse one after another, and most of the arrows accurately shot into its ugly eye sockets, triggering weak point attacks. Each arrow could deal over 200 damage. Her output was almost half of Ding Chen's, which was quite impressive. In about 2 minutes, the divine and demonic bull horse lost another 50,000 health. Just like before, it let out a roar again. With the two axes raised above its head, Seeing this, Ding Chen hurriedly reminded Wu-Mo, watch out for dodging. Whether the few people could successfully kill this bronze-level boss depended on whether Wu-Mo could hold on until its health was depleted. If this demon bull divine axe hit Wu-Mo again, his demonized state would be in danger. After Ding Chen's reminder, Wu-Mo also reacted instantly. This time, it did not choose to accelerate to dodge, but suddenly stopped, then turned its head towards the divine demon ox-horse. The next second, a crane's cry resounded through the sky. Piercing crane's cry, Wu-Mo's second skill. The moment this crane's cry appeared, the world seemed to freeze. The originally noisy monsters below suddenly fell silent. Even the divine demon ox-horse double axes, swung halfway, also froze in midair. Wu exclaimed in amazement. Damn! Area control skill. The effective range of Wu-Mo's skill cannot be measured, at least within a radius of nearly 100 meters underfoot. All monsters were affected. However, the control time was not long, especially for large bosses like the divine demon ox-horse. They regained consciousness in less than a second. However, its skill had been successfully interrupted, achieving the desired effect. The other ordinary monsters also returned to normal about a second later. Although this boss's attributes were powerful, it was in a bewitched state without consciousness. This was excellent news for Ding Chen and the others. It was precisely because of this that even in such a disadvantaged situation, the divine demon ox-horse would stand its ground and face Ding Chen and the others head-on. The same goes for the other minor monsters. At this moment, they were all bewitched and had no independent thoughts. They were similar to the novice monsters in the newbie village. Even though they couldn't counterattack Ding Chen and the others, they would just stand there foolishly waiting to be killed. As one batch fell, another batch would come to replace them. This allowed Ding Chen's falling spirit stone skill to unleash the ultimate output. The experiences from just now roughly gave Ding Chen an estimate. The skill interval for the divine demon ox-horse cleave was about 2 minutes. In the next 2 minutes, they could output without pressure again. Just then, Ding Chen noticed that Wu-Mo's bewitched state had improved. It had decreased from 50% to 40%. That meant as long as it didn't receive a magical attack within a certain time, the bewitched level would diminish. Ding Chen saw the light of success. 2 minutes later, the divine demon ox-horse health had dropped by 1/3. Its demonic ox divine axe cleave had also recovered. Wu-Mo's control skill had a 5-minute cooldown, making it impossible to continuously interrupt. They could only rely on Wu-Mo's positioning technique. 2 black light waves slashed again, and Wu-Mo intended to dodge by turning around. However, no matter how hard Wu-Mo tried, it was ultimately limited by its huge size. This time, the tip of the light wave cut into its wing. This was already Wu-Mo's limit. If it couldn't interrupt the divine demon ox-horse, it would have to take the skill head-on. Wu-Mo's health was very healthy, but its bewitched state increased to 60% again. When the next cleave came, its crane's cry wouldn't be ready. Even if it interrupted once more, before the third cleave struck, Wu-Mo would have to retreat from the battle. The time left for everyone was only 6 minutes. According to the normal output efficiency of 50,000 every 2 minutes, the divine demon ox-horse would still have over 200,000 health left, making it unbeatable. After a rough calculation, there was still a significant gap to kill the divine demon ox-horse. Hope was very slim, but they could retreat at any time, and Ding Chen decided to wait until the last moment. The subsequent development deviated slightly from Ding Chen's expectations. The first demonic ox divine axe cleave hit Wu-Mo, and the second was interrupted by Wu-Mo's piercing crane's cry. Due to the long time interval, Wu-Mo's bewitched level decreased by 10%. This allowed it to withstand another cleave and fight for 2 more minutes. It was these 2 minutes that gave Ding Chen hope. During this time, Ding Chen's falling spirit stones continued to fall and hit the ground, causing the surrounding minor monsters to fall in batches. On average, 100 small monsters can be cleared in about 2 minutes. Since the beginning, Ding Chen has received reminders of over 900 kills. All 3 of them have already leveled up twice. Most of the small monsters below have been cleared, with less than 100 still gathered around the demon bull. After the demonization state of Wu-Mo reached 90%, they fought for over a minute. Before the next strike from the demon bull, Ding Chen had Wu-Mo fly out of its attack range. Due to the demonization state, Ding Chen couldn't recall it to the mount space and could only let it watch from a distance. Ding Chen and the other 3 landed directly not far from the demon bull. They didn't land earlier because the surrounding small monsters were too dense. Being attacked 10 times by ordinary demonized monsters within a minute would cause demonization. Now, there were less than 100 ordinary monsters left, most of them already low on health. As long as they pulled a little, Ding Chen could easily clear them with 2 fallen spirit stones. The distance between where the 4 of them landed and the monsters was enough for the monsters to be cleared as they ran over. The demon bull also followed them, with its health remaining at less than 200,000. Ding Chen directly confronted it without hesitation. Ding Chen's task was to attract the boss's aggro and avoid attacks as much as possible through positioning. Despite having a shield, she couldn't use reflected damage to output to avoid demonization. Considering this, Ding Chen used a shield bash right after charging in. She first showed her strength. In just a moment, Ding Chen had killed 1021 monsters. Her spell power had reached 8,796 points. With the new buff skill learned by Nai Cha, it could increase either attack or spell power by 10%, which was over 9,000 points. Ding Chen also had a 10% damage bonus. Altogether, a shield bash directly dealt a 5-digit damage to the demon bull. Seeing this damage number, Ding Chen just wanted to shout, "Who else?" If the demon bull had thoughts, Ding Chen's damage would have made it question its life for a while. Feeling the pain, the demon bull instinctively retaliated. It swung its double axes forcefully towards Ding Chen. Compared to Wu Mo, Ding Chen was not only a much smaller target but also had extremely fast movement speed. Ding Chen's positioning was already top-notch, and with the added movement speed, it was nearly impossible for the demon bull to hit her. The demon bull swung its 2 huge axes vigorously, but couldn't touch a single hair on Ding Chen's head. Seeing Ding Chen's performance, He Wu and Yuan Xing could output damage peacefully not far away. Before long, the demon bull's cleave skill was ready again. The 2 axes crossed, ready to strike down on Ding Chen. Seeing this, Ding Chen smirked and charged towards the demon bull with a brutal rush. Wu Mo's piercing crane cry could interrupt its skill channeling. Just like Ding Chen's brutal rush, the demon bull was much larger than Ding Chen and, being a boss, had reduced effects from control skills. Ding Chen's impact didn't push it too far, and the final knock-up effect only made it slightly leave the ground. But even this slight control effect successfully interrupted its skill channeling. At this point, the demon bull had no way to deal with Ding Chen, accidentally clearing all the small monsters around it. Facing only one monster, even a bronze-level boss, didn't feel too difficult. Ding Chen frequently output damage using her shield and fallen spirit stone skills. The brutal rush was used to interrupt and evade skills. Ding Chen managed to deal damage without taking any herself, and the boss's health rapidly decreased. In less than 2 minutes, before its next strike was ready, only 100,000 points of health remained. At this moment, the demon cow suddenly stomped its foot. The black smoke on its body revealed a shadow in the shape of a wild horse. Ding Chen hurriedly tried to use the barbaric charge to interrupt it, but just as Ding Chen charged towards the demon cow, several wild horses formed by black smoke galloped out from the demon cow's body. This was the first time it had released this skill, and Ding Chen could not predict it. His blazing blood shield had just been used up, and the barbaric charge was heading towards the demon cow. Ding Chen was now in front of the demon cow, with no way to dodge this skill, and could only let the wild horse shadow pass through him. In the view of He Wu and the others, Ding Chen had completely disappeared into the black smoke. Seeing this, they shouted in desperation. Ding Chen, the boss's skilled demon horse gallop was not just a single damage. For consecutive shadows of demonic horses composed of magic energy passed through Ding Chen, -1048, -1048, -1048, -1048. He Wu and the others, seeing the 4 damage numbers floating out of the black smoke in the distance, felt hopeless. It's over. Fangu has returned to the city. They all planned to return to the Sunset City revival point to find Ding Chen. However, the observant Yuan Xing quickly glanced at Ding Chen's status in the team. Although she couldn't see his health points, she could see that he hadn't died yet, and there was still a small portion of his health bar left. No, Ding Chen is still alive. What? Still alive? They quickly checked the team and confirmed that Ding Chen had not respawned in Sunset City. But this is impossible. He just used up his shield, and this damage is over 4,000. How could he still be alive? Even with full health points, Ding Chen's current health could not exceed 4,000 at this stage. They were unaware that Ding Chen's new profession had additional health point bonuses. With nearly 9,000 spell power now, Ding Chen had almost 1,800 additional health points provided by his profession. including the 100 shield value provided by the novice power. Ding Chen could withstand over 4,500 damage in total. The consecutive strikes of the 4 demonic horses did startle Ding Chen. After the skill, he was left with just over 200 health points. He said that this demon cow could not possibly have only the strength it had just displayed. If it had that kind of strength, it truly did not deserve the title of a bronze-level boss. This demon horse gallop not only had high damage but also had a particularly large range. If players came to siege it normally, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. However, this skill could not damage airborne targets, so there had never been a chance to see it released. After the skill, the thick black magic energy had not yet dissipated. Just as they were amazed at Ding Chen's terrifying health points, Nai Cha suddenly mentioned, "Do you think it's possible that he has been demonized?" This statement was like a thunderbolt, striking He Wu and Wan Qing's heads. Their eyes widened instantly, then slowly turned to stare at Ding Chen's position in the smoke. They overlooked the fact that if they were killed by this boss, they would also be demonized. Moreover, players in a special state could not directly respawn after death. They would have to wait for the special state to be removed before respawning at the revival point. In this case, Ding Chen really had a high possibility of being demonized. None of them dared to speak now, nervously watching the direction where Ding Chen and the demon cow were. It was as if they could already see Ding Chen covered in black smoke, eyes red, evilly smiling as he charged towards them. At this point, Ding Chen could not withstand another attack from the boss, so he had to move away while retreating towards the 3 of them, hoping for Nai Cha to restore some of his health. Just as Ding Chen rushed out of the black magic gas, Milk Tea and He Wu immediately hugged each other, closing their eyes in fright and shouting. Ding Chen walked over and patted the shoulders of the 2, making the screaming even louder. Ding Chen was dumbfounded. He even doubted whether the skill of the demon had a disfiguring effect. If there were a mirror, Ding Chen would have to take it out to see where he had scared them like this. When Yi Wanqing saw that Ding Chen was fine, she was also surprised, but she was more rational and calm, quickly convincing herself that Ding Chen was a pervert. It was Yi Wanqing who reminded the 2 of them to dare to open their eyes and look at Ding Chen. "Brother, are you okay? I thought you were demonized." Fan Ge, you really haven't been demonized, right? Confirm, where were you last night? What did you do? He Wu repeatedly confirmed to make sure Ding Chen had not been demonized. Ding Chen replied, "By the North Lake, delivering incense." He Wu hurriedly interrupted, "Stop, it's confirmed." At this point, Milk Tea curiously leaned over and asked, delivering incense by the North Lake? How does that prove anything? What are you guys talking about? I don't understand. Seeing her innocent curiosity, He Wu advised helplessly, "Child, don't ask about things you shouldn't." Although Ding Chen was not completely demonized, being hit by 4 demon horses in a row brought the level of demonization directly to 80%. Soon, the demon horse caught up to Ding Chen. Milk Tea cast a healing spell on Ding Chen, restoring 800 points of health, and then the 3 quickly distanced themselves. "Brother, are you okay? Should we retreat first? I'm really afraid you'll be demonized." An 80% level of demonization was indeed very dangerous. If there was no hope, they would leave. But at this point, the boss had less than 100,000 health points left. Letting Ding Chen leave at this point would be more painful than killing him. No risk, no gain. That's life. Leave? There's no way. Today, either Ding Chen or the boss would survive. Ding Chen, with an 80% demonization status, once again engaged with the demon horse. He could not afford to be hit twice or by a single skill now. In fact, the 2 skills he had seen were manageable, and Ding Chen had a plan to deal with them. What worried Ding Chen the most was that the boss still had one unused skill. This was the biggest threat to Ding Chen. Taking advantage of the boss's demon horse charging skill being on cooldown, Ding Chen waited for his shield to be ready and then used the explosive shield to deal damage. He needed to quickly deplete the boss's remaining health points to feel at ease. In 1 minute, after using 6 sets of skills, the demon horse's health was at its lowest. It was at this moment that the demon horse unleashed its final skill, Awakening of the Demon Gas. This skill came without warning. As Ding Chen saw the demon horse's health decreasing, his nerves were on edge. He knew that this was the moment when the boss would unleash its ultimate move. But when the skill was actually used, Ding Chen had no way to counter it. At this moment, Ding Chen had already restored his health to almost full using health potions and Milk Tea's healing spell. Just as Ding Chen was dodging the demon horse's attacks by moving, a burst of black blood mist exploded from his body. Minus 2,000 points of real damage appeared. Although this damage did not kill Ding Chen, it caused him to lose consciousness. It was not because of this skill, but because this skill added 20% demonization to Ding Chen, directly turning him into a demonized state. Ding Chen had no idea what had happened. Suddenly, he just lost consciousness. This was clearly seen from He Wu and the others' perspective. A black mist burst out of Ding Chen's body, and then Ding Chen was filled with black smoke. The running movement stopped immediately, and then he dazedly rushed towards He Wu and the others. Oh no, he's really demonized now. After being demonized, Ding Chen's attack attribute will be increased by 50%. This means Ding Chen's magic power instantly increased to over 14,000 points. As Ding Chen walked towards He Wu and the others, the stone sword in his hand was raised towards the sky. A spirit stone shimmering with black light appeared above the three of them. Oh my god, Ding Chen now has over 14,000 points of magic power. The volume of this spirit stone is much larger than what Ding Chen summoned. It has a diameter of 32 yards. Because it is now filled with demonic energy, the entire spirit stone is black. Its appearance blocked the light in this area, instantly plunging it into darkness. Watching such a huge spirit stone falling towards them, the fear made the three tremble. We now understand how terrifying it is to be Ding Chen's enemy. If we are all demonized, we can't even be reborn. If no one deals with this boss, how can we recover? Ugh, so scared. None of the three thought to struggle. They also knew that no matter how hard they tried, it would be futile. They simply closed their eyes, waiting for the judgment of the spirit stone. Ding! Your team has successfully killed the bronze-level boss Divine Demon Bull Horse, gaining plus 1,200 experience points. Ha! The three of them received a system message at the same time, reminding them of the successful killing of the Divine Demon Bull Horse. They quickly opened their eyes to check the situation. They found themselves in a huge pit. The terrain destruction had a certain limit, and a depth of 10 yards was already the maximum. Otherwise, with Ding Chen's destructive power, even Tianxu would be easily penetrated. Ding Chen was unconscious just now and didn't know what had happened. When he woke up, he also received the notification of the kill. Ding, your team has successfully killed the bronze-level boss Divine Demon Bull Horse, gaining plus 520 experience points. The three of them were 2 levels higher than Ding Chen. Although Ding Chen only received 1/3 of their experience, it was still over 400 points higher relative to his level. Ding Chen and the three of them looked at each other, all very puzzled. At that moment, accompanied by a pleasant crane cry, Wu Mo landed in front of them. The group instantly understood. Wu Mo. Wow, the great white bird, you're amazing too. Wu Mo was now proudly raising its neck, not only the hero of the team but also the savior of the four. However, He Wu calling the great white bird made it unhappy. Crane. Yes, a crane. The noble great white crane. He Wu even left Wu Mo speechless. Although Wu Mo flew out of the aggro range of the Divine Demon Bull Horse, it had been observing the situation here all along. When the boss's health reached its kill line, it had already started flying over. In Wu Mo's own words, it had already anticipated that something unexpected would happen. When Ding Chen demonized, Wu Mo had already reached the top of the Divine Demon Bull Horse. Wu Mo's immortal feathers could instantly take off 2,000 to 3,000 health points from the boss. So, with just a little health left, Wu Mo easily killed it. Ding Chen couldn't help but admire having such an intelligent mount. It really makes one worry-free. He Wu, Nai Cha, clean up the battlefield. This had always been their responsibility. Not only did the Divine Demon Bull Horse drop items, but there were also thousands of small monsters. The equipment and coins on the ground would be enough for them to clean up for a while. After more than 10 minutes, they happily ran back. Milk Tea solemnly announced, harvest statistics, 11,023 copper coins, which is roughly the value of a gold coin. Next is the equipment statistics, a total of 21 pieces of equipment. Among them, there are 2 bronze-grade equipment and 19 black iron-grade equipment. Except for the 2 bronze equipment, Ding Chen is not interested in the other equipment. However, the drop rate of monsters in the subcity is indeed much higher than in the novice village. In the novice village, luck was bad, and even after killing 1,000 level 20 monsters, not a single piece of equipment dropped. Milk Tea shared the 2 bronze-grade equipment among the team: Warhorse leggings, heavy armor, grade, bronze equipment level 20 HP, plus 300 physical defense, plus 25 magical defense, plus 30 special, control effect minus 5%. Ding Chen finally completed the missing leggings, and it was also a bronze-grade item. Feel free to take it and equip it. The second piece of equipment is a mage robe. Invasion robe, cloth armor, grade, bronze equipment level 20 magic power, plus 20 HP, plus 200 physical defense, plus 10 magical defense, plus 20 special. The wearer's skills will be infused with magic, and the next skill can detonate the magic to deal an additional magic damage of 0.1 times the magic power. This equipment's attributes are extremely powerful. It can further enhance the mage's damage. The moment this equipment information was viewed, it appeared at the top of the cloth armor equipment leaderboard in Sunset City. As for Ding Chen's leggings, which are also bronze-grade equipment, they could only rank 7th in the heavy armor category. Although this equipment should belong to Yiwu, she didn't dare to accept it due to its value. You keep it for now, and I'll see if I can accept it tomorrow morning. Ha? Look again tomorrow morning? What does that mean? Ding Chen met Yiwu's eyes and immediately saw a mischievous smile on her face. Ding Chen instantly understood and felt a sense of urgency. Second brother, not good. They're coming for me. Yu Wanqing and Milk Tea didn't understand why they had to wait until tomorrow morning. Milk Tea asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you two today? You're acting strange. I can't understand what you're saying at all." Ding Chen couldn't explain to her and could only cough to cover it up. The remaining 19 pieces of black iron equipment were unwanted, now that all 4 of them were fully equipped. And although there were some differences in attributes between the black iron equipment, they were not significant. If it wasn't for higher grade equipment, they wouldn't be interested. None of you want them? If you don't want them, I'll put them away. I'll sell them and split the money with you later. Ding Chen took the 19 pieces of black iron equipment. Of course, splitting the money was just a polite gesture, and they wouldn't accept it. Milk Tea not only handed over the equipment but also more than 10,000 copper coins to Ding Chen. "Brother, don't say that in the future when sharing with us. These things should all belong to you." Yiwu also added, "That's right, these things are yours. Why are you being so polite? You're so kind. It would be strange if you weren't taken advantage of." These words awakened Ding Chen. After being hurt by Lin Shiyao, Ding Chen had already changed his mindset, thinking that he had to prioritize himself and not be kind to others. But now he suddenly realized that he hadn't really changed. Ding Chen suddenly realized and said to the 3 of them, "I understand now. In the future, when you're with me, all the money and equipment will belong to me. If you want something, you can buy it from me." The 3 of them showed no displeasure, but instead looked pleased. Yu Wanqing also expressed satisfaction. "That's right, we feel more at ease this way. Rest assured, this will not affect our relationship. Just like friends going out for a meal together. Occasionally treating each other is fine, but in the long run, we should prioritize our own interests." They taught Ding Chen a lesson today. Indeed, one should not sacrifice their own interests just because they have a good relationship with someone. If the other person enjoys your endless kindness without guilt, then they are not sincere towards you. If the other person is sincere towards you, being overly kind to them will only put pressure on them. Ding Chen received 19 pieces of black iron equipment and over 10,000 copper coins into his backpack. He originally intended to deliver them to the cripple later and let him take care of selling them. His profession does not require fighting monsters. As long as he sells things, he can gain experience. Initially, Ding Chen also thought about sharing some of the profits from the sales with the cripple. After all, he helped sell them. But now Ding Chen thinks that since he has gained experience, asking for money again would not be appropriate. Right? With Wu Mo leading the way, everyone quickly returned to Sunset City. Following the mission prompt, on top of a city wall in Sunset City, they found the captain of the city guard squad, Ko Mo. Ko Mo was scanning the area outside the city from the city wall. He walked over to him and said, "Captain Ko Mo, we have completed the task of finding the demon bull and horse and have come to collect the task reward from you." Ko Mo, not paying too much attention, didn't even turn his head and said, "All right, tell me the location of the demon bull and horse." He must have thought that Wu Mo and her team had only completed the first stage of the task, discovering the whereabouts of the demon bull and horse. Wu Mo replied, "I think the location is no longer important. We have already killed the demon bull and horse." "What? What did you say?" Koemo suddenly turned his head to look at Wu-Mo, finding it hard to believe his ears. Wu-Mo confirmed. You heard me right. We have already killed it. This is the task status, please take a look. Wu-Mo handed the task card to Koemo, showing that they had killed the demon bull and horse. All the original task cards now had the information recorded that the demon bull and horse had been successfully killed by their team. After taking the task card, Kumo's pupils dilated instantly. He then looked around at everyone. When he saw Ding Chen, his pupils dilated again, and even his body trembled slightly. He hurried over to Ding Chen and shouted, "Sir, I didn't notice your arrival just now. Please forgive me. Buddy, who are you exactly?" The three of them were dumbfounded at this moment. If they hadn't seen the real Ding Chen at school, they would never have believed he was a player. Koemo was a captain, not a mere soldier. A deputy city captain, showing such respect to Ding Chen as soon as he arrived. Ding Chen, who had just entered the game a week ago. Why do I find it so hard to believe? Ding Chen calmly replied, "It's okay, I just came to complete a task." What's with the sir and all? Don't we still have to complete tasks and receive rewards from others? It's just a bit more dignified than an ordinary player. Koemo dared not doubt the authenticity of the task now and quickly said, "Sir, your team has been judged to have completed the task finding the traces of the demon bull and horse excessively. You will receive a task experience reward of plus 800, and the following rewards will be given to you due to the excessive completion of the task." The team received a total of 4,000 experience points. Task experience cannot be distributed individually and can only be evenly split. Ding Chen received 800 experience points. At the same time, a golden light fell on him, successfully leveling him up to level 21. In addition, the task rewards belonging to Ding Chen were also successfully placed in his backpack. 1 silver coin, 1 bronze level equipment of your choice treasure chest. Ding Chen now has a silver level helmet, a special weapon, and bronze level leg armor. Everywhere else is black iron level. Ding Chen chose an equipment that enhances the maximum chest area, and then a bronze level equipment appeared in Ding Chen's backpack. Guardian green armor, heavy armor, grade, bronze health, plus 350 physical defense, plus 25 magical defense, plus 25 special, heavy armor guard aura. When there are units wearing guard equipment nearby, the maximum health attribute increases by 5%. The rewarded equipment is the bronze level armor of the Sunset City Guards. They also receive the same reward, 1 piece of guard equipment of their choice. In this way, any 2 of the 4 of them can trigger the guard aura when together. Since Ding Chen's equipment is tank class equipment, the provided buff is a health bonus. Bronze level equipment generally provides 50 to 100 normal attribute points. Each point of attack or defense attribute counts as 1 point, and 10 health points count as 1 attribute point. So, this armor's attribute is 85. If we include the additional attributes provided by the aura, this equipment already exceeds 100 attributes. Within bronze level equipment, it is already at the ceiling level. Ding Chen put on the equipment and was about to leave. When leaving, she deliberately said to Koemo, "Do you have anything else? If not, I'm leaving." Ding Chen thought to herself, as an adult, why is her reward exactly the same as the other 3? But Koemo didn't understand social cues and didn't catch the meaning in Ding Chen's words, "Safe travels." Adult. He-Woo understood very well and immediately grasped Ding Chen's intention. She walked over and hinted to the clueless Koemo, "Didn't you understand what your adult meant?" Koemo suddenly realized, "Adult, you helped us solve such a big problem. I must thank you properly." Saying that, he handed something to Ding Chen. Ding Chen smiled and replied, "Ha ha, it's nothing. Your matters are my matters, whether high or low. It's all about serving the people." Satisfied, Ding Chen left. To make Koemo feel better, before leaving, Ding Chen told him, "Captain Koemo, you did well. If there's a chance, I will definitely promote you." After leaving Koemo, everyone headed back to the mission hall. On the way, Ding Chen looked at what Koemo gave her, a ring. Ding Chen was overjoyed. Work hard and enjoy the rewards. To get good things, one must strive for them. Accessories in Tianshu are very rare, and obtaining them is very difficult. Ding Chen checked the ring's attributes and was ecstatic. This little team leader is quite generous. Ring of the Archmage, accessory, grade, bronze spell power, plus 2% no mana attribute. Replaced with spell power, plus 2% special. When casting a skill, there is a 5% chance of a spell critical hit. The rarity of accessories is due to the fact that they are not restricted by profession. Any profession can wear them as long as the attributes match. Furthermore, accessories provide percentage attributes, which cannot be compared to fixed values in the later stages of the game. Accessories also have a high probability of having special attributes, such as critical hits, penetration, life steal, cooldown reduction, and more. These attributes have a low probability on regular equipment but are likely to appear on accessories. Due to Ding Chen's talent, she has no mana attribute. Therefore, the mana attribute provided by the ring is converted into spell power. This ring directly provides Ding Chen with 4% spell power and an additional 5% spell critical hit chance. Let Ding Chen's damage upper limit be much higher. After Ding Chen leveled up, the attributes are still allocated according to HP. Physical defense, magic defense, 3, 1, 1. When reaching level 21 and equipping 2 items, Ding Chen's attributes are completely refreshed. Nickname, Mortal Level, 21, 658/2100, Class, Giant Spirit Lostone Identity, Vice General of the Cloud Crane in Sunset City, 9th Rank, HP, 5271/5271, Guardian Aura Triggered, Magic Power, 9147 Physical Defense, 181 Magic Defense, 171 Prestige Points, 81 Damage Reduction, 19% Magic Damage Bonus, 10% Magic Critical Strike, 5% on the way to the mission hall. Yuanqing suddenly received a message and stopped to say to a few people, "Wait, a team in the guild encountered a boss, but they suffered heavy losses." As soon as Ding Chen heard about the boss, he became excited. Doesn't this guild leader have a chance to show himself? Yuanqing shared their location with Ding Chen, who immediately summoned Wu Mo. Originally, Ding Chen didn't want to attract attention in this city, but in an emergency, he had no choice but to become the object of admiration for passers-by players. With Wu Mo leading the way, they quickly arrived at their location. They saw a huge vine covered with bright red flowers, constantly waving its branches. It twisted and turned, continuously chasing the players around it. Looking from above, Ding Chen estimated that there were about 2 or 3 guild teams surrounding this boss. The Tianqiu team could only have up to 10 members at a time. Even if they acted on a large scale, they could only form teams of 10 people each and set themselves as allies. With less than 20 players left, according to Yuanqing, many of their team members had already respawned in the sub-city. Ding Chen did not check the boss's attributes. As soon as he arrived, he saw a familiar figure, Lin Shuri. The rest can be handled by Ding Chen alone. Ding Chen directly charged towards the flower vine with a brutal collision. At this moment, a player shouted, "Vice President, be careful. Being too close to it will attract a lot of flower vine attacks." Ding Chen was actually a bit happy upon hearing this, as this boss didn't have to worry about demonization issues. The reflection effect of the Blood Blaze shield could fully take effect on it. At the same time, being hit by many flower vine attacks made Ding Chen very happy. Sure enough, as soon as Ding Chen charged into the center of the boss, several flower vines around it swung towards him. Seeing this, Ding Chen activated the Blood Blaze shield, and immediately over 4,000 damage numbers continuously floated out. One even triggered a critical hit effect, causing over 8,000 damage. In just 1 second, the boss's health dropped by 30,000. Damn it! This damage stunned everyone around. This boss seemed somewhat rational. After feeling the pain, it no longer attacked Ding Chen's shield. It was waiting for Ding Chen's shield to disappear. This actually made Ding Chen find it a bit interesting. Seeing this, Ding Chen could only detonate the remaining shield value and output another 10,000 damage. Just as Ding Chen's shield disappeared, the flower vines attacked him again. A total of 8 flower vines swung towards Ding Chen, dodging the first one using the advantage of movement speed, rolling to avoid the second one, seizing the opportunity to jump over the third one. After turning the brutal collision, sprinting away from the flower vines, he dodged 2 whip attacks. The flower vines stretched out, greatly expanding their attack range. The following 3 flower vines almost simultaneously struck behind Ding Chen. No ink! The 3 strikes came simultaneously. Unavoidable. Although being hit once didn't cause much damage, Ding Chen just didn't want to be touched by it. No ink came upon hearing the call. Ding Chen jumped, and no ink skillfully caught him in midair. The flower vines couldn't touch Ding Chen at all. We are screaming from being hit by a flower vine. The vice president is facing 8 flower vines alone, not being touched. What concept is that? Ding Chen, flying in midair, happened to notice a group of people running towards them not far away. They were not from Manhwa. Their nicknames all had a prefix Liu. Was another guild coming to steal the boss? Being brought into midair by No Ink, Ding Chen escaped the attack range of the flower vines. He wanted to see who was so bold to dare to steal his boss. When the group of Lu Yu players approached, Manhwa's other members also noticed them. Lin Xia ran directly towards the group of people and stopped in front of one person. At this moment, Ding Chen finally realized that the leader was none other than Lu Shang. Without a doubt, Lin Xia must have informed him to come. However, she didn't expect that the other members of the guild had also informed Yi Wanqing and Ding Chen. Ding Chen alone in midair with no ink was particularly eye-catching among the crowd. Lu Shang easily noticed him. He provocatively glanced at Ding Chen, then pulled Lin Xia towards him and kissed her. Lin Xia, who had just shaken off Ding Chen, would also provocatively glance at Ding Chen at this time and deliberately cater to Lu Shang. However, Lin Xia's actions had changed slightly this time. Not only did she not cooperate, but she also pushed Lu Shang away quickly. This move clearly made Lu Shang very unhappy. If there weren't so many people present, Lin Xia would have to suffer a bit. Among the Lu Yu crowd, there was one person Ding Chen also vaguely remembered, named Lu Yu Dream. If Ding Chen remembered correctly, this person was the one who took away a deadly equipment he obtained from a dungeon. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu turned out to be Lu Shang's guild. No wonder Lu Shang did not participate in the Manhwa guild competition. He hadn't even joined the Manhwa guild. It turned out he was creating his own guild. This time, Lu Shang brought over 50 people with him. There are twice as many players from Manhwa present than there are. It is not ruled out that there are many players from Lu Yu leveling up. From this, it can also be seen that Lu Shang's family background is quite impressive. However, as long as it is in Tiansu, Ding Chen will not take Lu Shang seriously at all. Now that Ding Chen has taken over this boss, no one else can interfere. Lu Shang, what are you here for? As the president of the guild, Yi Wanqing naturally had to inquire about someone intending to snatch the guild boss. Lu Shang is also famous in Manhwa as a second-generation rich, and most people can call him by name. Lu Shang replied, Lin Daxioa, don't be nervous. It's just that Xia said she encountered danger, so I came to take a look. Yi Wanqing was not polite to him at all, saying straightforwardly, it's fine to take a look, but I advise you not to interfere. We can handle this boss completely. Lu Shang, with a look of a rogue, smiled and said, President Lin, your words are not pleasant to hear. I am considered half a person from Manhwa, so I must contribute to this boss, right? Since Lu Shang brought so many people, it was impossible to let him just watch from the side. From his words, it was clear that he intended to intervene. After speaking, he gave Ding Chen a fierce look. Since the competition that day, he had been looking for an opportunity to slow down Ding Chen's growth. Now that he finally had the chance, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Ding Chen nodded slightly at Yi Wanqing, telling her not to worry about them. As long as Lu Shang and the others dared to make a move, none of them would leave alive today. Ding Chen had no good impression of him. Then, Ding Chen jumped down from Wumo by himself and once again entangled with Huatang. Using shields and agile positioning, he quickly reduced Huatang's health. Lu Shang and his group were not in a hurry to make a move, thinking that since Ding Chen was willing to work, it would be good to let him work a little longer. It wouldn't be too late to attack when the boss was at low health. Ding Chen had never used the skill Meteorite Fall from start to finish, so no matter when they made a move, Ding Chen was confident he could deal with them. A group of clowns who didn't understand what real damage was. Of course, most players in the Lu Yu camp were still shocked by Ding Chen's damage and skills. Who is this person? If I'm not mistaken, how is there still a 5-digit damage? Boss, are you sure we should steal the monster from him? Lu Shang was also very distressed, as it was obvious that Ding Chen had improved a lot since the previous 2 days, but he had no choice now. Because of Lin Xia's relationship, he and Ding Chen were destined to be on opposing sides, unless he hadn't provoked Lin Xia from the beginning. Now, even if he had to grit his teeth, he had to suppress Ding Chen. Otherwise, with Ding Chen's growth rate, he would have fewer and fewer opportunities in the future. Lu Shang replied, his shield also has a cooldown. When the boss's health is low and his shield is down, we will attack together. With so many people, can't we steal a boss? You are all high-level players hired by the Lu family. If so many people can't beat one person, you better spit out the money and get lost. Lu Shang was giving them a strict order. If they didn't work hard to steal this boss, they might not even keep their jobs. As time passed, the boss's health dropped to only 50,000. At this point, Lu Shang and his group from Luoyu began to approach the boss. Manhwa players directly blocked Lu Shang and the boss. Not only Yi Wanqing and the other two, but also other Manhwa players were now fans of Ding Chen. They wouldn't agree to bully Ding Chen. Lu Shang, when I'm not here, is anyone going to oppose Manhwa? If you want to go against Manhwa, you better think twice. This surprised Lu Shang. Manhwa Guild was just a casual organization within the same school. He never expected such cohesion. However, there weren't many true gaming experts in Manhwa. Compared to Luoyu Guild, their overall strength was much weaker. But Lu Shang didn't want a direct conflict with Manhwa. He had some people block the front, while others flanked to attack the boss from behind. With too many players from Luoyu, it was impossible to block them all. Both sides stood still without making a move. After Ding Chen's continuous shield was destroyed, Hua Ting's health was left with less than 20,000. At that moment, Lu Shang shouted, "Attack!" He was waiting for Ding Chen to use up the shield. The moment it was used up, he ordered everyone to release their skills towards Ding Chen. Yes, Lu Shang's target was not the boss, but Ding Chen. He was clear that once Ding Chen died, the remaining Manhwa players wouldn't stand a chance against Luoyu Guild. The boss would eventually be theirs. They completely ignored the other Manhwa players and poured their skills towards Ding Chen. Seeing this, Yi Wanqing shot an arrow directly at the Luoyu players. Yi Wu also released a blazing flame ring, shouting, "Damn it, attack!" Ding Chen's attention was originally on the boss's health. He was waiting for the boss's health to reach the threshold for his meteor fall skill. Then, a meteor fall would come crashing down, killing the boss and the Luoyu players not in their camp. However, what he didn't expect was that Lu Shang had no intention of competing for the kill threshold with Ding Chen. His target was Ding Chen himself. At this moment, Ding Chen had no shield, and with so many Luoyu players attacking him simultaneously, many of them had control skills. A light circle appeared, immobilizing Ding Chen in place. Ding Chen was now a sitting duck, allowing them to attack him at will. Even with his resilience, he couldn't withstand the simultaneous attacks from so many players. Helplessly, Ding Chen had to release his meteor fall skill early. Milk tea, give me a buff. Before releasing meteor fall, Ding Chen had milk tea buff him. Ding Chen's magic attribute instantly broke through 10,000. When the boss's health dropped to 6,000, Ding Chen raised the stone sword in his hand towards the sky. A huge meteor with a radius of 12 yards appeared in the sky. The meteor, over 20 meters in diameter, shimmered with a dazzling blue light. Surrounded by scorching waves of heat, it cast a blue light on everyone present. What is this? Is this a meteor? An asteroid hitting the Earth? No! Are there natural disasters in this game too? Few players had seen such a grand scene before. A huge rock resembling a planet hanging over their heads, descending. Just the sight alone was terrifying. Remember, going against Manhwa, going against me, a mortal, will lead to this fate. This meteor enveloped 80% of the people present, and even players closer to the center couldn't escape, even with displacement skills. When Ding Chen finished shouting, they realized it was his skill. Their expressions became even more incredulous. It was hard to believe that a player could produce such an effect. Ding! You have killed level 21 player Luoyu Blue Fish. Talent activated. Magic power +1. Ding! You have killed level 22 player Luoyu Illusion Dream. Talent activated. Magic power +1. Over 40 Luoyu players who were frantically attacking Ding Chen were instantly killed when the meteor fell. Dozens of consecutive kill reminders. Non-friendly players within the range of the falling Spirit Stone skill all evaporated. After the Spirit Stone dissipated, a 10-meter deep pit appeared on the field. Most of the players present were also missing. Due to being in the same camp as Ding Chen, the players of the Manhwa Guild would not be harmed. However, this scene also left them stunned for a long time. Lin Xia was confused at this moment, unable to understand why Ding Chen could be so powerful. He Wu and the others were very familiar with this. At this moment, with his hands on his hips, he looked at Lu Shang and asked, "How about it? Dare to provoke me, brother Fan?" Lu Shang, after everyone started fighting, retreated to the periphery to save his life. This was how he escaped death. At this moment, he realized that he had been reckless today, and his understanding of Ding Chen was still too shallow. He never expected that Ding Chen had skills even more outrageous than a shield. "I didn't expect you to have hidden cards. Quick, you guys, grab the boss. Let's retreat," Lu Shang shouted to the few remaining relaxed players. At this point, With the range skills of the relaxed players and Ding Chen's falling spirit stone, the boss's health had dropped to just a few thousand. Having lost so many people, it was now unlikely to kill Ding Chen. If they could grab the boss, it would still be acceptable. After saying this, Lu Shang was already looking for an opportunity to slip away. As he was leaving, he shouted towards Ding Chen, "Mortal, remember, with Lu Yu here, you won't become a god." After saying these harsh words, he immediately fled. But since he had said this much, Ding Chen naturally wouldn't let him leave. However, Ding Chen had to focus on taking down the boss at this time, so he signaled Wu Mo with his eyes. Then a huge crane turned around and knocked Lu Sheng to the ground as he was leaving. "What the hell? A broken bird dares to oppose me." Immediately, several feathers struck Lu Sheng from mid-air. "You're the broken bird. Your whole family is a bunch of broken birds." Despite his bronze armor, he couldn't avoid being killed instantly by Wu Mo. On Ding Chen's side, all his attention was on the boss. The boss's health was just a sliver, and he could only rely on his instincts to gauge it. The players of the Manhwa Guild were also focusing their attacks on the boss at this time. The boss's health was rapidly decreasing, and Ding Chen's shield still had a bit of cooldown left to be effective. His current means of attack were only brute force charges and a sword strike. The speed at which the health was dropping required him to time his skills perfectly. Most of the relaxed players who had just survived were assassins, prepared for unexpected situations. At this moment, they were all lurking around the boss, ready to snatch it at any moment. "Stop!" Yi Wanqing suddenly shouted. This made Ding Chen suddenly realize. Yi Wanqing was still calm. Yes, now all the players attacking were from their own side, so there was no need to rush. As long as he waited for his skills to be ready, the relaxed players would have no chance. Seeing this, the relaxed players could only show themselves with gritted teeth, hoping that the damage from a few of them would deplete the boss's last bit of health. But as soon as they appeared, they were instantly focused and killed by the Lanhua players. As a precaution, Ding Chen finally used an exploding shield to clear the boss's health bar. "Ding, you have successfully killed the bronze-level boss Enchanting Flower Vine, gaining plus 440 experience points." Since the distribution of killing experience is based on the team, with a maximum of 10 people per team, if Ding Chen kills, then only Ding Chen and his 3 companions can gain experience. After the falling spirit stone was ready again, Ding Chen threw out another falling spirit stone before resting. "Ding, you have killed the level 21 player Luyu Cold Blade, triggering a talent, increasing magic power by +1. Ding Chen knew that there were still dogs lurking nearby that had not yet appeared. Wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to take away the boss's equipment, Ding Chen would never give him that chance. He woo, milk tea. Ding Chen didn't even say anything, and the two happily replied, "Alright." Then the two bounced off to do their own jobs. At this moment, Lin Xia walked over from a distance. She walked up to Ding Chen and softly called out, "Ding Chen," then politely asked the classmate next to her, "Can I have a word with the vice president alone?" Others also walked away politely. Ding Chen calmly replied, "What's the matter?" It was as if nothing had ever happened between the two, just a normal greeting when meeting for the first time. This made Lin Xia even more uncomfortable, but she still bit her lip and asked, "If I come back now, would you still accept me?" Ding Chen thought to himself, "I accept you, M." But then he thought, if she meant physically, then Ding Chen could still consider it. "What do you mean?" Ding Chen knew she was talking about emotions, but he still deliberately asked. Lin Xia was a bit slow to react for a moment. She looked at Ding Chen, "Huh?" Since she didn't understand, Ding Chen lost interest in continuing the conversation. "It's nothing. I think things are fine as they are now." Ding Chen's emotions were very stable, which made Lin Xia feel like he was a completely different person. Remembering before, Ding Chen was very nervous in front of her, considering everything according to her wishes. Now that she took the initiative to reconcile, Ding Chen didn't show a hint of happiness. Lin Xia pretended to understand Ding Chen very well, trying to evoke his love for her. She felt that Ding Chen was just holding on, but he actually still liked her. "Ding Chen, I know you can't let go of me. It was my fault before. I let down your feelings. I know you still like me. The way you treat Lu Shang and the others today, it's because you still have me in your heart, right? Now I understand your feelings for me. As long as you say you still like me, I will immediately break up with Lu Shang and come back to you." Ding Chen just watched her performance quietly. Like? Probably not. Looking at Lin Xia, who was quite attractive now, with a good figure. Ding Chen at most just felt that it was a waste not to ride such a good frame. Feeling a bit regretful, Ding Chen coldly replied, "Let me tell you, when it comes to emotions, it's all over. Talking about feelings now, there's no possibility at all." He Wu, who was picking up equipment not far away, saw Lin Xia standing alone next to Ding Chen and ran over directly. She didn't care that Lin Xia was there. She just kissed Ding Chen on the face and asked, "Mu Ma, Fan Gu, what are you talking about?" Ding Chen naturally didn't mind He Wu's intimate behavior. He was enjoying the feeling of being with He Wu right now. Lin Xia's face looked very ugly. She looked at He Wu, who was slightly inferior to her in appearance, feeling a bit resentful, and she couldn't stand such unrestrained behavior. "Ding Chen, you don't like this kind of girl now, do you?" He Wu replied. "Don't talk nonsense. It's not that Fan Gu likes me, it's that I like Fan Gu. Besides, what do you mean by this kind of girl? How is it different from you going after Lu Shen?" "Oh, right, there's a bit of a difference. He kissed you first, and you didn't because you couldn't bring yourself to kiss him, right?" When it came to arguing, He Wu was the best. A few words were enough to shut Lin Xia up. "You." Just then, she received a message from Lu Shang, and her face instantly improved a bit. She suddenly smiled, looked at Ding Chen, and asked firmly, "Ding Chen, let me ask you again. Have you ever thought about reconciling with me?" Ding Chen extended a finger and shook it. Li Xia nodded. "Okay, don't regret it. Don't forget, when you lose everything in the game now, you will still be the same as before." Nothing. After Lin Xia finished speaking, she left angrily. She was extremely unhappy, especially when He Wu mentioned that Lu Shan was ugly. Forced intimacy with her every day and she couldn't refuse. It really hit a nerve. The reason for her change in attitude was that Lu Shang messaged her, telling her that he would teach Ding Chen a lesson, to completely ruin him. If Ding Chen confesses, she is actually willing to tell him about this matter. Although Lu Shang is rich, he doesn't see Lin Xia as a person. Lin Xia is very clear about this, so she really wants to be back with Ding Chen. Of course, if they can't be together, she would still prefer Ding Chen to become a waste. Why is she suddenly so tough? What does she mean by what she said? He Wu was very puzzled by Lin Xia's behavior, especially when she mentioned Ding Chen losing everything in the game. He Wu was quite alert, but Ding Chen didn't care at all. Forget about her. How is it? Any good equipment? Ding Chen didn't care about Lin Xia at all. Whether she left or got angry, she could say whatever she wanted. In Ding Chen's mind, there was nothing worth caring about in terms of equipment. There's nothing good. The equipment is all black iron level, only a special material dropped by the boss. With that, He Wu handed over the coins, 2 pieces of black iron equipment, and a material she picked up to Ding Chen. Ding Chen took the equipment and material. She would sell the equipment to the cripple. And the material was a piece of flower vine. Enchanting flower vine, special, can be used as a material. This material shared the same name as the boss, but it only hinted that it was a material, without specifying its effects. Ding Chen decided to keep this material. Let the cripple see if it could be combined with any equipment to create a more advanced one. It was almost noon, and they were going offline to have lunch. Ding Chen contacted the cripple, saying she would meet him at Sunset City later, so she didn't go with them. Little did she know, at that moment in Sunset City, Lu Shang was gathering his men to give Ding Chen a good lesson. Currently, in Sunset City, and even in the entire national server, Ding Chen was the biggest threat to him. It was impossible to pull Ding Chen to his side. So now, he had to suppress Ding Chen as soon as possible. Players from the Lu Yu Guild respawned at the spawn point in Sunset City, including Lu Shang. He was also gathering other Lu Yu players here. Not only that, Lu Shang had also befriended several high-level players in the game and spent money to bring them to his camp. At this moment, he called them as well. One of them, a player named Stab in the Back, was very important. Lu Shang paid him 10,000 in cash to target Ding Chen. This player had also obtained a hidden profession, and most importantly, his skills were all control-oriented. Lu Shang noticed that to target Ding Chen, control was crucial. At this point, more than 300 players had gathered in a corner of the square in Sunset City. Lu Shang had spent a lot of money, some of which was spent on-site to help. Up to now, there were only over 30,000 players in Sunset City. In other words, most players had not yet entered the secondary city. At this time, Being able to find over 300 players to gang up on Ding Chen in a short time showed Lu Sheng's strength. Lu Sheng assigned several people to observe Ding Chen's location. Later, no matter the cost, they had to kill Ding Chen back to level 1. At this moment, Ding Chen had no idea that Lu Sheng would be so determined. She rode on Inkless directly to the meeting point she had agreed upon with the cripple. In front of the tea house in Sunset City, Ding Chen saw the cripple, and the two of them entered the tea house. Ding Chen directly handed over all his level 21 black iron equipment to him. Here, sell these things, it will help you level up faster. The cripple hesitated. I don't have that much money right now. Ding Chen handed it to him directly. I didn't ask for it now. Just give me the money after you sell these. The cripple nodded, quickly got up to thank Ding Chen for his trust. Ding Chen was not afraid of him running away. In Sunset City, Ding Chen could find him wherever he went. Next, Ding Chen handed over the enchanting flower vine to the cripple. Can you help me see if you can synthesize this? The cripple took it and said, I can synthesize anything, but I don't know what the result will be in advance. Like my bronze spear, it's the only one among the 20 or so synthesized items. Most of the things I synthesize are junk, not even as good as ordinary black iron equipment. Ding Chen could understand this. If high-level equipment could be easily synthesized, his profession would be too powerful. Try based on your previous experience. It's okay if the synthesis fails. Although Ding Chen did not require him to succeed, he did not dare to be negligent. He told Ding Chen that when he brought some good auxiliary materials, it could increase the success rate of synthesis. In addition, he also had one more thing to ask Ding Chen for help. Boss, there's one more thing. I heard you know people from the government, right? I want to rent a piece of land in Sunset City. Having a shop would make it more convenient when selling things. Of course, Ding Chen could help with this. With a shop, he could also recommend his own people to hang equipment in the shop, and any extra things could be thrown in there. It was a good thing. Ding Chen immediately agreed. But it might cost a lot of money, and I can't save up for it temporarily. Ding Chen said he would cover the money, and when he made money, he should remember to pay back the principal and interest. The cripple asked, this money is more than what I gave you. Are you really willing to spend it on me? Renting a plot of land in Sunset City was not cheap. At least 10 gold coins to start with. This money was more than what Ding Chen extorted from him. Ding Chen replied without hesitation. I'm willing. Consider it as buying it for myself. Besides, with this shop, even if you run away, you can't escape. After that, Ding Chen took the cripple to the busiest area of Sunset City. He didn't need to look for any government officials. He was the government. When it came to buying land, he could solve it with just a word. The two headed towards the square in Sunset City. The player responsible for finding Ding Chen had already reported his location to Lu Sheng. Ding Chen was still unaware that danger was quietly approaching. In order to ensure that Ding Chen could be killed again after resurrection, Lu Sheng deliberately waited until Ding Chen was close to the resurrection point before ordering everyone to attack. Ding Chen and the cripple were on their way to the shop management office in the square. Suddenly, a large number of players surged around them, surrounding the two. These people were experienced, not crowded around them, but kept a distance. Over 300 people lined up tens of meters away. This was what Lu Sheng instructed them to do, knowing that Ding Chen's meteorite fall skill had a large range. Damn, what's going on? I didn't provoke so many people. The cripple was a bit confused for a moment. Ding Chen, on the other hand, understood immediately when he saw the players from Liao. Thinking of what Lin Xia had just said, he understood what was going on. Wu Ma, a real man should be able to bend and stretch. Ding Chen understood the situation at a glance and knew that the other party was well prepared. Do not fight hard. Retreat is the best option. Ding Chen planned to release a spirit stone falling directly under his feet, and then summoned the inkless ball. But just as Ding Chen extended the stone sword into the air, a purple smoke floated over his head. Immediately, Ding Chen lost consciousness briefly. The spirit stone falling skill was also interrupted. When he woke up, Ding Chen had lost 1,000 health points, and the cripple next to him had disappeared. Ding Chen hurriedly activated the blood shield. Only one player who had just attacked had their skill reflected back at them by Ding Chen's shield, resulting in their death. After that, no player dared to make a move. They focused all their energy on the inkless ball in the air. The inkless ball had just over 30,000 health points and couldn't withstand the concentrated attacks from so many players. Ding Chen gestured for it to quickly leave the battlefield. This time, Lu Shang was truly prepared, spreading all of Ding Chen's skill effects to the players around him. Ding Chen had no choice but to resist being killed by them. Even in death, he had to struggle. Ding Chen made a savage charge, rushing in a certain direction and pushing 3 players in front of him. Then he struck the ground, sending them all flying, and used the shield to kill them. Lu Shang, opposing me will be your biggest regret. Ding Chen could already see Lu Shang not far away, who was somewhat wary of Ding Chen's damage and didn't rush to the front. Ding Chen couldn't release the spirit stone falling. His mount had flown away, and even the shield had exploded. Lu Shang really didn't understand where Ding Chen's confidence came from. Upon hearing Ding Chen's words, he arrogantly replied, "Is that so? I hope you can still think that way in a while. Let me tell you, opposing me, Lu Shao, will also be your biggest regret. Attack!" After Ding Chen's shield exploded, various skills and arrows flew towards him. Ding Chen began to dodge using his positioning, but the next moment, a large golden bell appeared over Ding Chen's head. Dong! With a sound, Ding Chen was trapped inside the bell. Ding Chen tried to strike the bell with his stone sword, but it had no effect at all. This was a skill released by the player stabbing from behind that Lu Shang had deliberately brought in. Although this skill couldn't completely immobilize the target, it could restrict the target within a very small range. The key was that this skill lasted a full 5 seconds, with hundreds of archers and mages around. Even with Ding Chen's over 5,000 health points and damage reduction, he couldn't escape death within 5 seconds. Ding Chen no longer needed to struggle. He glared fiercely at everyone. He would remember this grudge today. Ding Chen stood tall in place, glaring at everyone. Since he couldn't escape, he would die with dignity. As several arrows hit him, Ding Chen dissipated into white light. Ding! You have been killed by the player Liu Qianke, level -1. Attributes reset to level 20. Ding Chen's magical power instantly dropped by over 1,000. Lu Shang, just you wait. Losing over 1,000 magical power. Ding Chen couldn't bear this humiliation. Ding Chen knew that Lu Shang wouldn't let him off with just one death. After respawning, sure enough, there was a group of players waiting for him. Moreover, most of them were crowd control players, and the main force was not far from here. Running towards this direction, Ding Chen snorted coldly. He didn't even run because he knew his people were about to arrive. After Inkles flew away, it headed straight for Yun Mansion. With so many of Lu Shang's men, it was impossible for it to rescue Ding Chen alone, so the most effective way was to call for reinforcements. The first person Inkles thought of was General Yunha. Inkles was very fast, arriving above Yun Mansion in less than a minute. Before it could descend, it reported Ding Chen's situation to General Yunha in midair. What? Hurry, take me there. In this Sunset City, anyone who dares to touch my cloud crane is really asking for trouble. Crane Yun, you quickly go outside the city and summon the 3,000 Cloud Crane army to return to Sunset City. You guys, come with me now to see who is causing trouble in this Sunset City. Yun Crane immediately ordered Crane Yun to go to the camp of the Cloud Crane troops outside the city and summon 3,000 soldiers back to Sunset City. He then took a dozen or so immortal cranes and flew to the resurrection point in Sunset City. After the cripple was killed, he immediately fled from Sunset City. Since Lu Shang's players did not consider the cripple as a target, the cripple was killed once, resurrected, and successfully escaped. Seeing such a large formation, he already imagined what Ding Chen's fate would be. Alas, don't blame my brothers for being heartless. Given the background of the other party, I, the cripple, can't afford to provoke them. At this moment, he noticed the 20 or so pieces of equipment and the floral vine material in his backpack. Thinking back, Ding Chen had not hesitated at all and had taken him to the rental store. This was just the beginning of their acquaintance, yet Ding Chen trusted him so much. Moreover, if it weren't for Ding Chen, he was ready to delete his account and quit playing. If he wasn't afraid of deleting his account, what harm would it be to drop a level? After thinking for a while, the cripple turned and walked back. At the resurrection point in Sunset City, Ding Chen stood motionless at the resurrection spot. He couldn't run. Today, he couldn't let Lu Shang's people forget their lesson. Lu Shang's task for the people at the resurrection point was to keep an eye on Ding Chen and not let him escape. Seeing that Ding Chen showed no intention of running, they didn't make a move. They waited quietly for Lu Shang to arrive. The location where Ding Chen died just now was only a few hundred meters away from the resurrection point. Before long, Lu Shang arrived with a large force. Just like before, they maintained a good distance and surrounded Ding Chen in the middle. Lu Shang looked at Ding Chen with sharp eyes, standing calmly at the resurrection point without any fear. He still held some respect for Ding Chen in his heart. If given the chance, he truly hoped Ding Chen would be his person. Even if it cost him a lot of money, it would be worth it. But he understood that Ding Chen would not submit to him, so the only path left was to disable Ding Chen. If he couldn't be used by me, then kill him. What's going on? Where am I? A player who had just been killed by a monster respawned at the resurrection point. He stood next to Ding Chen, looking at hundreds of players surrounding him fiercely, feeling a bit confused. Other players on the square also gathered around to watch the excitement. This was probably the time when the most players had gathered in the square in Sunset City. Passers-by speculated on who had provoked such a powerful force. Who was so miserable to be blocked at the resurrection point? One player with a better eye, through the crowd's gaps, distinguished Ding Chen's name from the dense nicknames. Mortal. Damn, it's Mortal. Ding Chen was known by several players in Sunset City. His battle with the cripple and several appearances in front of players riding immortal cranes had left a deep impression on many passers-by players. Who is Mortal? The one surrounded inside? Is he very powerful? A passerby who didn't know asked. The person replied, guess why so many people are needed to surround just one person? This statement was quite obvious. Just one Ding Chen required over 300 players above level 20 to gang up on him. This was enough to show how terrifying Ding Chen's strength was. Coincidentally, Lanli Jianshan was on the square, and he was curious about who needed so many people to surround. When he heard the two words mortal, he suddenly woke up. Ding Chen had indeed arrived in Sunset City by now, and only he had the strength to do so. Lanli Sword God did not hesitate and immediately announced the message within the Lanli Guild. All Lanli players, gather at the Sunset City Square immediately. Lanli Sword God holds a high position at Manhwa University. Just like Manhwa University, Manhwa Institute of Technology has its own guild based on the school in Sunset City, and Lanli Sword God is one of the vice presidents in the guild. Therefore, his words carry a lot of weight. Lanli Sword God did not consider what kind of impact provoking such a powerful force for Ding Chen would have on the school. He only knew that when his brother was in danger, there was no reason for him not to help. It was lunchtime now, and most players had already logged off, with those online either about to log off or just logging on. So most of them were concentrated in Sunset City. Lanhua players were naturally not few. When they saw Ding Chen being surrounded inside, they immediately notified Yi Wanqing, saying that Ding Chen was surrounded by Lu Shang. Yi Wanqing and the others had just walked to the cafeteria to order food when Yi Wanqing received the message. Yi Wanqing's face changed instantly. Not good. Ding Chen is surrounded by Lu Shang at the resurrection point. Milk Tea was also shocked. What? My brother? He Wu immediately understood the words Lin Xiyu said to Ding Chen earlier. She clenched her fist in anger. This Lu Shang, daring to make Ding Chen lose a level. I will fight him. After speaking, He Wu didn't even have time to return to the dormitory and directly activated the wristband in the cafeteria. He Wu's figure gradually became blurred. Yi Wanqing shouted in the cafeteria. All Lan Hua Guild players, log in as soon as possible. The vice president is in trouble. After that, Yi Wanqing and Milk Tea also activated their wristbands. Among the students eating in the cafeteria, many had already arrived at Sunset City. Upon hearing Yi Wanqing's words, they did not hesitate, put down their chopsticks, and directly followed suit to activate their wristbands. For a moment, the students in the cafeteria became blurred one by one. The remaining ones were students who had not entered Sunset City yet. Damn! So passionate? Count me in! One of the students shouted and was about to activate his wristband. His friend next to him immediately reminded him, Hey, wake up, wake up, you haven't entered the Vice City yet. He felt a little regretful upon hearing this. I missed such a big scene. If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed with my girlfriend yesterday, played games a bit longer, and would have been in Sunset City today. Lu Sheng naturally knew that such a commotion would soon attract Lan Hua's people. He had to act quickly. Lu Sheng knew well that villains die from talking too much. Although he had many things to say to Ding Chen when he saw him standing fearlessly in place, he resisted the urge to say anything more to Ding Chen after approaching him. He directly ordered his men to start slaughtering Ding Chen. Quickly, within 5 minutes, kill him down to level 1, squeeze him, control him on me, let me in. Thank you, thank you. The cripple almost caught up with Lu Shang and his group. He approached Ding Chen from the other side of the crowd. Since the people with Lu Shang were not very familiar with each other, The cripple emphasized the importance of controlling the situation on himself. The others cleared a path and let the cripple in. By the time Lu Sheng ordered to attack, the cripple had already reached Ding Chen. Kill him down to level 1 within 5 minutes. As soon as this was said, the Golden Bell skill was thrown towards Ding Chen. Following that, several mage players began pouring skills towards Ding Chen. Ding Chen immediately activated his shield. The Golden Bell did not cause any harm and would not be reflected back to cause death. However, the mage players who attacked were not so lucky. They were directly killed by the shield reflected by Ding Chen. The others immediately stopped and waited for Ding Chen's shield to disappear. The mages who were killed by the reflection revived next to Ding Chen. The lame man who had just run over was pushed away again. Seeing this, Ding Chen immediately detonated the shield on his body. This skill is all instant release, not interrupted by control skills. Believe me, you will pay a painful price. Ding Chen shouted, instantly detonating the shield on his body. And the few mages who had just respawned were killed again. They were starting to regret following Lu Sheng. It was supposed to take 5 minutes for Ding Chen to return to level 1, but in just 2 seconds, he dropped 2 levels. The lame man outside patted his chest. Fortunately, they pushed him out, and Ding Chen and he had not yet joined the same camp. Otherwise, he would have to respawn. Seeing Ding Chen's shield disappear, Lu Sheng hurried everyone to start attacking. Just as Ding Chen closed his eyes to face death, suddenly a bubble enveloped him. His body became untargetable, and hundreds of skills missed. Ha! Ding Chen opened his eyes and saw the skill arrows passing through him without causing any damage. Very puzzled. So fast? Yun Ha is here? This is the only person he can think of to save himself. Lu Sheng was also a bit surprised to see this scene, then saw the lame man next to Ding Chen and asked sharply, "Who let him in?" Ding Chen turned around and saw the lame man smiling at him. "Lame man? Why are you back again? Aren't you afraid of dropping to level 1? Ding Chen was very surprised that the lame man could come back to save him. "Well, I was about to run away, but then I thought I'm going to delete my account anyway, so what's there to be afraid of?" Ding Chen gave him a thumbs up and said, "Just for this, you don't have to pay the rent for the shop." The lame man also admired Ding Chen's mental toughness. At this point, they could still joke around, not to mention the rent for the shop. Whether they would have a chance to continue playing the game was also a question. "Boss, do we still have a chance to rent the shop?" Ding Chen affirmed. "Of course, but how long can this thing of yours last?" After roughly estimating the time, the lame man said, "It should be gone soon." This was an item accidentally synthesized by the lame man during a mess. It can make the body intangible for 10 seconds, but during this process, the target being intangible cannot move. The lame man originally thought this item was useless, but it turned out to be useful here. Indeed, as soon as the lame man finished speaking, the bubble disappeared. By this time, Ding Chen's shield had cooled down. Before coming, Lu Sheng also told them that Ding Chen's shield cooldown was about 10 seconds. So, after the bubble disappeared, they hesitated to make the first move. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Lu Sheng's encouragement did not work. "Don't be afraid to die. Die once, and I'll compensate you $10,000. 10,000 for one death." Lu Sheng really spared no expense. Now, the crowd no longer hesitated and began to try to throw skills at Ding Chen. Ding Chen could only activate the shield. The lame man was not so lucky, turning into a white light again and appearing next to Ding Chen. Just like before, Ding Chen used the shield to kill the players who respawned next to him. Ding Chen could die, but they had to pay the price. After Ding Chen's shield burst this time, he had no means of recovery. Just when Lu Sheng thought he could finally kill Ding Chen, a crane's cry echoed through the square of Sunset City. Screech! Suddenly, all the players present, thousands of players in the square of Sunset City, were stunned by this crane's cry. Ding Chen turned to look at the sound. Wu Ma, General Yun Ha, only saw the Cloud Crane General standing with his hands behind his back on the back of the Inkless, with a dozen immortal cranes flying to the sky above the Sunset City. Ding Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, is this his home field? When the players woke up from their dizziness, they didn't know what had happened, especially those who were just watching the excitement. What was that just now? How come I was also dizzy? Me too. Me too. Look, it's the big bird of the mortal. So many. What is that thing? Did it directly stun thousands of us? Who are the people on the big bird's back? Is he the mortal who came to be surrounded? 2 eggs under the eyelashes. Only know how to vent but not to see, right? Isn't it written on the top? Sunset City General, Cloud Crane. General? Isn't this kind of thing usually handled by the law enforcement department? What is this general doing here? No, could it be coming specifically to rescue mortals? Lu Shang looked at the Cloud Crane General in the sky and was also puzzled. He asked the player next to him softly, if players fight, will the NPCs intervene? The person next to him replied, generally not, only if reported. NPCs from the law enforcement department will intervene. Lu Shang asked cautiously again, in our situation, if reported, what kind of punishment will there be? We have many recordings of him killing us. In this situation there won't be any punishment, even if we kill him to level 1. The plot is very bad. At most they will lock us up for a day. Whether it was at Huateng's place or in the Sunset City Square, Ding Chen did kill many people. So this kind of law enforcement was not managed. Hearing this, Lu Shang finally relaxed. What? This NPC Cloud Crane General could still be specifically here to rescue Ding Chen. Lu Shang would never believe it. Don't mind him. Keep attacking. Lu Shang treated the Cloud Crane as just here to watch the excitement, ignored the existence of the Cloud Crane, and ordered these people to continue attacking Ding Chen. Just then, the Cloud Crane General in the sky shouted sternly, how dare you? This voice was like thunder on a sunny day, like a thunderous explosion in the sky. Immediately, everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to move a muscle. The Cloud Crane raised one hand, and a huge magic array appeared in the sky. Green light flickered, and in the center of the magic array, the shape of a cloud crane appeared. This magic array was tens of times larger than Ding Chen's falling spirit stone, covering the entire Sunset City Square. The powerful energy suppression made everyone present unable to move. This couldn't be considered a skill. It was a kind of energy suppression by the strong against the weak. After players reach level 50 and undergo the second transfer, they will awaken the ability to suppress. It is a means of suppressing the target with one's main attribute, although it does not cause damage. But for targets with a huge difference in strength, it will have a restricting effect on their actions. At this moment, the Cloud Crane suppressed all the players present, making them unable to move. This effect had no time limit. As long as the Cloud Crane didn't let go, this suppression effect would continue to exist, and it wouldn't be removed by skills that remove restrictions. The Cloud Crane asked Ding Chen, mortal brother, have they ever killed you? Ding Chen replied, I've embarrassed General Cloud Crane. I was surrounded and killed once. Ding Chen felt a little ashamed. As the deputy of Cloud Crane, being killed by these people, he felt embarrassed to say it. But Cloud Crane didn't think it was unexpected for Ding Chen to be killed. Faced with so many people, Ding Chen was at the same level as them. If he wasn't killed, then there would be a problem. The meaning of the Cloud Crane General was to restore Ding Chen's lost levels and attributes. After listening to Ding Chen, the Cloud Crane General immediately issued a task to Ding Chen. Ding, Cloud Crane General initiates a task for you, revenge. Task content, complete revenge on the players who just killed you. Task reward, restore the level and attributes lost in the previous death. Ding Chen exclaimed when he finished reading, Dad is here. This task was specially set by Yunha for himself. Before this, no one knew that there would be such a task reward. Restore the attributes and level lost in the recent death. Ding Chen had been brooding over the more than 1000 spell power, but now that it was resolved, he decisively accepted the task. It was time to establish his authority. Mortal brother, with me here, you can freely kill these people. Ding Chen sighed at how ruthless General Yunha was. Although he had not witnessed the strength of other NPCs in Sunset City, few should be above Yunha. Through Yunha's actions, in such a fearless state, even the Lord of Sunset City would have to give Yunha face. Ding Chen was not polite either. He had been truly frustrated just now. These players with control abilities had restricted Ding Chen to the point where he couldn't even release his spiritual awareness, making him feel powerless. That feeling was too uncomfortable. But Ding Chen didn't want innocent players to suffer. He couldn't bring all the other players to his side right now. So he let General Yunha release these people first. General Yunha was not afraid of them running away, so he naturally let go. The players in the entire Sunset City Square immediately caught their breath and regained their ability to move. Wow, is this the strength of a general? What skill is this? This control is too overbearing. Players who were unfamiliar with the basics couldn't understand how an NPC could crush thousands of players. Are players not allowed to turn the tables? Those who understood the suppression effect explained. This is called suppression. Understand? Players can awaken the ability to suppress after level 50. For targets more than 10 levels lower, the ability to suppress can be used. The suppression effect is related to the level, attributes, and the gap between them. We couldn't move just now because of the huge gap in our level and attributes compared to this general. Those players who didn't understand the principle nodded repeatedly, indicating that they had learned something new. The relationship between Yunha and Ding Chen was the topic of discussion for most players. Who is this mortal after all? Could he be an NPC pretending to be a player? Have you seen this person in real life? Do you even know what you're talking about? What do you mean by an NPC pretending to be a player? Exactly. It's either an NPC or a player. What's with the pretending? And Lu Shang no longer had any arrogant capital, as long as Yunha was present. Not to mention teaching Ding Chen a lesson. Even a slightly unruly move might result in being killed on the spot. He had already made up his mind. Regardless of whether it was Lin Shiyu or not, he just wanted to stand with Ding Chen now. He didn't want to be a brainless villain. Even a terrifying general like Yunha could come to help him. If he still opposed Ding Chen, then his brain must have been eaten by zombies. But before he could speak, Ding Chen summoned a crane to take himself to midair. Then he shouted, "All innocent players, move away from these people to avoid harming the innocent. I, a mortal, want these people to know what the consequences are of opposing me." After Ding Chen finished speaking, the players watching the commotion quickly retreated. Without giving Lu Shang's people a chance to escape in the chaos, a huge open space appeared. Lu Shang's people were isolated in the center of the crowd. Ding Chen looked down at Lu Shang and the players he had called. "Remember, when you see me, Ding Chen, in Tianxiu, bow your heads and behave." With that, the stone sword in his hand was half raised into the air. A huge spirit stone appeared in the air. What is this? Is this from the mortal, or from that general? I now understand why it takes so many people to kill a mortal. Damn! I saw this thing when I was grinding monsters in the morning. I thought it was a meteor in the sky. It turns out to be a mortal skill. Oh my goodness. Ding Chen had been interrupted in casting spells just now. The only ones who had seen this skill were Lu Shang and the dozens of players around him. Most of the other players didn't know if Ding Chen had any skills left to use. Watching the blue energy sphere with a diameter of over 10 meters condense in midair, these players were all stunned. This skill was no less impactful than the formation revealed by Yunha. Even Yunha beside Ding Chen was very surprised. With his broad knowledge, he could identify which skill this falling spirit stone belonged to. He had never seen a skill reach such a large scale before. He was very pleased that the blue star little brother he casually found was the right choice. As the spirit stone thundered down, Lu Shang, along with the players he had brought to besiege Ding Chen, all turned into a white light and dissipated. Then they gathered densely back at the spawn point. Ding! You have completed the revenge mission of General Yunha. The level and attributes lost in the previous death have been restored. Ding Chen glanced at his attributes and saw that they had returned to their previous values, reducing much of his resentment. Among the dense crowd of people, Lu Shang squeezed out and shouted towards Ding Chen, Brother Fan, I surrender. These are all outstanding players from Manhwa City. Please spare them in the future for the sake of contributing to Manhwa City. We are completely surrendered." At this time, several groups of people were rushing here from outside. After Lu Shang finished speaking, the other players he brought with him also shouted in chaos, Brother Fan, we all surrender. Lu Shang's words hit the nail on the head. Divided by IP address, most of these players were from Lanhua City. They would all have to contribute in future city competitions. Although Ding Chen sought revenge, he was not a bloodthirsty person. Since the anger had subsided and they sincerely surrendered, keeping them around would also benefit him in the future. In a sense, these people would be considered his own in the future. As for Lu Shang, after this incident, he would see how sincere he was before making a decision. Just when Ding Chen thought the matter was over, he suddenly saw many players rushing towards this place in midair. A group of players with the prefix Lanli on their names, as well as a group of players with the same Lanhua school emblem on their heads, were coming. In addition, a large number of NPC warriors were running towards this place. Lu Shang and the others who had been killed once were now gathered in a small group. Soon, the Lanli people took the lead in squeezing into the crowd. Make way! Make way! Brother, don't be afraid. I'm here. Brothers and sisters, let's take them down. The Lanli sword god took the lead and greeted Ding Chen in midair before letting the Lanli players behind him attack Lu Shang and his group. Lu Sheng's people were too scared to resist now. They didn't expect Ding Chen to spare them, only to be inexplicably attacked by so many Lanli players. Brother Sword, something seems off. Why aren't they fighting back? After fighting for a while and realizing that Lu Sheng's group didn't resist at all, someone reminded the Lanli Sword God. Upon hearing this, the Lanli Sword God also felt something was amiss. He ordered the Lanli players to stop first. However, a few unlucky peripheral players from Lu Sheng's group were killed again. Brother, what's going on? The Lanli Sword God asked Ding Chen in mid-air. Ding Chen did not expect this Lanli Junior Sword God to bring people to help him out of the predicament. As for the matter of the novice village, he just treated it as a passing remark, but he didn't expect Lanli Ziojianshan to take it so seriously. Ding Chen also warmly replied, Brother, for such a big matter, you dared to bring people from your school's guild. You are really considerate. Lanli Jianshan replied, Brother, you encounter trouble. You have to resolve everything before saying anything else. Ding Chen told him that the trouble had already been resolved. Just as he finished speaking, another group of people rushed in. At the forefront were He Wu Ye Wanqing, Nai Cha, and the three of them. As soon as Lu Sheng saw them, He Wu became angry. Lu Sheng, you and your brothers, come at me. Hey! Yan Wanqing understood that Lu Shan was already under Ding Chen's control at this time, and the situation was no longer one where Ding Chen was being bullied. She and Ding Chen both tried to stop them, but they couldn't stop Lan Hua and the others. The players of Lan Hua had deep feelings for Ding Chen, the vice president. Ever since the guild competition ended, Ding Chen had already gained a large number of fans. When they heard that Ding Chen was being bullied, they couldn't bear it. After He Wu finished shouting, she immediately rushed forward with her group. Lu Sheng helplessly glanced at Ding Chen and could only let He Wu and the others refresh his level again. It's fine this way. As long as it calmed Ding Chen down, let him die a few more times. This scene made other players laugh. Lu Sheng was really pitiful. However, Ding Chen's position in their hearts was constantly rising. Even without this NPC general, the players of Lan Hua and Lanli, at this moment, numbered in the hundreds. Their strength was completely above Lu Sheng and the others. In the Sunset City, Ding Chen now had absolute authority. This was shocking enough. But when the 3,000 Jinjia Yunha army appeared in the square in a grand manner, surrounding these people, the real shock was yet to come. Greetings, General Yunha. The 3,000 Jinjia Yunha army shouted in unison. General Yunha directly mobilized 3,000 combat troops to support Ding Chen. What kind of concept was this? Oh my god. I have never seen so many soldiers in the entire Sunset City. Attention! It's common knowledge that these are not simple city guards, but combat troops. Their combat power is far above ordinary city guards. If you didn't know, you would think Sunset City was under attack. 3,000 combat troops coming back to support a level 21 player. I don't know how to be shocked anymore. This wasn't the end. The next scene was the moment that made all players drop their jaws. The soldiers of the 3,000 Jinjia Yunha army then shouted in unison, Greetings, General Mortal. The deputy general was just a title. The soldiers naturally couldn't call Ding Chen a deputy general, so they had to address him as a general. This really stunned all the players. What concept was this? These soldiers of the 3,000 Jinjia Yunha army might not have been called by General Yunha. They might have been called by Ding Chen. Since they called Ding Chen a general, Ding Chen had the qualification to mobilize this group of troops. Brothers, it seems like I have found my place. I wonder if the mortal boss likes men. Mortal, general? My brain is a bit fried. Brother, you understand a lot. Can you enlighten me on when a player can be called a general by combat troops? Above the 10th rank. What is the 10th rank? Just tell me how many reputation points you have now? 20 with 50 reputation points. Can you understand? You can be a lackey in the city guard. It's not easy to become a soldier. Do you see that group of soldiers in golden armor? You may not know how long you have to struggle to have a chance to become one. And they don't even have a rank. The lowest rank is the 12th rank. Level 10. You can understand it yourself. In fact, Ding Chen is at level 9. But this player has a good grasp of common sense in training mode. To be called a general, it is indeed a rank above level 10. After listening to this player's explanation, the way people looked at Ding Chen had changed. From today on, there will be a new guy in Sunset City, and he is the only and true guy. That is Fan Gu. This is not all of Ding Chen's power. It's just that there is no way to inform the Stone Spirit Mountain outside the city. Otherwise, A stone army would have to come to rescue Ding Chen. Just a few days into the game, Ding Chen already felt a bit invincible. Just then, a thunder suddenly sounded from the sky. Crack! A black lightning appeared from the sky. What is this again? Can mortal bosses still have something up their sleeves? Ding Chen could be sure that this thing had absolutely nothing to do with him. And the Yunha beside Ding Chen saw the situation. Not good. The forces of the Demon Clan have invaded. Demon Clan forces? Related to the previous divine beasts? Today, everyone's friendship, Fanrun, will remember. Thank you all for coming to help me today. If you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to come find me. Let me handle the rest myself. If you have nothing else to do, go eat and level up quickly. After dispersing most of the players, Ding Chen asked Yunha about the matter of the Demon Clan. General Yunha recounted, in ancient times, the Demon Clan ran rampant on the Tianshu continent. They were bloodthirsty and brutal, and sought to assimilate the entire continent. Later, the human race, stone race, dragon race, and elf race united to repel the Demon Clan and drive them into the Demon Abyss. The Demon Abyss is where you saw the black lightning just now. The Demon Abyss was sealed by the saints of the four races, and not long ago, the warriors guarding the Demon Abyss found that the seal had loosened. In order to deal with the Demon Clan's invasion again, and to gain more power, the Blue Star entrance was opened a few days ago. Please join the Blue Star players to deal with the Demon Clan's return to the Tianshu continent. After listening, Ding Chen understood that the final boss of the game was this so-called Demon Clan, and the meaning of their arrival from the Blue Star was to defeat the Demon Clan. According to General Yunha, the divine beasts should not have reached near Sunset City so quickly. The Demon Abyss is very far from here. Ding Chen expressed his doubts, but we encountered Demon Clan warriors and divine beasts near Sunset City. Have they already arrived around Sunset City so quickly? General Yunha shook his head. The divine beasts you defeated were just tainted with a trace of residual demon aura on the continent, which is very common on the continent. Their strength is far inferior to the Demon Clan. The Black Thunder just now indicated that one layer of the seal formation of the Demon Clan has just been broken. When all three layers of the formation are broken, the Demon Clan can come out of the Demon Abyss. At that time, the Tianshu continent will face a catastrophe again. We don't have much time left. Just being tainted with a trace of residual demon aura can reach the strength of divine beasts. What are the true attributes of the Demon Clan? And do these Blue Star players have a chance to fight against them now? General Yunha, thank you for saving me today. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have become a useless person by now. Oh, you're too polite. How could I tolerate my friend being bullied by others? Ding Chen replied with a fist salute. Let's not say more. I'll play landlord with you this afternoon. Yunha laughed heartily. That's great, but now we have trouble to deal with. We must spend our time enhancing our strength. Leisurely days are gone. After repelling the Demon Clan, I can spend my days playing landlord leisurely again. I'll go back and tidy up. I might have to leave Sunset City for a while and go to the Demon Abyss to see the situation. In the future, if you encounter any trouble in Sunset City, you can directly go to the Lord's Mansion to find the Lord of Sunset City. Please take good care of yourself. It's clear that you will be a leader among the Blue Star people. After Yunha finished speaking, he called for Hyun, and left with 3,000 golden armored soldiers. General Yunha's words put some pressure on Ding Chen. Originally, he just wanted to play a game, make some money, and be a casual passerby god. Now suddenly being called a leader, he felt an extra burden on his shoulders. He just didn't know if this Demon Clan would have any impact on the Blue Star. From Yunha's words, it can also be heard that they are players. But this Tianshu world is not just a game. Considering the attention of the Blue Star government, this Tianshu world is likely closely related to the real world. After Yunha left, Wuma also returned to Ding Chen's side. Master, you can't blame me for leaving you behind and running away, right? I'm not afraid of death. I just don't want to make meaningless sacrifices. Ding Chen put it back into the mount space and replied, I'm not stupid. I can see that you always make the right decisions. Ding Chen was very reassured by this immortal crane. In dangerous situations, it always made the right decisions. Woma had already saved Ding Chen twice, including this time. Most players had already left one after another. The only ones left were Lu Shang and his group, as well as Lan Lijianshan, He Wu, and the cripple who were more friendly with Ding Chen. There were also a few passerby players standing not far away, who had not left yet, but Ding Chen didn't pay them any attention. Without Ding Chen's permission, Lu Sheng dared not leave. If there was no conclusion to today's matter, both sides would still be in a hostile state when they met again. When Ding Chen landed from mid-air, Lu Sheng walked up to him first. He no longer had the condescending attitude he had before, but politely said to Ding Chen, "Fang Ge, I sincerely apologize to you and hope you can forgive me. To be honest, I have admired your gaming skills since the competition at school. It's just that because of what I did before, thinking that we could never stand on the same side, I had to suppress you. I have figured things out today. It's not worth it to quarrel with you over a Lin Xia. I'm sorry about Lin Xia. I hope you can overlook the past, and feel free to ask me for help in the future. I won't say no, including Lin Xia. Although your strength in the game is far from yours, you know that I have some money, and you might find it useful." Regardless of whether Lu Sheng's words were pleasant to hear, it was clear that he was very sincere. As for Lin Xia, Ding Chen had to thank him. If it weren't for Lu Sheng, Ding Chen might still be under Lin Xia's influence. What game god? What Fang Ge? He probably wouldn't even have a super god-level talent. Ding Chen replied nonchalantly, "You don't have to act like Lu Xiao. I still prefer your original unruly self." Ding Chen wasn't teasing him, he was speaking the truth. He didn't like men flattering him, and being a rich young man meant acting like one. Being friends with Ding Chen in this way made him feel respected. However, this statement left Lu Sheng stunned. "Ha?" Ding Chen repeated with a smile. "I said, I prefer your original unruly self. Adjust it." After listening, Lu Sheng straightened up, adjusted his posture, and tried to say, 5 million, make me your big brother. Saying the most arrogant words in the most admiring tone, he made everyone present burst into laughter. I didn't expect that Lu Sheng is not only flexible but also quite humorous. Ding Chen smiled and made an okay gesture to him. Lu Sheng finally felt relieved. Then he tentatively asked, "What about Lin Shiryao?" Ding Chen's expression turned serious again when he heard this. "You stay." After Lu Sheng understood, he turned back and shouted to his younger brother, "Call Brother Fan, Brother Fan." Only then did Lu Sheng feel at ease to lead them offline. Lin Shiryao had just finished bathing at this time, thinking about going online later to watch Ding Chen's performance. If she knew the situation, she wouldn't know how she would feel. After Lu Sheng left, Ding Chen first went over and patted Lan Lijianshan's arm, saying, "Good job, you are quite thoughtful." Lan Lijianshan touched the back of his head and replied awkwardly, "I didn't help much, I almost caused trouble for you." He felt a bit embarrassed for impulsively killing those who surrendered earlier, but what's done is done. This just shows that he was really anxious and had urgent matters to attend to. Moreover, killing those people again didn't hurt. Ding Chen then asked He Wu and the others, "Why are you all here too? Weren't you supposed to go offline for dinner?" Ding Chen had seen the three of them going offline to eat just now. He didn't expect them to come back so soon. He Wu replied, "With all the commotion you caused, can you still eat peacefully? The food has just been ordered, and we heard that the vice president of Manhwa was being ambushed and killed at the resurrection point. But I didn't expect their power to be so strong. They didn't even need us at all." While they were talking, Lan Lijianshan suddenly exclaimed, "Bro, are you all from Lanhua University?" Lanhua University and Lanhua Institute of Technology were adjacent, separated by a road. Although Ding Chen and the others knew that Lan Lijianshan was from the neighboring university, Lan Lijianshan didn't know that they were from Lanhua University. The symbol representing their identity on their heads could only be seen by players from the same unit. Now, listening to their conversation, Lan Lijianshan realized how close they were, so they agreed to have lunch together at noon today. But Ding Chen felt it was too rushed to go out now. They planned to go out for dinner together in the evening, and Ding Chen would treat them. It was a good opportunity to have some drinks, and He Wu didn't plan to come back at night, so they agreed to meet at the gate of Lanhua University at 7 p.m., and then went offline to have dinner. He Wu and the others were now in the cafeteria. After entering the game, their bodies were intangible and couldn't be selected. Otherwise, the three of them would have been taken advantage of. Ding Chen and the lame stayed behind to continue managing the rental shops. They didn't expect such a big accident to happen in the middle. The lame was already overjoyed. He was glad he came back to help Ding Chen. Otherwise, knowing how powerful Ding Chen's background was, he would regret it. The lame no longer had to worry about being bullied, as no one could bully him when he was with Ding Chen. As the two were leaving, Ding Chen took another look at the players who had been standing not far away. Only one person was left standing there now. Ding Chen deliberately took another look, and suddenly felt that this person was so familiar. Ding Pang? It was none other than Ding Pang, his high school buddy. Ding Chen had been thinking of contacting him after going offline today, to form a guild again and recruit some talented individuals he had encountered. He wasn't sure if Ding Pang was in the same deputy city as him before, but now he was sure. After seeing Ding Pang clearly, Ding Chen excitedly walked over and shouted, "Why didn't you say anything? I thought everyone had left, and there was no excitement to watch. Who has been standing here all this time? I didn't expect it was you." Ding Pang smiled and replied, "When you were beaten just now, you didn't recognize who it was and didn't go over to help. Now that your trouble is resolved, you've become the hero of the entire Sunset City. I came over to find you now, not because I'm afraid you'll think too much." Ding Chen didn't like to hear this. He raised his chin. "What do you mean? What else can I think? Back in high school, when I was scolded by the class teacher, you dared to be angry with the class teacher. In that situation, you should know that I was surrounded. Could you not rush over?" Ding Chen trusted Ding Pang. Since he met Ding Pang, he had always been very fat. When he caused trouble in high school and was bullied, it was Ding Pang who supported him. The time Ding Chen was unreasonably scolded by the class teacher, Ding Chen directly confronted the class teacher, and even the class teacher had to be wary of Ding Pang. After that incident, the class teacher deliberately targeted Ding Pang in everything, but when it comes to this matter, Ding Pang has never regretted it. He always felt that if he had known he wouldn't go to high school later, he should have beaten up that class teacher that time. Coincidentally, Ding Chen told Ding Pang about his plan to create a new guild. "Me? Can I do it? After seeing what you showed me today, I almost wanted to quit the game." Ding Chen covered his face. His performance was indeed beyond comparison, greatly impacting his confidence. However, Ding Chen was unique, and so far, no second player as abnormal as Ding Chen had been found. At least in Sunset City, that was the case. "I'm asking you to manage the guild for me, not to be my guild leader. There's nothing you can't handle. Stop making excuses. It's settled. Let's go. We'll go to the management office to rent a shop, and register a guild while we're at it, and choose a location for the guild to rent together." After speaking, the three of them headed towards the management office. On the way, Ding Chen introduced the cripple to Ding Pang. This counted as the second new member of the guild. He would also be the god of wealth in the guild in the future, the main source of funds. After the cripple's shop stabilized, Ding Chen introduced Lan Hua, Lan Li, and the new players of the newly established guild to the cripple's shop to sell and buy equipment. In no time, the three arrived at the management office. Ding Pang went to the guild registration office to create the guild. Ding Chen and the cripple started to select a good location. "Can we choose this shop?" Ding Chen immediately noticed a very large shop location in the center of Sunset City. It was located in the center of Sunset City, adjacent to the square, the city defense area, and the most prosperous shopping area. They had all noticed this shop. It had a large area and several floors, looking very grand from the outside. At that time, Ding Chen was puzzled why such a good place had no merchants settled in it. The staff replied, "The rental price of this shop is very high. It is the most expensive shop in our Sunset City. It is also a landmark building in our Sunset City, called Sunset Tower. Every time the sun sets, the last ray of sunset in Sunset City will appear on this building." Ding Chen asked, "Expensive? How expensive is it?" The staff replied, "1 gold coin." Ding Chen thought it was expensive, but dared to call it expensive for just 1 gold coin? Then there were no rich people in Sunset City, Ding Chen thought, and the staff continued, 1 gold coin, per day. 1 day? Damn! Ding Chen and the cripple widened their eyes at the same time. Calculating by the day was too terrifying. 1 gold coin a day. How much would they have to sell every day to earn back the rent money? "Boss, I think we should forget it. Let's look at something else. I don't know how long it will take me to earn back this rent money." This statement was wrong. In the newbie village, he earned several gold coins in less than a week. This was a secondary city, where you could only earn more, not less. "I want this place." "Not yet." Ding Chen immediately took out 10 gold coins and handed them over, but the staff did not accept. She shook her head and said, "Money alone is not enough. Grass, trying to rent a better shop, is it so difficult? 1 gold coin a day. Such an exaggerated rent. Surprisingly, money alone is not enough. There are other conditions." Ding Chen was getting impatient and asked, "What other conditions?" Explain it all at once. The staff member, seeing Ding Chen's annoyance, hurriedly reassured her. Please don't be angry. This may not necessarily be a bad thing for you. Oh, tell me about it. The staff member explained in detail. The owner of this Kanyang Tower is a descendant who built this Kanyang Tower, which belongs to her personally. If you can get her approval, you may pay less rent. Ding Chen asked again. Where is this owner of the tower now? The staff member, with a hint of regret, said. The owner of Kanyang Tower went to the treasure road a few days ago to collect treasures and has not returned yet. Just then, Ding Chen suddenly received a system reminder. Ding, a copy mission is triggered. Find the owner of Kanyang Tower on the treasure road. Ding Chen hurriedly asked. Where is this treasure road? The staff member replied. Only the owner of Kanyang Tower knows the specific location of the treasure road. I only heard the owner of Kanyang Tower mention this place. I only know that there are many treasures and materials on the treasure road, and the owner of Kanyang Tower will go there from time to search for treasures. Then she will come back and hold a treasure auction at Kanyang Tower. But this time she has been away for a long time. I don't know if she has encountered any danger. Ding Chen became interested as soon as she heard this. The treasure road is full of treasures, and anyone would be unable to resist going. However, there is no information about the treasure road. In such a large area as Sunset City, how can they find it? At this time, the staff member gave Ding Chen a suggestion, since only the owner of Kanyang Tower knows the location of the treasure road. I think, madam, you should go to Kanyang Tower to see if you can find any clues. This is the only clue, and Ding Chen can only go to Kanyang Tower first. At the entrance, she met Ding Pang who had just returned. Have you rented a place? Ding Chen shook her head and said, to rent a shop, we have to complete a copy mission first. What? Isn't having money enough to rent a house? I see many shops rented by us players. Ding Chen replied. What you're talking about are ordinary shops. What we want to rent is different. Ding Pang asked. Oh, where are we renting? Can we rent in the City Defense District? What's the City Defense District? Besides, even if it's the City Defense District, all you need is a title. With Ding Chen's current status, renting in the City Defense District is no different from renting an ordinary shop. Ding Chen no longer beat around the bush and replied. What we want to rent is the most central, tallest, and most iconic building in Sunset City, Kanyang Tower. Ding Pang immediately knew where Ding Chen was talking about. Although not all players can call it by its name, once you enter Sunset City and mention the tallest and most iconic building, everyone will think of that high tower. So it's called Kanyang Tower. Can this place be rented? Ding Chen is not sure yet. Whether we can rent it or not depends on whether we can complete this copy mission. The cripple on the side had no say in the matter. He just listened to Ding Chen. If it were him, he could easily handle any small shop. But Ding Chen wants to rent Kanyang Tower, so he can't say a word of objection. Soon, the three of them arrived near Kanyang Tower. In most parts of Sunset City, you can see the spire of Kanyang Tower when you look up. Kanyang Tower is a high tower-style building, towering dozens of meters high, the unparalleled beauty of Sunset City. Although the staff mentioned that the Sunset Tower often opens for auctions, Ding Chen and the others have not seen it in the 2 days they have been in Sunset City. The reason may be related to the disappearance of the owner of this Sunset Tower in recent days. Ding Chen told them about the clues of the task, the main issue being how to find the location of the scattered treasure road. The three of them wandered around the Sunset Tower for half a day, but they couldn't figure out the connection with the scattered treasure road. Do we have to rent this place? Let's just find a place randomly for now. We can't see any clues for the time being. Maybe when the owner of this Sunset Tower returns in a few days, we can come back and rent from her. Ding Pang was really puzzled. No matter how much time he spent, he couldn't find an entrance to a copy based solely on this Sunset Tower. But now Ding Chen's problem is not just about renting the Sunset Tower. Since the staff told Ding Chen that the scattered treasure road is full of treasures everywhere, he has already set his mind on the scattered treasure road. Even if he doesn't rent the Sunset Tower, he still has to go and take a look at the scattered treasure road. I'm quite familiar with the structure of the Sunset Tower. Let's leave it at that for now. Log off for a meal, and come back in the afternoon. If we can't find any clues, we'll come back tomorrow to rent somewhere else. Besides this Sunset Tower, everything else is a piece of cake. The three of them logged off together. As soon as they logged off, they heard Wang Gaoshui in the dormitory telling the story of Ding Chen's heroic deeds. You guys didn't see it. The tens of thousands of troops in Sunset City were shouting General Fan directly at our brother Fan. Oh my god, you can't imagine how spectacular that scene was. Ahem. 3000. Wang Gaoshui and Yi Wenqing logged off together, but after seeing that Ding Chen was fine, Wang Gaoshui didn't show up to chat with Ding Chen. The other two roommates went out to play pool at noon and had just returned to the dormitory. They didn't expect to miss such a spectacular scene. Wang Gaoshui heard Ding Chen's voice and awkwardly turned around and smiled. He, brother Fan logged off. 3000? I thought at the time that it was quite a lot. Hurry up, brother Fan. I just ordered takeout for 2 people. I have to butter you up. From now on in Tianshu, I can rely on brother Fan to cover for me. Another roommate hurriedly said, Brother Fan, I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. I'll cover for you too. The last roommate shouted at this time. Since you all can't let go of your dignity, then I won't be polite. In the name of my foster father, please accept me as your foster son. Why bother with all this? Although he hadn't called out foster father before, Ding Chen had long considered them as foster sons in his heart. Ding Chen sat down, opened his phone, and received a friend request. The verification message read, I am Lu Shang. Treat me as your big brother with 5 million. When Lu Shang just logged off, he asked Lin Shi for Ding Chen's phone number and WeChat. Lin Shi mostly stayed at school. Although Lu Shang had his own villa, he only occasionally let Lin Shi come over because he felt that being together every day would be less fun. Lin Shi had just come out of the dormitory bathroom and saw several missed calls from Lu Shang on her phone. She thought Lu Shang was eager to tell her that Ding Chen had become a loser again. When Lin Shi called Lu Shang, she asked straight away, Are you going to tell me that Ding Chen has turned back into a loser? Unexpectedly, Lu Shang immediately got angry and scolded. Who do you think you are to call brother Fan a loser? From now on, when you see him, remember to bow your head and call him brother Fan. If you dare to call him a loser again, I'll make you a loser. Got it? With a barrage of scolding, Lin Shi was left bewildered. Then he told Lin Xia to send Ding Chen's contact information over, and then hung up the phone. Lin Xia was a bit dazed at the time. Was it Lu Shang on the other end of the phone just now? Although her tone and attitude towards herself did not change, there was indeed a 180-degree change in attitude towards Ding Chen. Calling Ding Chen brother Chen? Could this be said by Lu Shang? Just then, someone returned to Lin Xia's dormitory after eating, and as soon as they entered, they told Lin Xia, Xia, it's over. Your ex-husband has now become the top guy in Sunset City. What? Lin Xia's eyes went black, and she was about to lie back. Fortunately, her roommate quickly helped her lie down on the bed. This news was like a bolt from the blue for her. Not only did things sour with Ding Chen, but the key point was that even Lu Shang was now siding with Ding Chen. Where would Lin Xia have a good time? Xia, don't get too worked up. This may not necessarily be a bad thing. Just based on his previous feelings for you, if you make a little effort, you can definitely win back his heart. By then, we can all bask in your glory. Her roommate had seen how Ding Chen treated Lin Xia before, just coming to the dorm to bring Lin Xia breakfast in the morning, risking being reported by the dorm aunt. Who knows how many times he did it. Every time Lin Xia got angry, Ding Chen would call to apologize in a low voice, and Lin Xia would always be outside the dorm. So they all agreed that as long as Lin Xia said a word, Ding Chen would fall for her again. But Lin Xia knew in her heart that the current Ding Chen was completely different from before. It was simply impossible to win back Ding Chen. She could no longer see any trace of love in Ding Chen's eyes. At that moment, she suddenly remembered her conversation with Ding Chen last time. She had asked Ding Chen if he would accept her back if she returned. At that time, Ding Chen had said, Who are you referring to? Lin Xia didn't understand what Ding Chen meant at the time. But now, she seemed to have some understanding. On the other side, Ding Chen accepted a friend request from Lu Shang. Without any unnecessary words, Lu Shang immediately asked for Ding Chen's bank account number. He said it was considered compensation for Ding Chen. No problem. Logically, he should indeed give Ding Chen some compensation. Ding Chen was also not polite and directly sent his bank account number. Soon, a text message confirming the transfer of 5 million yuan was sent to Ding Chen's phone. Lu Shang then sent a message saying, In the future, if there is a need for Big Brother in Tianshu, additional payment is required. I just hope Brother Chen can let go of the past and not dwell on it. There was a sentence that showed Lu Shang's sincerity. As for Lin Xia, if Brother Chen wants to have fun, just say the word and I'll send him over to accompany you. Alright, This way, the past between the two can be written off. Ding Chen will have a dance partner tonight, and maybe in the future. When he logged back in the afternoon, it was already past 3 o'clock. Ding Chen took He Wu and the others to brush some monsters outside Sunset City. Tomorrow morning, Ding Chen would have to participate in the Stone Clan's assessment, trying to brush up on some talents to increase his magic attribute. The larger the spirit stone, the more advantage he would have during the assessment. Outside Sunset City, he couldn't find a group of monsters as dense as when he fought the demon bull and horse that day. It was not like the newbie village, where, except for special circumstances, most monsters were not so densely packed, so the talent improvement was not very fast. By late afternoon, Ding Chen had only killed a few hundred monsters and leveled up. Coupled with the talent triggered by the players killed by Lu Shang in Sunset City, his magic attribute had just reached 10,000 points. At this point, the radius of the Spirit Stone meteor skill had reached 12 yards. This was 3 yards larger than the radius of the Spirit Stone displayed on Spirit Stone Mountain last time. The speed of this growth surprised both Ju Faling and Zhu Linghan, and it should be enough to deal with tomorrow's blue ribbon assessment. I just don't know how much change this blue ribbon will bring to Ding Chen's professional attributes. It was already evening at 6 o'clock in Tianshu, and the sky began to darken. Since a few people had agreed to have dinner with Lan Lijianshan in the evening, they could almost log off. Ding Chen called out Wuma and flew towards Sunset City with the 4 of them. Ding Chen deliberately had Wuma pass by Sanyang Tower. At this time, it was when the last ray of sunset shone on the top of Sanyang Tower. The 3 girls couldn't help but admire. It's worthy of being the #1 tower in Sunset City. It's really beautiful. They 3 certainly didn't know that this tower was called Sanyang Tower, and even less did they know that Ding Chen planned to rent it. Ding Chen said, "I want to rent this Sanyang Tower." Sanyang Tower? This tower is called Sanyang Tower? You want to rent it too? He Wu exclaimed, and only when Ding Chen said it did it not sound like a casual remark. What Nai Cha was more concerned about was whether Ding Chen could afford to rent it. "Brother, how much does it cost to rent this? Do you have enough money? If not, I have some here. Anyway, I have nowhere to spend it." Nai Cha handed her only 2 gold coins to Ding Chen as she spoke. Ding Chen quickly asked her to take it back. "Keep it to buy a nice hairpin. I have plenty of money." He was not only referring to Tianshu now, but also in real life. He could now be considered a wealthy man. Ding Chen is a child from the countryside. If his family knew that he had amassed 5 million yuan before graduating from university, it would definitely spread throughout the village. I wonder how many matchmakers would go to his house at that time. Just as Wuma was wandering around Sanyang Tower with them, Ding Chen noticed a ray of sunset reflecting off a piece of jade on the top of the tower. This light was very subtle. It could only be seen from a specific angle. Ding Chen followed this reflected light and looked into the distance. The light eventually fell between 2 peaks outside Sunset City. Ding Chen looked at that place. Although he couldn't see the actual situation clearly, he could probably imagine that it was a path squeezed between 2 peaks. Sanbao Road. Its structure was very much like a mountain road. Ding Chen suddenly realized that the Sanbao Road he was looking for was very likely to be in that place. "Log off. I'll treat you to a big meal today." Ding Chen suddenly felt very happy, finally knowing the whereabouts of Sanbao Road. The treasure, Sanyang Tower, now all in place. What are you thinking? Why are you suddenly so happy? Just now Ding Chen looked like he had something on his mind, but suddenly he shouted happily to treat everyone to a big meal. Everyone couldn't understand what Ding Chen had seen that caused such a big change. Ding Chen didn't explain either, urging everyone to log off quickly. "Hurry up with your makeup, we'll meet at the school gate in half an hour." Wuma put everyone on the ground, and Ding Chen quickly logged off. Ding Chen took a shower, changed his clothes, and went to the school gate early to wait. He didn't have Lan Lijianshan's contact information offline, fearing that He Wu and the others would take too long to do their makeup, leaving Lan Lijianshan waiting for too long. "Vice President, hello, can I have your contact information?" "Fan Gu, you look even more handsome in real life than in the game." "Fan Gu, can we take a photo together? Can we make a heart shape? Thank you. Fan Gu, you're so handsome." Ding Chen stood at the school gate. Students coming in and out of the school came over to greet Ding Chen. Some even asked for contact information to take a photo together. Who is this? Is he a newly rising fresh meat? Or an internet celebrity? Of course, there were also passers-by who didn't recognize Ding Chen passing by the school gate. Watching Ding Chen being surrounded by a large group of students asking for photos, One would think Ding Chen is some big celebrity or internet sensation. Immediately, someone introduced them, ordinary person. Brother fan. The top one in Tianshu. This title of being the top one in Tianshu was too big. Even Ding Chen himself didn't dare to accept it. After all, with the government's encouragement, there were too many players in Tianshu. In Longhua alone, there were over 100 million players. Among them, there might be several players with super god-level talents. It's just that they haven't encountered them yet. But it can't be guaranteed that there are no players stronger than Ding Chen. With so many people surrounding Ding Chen, he didn't even have time to look at his phone. When the crowd dispersed, Ding Chen quickly put on a mask. Being too famous also had its own troubles. Ding Chen checked his phone and saw that He Wu had called several times. Just as Ding Chen was about to call back, he saw He Wu and her two friends approaching from a distance. Ding Chen, why didn't you answer the phone? Why did you put on a mask again? Ding Chen's name was not unfamiliar at Lanhua University now. With her shout, the students who were unsure whether the masked person was Ding Chen or not became certain. Ding Chen didn't need to answer He Wu's question. Two girls even rushed to Ding Chen before He Wu and her friends. Brother fan? You are brother fan, right? We heard from classmates that you were at the school gate, so we came specially to take a photo with you. Can we, please? We really like you. Ding Chen looked at He Wu, helplessly pursed his lips. Now he knew why he had to wear a mask, right? He took off the mask for the photo. Now, more and more fans came one after another. He Wu and her friends could only wait on the side for over 10 minutes. Holding a cup of milk tea under her chin, she pondered, don't we all have a photo with my brother? Should we also go over and ask for one? When Ding Chen put on the mask again, he was already thinking of going back to rest. He never thought being a celebrity would be so tiring. Don, big star? Ding Chen didn't want to stay here for another moment and urged, let's go. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll be stuck here today. But suddenly, he realized that Lan Lijianshan hadn't come yet. If he came, being so conspicuous, he couldn't have missed Ding Chen. Oh, right, where's little sword god? Hasn't he come yet? After asking, He Wu replied, I called you 10 times and you didn't answer. I was just about to tell you. As soon as you logged off, he messaged us in the game saying he had something to attend to at home and had to go back today. Lan Lijianshan didn't have Ding Chen's offline contact information. He Wu and her friends logged off a few minutes later than Ding Chen, so Lan Lijianshan couldn't find Ding Chen and could only message He Wu and her friends. Lan Lijianshan felt very sorry and promised to treat Ding Chen and the others to a meal when he returned from home. It's okay, if he's not coming, we'll go eat. When Ding Chen logged off, he had already reserved a place at a music restaurant he had visited with Lin Xia before. Thinking of drinking in the evening, he felt that place had a better atmosphere. Although it cost a bit more, Ding Chen now had millions in hand, so occasional spending at such places was not a big deal. Hello, how many in your party? The host at the restaurant's entrance asked as Ding Chen and his friends approached. Ding Chen politely replied, my surname is Ding. I have reserved a table here. Could you please check? Upon hearing Ding Chen's demeanor and seeing the 3 beautiful women behind him, the host felt Ding Chen was not ordinary. He signaled to the person in charge inside. A waiter in a tie came out and quickly ushered Ding Chen and his friends inside. Mr. Ding, please come in. Follow me. Their private room was on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, with an open window overlooking the music stage downstairs. The lighting was gorgeous, creating a very atmospheric ambience. Ding Chen, it seems like you've been to this kind of place a lot. Yi Wanqing observed attentively, watching Ding Chen's smooth and skilled movements, giving the impression that it wasn't his first time. Ding Chen felt embarrassed by this comment. No, I learned everything from the internet. Ding Chen was telling the truth. The first time he came with Lin Xia, he was afraid of appearing too restrained and being laughed at, so he deliberately watched some videos online before daring to come. With such a great atmosphere, how about a drink? As soon as He Wu sat down, she suggested drinking. When Ding Chen looked at her, she was looking at him with ill intentions. This girl seemed to have come prepared, but Nai Chai hesitated. I've never drunk before. He Wu persuaded. What's the harm? Just try it. If you can't handle it, then don't drink. After He Wu finished speaking, Ding Chen asked the nearby waiter to bring some suitable drinks for the occasion. The waiter, understanding Ding Chen's intention, brought a bottle of wine called Roman Emperor. Ding Chen didn't understand, so he could only hope that the waiter understood his meaning. The waiter poured a little for each person. looking at Ding Chen with envy. Damn. Bro, were you pretending to be broke earlier to test us? Although Nai Cha didn't drink, she knew about alcohol. There were all kinds of alcohol in her house, so when she had nothing to do, she would ask her father about the prices of these drinks. Looking at the bottle in front of them, Nai Cha recognized it at a glance. She couldn't pinpoint the exact price, but it was at least a 5-figure sum. At this moment, Ding Chen had no idea that a bottle of wine could be so expensive. Ding Chen asked in confusion. Huh? What do you mean? Nai Cha leaned over and whispered in Ding Chen's ear. Bro, you do know the price of this wine, right? My dad always has to think twice before drinking it. Hearing this, Ding Chen's heart skipped a beat. He really hadn't asked about the price of this wine, and now that it was already opened, he couldn't back out without losing face. Ding Chen and the waiter exchanged a glance, thinking, is this kid trying to take advantage of me? The waiter politely smiled and responded to Ding Chen. Ding Chen said, you can go for now. I'll call you if needed. After the waiter left, Ding Chen finally asked Nai Cha how much the wine cost. Since everyone present knew each other, Ding Chen didn't need to pretend to be rich. Nai Cha held up 5 fingers. Ding Chen swallowed and guessed. 500? 5,000? Nai Cha firmly replied. 5 figures. Fortunately, it was within Ding Chen's budget. It's fine. We don't drink every day. Let's consider this meal as Lu Sheng treating us. Don't worry about the price. Mentioning Lu Sheng, the 3 of them understood the implication. Such an expensive wine couldn't be wasted. So each person poured a little, and soon the bottle was finished. Even Nai Cha, who didn't drink, had a few sips. After all, it wasn't strong liquor, so most people could handle it. Although everyone didn't drink much, due to not eating much, they felt a bit tipsy. Not satisfied yet, they asked the waiter to bring 2 more bottles. When the meal was almost over, only Ding Chen and He Wu were still conscious. Yi Wanqing and Nai Cha were already lying on the table. Ding Chen and He Wu had something on their minds, deliberately controlling their alcohol intake to avoid getting drunk. Seeing that the other 2 had lost consciousness, He Wu and Ding Chen boldly kissed each other. As Ding Chen kissed her, his hands involuntarily slipped inside He Wu's clothes. Let's go to the hotel. He Wu suddenly felt something and said in a daze. Ding Chen glanced at Nai Cha and Yi Wanqing. What about them? As it is now, and the dormitory aunties are already asleep late at night, it would be too difficult to put them back in the dormitory. Let them be together. He Dance's words made Ding Chen's mind go blank. What does it mean to be together? Not good. He Dance didn't think in that direction. He Dance's idea was to let the 2 of them sleep on the side. He Dance replied, they are already like this. It's okay to sleep on the side. Isn't this more exciting? Ding Chen's head went blank again. He Dance was not thinking of arranging another room for the 2 of them, but wanted them to sleep next to them. Exciting? It's a bit exciting. This He Dance is playing too hard, but Ding Chen likes it very much. Then Ding Chen and He Dance struggled to support the 2 of them back to the hotel and put them by the bed. The hotel was booked by He Dance, and the bed was very large. There was no problem lying down with 4 people. Is this okay? After entering, He Dance turned off the light, but in the darkness, you could still vaguely see Yi Wanqing and Milk Tea lying beside each other. He Dance ignored Ding Chen and directly straddled Ding Chen's legs, then leaned down and kissed Ding Chen. While kissing, He Dance grabbed Ding Chen's hand and placed it on her chest. Soon, Ding Chen was also ignited. Yi Wanqing and Milk Tea beside them only made the 2 more excited. It's a pity that He Dance is not a first-timer, but Ding Chen had anticipated it beforehand and didn't care too much. Compared to inexperience, He Dance's skills made Ding Chen more addicted. Ding Chen directly entrusted himself to He Dance for the first time, and He Dance didn't mind at all. Ding Chen didn't even come out, and then came again. Then he fell asleep heavily. Maybe he was too tired, or maybe it was because of the alcohol. When Ding Chen opened his eyes again, it was already past 10 in the morning. Oh no! The assessment of the Stone Clan. Ding Chen looked at the 3 beauties lying beside him, not knowing when Milk Tea had already draped her arms and legs over him. When Ding Chen fell asleep yesterday, he was still naked. He Dance had put on some clothes at some point, but she was still asleep. Yi Wanqing and Milk Tea had similar sleeping postures, and their skirts had already risen above their waists. They were only wearing safety shorts and had long legs. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ding Chen felt hot all over, with a surge of energy rushing to his head. Calm down, calm down. They were almost waking up, and if he were to do it again with He Dance now, they would definitely be discovered by the two of them. In the end, Ding Chen endured it and went to the bathroom to wash up. Then he put on his clothes and went online. He couldn't miss the Stone Clan's assessment. Originally, he was thinking of going online early today to explore the treasure route, but now he had no time. Ding Chen went online and rode Wuma to Lingshi Mountain outside the city. When he arrived at the gate of Lingshi Mountain, Juling Han-yi was already waiting at the gate. In addition to it, there were 3 purple-belted stone people. They should all be stone people going to the assessment for the blue belt today. When they saw the immortal crane under Ding Chen, they exclaimed again, "Sorry, something delayed me. I'm late." When Ding Chen arrived here, it was already past 11, and soon it was past noon. After 12 o'clock, Juling Han-yi and the others set off, and this assessment opportunity was missed. But fortunately, he made it in time. Juling Han-yi said it was okay, and Ding Chen had the best chance of passing the assessment. It's okay to wait a little longer. Even if he missed this assessment, he would have another chance to participate in half a month. Now that everyone is here, Juling Han-yi cast a spell and opened a formation. As Juling Han-yi finished casting the spell, several huge stone strips rose at the entrance of the city of Lingshi Mountain. In the middle of the stone strips, a gray light array appeared. "Mortal brother, please." The giant spirit Han-yi let Ding Chen stand in the center of the array, and then with a flash of white light, Ding Chen appeared in another array. Soon after, the giant spirit Han-yi and 3 other purple-belted stone men appeared one after another. In front of them was a tall stone city. Behind them was a bottomless cliff. Even the clouds were beneath their feet. Stone City. The words Stone City were engraved on the stone city, which was many times larger than the small city of Lingshi Mountain. The city gate alone was several meters wide and more than 10 meters high. The 2 guards at the gate were over 10 meters tall, and the giant stone battle axes in their hands were much larger than Ding Chen. It was awe-inspiring. "Is this the Stone Tribe's capital?" The giant spirit Han-yi nodded. Then he took Ding Chen and headed towards the stone city. But at the gate, they were stopped by the guards. "Lord Han-yi, today is the assessment of the blue belt. No unrelated personnel are allowed to enter the city." The unrelated person they mentioned refers to Ding Chen, right? Not only did he not wear a headband, but he also looked very different from the Stone Tribe. Giant Stone God. His abilities have already gained my approval, equivalent to the strength of a blue belt stone person. According to the rules of the Stone Tribe's assessment, I can recommend him to participate in today's Stone Tribe's blue belt assessment. I hope the giant stone god will allow him to pass. The giant spirit Han-yi respectfully said to the 2 gatekeeper stone men in front of him. Although these 2 gatekeeper stone men did not wear headbands, judging from the attitude of the giant spirit Han-yi, these 2 stone men should hold a high position in the Stone Tribe. After the giant spirit Han-yi finished speaking, he still couldn't get the 2 giant stone guards in front of him to let them pass. The 2 battle axes were still crossed in front of them, showing no intention of lifting them. "Lord Han-yi, this rule only applies to our Stone Tribe. Currently, there is no such privilege for the Blue Star people." The words of the giant stone god were non-negotiable, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, the giant spirit Han-yi did not explain further, realizing that there was no room for negotiation in front of the giant stone god. "Does this mean I can't participate in today's assessment?" Ding Chen asked in confusion. Han-yi shook his head helplessly. "I'm really sorry. You are the first Blue Star person to enter the Stone Tribe, and some of the rules of the Stone Tribe are not yet fully established. There are many giant stone gods in the Stone Tribe. They are the embodiment of the discipline and rules of the Stone Tribe, and in front of them, only rules matter." The words of the giant spirit Han-yi were telling Ding Chen that this giant stone god did not have a brain. They were like machines, only understanding how to act based on preset rules. Ding Chen thought to himself, "What's going on?" He hadn't even had the chance to enjoy the beautiful scenery this morning before rushing online to participate in this Stone Tribe assessment. And now, after coming here, he was told he wasn't qualified to participate? Ding Chen didn't want to make the trip for nothing, so he tried to ask, "Are there any other ways in the Stone Tribe's rules that would allow me to participate in the assessment?" The giant stone god pondered for a moment, then said, "Since you have become a disciple of the Stone Tribe, you are considered a friend of our Stone Tribe. For friends of the Stone Tribe, if you want to obtain the authorization of a headband, there is another way, which is to challenge any headband-wearing adult of the Stone Tribe. If you succeed in the challenge, you will also receive the corresponding headband and qualify to participate in the assessment of the next headband." The meaning of the giant stone god was that Ding Chen could now challenge any purple-belted stone man. After a successful challenge, Ding Chen could have a purple headband. Then he could naturally qualify to participate in today's blue belt assessment. Before Ding Chen could respond, Han Yi shouted, "Yes, how could I forget about this? Wait here. I'll go find the stone person in charge of the challenge." With that, Han Yi ran into the stone city in a flash. This challenge is not for any stone person to take on, as there is a problem of leaking water inside. Therefore, in the stone clan, there are specific stone people responsible for receiving challenges. The giant spirit drought now is to find the corresponding stone people to come. They represent the lowest combat power of their respective headbands. In other words, their strength must also be below the master of Ding Chen, the giant Law Zero. Soon, a purple belt stone person walked out under the leadership of the giant spirit drought. The stone person in charge of the challenge looks very decent, with a very standard human form. The limbs and facial features are very coordinated and standard. Is this the blue star person who came to challenge? The purple belt stone person pointed to Ding Chen and asked. The giant spirit drought nodded, "It's him." The stone people brought by the giant spirit drought, like Ding Chen's profession, are all giant spirit law stones. The giant spirit drought is very confident in Ding Chen. Since it brought Ding Chen to participate in the assessment of the blue belt, it is certain that Ding Chen's strength is far above the purple belt. After the giant spirit drought finished speaking, the purple belt stone person sent an invitation to consult Ding Chen. "Ding, the Stone Clan Purple Belt Challenge Stone Person Giant Law Purple Battle is challenging you. Do you accept?" "Yes." Ding Chen had no other choice. Immediately, a huge golden light ring appeared at the entrance of the stone city. Ding Chen and the purple belt stone person appeared inside the light ring. The proportions of the two were reduced in the same proportion, so what seemed to be only a few tens of square meters of space, for the two challengers, was a very large space. This challenge space changes according to the skill attributes of the two challengers. Ding Chen's spirit stone falling skill has a large range, so the corresponding challenge space has been adjusted. Ding Chen did not know the opponent's attributes, but generally, NPC attributes are much higher than players. Ding Chen did not dare to be careless. The opponent took the lead, and a spirit stone fell towards Ding Chen. However, it only had a radius of 3 yards, 1 yard smaller than the giant Law Zero. In other words, its magic power is between 1,000 and 2,000 points, which poses a sufficient threat to Ding Chen. Ding Chen did not hold back and directly used his own blood shield to block it. Ding Chen now has exactly 10,000 magic power, and the shield value has exceeded 10,000, so blocking this damage is too easy. Moreover, it can cause more than 4,000 reflected damage to the purple belt stone person on the opposite side. Its profession is the same as Ding Chen's, also having attribute reduction, but Ding Chen also has attribute enhancement for damage, so it can also deal more than 4,000 damage. At this moment, the opponent's health bar was also displayed, dropping more than a quarter directly. According to Ding Chen's estimate, it should be around 15,000. Ding Chen saw that this health was already at his killing line. Ding Chen did not hesitate and directly charged forward, blasting his shield off. 2 consecutive damage numbers floated out. -824 -8,668 instantly. More than 9,000 damage was dealt. The purple belt stone person was left with a trace of health. Lord Hani, this blue star person is too fierce. I remember his spirit stone falling skill is even above Elder Giant Law Zero. He didn't even use this skill, and defeated Giant Law Purple Battle? Among the 3 purple belt stone people who came with Ding Chen, one had witnessed Ding Chen releasing the spirit stone falling for the first time. It did not expect that Ding Chen could defeat the purple belt challenger without even using that skill. Next, the purple belt stone person on the opposite side suddenly transformed into a round stone. It charged towards Ding Chen. Ding Chen did not want to give it a chance, so he directly smashed a spirit stone falling under his feet. A huge blue spirit stone began to condense in midair. This time, it had a radius of 12 yards, much larger than the previous one. However, outside the challenge circle, the spirit stones they saw were also reduced in size, so they did not attract much attention. When one spirit stone fell, Ding Chen thought that the challenge would end there, but suddenly, a -427 damage number floated above Ding Chen's head. When Ding Chen's spirit stone dissipated, the purple banded stone man still remained in a round stone state, rolling to the side. Ding Chen's spirit stone surprisingly did not inflict any damage on it. This skill of the Stone Clan is a bit abnormal. Not only can it gain a large amount of movement speed after transforming into a round stone, but it also deals damage to the target every time it touches an enemy. What's more exaggerated is that during this period, it can directly ignore any damage. This is simply a divine skill. Ding Chen sighed, realizing that the giant Law Zero still had some reservations towards him. With such a powerful skill, why not teach it to oneself? When he returned, he must find it. Although the falling of the Spirit Stone just now did not end the challenge, Ding Chen did not feel any pressure. Ding Chen's current health points were close to 6,000. The purple-banded stone man still posed no threat to him. Ding Chen's strength far surpassed that of the purple-banded stone man, so the significance of this challenge was merely to give Ding Chen the opportunity to participate in the Blue Belt assessment. When the round stone state disappeared, Ding Chen easily resolved the battle. When the challenge barrier disappeared, Ding Chen and the purple-banded challenge stone man appeared in front of the other stone people at the same time. Friend from the Blue Star, your strength surpasses mine. This is the authorization you deserve. Please accept it. The giant Law Purple Battle immediately handed a purple headband to Ding Chen. Ding, you have won in the Stone Clan Challenge, gained the recognition of the Stone Clan, and obtained the title of Purple Banded. Ding Chen took the purple headband and was shocked by its attributes. Stone Clan Purple Headband, special, exclusive to the Giant Spirit Law Stone profession, only wearable by Stone Clan professions. Head accessory, does not affect normal headgear wear. Stone Clan profession attribute effects increased by 20%. Health points, plus 500 magic power, plus 50 physical defense, plus 50 magic defense, plus 50. Ding Chen immediately equipped the Stone Clan headband. Just the literal attributes added 200 attribute points. A general gold level equipment provides 150 to 200 attribute points. This headband already surpassed the ceiling of gold level equipment or accessories. In addition, it increased his 3 profession attribute effects by 20%. That is, damage reduction and magic damage bonus both became 12%. The conversion from magic power to health points became 24%. With this headband equipped, Ding Chen's entire attributes received a significant boost. Even without the bonus of the guard's aura, Ding Chen's health points had already exceeded 6,000. The 50 magic power increase was not significant, but the double resistance received a huge boost. Now, Ding Chen was even more looking forward to the effect of his blue belt. Can I go in now? Ding Chen walked to the entrance of the Stone City, with a purple headband already on his head. Now, the giant stone god naturally could not stop Ding Chen anymore, so it picked up 2 stone axes and let Ding Chen pass. Ding Chen and the giant spirit law followed them into the Stone City. The Stone City was very different from the human city. The entire structure was much taller than that of the human clan, and it was made of dark green stones, with dim lighting. Although the scale of the Stone City was even larger than that of the Sunset City, there were very few shops inside. It lacked some vitality. In the Stone City, giant stone gods could be seen everywhere. They could handle any matter of the Stone Clan. Ding Chen followed the giant spirit law and arrived at a square built high up. This square hung in the clouds and was connected by a sky-reaching stone staircase. Ding Chen and the others stepped onto the first stone step at the bottom, and then a mysterious force lifted everyone up and sent them to the square. Many purple-belted stone people had already gathered here. It seems that they are all participants in today's Blue Belt assessment. So many people? Ding Chen looked at the square, with hundreds of purple-belted stone people. The giant spirit replied, in the Tianshu continent, the number of stone tribes is very large, and they are allied with the human tribe. There is a corresponding stone tribe around all the subcities of the human tribe. The assessment days are specific, and the stone people scattered throughout the continent will come to participate in the assessment on this day. However, this time, it seems that there are indeed many more people than usual. It has added some difficulties to passing the assessment. Ding Chen hadn't even asked what the assessment method was. He heard a loud noise, like the sound of 2 giant stones colliding, echoing throughout the square. Immediately, all the stone people quieted down. Then, a larger giant stone god rose from the center of the square. It was larger than the giant stone gods encountered at the entrance to the stone capital and on the streets, and it did not have a giant axe in its hand. It stood on the square like a huge statue. Welcome to the 153rd Blue Belt Stone People Assessment of the Stone Tribe. The assessment rules are the same as before. Very simple. Just fight until there are only 10 purple-belted stone people left on the square. All stone people other than the purple-belted ones, Please leave the stone capital square now. The assessment will officially begin in 10 minutes. When Ding Chen turned around, the giant spirit had already disappeared. Ding Chen didn't expect the assessment of this stone tribe to be so simple and crude. Regardless of the number of participants, it was a direct melee until only 10 were left in the end. No wonder the giant spirit had just said that with more participants this time, there would be some trouble. However, it had to be said that this assessment had a certain degree of unfairness. If one was targeted first, even the strongest among these stone people would likely be eliminated first. Ding Chen was now thinking about how to survive. In the early stages, one must not stand out, and if possible, avoid fighting. There is a saying, if killing were not a crime, who would you kill first? The answer is, I would hide first. In fact, it's almost the same here. Everyone is fighting, and maybe no one needs to make a move, and they could all become the remaining 10. Ding Chen had already started pushing towards the center of the square. The only place he could find to hide was under the feet of the giant stone god in the center of the square. Apart from the giant stone god, there was nothing in the square. Before he could even make a move, he might be killed by the falling spirit stones. Under the feet of the giant stone god, at least he could block the falling skills from above. 10, 9, 2, 1. The countdown quickly ended, and a golden barrier appeared around the entire square. Only those who were killed would be able to escape from the square. The square was very large, and although there were over 100 participants in the assessment, it was not particularly crowded. Ding Chen only had 3 purple-belted stone people around him. They seemed more interested in Ding Chen. The only one who did not look like a stone person. With Ding Chen, there were a total of 4 people, and after exchanging glances, they all focused their attention on Ding Chen. Hey, don't be like this. It's no fun to bully an outsider like me.